Yo, you know how we do it. Fucking this bitch. Come on. Jeez. Bad man, no straight. Too far from me, man. Yeah, me. Shut up them, no straight. Jeez. Yeah, mate. That we do right there. Mate. Anyway, let's get to it. What I've noticed over the last yesterday, the day before that, I knew that is every 2 seconds, man's like people were jumping on the stream and telling us how ah you black people have to condemn this, that, and the other. You have to condemn this. You have to condemn that. You have to condemn that. And then when you ask them the same questions back, well, do you condemn this, that, and the other? They start telling you about all this different shit. Oh, why do you care about that? Why do you care about that? Oh, that don't matter. Why does it matter when you're telling me about it? Shut up. You get me? Oh, somebody. Mm. So, yeah, man. Yeah. Jeez. So, yo, he's mad, mate. Tell you that. That thing mad. Yeah. Trust me. Bruv, I noticed that, bruv. I know there's two groups that happens to you. The black people happens to Muslims quite a lot. Muslims have to condemn other actions of other Muslims, condemn and condone it. Oh, don't condemn this brother's actions, that brother's actions because he done this, that, and the other. And people want black people to do the same shit. Oh, do you condemn this black man in America? Yeah, bruv. You're talking to people that might not even been to fucking America. To condemn this man in America for that and this, that, and the other. Like, shut up, man. Condemn it shit. Yeah, man. Yeah, big up, Ultra. Get yourself better. Yeah, man. Who just condemn. Oh, you have to say someone so this is bad and that's bad. And they don't want to say nothing about nothing else, man. Seems mad, mate. Mad. You get me? Yeah. So anyway, man. Yeah, pick up everyone in the place, mate. Got a couple people in the building. Got the silent watchers. Yeah, no typing gang, yeah? No type. Gang. No type. Gang. Go. Trust me. Yeah. So I'm saying, fam, I ain't got to condemn nothing that a man just tells me that I have to condemn. Mm. And furthermore, you don't condemn nothing, then when I start bringing you evidence of your place running with fuck. Yeah, crazy, crazy. Annoying, bro. I've noticed that over the last, yeah, couple years or whatever, there's only a few people that have to openly condemn or whatever any other people. You get me? They get me? Yeah, there's only certain people when people will try to run up on and tell them that they have to condemn that coming with, oh, look at this, look at that, look at this, that, and the other. Try to think, mad. Yeah. I was like, King H, you got yourself, mate. Yeah, man. Yeah. You should only condemn something if you honestly think it's wrong, not just because someone's telling you that you have to condemn or you have to say it's bad or good or whatever. If you don't believe it's wrong, then fuck off in it, man. Great, great, you get me? Yeah, man. Yo, hey, listen though. What I'm saying, innit? Nah, I'm only going to East London today. You get me? So you need the gangsters to jump on and help run it as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ultra's in the background. When he's able to chat, he'll jump in and chat as well. Still, but we need the rest of the gangsters to run up in the building. You get me? Uh, yeah, bro, it's a mad thing, man. No, it's hard about it. Well, all right. With the example of what I was talking about, yeah. The example from yesterday's show. Scottish jumps on, telling everyone on the panel how they used to condemn all the blacks for this, that, and the other. Oh, look what the black people were doing in America. Rah, 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 America, 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 America. This better than Scotland. The man them show him some stats from Scotland. He's gone. You hear me? He fucking liked it. I can't even do a Scottish accent. You get me? He weren't no William Wallace. Freedom! Yeah. He was on some different shit, man. Yeah, yeah. He was just a runaway. Runaway. Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Something like that, bro. When there's Brother Johnson telling you got to condemn this, that, and the other, my face is like I can smoke shit in the room. You get me? Uh, anytime a man's telling me that, right, you have to condemn this, that, and the other, yeah. And I'm like, first of all, who the fuck are you? I don't even know you from anywhere. What you even telling man that man has to condemn? All this shit. Shit like that, yeah. Bollocks, mate. Fucking doing it, mate. I ain't doing it, mate. Yeah. It's fucking bollocks, mate. That's me. That's me. Nah, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. This shit's mad still. Yeah, man. So, yeah, but big up that, man. Hold that King HBC. Yeah, big up yourself, man. And it, most Scots don't agree with him. He was mad. Yeah, he was like, he weren't little man, you know, he was big man. He was well angry. He was angry with white people, man. It's like, bro, they're fucking soft. He had the back Mars bar, yeah, and he was moaning. You know, oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Man, a man's got to tell you that you have to condemn anything. Unless you actually condemn it. You do condemn. Yeah, yeah. But what? Just because you told me. Yeah, yeah. I mean? Okay. uh, Motherfucker from Rangers jumping up and telling about that, this, that, and the other. Yeah, I'm here, man. Yeah, I saw out the heroin and crack in Scotland first, bro. Yeah, outside Ralph as well, man. He's on them ones as well, isn't it? Yeah. He's on a. You got to condemn the whole of America when India's a raping spot. But you do have to come with a different stat on him now, though, still, because if you keep hitting him up with the same stat, he's gonna back that away. Now. Oh, you brought that up already. You don't really care about that. You just brought it up to do it. So you shine the hypocrisy, though, innit? You don't care about black people. Mm. You don't really care about us. All I gotta say is that he don't really care about us. Yeah, man. It's like, dude, you gotta condemn this, you gotta condemn that, you gotta condemn everything. Right? Religion and shit. Ain't gonna do shit. You know what I mean? But all I'm saying though, yeah, I'm literally about to go for the following like 30 seconds, yeah? Nah, yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, give me a minute or so. I did it, put it back up. Oh, dude! You know what I mean? You get it? You see? Yeah, man. You know me. You know me, though. You don't know. But, I remember, you might not even remember my old school intro. You don't know. Yeah, that one was sick, though. Can't lie. Yo. Hey, pick up that line Rodney K. You remember the old intro, yeah? Oh, shit. When we were stitching and all them kids. Bad thing, bad thing. Yeah. I outside Marshall Brothers, yeah? Outside Captain Rambo, the building. Yeah, pick up, pick up. Yeah, man, pick up Renegade, man. Pick up Renegade rap. Get me? Yeah. Trying to get his body count up. You get me? Yeah, pick up Bella for the thing in the building. Yo. Hey, listen, yeah? Man, them. Whoever's listening in the chat, yeah, that usually jumps in the panel, jump in and have a chat with man real quick still. Yeah, see me? Yeah, man's at work right now still. And these jobs are local, man. So, if the man them pick up on early, yeah, I'll be able to jump back on the street and whip it real hard. Whip it real hard. You call the charge. Yeah. Hey, you remember the rave venue called Stratford Rec? Stratford Rec. That's outside there now, bro. Stratty. Yeah, man. It's a mad thing too. Uh, yeah. Big up yourself being here. Big up, yeah, man. So, boom, like I was saying, man. All this, how, or why, not how, yeah, why should you, as like a black person, yeah, in England, why should you have to condemn what the people were doing in America or something like that? Like, big up yourself, big up, bro.
Yo, big up. Wow, go on.
What about you, yeah, man? Yeah, man. Yeah, so man, talking about yeah, so yesterday, yeah, we had a question of the day, yeah, talking about something else. But we got a lot of far right ones jumping on, telling everyone on the panel how they have to condemn all the Americans for looting and so on, so this, that, and the other. It's all the black people's fault and black people done this and black. All the black people have to condemn every black person in the world. Yeah, even if you've never spoke to them before. Shit, that I was saying to um, one of the times I jumped on, or there was a Scottish done on, I jumped on and got man to show some statistics about the Scottish drug death rate, obviously, which is the highest in Europe. And the brother just ran off in it. So he's not answering no questions about his own shit. He's just jumping on to condemn black people in America or just any other black people doing any other shit, but don't want to own up to any of this stuff. Like, why should you have to give any sort of condemnation or any answers to any of these like questions that are like insincere questions or whatever?
You know what? This whole George Floyd movement, I'll be honest with you, I'm very skeptical. I'm very skeptical. So I went down to Hyde Park the other day to show my support, to lend my support in which little way I can, in which little way possible I can. I went down there, and I'll be honest with you, I've been on a multitude of demonstrations and protests in my life, and for some reason, I just weren't feeling it. I can't explain to you, Bigger, how or why I weren't feeling it. I just weren't feeling it. I went there, I stood around, I looked around, and for me, there's something just not right about this whole scenario. There's something just completely not right about this. I feel like it's been orchestrated too much. And I feel like there's an end game to this whole thing. And you know me, I'm not really one for conspiracies, but something just ain't right about this whole thing. When I looked around, I see people like they're on a day out. Do you understand? Like it's like selfie taking, Instagram photos and shit like that. There's something just not real about this. Something very kind of contrived. You with me?
Yeah. Well, like, all right. So there's a couple points in that. Yeah, like Black Lives Matter. I don't really know much about Black Lives Matter. That's not my bag or whatever. Anyway, yeah. So defending or condemning them, yeah, is probably you couldn't really ask me to do that in it because I was just I don't know who they are in it. So whatever in it, but it's like, do you feel like if so if you was on the stream yesterday, yeah, and the brother was asking you, well, so why are you not condoning any of the looting or rioting or let me say it like this actually, what any of the so-called supposed looting or supposed rioting that's going on in America or whatever like that, like why are you not condemning? Do you feel like you should condemn or condone or even have to answer that question?
Well, first off, I applaud the protest and I condemn the looting and the rioting. But again, this is contrived. This is being co-opted. The whole movement's being co-opted. I'll give you an example, Bigger. A few years ago, some of these Black Lives Matters people went into Heathrow Airport and laid on the runway, and they got arrested. Yeah, they were protesting Black Lives Matter, and they were lying on the runway, causing delays on flights and stuff like that. You know, not one of them was black. Not one of them was black. Even today, in these few past days that we've seen a large amount of white people come out and protest Black Lives Matter and I can't breathe and all this kind of stuff. And do you know what? I applaud that as well because it shows solidarity within society for a cause, a justice and a cause. I get that. But again, I feel like it's being co-opted by certain individuals. For instance, when you go to certain places in New York, for example, there's bricks being dumped places. You with me? There's like a stack of bricks just being dumped somewhere, and then you go somewhere else, you see a stack of stones being dumped. So who's dropping these things there? Why are bricks in a place where there's no building work going on? They just turn up, materialize overnight, and that shows me a coordinated kind of like effort. Do you get what I'm saying?
Hey, Buddha, I get the point you're making, yeah. I get the point you're making, yeah. But you get the question that I'm trying to ask you. Like,
I get the question you're asking, and I'm going to try and put that into context. But because before I give you the answer that you require, I just want to try and put things into context as to why I believe this.
All right, go to.
So for me, and again, everyone's not going to be as informed. Yeah, someone's just going to work on emotion, and I get that, and that's supposed to be like that. You understand? But for me, when somebody asks me, why don't I condemn and why do I support? You can ask me that question, and I'll tell you the answer. Do you get what I'm saying? Because if I don't answer that, you're going to be drawn to your own conclusions, which is not right. Because if you're here protesting, you're supposed to be protesting for a reason, not going there to catch suntan. You understand? So if you're out there protesting for a reason and somebody asks you why you're here and what you're doing, then you should be able to say, listen, I'm here because I support the movement in America against the murder of black people. And it's been going on for a long time. It ain't just because of our brother George, I forget his name now, fucking hell. Floyd, yeah, thank you. Do you understand? So if somebody wants to ask a question, yeah, fine, ask the question. Well, I'll answer it, and I think we should answer it, because at the end of the day, if you're trying to raise awareness by protesting, then you can't keep quiet when somebody asks you a question. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying that if you don't have to answer any questions that you know what answer. Yeah, I get that or whatever. But I was just saying that, like, see, in a situation where I think of how to word it properly, man. A situation where someone's being like, I don't know, all right then, boom. So someone's asked you that question, yeah? You've answered it and said, all right, yeah, I don't think that the protest or whatever is going the best way, or whatever. Where you're giving your answer, yeah? Then you've asked the question, like, so do you condemn any of the stuff that's going on in so and so place? Yeah. And they refuse to answer. What would you come up with next?
So for an example you gave about the Scottish dude, for me, it's the case of, like, you are anti the protest. Scottish man's anti the protest, and he's trying to vent his reasons as to why he's anti the protest. Maybe there's an underlying issue there. Maybe some sort of racism or prejudice or whatever. I don't know. I wasn't here, didn't hear it. Okay, fine. But at the same time, if you're able to make up some noise because of your feelings and emotion, then you should be able to look in the mirror and face your own inadequacies. You with me? And I feel like those are the people that generally ask them type of questions are the people that are kind of anti anyway. You with me? Like, look, people out there looting. Do I blame them? Yeah, do you know what? I understand why they may be legitimately looting. I may understand that. But again, I feel like there's too much being put in there. I can go into so much detail. It's just going to be ages, and I ain't got, don't want to take up time on your show. But it's
you can get into it, because obviously we have still got the time today, innit?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, what makes this brother George Floyd's death so important? How many people have died at the hands of the police in the past 10 years alone? Do you understand? When Trayvon Martin was murdered by Zimmerman, did we see this kind of behavior and worldwide protest? I think it's a combination of a few things. I feel like people have been locked down for the most time inside confinement through COVID, and then this has come and broken on social media, and it's an excuse to get out and go to the parks. And I don't know. There's going to be an element of people that are legitimately out there protesting the cause, and there's a lot of people that are going to be out there because it's en vogue, because it's like the new fad, it's the new kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's the new thing. But then inevitably, after about a year or so, these things will die down, and those people will find some other fad to jump on, some other bandwagon to jump on. But then the ones of us that are real, been fighting this thing for years, we're still going to be left here. And ultimately, what's going to change? What is actually going to change? You got people like Trump talking about he's going to fling army on the road, and it's concerning, because all this kind of thing kind of does is just reinforce them and us. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's imagine these people down in Alabama. They're gonna be polishing their rifles right about now, and their shotguns, and buying. I'd love to know how much gun sales have gone up in the US since this has gone off, I would imagine that it's gone through the roof. The amount of ammunition being bought, etc., because this just reinforces, like, hey boys, you know what? Let's get our shotguns together because it's gonna kick off. This is it. Do you get what I'm saying? And people are talking about civil war over there. I mean, and if that,
but I'm saying that like, why do you have to condemn or condone something that's going on thousands of miles away that you're nothing to even do with? Whether you're going to protest against it and you see it or whatever, but why do you have to condemn or condone what something? Because it's like, bro, black people have to answer for every other black person in the world. No one else has to answer for man like
that. I don't know about that, you know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, but for me, it's
like, me, Bill, brother. It's like sometimes, yeah. Sorry to cut you, Buddha, bro. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. You'll be in whoever's chat or whatever, yeah. And man's gonna tell you about something that happened in Manchester, yeah, and saying, "Oh, do you condemn the gangs that done so and so in Manchester?" And you're like, "Bro, I'm in London. I don't even know who the people are. So why do I have to condone, or even say whether it's good, bad, or whatever for what they do? You need to ask me questions that's relevant to my situation. And if you're trying to criticize me personally, yeah, or you're trying to criticize the black people that I know, then at least make it local. Then shit. Like,
exactly.
I don't know every black person in England, but at least come with a case of something. Oh, this is happening in the UK or whatever. What do you think about that? Like, you can ask my opinion on shit, but you can't ask me to condemn and condone.
I think that's kind of easy to answer. Look, if you stand in solidarity with a movement in another country, and that movement in another country goes around robbing, looting, stealing, stabbing, killing, shooting, burning, whatever. I don't know, whatever. Stealing cars, stealing aircraft, I don't know, whatever. Now, if you see that in another country like the UK, people in the UK who aren't au fait with this movement, who haven't got a vested interest, they're going to look at that and they're going to think, rah, these guys are protesting over here. Are they going to be on the same thing those guys in America are on? Are they going to start stealing airplanes and cars and whatever? Are they going to be on the same sort of thing? So it's I can understand why somebody would answer that question. It's not, you know, it's like if you met a Chinese person, if you saw a Chinese person in China, going around spreading coronavirus, spitting on the floor, spitting on, you know, and you saw a Chinese person over here, and they're kind of saying, yeah, that guy's right, he's cool. You're gonna ask, are you about that as well? Are you doing that as well? Like, do you feel that's the right thing to do? So I feel like,
yeah, but that's only
big up,
yeah, if you was first of all, big up yourself, okay, yeah, that's only if you first of all was, because remember, you first of all were saying it's something that you support, rah. But when these people are coming to you and asking you, do you condone so and so, like, man, just coming to you with just a question out of nowhere. Who is he? Why do you have to answer or bow down to what he's saying? Like, why do I have to give you some sort of answer to what I
there's a difference though, bigger. There's a difference though. If somebody's asking a question, I feel it's necessary to answer that question, because at the end of the day, a form of protest is to educate. That's why they have the banners. That's why they have the chants and all the rest of it, because you're trying to put your opinion forward. You're trying to protest and let people know about what's going on. So fair enough. However, if someone's trying to dictate to you, okay, listen, you guys can protest, but don't do this, but fuck that. That's like, sorry, don't mean to swear, but you can't tell us how to protest, and you can ask a question and we'll educate you. Yeah, but you don't have no authority over how we go about protesting and getting our message across. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Big up my mind in the building.
I'll pick up Skid of Minds.
Yo, long time, Bigger Valley.
How
you doing, family?
Yes, my brother.
Sorry, the G block, the pagan block, the Islamophobia block, all kind of things. All kind of things. Since I leave, you look go mad, yeah. You lose your damn mind, man.
It's Bruv, I'm glad you ain't been there still. Trust me. It's been fucking bonkers, mate. But yeah, like, boom. We
Pick out the panel.
check this though.
Bless, brother.
Check this though, yeah. Actually, let K give his answer to what he feels first, yeah.
Big up, K.
And then I'm gonna ask you the question, yeah. So,
Oh,
okay, you was gonna give an answer.
I don't really have anything about anything. You know?
Is it me or is it cutting up?
Yeah, no, he's cutting up mad for me.
Yeah,
just about. Look, I mean, look. If a group of people go and do something, that's on them. That's not on anyone else. That's on them. If you want to get up in the morning and go and burn down a house, that's on you. That's it. Everyone's responsible. It's all about taking responsibility.
Yeah,
he's cut out bad, you know.
Cut out completely. But yeah, go through Scattered if you're there.
Yeah, Scattered. Listen to this then, cuz, yeah. You see what happens in our circle quite a lot, yeah, is people will ask us to condemn and condone things that we might not have nothing to do with, but it's just because it's like a black person or a black movement doing something. Do you feel that you have to answer, or you even have to entertain any questions that's like, right, when men saying, so Black Lives Matter's done something in America, yeah, you ain't even seen the protest or something like that. Why do you have to give an answer or even entertain what man said?
Yeah, no, 100%. I hear you. I think on what Buddha was saying earlier, I kind of get where he's kind of. I agree with to some extent, and kind of like, just say for example, you're doing a thing over there. Just say for example, I'll just be controversial here. Umar Johnson, right? He was over in America saying all this sort of stuff. We bring, just say I, for example, bring him here to the UK. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna stand by Umar Johnson. And then Umar Johnson goes back to America and he just starts doing some violent thing like killing bare white people or something. People can then turn on to me and look at me and say, yo, wasn't that your boy? Do you know what I mean? So to that extent, I feel like, yeah, that's a question. But when you're saying if it's a random thing like Black Lives Matter movement, man don't know nothing about that. I don't even know who started it. I'm not even sure if it's black people who run that movement at all. So I don't need no one needs to come and ask me no questions about Black Lives Matter. I know the same amount as you know. Do you know what I mean? But at the same time, if I do pick up a Black Lives Matter placard and I go out there on the road and I'm holding it up, I do have to have some level of responsibility to knowing what it is I'm representing. Do you know what I mean? Now, a lot of young key people who went on the protest, they don't know nothing about no BLM movement or nothing like that. Do you know what I mean? They heard a black person died, they feel enraged by that, and they've gone out to do that, to protest on that. And really, they just need to be able to say that, innit? Like, I don't need to condemn or condone any of that. I've come here because there's an issue that I'm fighting, I'm protesting against. I don't know any of the other stuff. But at the same time, you have a responsibility if you're like you had a thing the other day, should people defend stuff they don't know nothing about, right? And that's the same thing, right? People who are going out on these protests because they feel a way about George Floyd, you have a responsibility to make sure the protest movement you're in, you know something about it, to some extent.
Yeah. But bro, listen, yeah. That's that's only if you was like involved. So like you were saying, you brought Umar Johnson over, then he's done a madness. Now people are gonna ask you questions about Umar Johnson. That's understandable. Yeah. I'm talking about when man will come to you and tell you. So they'll come to you, yo, Scattered. Do you condemn the black group in Singapore that's gone around killing a group of Hanyan people, so and so? Yeah, you ain't even heard of that, you know. Man just come with this news today. Why do you have to give any sort of answer, condemn, condone, I disagree or whatever? Why do you even have to answer that, entertain that question?
No, you're right, 100%. On the flip side, when it comes down to it, black people, we get that more than anybody else. We get too much in it, like things that ain't nothing to do with us. You just hear randomly, yeah, well, what about all the white people in South Africa? Well, I'm not in South Africa. Allow me, like, go talk to a South African about that. So yeah, I definitely do think people do rely on that kind of thing when it comes to black people. But I think the issue is sometimes we fall into ourselves. Like we do, like the reality is, like, just say back in the day, probably more back in the day than now. When you saw a black person on the news or the TV, you kind of felt like, yo, he better say the right thing because he represents me right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, like we do put that pressure on our community to ourselves to some extent. Where I'm not sure if other communities do that when they see a white person or an Asian person on TV. Do they be like, "Yo, is he representing for all of us or what?" Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think sometimes
Let me just clarify something there, Scan. Is it the panel's belief that black people have to condemn or condone more than white people?
Yeah.
See, I don't believe
more than any other group.
No, I don't believe that. I feel like white people have to condemn and, or condone much more than black people, because let's face it, white people have been in the past have been, and even today are guilty of some of the most heinous crimes in history, in human history. So they're persistently and periodically asked to condemn or condone certain behaviors. Do you get what I'm saying? So I don't feel like black people have that moniker still. I feel like white people put that more than us.
yeah, I think there's a point to be made about that. To be fair, I think in general sense or in general terms, I think in terms of like on this hangout scenario, for example, and in general, I think you get a lot less of that, right? In regards to white people, there's a lot more black people in terms of, and on a day-to-day level, I think you get a lot more black people who are asked, like random black people, "Oh, what do you think about knife crime in this area? What do you think about gun crime in this area? What do you think?" Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's more pressure on those type in those type of questions in terms of the lower people. When I say lower people, I mean in terms of quote unquote status or title. Whereas white people, if you're white politicians and white community leaders, but white business leaders and white celebrities are probably more routinely asked to condemn and condone things. It's almost part of like within British politics, it's like a strategy that people use basically. Like, do you condemn or do you condone this? Do you stand by this or not? Basically, it's a big part of British political strategy. So yeah, that happens a lot. But and that's like to be fair, I want to know who my politicians condemn and condone. I want to know who they stand beside. So I think it's a reasonable question to ask a politician that. To ask a random black person on the road who's just getting on with their life, do you condemn or condone this situation? I think that's what happens a lot more. And that's what Bigger might be more referring to.
Exactly, I agree. I agree with that 100% because I think these questions are more for the politicians. That do you condemn this? Well, what's the general public got to do with anything? People getting dragged into all unnecessary situations. Why? You know.
Yeah, I agree. What you gonna say, Bigger?
Yeah.
You gonna say something, Bigger?
Yeah, I was gonna say that Buddha's got a point with the say like on these hangouts things, you'd say, do you condemn the British Empire for slavery and sort of stuff like that? Yeah, some people will agree or disagree to the condemnation, like, and then or free themselves from it. Yeah, but it's like you never really hear someone say to a British person, "Do you condemn what the Americans done or what do you condemn what the Portuguese done in Brazil for so and so?" Yeah, but you will hear someone say, to a British black person, "Do you condemn what so and so in South Central LA done in 1998?" So like, and it's like, what do you mean? I don't even know who he is. I didn't even know what the case was. What happened? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you condemn O.J. Simpson for getting away with murder and shit like that? Bro, who's O.J. Simpson? Cause you know what I mean? I've never even met him. Never spoke to him once. Why do I have to condemn or condone?
I feel like, you know what it is, Bigger. It depends if you're on that bandwagon, if you're supporting a protest. If you're supporting a protest, then like I said, the onus is on you to educate whoever's asking you questions. But if you're just a random guy going about your business and somebody comes up to you and goes, "Hey, what do you think about what? Were you asking me like because I'm black, or why are you asking me?" I get that. I do understand that. And the response is up to you how you want to respond. You don't have to. You can do. You're under no onus to respond to anyone over anything, because bottom line is you're not part of that organization, or you're not part of that protest, and that might be for whatever reason. Whether you want to give those reasons or not is up to you. But in the same spirit, you might get a black person come up to you and say, "Yo, how come you ain't back in this thing? What's up with you?" You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all different types of...
I feel that because there's so many movements going around today. It's turned into a movement-a-thon. I mean, I'm just waiting for cats' lives matter and hippopotamus lives matters to come out and everything matters. Like, I think everything did matter in the first place from a moral standpoint. I'm not talking about Black Lives Matters. I mean, I'm just staying out of that. It's too far for me, man. But I'm just saying that the movements are getting out of control, man. Like,
and that was my opening gambit, okay. My concerns are what happens in our realities, in our communities, is real. Do you understand? It's been happening. It's going to happen. It's going to still go on for God knows how long, and we have to deal with that every day.
yeah, 100%.
What I don't want it to be is some sort of a fad. Like, what's that thing called?
That was my next point, actually.
It's me. What's that called? You know, when they were talking about the rape, Me Too, yeah, Me Too movement, LGBT movement. Like, you get people that ain't gay that are supporting gay rights and all the rest of it. But why? Because it's a fad, or do you genuinely care? Like, do you get what I'm saying? I don't want this thing to be one of those kind of internet fad things, because that's not.
I think it's already become that story. Go ahead, Kate. I'll come in after.
So, but the thing is, do you see the road we're going down? We're going down this road of desensitization of all these things matter, and then it's everyone does according to what they believe in, and I got nothing against that. But when we start making laws for everything, what's going to happen is we're going to become so sensitive with all the laws. Everyone wants their rights and all. That's fair enough. Everyone can have their rights and all that. It has to be an overall thing, because if we start placing laws on every little thing we say, every little thing we do, we're gonna we're gonna get to the point where we might as well walk around with helmets and sellotape around our mouths and put cameras everywhere and just be robots. I think that's where we're going.
Well, I mean, I think the world definitely is going more in that sort of cyborg kind of way, and surveillance state kind of thing is definitely happening, right? These cameras that, like, we call it, the facial recognition is real, so that surveillance sort of thing is happening.
I mean, there's a law. Like, check this out. There's a law in I don't know if it's Sweden or somewhere. Apparently, I don't know if this was for real, but apparently, you might have to pay tax for fart admissions.
For fire admissions?
For farting.
Okay, nah, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be real.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be real. That's like they're going to focus more on the cows first. The farmers will probably have to pay for that because the cows fart out a lot of methane gas, which is bad for the environment, apparently.
But you see where I'm going with that, though? Like,
yeah, no, for sure. For sure, it's crazy. The world is crazy. But on this, I think on what Buddha was saying and what you guys are saying is, I think it has already happened, right? I think the trend has already come through. Like, at the beginning of this, I was thinking, this is mad. Like, you've got mad politicians who usually don't talk about anything to do with racism, or whenever they do talk about stuff to do with racism, they deny it exists. They're coming out and saying, yeah, there's something wrong, something needs to change. So I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, like, how's everybody saying the same thing now? Like, everybody's on the same accord. Does that mean something actually is going to change? But at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, no, it's not. And then when I saw that blackout whatever day thing they done on Instagram, where they was posting on those things, I realized, yeah, this is just definitely another social media trend that's gonna be here a minute and go. But I do think in regards to Black Lives Matter, like, we were discussing this a little bit yesterday on my show, in regards to like who's really behind the Black Lives Matter movement. And will this just be a repeat? Like, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but the civil rights movements in the 60s, and you had Martin Luther King and many others who were going out there and protesting. They had lots of people who jumped on and bandwagoned off the back of it, sort of things, sort of like women's right movements, LGBT movements, class movements, all these types of things, right? All these other left-wing type of movements who kind of said, yeah, we support Black rights, but also we need rights for all these other people too. And long and short of it, after that whole movement's come to end, and you're looking at in sort of like looking back on it, you're seeing that the Black community have fared the worst out of all those other groups and got the least out of it, despite being the most prominent fighters for it and sacrificing the most for it. So my worry is with this Black Lives Matter movement, it's going to be a similar thing. When you actually go to the Black Lives Matter's website and you actually read a lot of their manifesto and so on and so forth, there's sort of a clear sort of statement about this idea of toxic masculinity, and, you know, the whole idea of Black Lives Mattering is being tied directly to LGBT movements, feminist movements, and all these other things. And not to say those movements don't deserve time or whatever of day. it's the idea that I feel like it's quite sinister when you're doing it off the back of something else, because those people who are really fighting are going out to fight for that initial issue don't realize that actually what you're going to lobby for and campaign for when you guys get into that position where you're getting negotiations with the government, it's not going to be for them. It's going to be all these other interest groups who you put ahead of that. So I think
for me, Scad, I mean, look, I'm not one for conspiracies, yeah,
Mhm.
but I do I play chess, and I do understand political movements and how certain things are done for certain reasons. Like, give an example. One of the main funders, allegedly, of Black Lives Matters is George Soros.
Allegedly, yep.
Allegedly. So I've yet to find any kind of concrete evidence that he's funded and all the rest of it. But regardless, like I said, if I feel like this whole Black Lives Matters movement has been co-opted for reasons that are political. Do you understand? If it was a sincere thing, I think it's hard to explain, because they've done it so well. Because you've got a load of white people all over America and the UK supporting Black Lives Matters, where we haven't really seen that in the past. At Hyde Park, when I went there, there was more white people than there was black people. Do you understand? Now I'm thinking, in my head, I've never seen this before. Do you know what I'm saying? And all the protests I've been on, all the rest of it, I've never seen this. And like I said, even with the Heathrow Airport thing a few years ago, everyone that got arrested were all white.
Yeah,
but one of them was black. And I'm thinking to myself, this is confusing.
Indeed.
And moreover, if you look, like I was saying earlier on, where they're placing bricks and rocks in certain strategic areas so people can get animated and pick up those bricks and start throwing them and all the rest of it. These things are being done for a reason. You understand? And I feel like they're using the black community because they know that we're very passionate. We when we want to express ourselves, we'll express ourselves in any way which we choose fit at that time. And I feel like they're like, you know what? Let's do this. These people will get angry, and we can use that for our benefit, like this. Do you understand? So all of these things that they've co-opted the death of our brother George Floyd, and they're just using it for their own agenda. And this is why when I went on the protest, I weren't feeling it. I just really weren't feeling it. I stayed there for about an hour and I left.
I'm glad that you did go and you got that report back from me, because like my niece went and I was proud of her for going because she's young and so on and all those things. I was happy that she's getting engaged and stuff. But at the same time, I did want to hear somebody with a more analytical eye and critical eye to tell me exactly what kind of went down at the protest, where it looked like the optics of it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like you're saying, like within the UK, within like South London, West London, like Northwest London, all those sorts of things, we have a long traditional history of protest movements and protests. And like you're saying, majority of them, when it comes to an issue that affects our community, it's not majoritarily that. Do you know what I mean? Where you have a majority of white people there. And even when I saw like sort of the big stage that they had, and they had John Boyega on there, and it's like, okay, this has been like organized with support and help from the Metropolitan Police and government organizers. Do you know what I mean? For them to have the whole stage set up for them in Hyde Park and all them things there. I know a little bit about what it takes to set up a protest. I know a lot of black protest movements usually don't have the capacity to have all those conversations with all those people to get something like that in place. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I would say there's something more to it.
100.
I seen Witness is coming into the building. How you doing, Witness? A long time.
Yeah, big up Witness, man. Big up yourself,
morning.
Bro. But
Morning, Belly.
one sec before you go in, because I got to quickly jump off here. I got to run into this property real quick. I'm gonna jump back on when I get back out, man. But yeah, big up everyone for jumping on. It's gonna be a fruitful show today. So yeah, man, let's go, man.
Yeah, good morning, Belly. Good morning, Tarhaka. Good morning, Buddha. Good morning, Love is the Law. I think it's K or Love is the Law. Me personally, I don't have much of a problem with Black Lives Matter. Any organization that makes racist ethno-nationalists and racist white people nervous, I support them. So I might not know what they're doing behind, but just seeing ethno-nationalists lose their mind and get upset about Black Lives Matter and seeing racists get upset about Black Lives Matter makes me happy. I'm not a member of the Nation of Islam, but I like the fact that ethno-nationalists and racists are upset by the existence of the Nation of Islam. So that's just what it is with me.
Well, on that note, Witness, I'll probably agree with you there. But at the same time, do you not think that could be, sorry, part of a game being played in some way?
It's always a game. We can look at just about every single organization in Black American history that's always been played. We can look at the Black Panther Party. And I know you know enough history to know that their history isn't squeaky clean, with counterintelligence programs and how certain members were doing certain things. Even Assata Shakur, she made complaints of masculinity and harassment while 100%. She was within the Black Panther Party. So just no movement's perfect. Even the civil rights movement or the freedom riders, no movement's perfect.
100%. So, that is definitely true. And when you do peel back the layers of a lot of those movements, yeah, you do find some uneasy truths in some of those situations. But I think what I suppose more of what I was trying to get at is in terms of like what on one hand there is the easy win in terms of it's always good to see racist, ethno-nationalists and so on getting upset and losing their ish at just at simple Black protest groups and stuff like that. But on the other hand, if this is not a Black protest group, if this is a protest group that is being sort of manipulated by outside forces, don't you think that that's more concerning them? Because it's almost like we're whipping up the hatred from those far right wing groups who are going to get angry and insecure about this now when they see it, and they're going to blame us directly when we might not even been the ones who strategically were behind this sort of movement. You know, I mean, I don't mind them being mad at us for stuff that we do, but I think there might be a little bit of a concern if they're mad at us for us going along with a narrative created by some other group who are equally or aligned with sort of white nationalist groups, you know?
And that's one of the things that when I look at this game of chess is concerning. It's like, look, let's assume that these people know that we're going to be passionate about certain things. All right, cool. We're going to go out there and create. This in turn is going to agitate the ethno-nationalists and give them more fuel for their fire. You understand? And give them more reason to scream and shout and come with their racism, get bigger numbers, because people who are not who are not averse to joining ethno-nationalists will see what goes on the streets and think, yo, these blacks are getting out of hand. I need to side with my people. Do you understand? And then you have a culmination of antagonizers on both sides. And really and truly, they're not to blame. It's the chess players that are playing this game. You understand? We're just mere pawns in this game of chess. And I see that more relevant in America. Because if we look at Trump and his actions and what he's talking about and what he's saying and doing, the guy mocked the other day. What did he say? He mocked by saying, if our brother George Floyd is looking down on us, he'd be happy because there's black people getting do you know how mocking and disingenuous and how disrespectful that is? One of your own citizens has been murdered by a police officer that you employ as a government. And you're going to come out with statements like that. He really doesn't give a fuck. There could be a civil war in certain states. Not the whole country of America, but in certain states like the southern states, those kind of places there where the Ku Klux Klan have a holding still. Yeah, you can see lynchings coming back. You can see all of this kind of fuckery coming back. But when they can go in the church and shoot up the black people in the church, trust me, anything's possible. You know what I'm saying? So the point about the ethno-nationalists, these guys are we're doing their dirty work for them. You understand? And there's people amongst us within our community who will be saying, yeah, well, fuck the national, fuck them, fuck the ethno-nats. Yeah, let's fight them, fuck them. But really and truly, is that the best thing for our community? Yeah, you may be bloodthirsty. Yeah, you may be aggressive. Maybe you want to kick some heads. All right, fine. That may be good for you, but is that good for us as a people, as a community? That's the question you need to ask. What do you want? Do you want prosperity or do you want vengeance?
I want what the people of Haiti had under Toussaint Louverture and Dessalines.
Boy, witness is coming with fire today, boy. Justice basically is what those guys had. I'll sound like that. No, I feel you, witness, and I think like the passion and the feeling that I feel from your like just from your voice and when you're talking about it is like I could understand it, especially when you look at the like here in the UK alone, right? Black people deaths in custody and so on and so forth. But the most recent, like the actual George Floyd, the video, I haven't watched all of it. I haven't watched any of it. To be fair, I've just seen the picture. I can only imagine how the video must be, and I guess like how can people not want that kind of justice and that kind of feeling?
I'll be honest with you, Tahaka, I'm not even talking about that. A couple of days ago, I was on Discord, and I was simply having a conversation with a group of people, telling them how it would be good in America. They have what they call food deserts in the urban areas where Black people are living, where they don't have access to buy
fresh food
or exactly the things that we take for granted in London. They literally have areas in London, in America, urban areas in cities where Black Americans, all they have access to are liquor stores, off licenses, or takeaway restaurants selling cheap fried chicken nonsense. They can't eat decent food. They have to drive for miles away to be able to buy that. I was simply suggesting, I think, like there's a guy called Ron Lively who's doing stuff. It's like Black Americans in their community getting together, opening up stores where they provide for their community vegetables and fruits. No big deal. It's no different from the Irish Americans having stores in their community, the Italian Americans having stores, the Jews in the UK having stores in their neighborhood providing for their community, the Asians having stores providing for their community. But these white people on that Discord, they lost their mind. The idea that Black people would actually start opening up shops in their Black neighborhoods to provide for Caribbean people or Africans, they saw that as a threat and they lost their mind. We aren't talking about...
Were these white Americans or...
No, these were white British people.
Fucking
We're not talking about Black people marching down the street, tearing up stuff or being violent or aggressive. We're just talking about Black neighborhoods which have Caribbean people, Africans, and Black people from those communities deciding to open up stores just to provide food.
What was their main bone of contention with that?
Why would this is the words they used. They saw that as racism.
Why? Why is that racist?
Because they heard Black people doing it for other Black people. That was racism. I pointed out, well, if you go to London, to Hendon, Golders Green, you've got Jews who look out for their community. If you go to East London, to Tower Hamlets, the Asians there even got involved in politics and voted for an Asian mayor for Tower Hamlets. Eventually, he had to step down due to corruption. You go to Aldgate, you go to Whitechapel, you see Asians there providing for their community. So why is it that when I mention Black people doing the same thing, that you guys are now seeing that as racism and seeing that as a threat? We're not even talking violence. It's just the fact that a Black skin trying to implement some form of empowerment for Black people is seen as a threat. Forget about Black Lives Matter. The idea that Black people just want to provide food for Black people in their community, they see that as a threat and they see that as wrong. That's why
did they have an issue with the liquor stores being there and the chicken shops?
No, they didn't. Even when I explained to them what a food desert is, and I mentioned they just have liquor stores and they just have takeaway restaurants.
And they're okay with that.
They didn't have a problem with that.
Fucking hell,
don't care about it. To be fair, they probably don't even think about asking about that. They like you're saying, man. I think it's a reality of also a matter of not having that experience, right? Because they don't I went to America, but that's when I first heard about food deserts because I was over there and they were talking about it quite a lot. It was quite a big issue back then around 2014 time. And probably still is even worse now. Because you go to whole areas and blocks where literally, like you're saying, just you cannot find a fresh fruit or a vegetable at all. And that's mad, obviously, to us in the UK, where we have things like Tesco's, Express, and all these things everywhere. You get fruits or vegetables wherever you go. The idea that there's people living somewhere, I think that's the thing. There's a lot of white people who don't experience racism or poverty or the issues that Black people face. So when they hear them, they don't really take them seriously. They don't really engage and listen to them. Oh, wow, that's actually a big problem. They just hear, what do you mean Black people want to bring vegetables to their own communities? That's racist. When it's like, well, why aren't there vegetables in the community in the first place?
I'm struggling to understand how that's racist, though. I don't get What?
To them, it's racist because it's black people doing it. They resented the fact that I said black community. They said, why would it just be black community? Because I said the people who live there are black.
Right.
It's not like they
okay.
kicked out the white people. The white people moved out ages ago. It's no different from an area where you have Jewish people. How come you don't find that offensive or racist? Or an area where you just have Bangladeshis and Pakistanis?
Were these people drunk at the time? They were saying
No, they weren't drunk. They were white English people, and in fact, it got heated where one of them decided to call me a nigger, and I told him in no uncertain terms that I would spill his fucking blood, and I'd fucking sort him out. And if he thought he was tough enough, let's meet up and let's deal with it face to face. Eventually, the head of the Discord channel, he apologized to me. He sent me a message yesterday. He apologized to me that he said he could have handled that whole situation a lot better. So I'm still welcome back there, but I ain't going because seeing
this cool for you, man.
Yeah, just seeing black people wanting to do something peaceful is seen as a threat anyway. So when I see people complaining about BLM, I'm like, care less, because if you have black people doing
so let me ask you something.
So I get the point. I mean, I think that's a strong point though. There, but yeah, you go first. Though you go first.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask, just to allay some of these possible racist ideologies that these white people that you're speaking of. So hypothetically speaking, if there was a shop that sold all of these vegetables and fruit and supplying these foods to the black community, if a white person was to walk in and say wanted to buy some yam, would that white person be sold some yam, or would they be told to go away? Or
they'd be able to buy the yam.
Okay, so
they wouldn't be stopped. But the problem is they wouldn't want to come there because the moment they see it's black people, they feel threatened.
That's insane. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because if we look at somewhere like Asda or Sainsbury's or Marks and Spencer's, you know how many black people go in there and shop, and it's a white-owned company. I don't see how that is insane. I don't understand. I'm 100%. Struggling.
And I mean, and that's why I was going to ask you, but in regards to Witness's point, when he says, like, the Black Lives Matter movement might be seen as mad, and people might be complaining about it, and might be making some of those white racists get mad about seeing black people going out and rioting and protesting. But he's saying some of these white people are mad just when black people want to sell vegetables. You know what I mean? So why should we be worried about them being mad about us protesting when they're mad when we want to sell vegetables?
The thing is, Witness, I support what Witness is saying. You know, I definitely. Most of my adult life, I protested against all kinds of different things. Yeah. But what I don't like is being coerced into protesting for someone else's benefit. If I'm going to go out there and protest, I'm going to protest for we. You understand? I'm not going to be coerced and go out there, scream, shout, get licked in the head with a truncheon or a riot shield just so somebody else can benefit. That ain't really about it. Do you get what I'm saying? That's where I draw the line.
1,000%. No, I agree with that. And I think that is where the line is in terms of like, and this one thing that I said yesterday on my show, we got like Shaka was there and stuff like that. We was talking about, should the conscious community and the black conscious community, should more of those leaders be trying to take control of like the momentum behind a situation like this? Not like, let's say, in an opportunist way, but just saying, realizing there's a lot of people who want to do stuff and they're ending up getting drawn by this sort of Black Lives Matter movement because it's the main one, the mainstream one, basically. Should some of the more underground movements come out and say, hey, don't just march with them, march with us. We're going to do our own protest, and we're going to make sure, you know, it's for us, by us, rather than just going along with the mainstream narrative. Do you think that would be better, Buddha?
100%. You know what? I'll stand up all day and night with that kind of movement. You get what I'm saying?
100, for sure. What about you, Witness?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with what you said or what Buddha said. I mean, in fact, I think some of the earlier protests I saw in the UK, in London, they weren't linked to Black Lives Matter. They were black people protesting, but you didn't see like people screaming Black Lives Matter and stuff. Later on, the Black Lives Matter thing suddenly appeared there. But I have seen protests where people who were protesting against racism, but it wasn't linked to Black Lives Matter. So there have been people who've been doing it, but obviously the Black Lives Matter thing has taken over now. So. Yeah,
just gets more media coverage. I guess they're a little bit more savvy. But yeah, you're right. There have been other groups. Allow me to be a little bit facetious here, but I just see this message in the private chat, and I think this is somebody here from the community trying to, I guess, lead their own movement. National Racism says, "Are you tired of riots? Black bank staff wanted. Would you like to work for the IC3 Black Reparations Bank?" Is that one way of going about things? Just to
No, because if you don't have power, having a bank is pointless. I've always said that when people talk about freedom or they talk about banks, that's all well and good, but the first thing you need is power to control the laws of the bank, or else you're just setting up a bank that the system's going to use for its own benefit anyway. So I always point that out.
Yeah, if that's that IC3 guy, I think, to be honest with you, I think that guy's got something wrong with him. He's not right in the head.
You know, the funny thing I was going to mention, because I was going to mention militias. In America, they have things called militias, which are usually these groups where they have access to weapons. It's primarily white, and they're based in all these little towns in various parts of America. And most of the men in those little towns are part of these militias, and most people in those towns, they know it. And the militias are almost like part of the community unofficially, whether it's the Michigan militia, the militia of Montana, or Missouri militia. But, you know, that's kind of like accepted as okay. Imagine if you had a black neighborhood where you had a black militia with black people. Oh my God.
But
this is one thing that I've not really understood.
You don't have that. That's precisely why 100%. You don't have that. Those posses and those militias and all of these guys that patrol the fucking borders free of charge. They don't get paid to do it. They go up and down the border, patrolling it, making sure Mexicans don't get in. You know, like they call it the Lone Star State. All of these places. It's exactly why you don't have black empowerment groups over there. This is what I was saying earlier on. That I don't know. I haven't checked. I can't find the information, but I can guarantee you the sales of guns and ammunition has probably gone up in the past week or so in those states.
No, I think you're probably right about those states, and that's one thing I'd say as well. That's always confused me about America. Is you'd think, and probably here in the UK as well, but in America, something like that, like situation, at least in their state, where they are the majority of the police department, majority of the, you know, militia in that area, etc., etc. But it seems as though that's not the case, where they're all just dispersed around the nation. I think that probably leads into a weakness in the country as well, basically, or not having like a centralized point where you have power exercised. Whereas when you talk about the Lone Star State and so on and so forth, it's sort of like some of those states, you know, are sort of are bastions for the old school, you know, racist white America, you know, and they still are to this day, still representing that. Whereas in the, I guess, the northern states, the more metropolitan states, they're not quiet bastions for progressive multiculturalism, letting black people be free. Jermaine, it's sort of like, it's still sort of just more subtly racist up north, basically. Whereas in the south, it's just outright, I guess. So yeah, it's tough for Americans.
I heard you guys mention that there were more protests going on today or in the future or something.
I don't know about any other protests going on, you know. It wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, I don't join protests anyway. I never join them. I don't see the point.
Let me tell you something, Witness, my brother. As soon as the pubs opens, all the protests will be dead. Trust me. Watch.
Okay. Fair enough. This guy, National Racialism, I think, I don't know, he still wants to keep talking about banks and money. Yeah, that's his right. I mean, I'm not really emotionally invested in caring about banks or money. It's just pieces of paper that don't mean anything. You can use it to wipe your backside.
You know what? I'll be real with you. I can't take any black man serious who walks around in a Nazi uniform. And then when he's questioned on it, whether it's a Nazi uniform, it's just a cross. It's not a Nazi uniform. Like, come on, man. I just can't take that person serious.
Yeah. I mean, and it's not like I'm talking behind his back, because we were both on the panel, and I asked him why on his website did he use the term runaway slave feet, and he had pictures of black women wearing shoes, and these black women had bunions. And then he told me that the link with the pictures and the term runaway slave feet and a song called Run Nigga Run all had to do with black empowerment in the financial industry. And I said, I couldn't see the correlation. I told him that, so he knows how I feel about that. So I told him.
And
Yeah.
then when you try and question him on it, he's gonna turn around and say, "Oh, you've got low IQ. You don't understand, motherfucker." Anyway, don't let me start cussing. Anyway,
Fair enough. To be fair,
I mean, I've got to go anyway. I've got to leave. I just came in to say hi to you, Tarhaka and Buddha, because I hadn't spoken to you two guys in a while. So I just came in to say hi and just share my views with the both of you. It's good to see both of you. I don't see you two that regularly. I haven't seen you, Tarhaka, in a while. I spoke to you for a bit in DMs, but don't see Buddha that much. So hopefully I'll see you guys later on. So it's a pleasure talking to both of you. Take care.
Take it easy with this. Hope we catch up soon.
So yeah,
man.
it looks like it's just me and you, bro.
Just me and you. It looks like. I was gonna say, is there anyone? Well, no, I mean, everyone jump on, and we'll let Bigger know if you're in the back. But yeah. What you gonna say, Buddha?
When I, because I was doing a little bit of research into this thing yesterday, because I got to be honest with you, it's the first time that I can remember coming back from a protest feeling like I shouldn't have been there in the first place. And I've been on so many. So many. And I started to kind of look into certain things, and you know what I mean? And when I looked worldwide, it just seems to be that most of the protests that are happening in Western countries. Berlin, London, Canada, United States. There's a small protest in South Africa. There was protests in a couple of other African countries. Not very small. But then when I looked at places like China, nothing. Japan, nothing. Pakistan, nothing. Saudi Arabia, nothing. All of these different types of places, different countries. Saudi Arabia, you can I probably understand, like any form of dissent over there will be quashed hard, regardless of what the motives are. Same with China. They got their own problems with Hong Kong at the moment. So
100%. I was gonna say with China, I was surprised because with some of those countries who have rivalries with America, sometimes they use these as opportunities to sort of attack them. So like, I know Iran back in the day would have used sort of like a Black Lives Matter protest as an opportunity to say, see, look at the human rights things being abused by America. Yeah, it's interesting. I can imagine why China wouldn't do it, because they probably have issues of their own with police brutality that they just won't want to call any sort of attention to.
Definitely. I mean, I'm old enough to remember the apartheid days in South Africa. And I remember how Gaddafi stood up and cussed down the whole place and called everyone that was a leader in Africa more or less impotent. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like this is what I'm saying. On the grander scale of things, one person dying at the hands of the police is nothing new. Nothing new. We can go back years ago where man got shot on the underground station in front of everyone.
Yeah,
he was on the floor, handcuffed, and got shot in the head.
Yeah.
Why is it now that this particular thing has exploded into what we see now? And call me skeptical, call me paranoid, call me whatever. I just something just not making sense here still.
No, there's definitely not. There's definitely not. And of course, with the whole COVID situation happening at the same time, I'm just seeing in the chat that people talk about the whole world being on lockdown. But that in itself, the timings of things, obviously, like you're saying, people are killed by police all the time, and I suppose these protests have happened before, innit? So maybe is a stretch here, but the timing seems like rare. Like to be planning big protests right in the middle of a lockdown when Black and ethnic minority people across the board have been dying most in the UK and the US anyway, according to statistics and data that they release. It's a bit mad that would just be allowed to happen. And I wouldn't be surprised if from the back of this, we do see a huge number of people who did partake or whatever in protests or whatever, part of that quote unquote second wave that they keep talking about coming. And obviously, even around the whole COVID thing, there's a lot of conspiracy theories. And I don't know the whole thing. I don't know that many people who've actually. I don't know anyone directly myself. I know people who are connected to people who have died of it and so on and so forth. But like, I haven't spoken to anyone who's recovered from COVID to ask them what it's like what's the disease, like, do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of like
speaking to
mystery.
one. You're speaking to one. Yeah.
What was that like? What was that like, man?
Do you know what? Like on the fourth day, it was kind of touch and go. I ain't gonna lie. So
does it feel like flu, or does it feel like something different?
it does. It begins as like a nothing. You think, oh, it's just a cough.
Mm.
But once it kind of sets in and you get to like the stage where, I mean, what? So I was adamant that I wouldn't go to a hospital. Yeah. And then when I found the NHS, they said, listen, stay at home. You've got, you're showing the signs of COVID. And on like the fourth day, they said, if you finding you're having breathing difficulties, go to the hospital. And on the fourth day, I was kind of getting some breathing difficulties still. And what was more concerning was I was very lightheaded. So every time I stood up, I was like, raw, dizzy, and then kind of thing there. You know what I mean? So I weren't sure because I weren't eating either because I was so sick with the fever and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
I weren't sure if that was because I was not eating or whether it was oxygen deprivation. Do you know what I'm saying? So, but thankfully I was well versed in symptoms and treatments and stuff like that. So, fourth night I was ready to go to the hospital, and it just so happened I vape. I don't smoke cigarettes. I vape.
Okay,
And I thought to myself, I'm going to go to the hospital. Let me take my vape with me. Let me just fill it up with liquid and make sure I got enough like battery power and that kind of thing just to kind of last me because I don't know how long I'm going to be in this hospital for. And I filled up with some menthol liquid. It's a different kind of liquid. It's like a minty kind of liquid.
Okay, yeah.
Menthol. And I was sitting down contemplating whether I should phone the ambulance now or later or blah, blah, blah. And as I was doing that, I was vaping this vape thing. And it just opened up my chest. I was breathing normally. I was like, raw.
Okay. Yeah, menthol opened you up, yeah?
Opened me up nicely.
Yeah. I mean, see a lot of people talking about the herbal remedies having good effects in terms of, yeah.
Listen, do you know, like I was quadruple dosing on vitamins, soluble vitamins every 3 hours, oil of oregano, all of those types of olive leaf extract, all of those things every 3 hours, just waking up, taking that and just drinking the olive pepper soup, sweating it out. That's the key thing for me. I'm not a doctor, I'm not giving anyone advice, but I'm just telling you from my experience.
100. I mean, from your experience,
sweating
like
the most important.
100%. From your experience, not sure how you contracted it, but like from the protest, do you think we're going to see a lot of the people there, the black community members possibly there, having contracted COVID now?
Well, what's interesting is when I was down there, I saw people wearing masks, but then when they came to take their selfie pictures, they're taking the mask on, posing, and taking the picture, and then putting the mask back on again. And I was just thinking, this is preposterous. This is ridiculous. I took every single precaution I could have taken to prevent myself from catching this COVID-19 thing. But while we're on that subject, let me just quickly divert from that. You're aware of the black and ethnic minority dying disproportionately from COVID-19, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you heard the research about the vitamin D? Have you heard that?
No.
Okay, let me tell you, because I think it's very important that you can spread it to the community, right? If you get a chance, look at the Harvard findings. So what they're saying is vitamin D deficiency is a contributing factor as to why there's so much mortality within the black and ethnic minorities. Let me go in and try and explain this to you. So if we look at places like the UK, Sweden, and all the other different places, black people that live in those kind of climates have vitamin D deficiency. And if we look at black people that live in Africa, they got a high vitamin D. And therefore they're not dying in the numbers that they're dying in the UK. So vitamin D is one of the most important things for your immune system. Now, because of darker skin, it takes more sunlight for the vitamin D to be produced. Do you understand? And there's just not enough sunlight within a year to gain a lot of the vitamin D that's required by people of color. Yeah. So, for example, if a white person went out in the sun, they produce 4 times as much vitamin D from the sunlight than a black person would in the same period. You with me? So what's important is, and this is not me saying this is studies that have been put out. It's probably going to come out in the news in the next couple of weeks, but just kind of like a footnote, from me, vitamin D is the most important thing at this time during this COVID-19 thing that any person of color can do is take vitamin D as best you can. Get out in the sun, get as much sunlight as you can, get supplements, whatever you can. Just get as much vitamin D. That's where I stand with that.
No, 100. I mean, to be fair, I haven't heard of the studies and stuff like that, but people have been telling me take vitamin D supplements and stuff like that since the whole thing started. So I guess some of that information might have been out there, but now I've heard it more conclusively. Definitely, I will spread that out there, and hopefully, I'll find the Harvard study. And if it doesn't come out in the mainstream news, we'll just keep pushing it out as much as possible. But yeah, that's mad. 4 times as much the amount, so we're just always lacking in vitamin D. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
And
the recommended daily dose for vitamin D is, I think, 2,000 international units. But what they don't say is that's 2,000 international units for white people. For black people, it's like 5,000. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, for sure.
But yeah. But sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack that. Just for true, we don't talk.
No,
I mean.
No, it's true. It's true. No, that's definitely. That was my piece of information. Sorry, I was just checking the chat as well, just to see what everyone's saying, just for the next part. Because I feel like I don't know. I'm not sure I forgot that much. I mean, the question of the day. Let me try and go back and find it again. What the conversation of the day in terms of, oh yeah, should we have to apologize? So we've kind of done that, us too. I guess be interested to see other people
apologize. No.
Not apologize. Should we have to condemn or condone? Sorry, condemn and condone. That's it. But it's not down for apologizing for nobody else. No. And
I feel like the whole condemn and condone thing, it's a case of like, if you're protesting, if you're about that, then you know you should give some sort of information.
Yeah.
But my go-to thing is this. Look, I always like condone the good actions and condemn the bad actions. So for the protesting in America, I condone it. I stand with them. Big up. Do you understand? But for the guys that going out there looting, killing, and robbing and whatever, then obviously I condemn that. But
100%.
Not just wholeheartedly condemn. There is caveats to that. So
100%.
as I explained, when you're putting pallets full of bricks outside a shop, and then you start screaming and shouting, it got smashed and looted. Why is the bricks there? Who put the bricks there? Do you know what I'm saying?
100%.
Those are the things I would ask. I would state first and say, listen, I condemn those people more for putting the bricks there than the people robbing the shop. Do you understand?
100%. And I'll also add to that, one of the other caveats to it, I would say, is criminals are going to be criminals, right? Like, not all those protesters are criminals, but there's criminals in society. And if there's an opportunity for them, they're going to take it. So the idea that all the protesters out there are part of this rioting, looting thing is mad. Like, the reality is, both in the London riots back in the day and even now in America right now, I've heard stories or reports of organized groups of people with walkie-talkies, cars, stolen cars, smashing into buildings, stealing stuff, doing smash and grabs and all this sorts of stuff. This was the same thing that happened during the London riots. And these weren't necessarily black people or all the time ethnic minorities. Quite often these were organized different groups of criminals.
It was everyone and their mother, literally. Everyone and their mother was doing it.
Exactly.
I remember them times that I used to smoke in 2011. I used to smoke cigarette. And I went to the petrol station to buy a cigarette. Petrol station closed. Police outside. Yeah, I see a group of people out by a shopping center. Not even a shopping center. It's a shopping kind of complex.
Yeah.
I went down there. I see the mothers sitting by the cars with the boots open. Their little Johnnies have gone out there and teething computers from Game and TK Maxx and all that kind of thing there. And they were sitting there smoking cigarette, having a laugh and joke about it.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
That's opportunists. They're out there. So yeah, I think I mean, so when we talk about the condemning and condoning of it, like you say, like we can condemn and condone the riots, we condemn the riots all day and everything and the looting, but the reality is there's organized elements to it. There are piles of bricks being left out of shops for random reasons. There's other things going on. It's not just straightforward, is it? And
exactly. And I don't think everyone sees that. And I think there's those of us in the community who don't even care. So long as they get to issue out some violence and do some craziness, they don't care because it's a way of sticking the finger up to the man. And I do understand that and I do get that. However, again, I'll say it: is that progressive for the community? No, it's not, because you're only fulfilling the actions of the people playing the game.
1,000%, completely. Here's an interesting question actually that was asked yesterday on my show that I'll ask you. Do you think, for example, if the incident with George Floyd happened in the UK, filmed and everything, just the same way, you get the same reaction globally?
No, I'll tell you for why. I think Ras done a show a few weeks back, and there was a guy up in Manchester who's with his child, and he got tasered in front of his child. Yeah. Now, did we see one protest? Did we see one policeman taking a knee? No, we didn't. What does it take? The guy to die? You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. This means, listen, Sean Riggs, Smiley Culture, I can go on and on and on. You know what I'm saying?
Azell Rodney, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Rodney Azell, sorry, I can't remember. But yeah, there's been a lot.
You understand?
And I mean, do you think maybe Black Americans are less aware of the suffering of Black people globally than they are of their own, possibly? And
well, to be honest with you, if these desert, what they call food desert exists, then, you know, if they can't even get fresh fruit and vegetable, I doubt very much they'll be able to get local, like world news and all the rest of it. You
we'll have time to take the interest in it. Yeah, no,
exactly.
That's true. We've got big problems. And do you think us in the UK are too focused perhaps on American suffering to really zone in on our own?
No, not really. I feel like inevitably, like, Black people need to pay, especially we're in a place of privilege, and we have to accept that and understand that we're privileged more than our brothers in Angola or some of these other countries, whether it be Vietnam or India, because we've got some sort of an educational system here. We've got internet. We've got all of these different types of tools and technologies that keep us informed. So we've got a responsibility because we're in a place of privilege more than other people in the world. So if we see something, we need to be the voice of those people. Do you understand? That's something I've always stood by. When I see my brothers and sisters inside the Amazon rainforest suffering and getting genocided and all this kind of stuff, I feel like it's the onus on me to spread that word and make people know about it. You understand? So even if we see something in America, the onus is on us to see that, acknowledge it, and spread the word and protest it. You with me?
1,000%, bro. Because and I think you're right to say that as well about us in the UK, because I think there's been a long history of people in the UK having that kind of that altruistic outlook and that sort of background in terms of we've gone out there and protested. Like when you think about like apartheid and Nelson Mandela and all those sorts of things, the Black community here in the UK were massive in terms of pushing for those types of things, and many issues globally, whether it was civil rights in America and so on. There've always been marches here in the UK that have gone along with the issues of global suffering. I think the issue you bring about when you speak about the brothers and sisters at Amazon, I think we do that, but I think we probably could do a bit more of that. I think language barrier probably has a bit to do with it. But in terms of even like deaths, black deaths in custody in places like Brazil or Colombia and so on, like they catch hell over in those countries, and we probably don't necessarily hear as much about it simply because we don't speak the language, you know.
Well, do you know what we do protest that? Listen, I've been on protests with deaths in custody. Been there, met the family of the people that have died in custody. Do you understand? Sat down.
Yeah, no, 100%.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I feel like most of the movements that I've always been involved in have always said the same sort of thing that I say. It's the rulers, the politicians, the prime ministers, the governors, all of these people that are of color and are in power. Those are the people that need to advocate for their respective countries. Do you understand? So there's no point in me going to someone in a favela in Brazil and saying, "Oh my God, you shouldn't have killed that person. That's bad. You shouldn't do this. Shouldn't do that." Fuck that. Go to the president and say, "Listen, hey, president. Yeah, what? You're a man of color. He's not now. He's a far right guy.
Yeah, Bolsonaro. Yeah,
he's a far right guy. But if and when there is a person of color, it needs to be said. Listen, you know what? This is unacceptable. We you know, you go to the head. There's no point in trying to kick the tail. Don't make no sense." and it goes for all of the countries, all of the African countries. Then, you know what I mean,
100%. You go, yeah, and that's where we have to apply pressure at the head. That's the best place we could do it from the perspective of the UK.
Most of the organisations are like, you know, that I've been affiliated with. They've always said that. They've always called out these so-called puppet governments all around the world. Do you know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
But do you think there's a reason why we never saw any protests in places like we said Saudi Arabia and we said China, but how about places like Pakistan and places like that?
Oh, well, I think from reading some people in the chat, they said that the world's on lockdown. That was one excuse. That the world is on lockdown, and so people aren't exactly going to go out and protest. But I think I don't know. I'm not sure they feel it the same way over there. I'm not sure if they like. I've never been. I'm not even sure of what life is like within the culture or etc. in the Pakistani community in Pakistan. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not too sure that much about it here in the UK. Like, to be fair, so but maybe they just didn't feel like there was a point for them to do it because they don't necessarily have black people dying in custody there. Possibly they probably do, but I don't know. But at the same time, like I say, most of the protests were centered around going towards even like the American embassy and all those sorts of things. So, you know, they could have had protests outside there. Maybe they did, and it just didn't get as much coverage. You know, sometimes that happens. Maybe it was just like a group of 30 people also that gathered outside.
The one in South Africa was tiny, but
yeah,
at least they come out and done something. You get me, and then the news covered it. You with me?
Yeah, 100%.
If we look at places like Myanmar and Thailand, all these different places, never see anything, no support. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's crazy.
No, that's true. It's true.
But having said that, you know, I don't know. Fuck knows. But meanwhile, if a puppy gets stuck in a hole or a well gets stranded, the whole world comes out for them. You understand?
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
GoFundMe comes up, millions of pounds get raised, and let's home. I'll take this dog. I'll give it a home. Blah 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 blah. It's crazy. Crazy.
Boy, maybe that's what I need to just think about next time and be ready with my GoFundMe for some community project and see how much response we get globally for that kind of thing in response to it. Because, I mean, people are always talk about what solutions are in these sorts of situations, but I feel like the solutions to somewhere like in the USA is difficult, right? I'm not sure. Here in the UK, the solutions to deaths in police custody. I mean, what are the solutions to deaths in police custody from your perspective, Buddha?
Well, I think after, I don't know if this is coincidental, but after Smiley Culture's death, they implemented body cams on the police a few months or maybe even a year after that happened. I don't know if that's a direct result of that or whether that's just a coincidence, but body cams and all this kind of stuff, you know. I'll be honest with you, Scat. Yesterday, I was kind of sitting back and I was trying to figure out what would prevent these things happening. And to be honest with you, I can't really think of a solution. Let me ask you this. Let's imagine that the whole of the police force in New York were all black. Do you think another black person wouldn't get murdered or killed?
No, they would.
They would, yeah?
I believe they would, yeah.
But the police, I mean the police force.
Yeah, by the police, yeah. But I mean, I'm not sure the situation would be the same way. You know, I'm not sure it would be the same. You know, I think it'll be a lot different, massively different. Yeah, no, actually, you'll be right. You're right, completely different. If the whole police force was black, you definitely wouldn't have Eric Gardner situations where people are getting choked to death, they can't breathe. Or the only ones who would get killed by police, the only reason I say that is because in America they do have guns. So if there are black men with guns in a shootout with police or, you know, in that kind of situation, they might still get shot. But there's all these situations where somebody's holding a mobile phone or holding a bus pass and the police are like, oh, I thought it was a gun. I don't think that's going to would still be happening.
You see, for me, I look at it like this. I sat down and I thought about that. And I thought, regardless of whether the police were all black, murders will still happen. Corruption will still exist. Do you understand? All of these trappings of human beings in power will always still exist, regardless of whether they're black or white or Hispanic or whatever. They'll always exist. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I can't really see a way forward in regards to the policing. What I can see a way forward is the actual communities themselves. If they weren't so impoverished, they wouldn't have to rely on crime so much. You understand? It's not so much the policing. It's like if you starve a lion for fucking a week and then expect it not to be hungry, then you're stupid. It's going to be harder to control. It's going to be more aggressive. It's just a way of nature, isn't it? So I feel like the police force, regardless of whether you change the police force, those guys are still going to be hungry. So I feel like the communities themselves have to be addressed and have to be kind of taken out of the situations they're in.
Yeah, 100%. That's the key, and that's why I was saying when I spoke about next time, perhaps probably doing a GoFundMe in a situation like this for a solution. It has to be a community-led sort of building up community leadership, but also building up community structure, offering opportunities, jobs, employment, and all those things to young black people and so on and so forth. Which is, at some extent, when you do that, you take away the reality that, hey, some of these black people could be completely doing everything right in their life, and a police officer still comes in and puts their knee on their neck. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's that's still another part of the issue that has to be dealt with. But I suppose if the black community was more resilient, more financially better off, and in a better situation, police officers might think twice about that kind of approach towards them, because they're seen as, you know, lower down, poor, like, and they get away with. Police are seen as being able to get away with it. I guess it increases the likeliness. So I think that is partially part of the situation, but it's only part of it, and I think there'll need to be more. To it. But I'll tell you something, yeah. I do have to run, but I will come back in the next 15 minutes. But I see I hate to do this to you, my brother Buddha, but I see national racism is going on about solutions in the private chat. So maybe he might want to indulge you on some solutions of his own.
Listen, big up, Scattered. Catch you soon. Big up, Bigger Belly. Big up YouTube chat. We'll speak soon. Take it easy.
Yes.
Yo, you say run, devil man, run, devil man, run.
You got the spirit, man.
ICT, man.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking, man. You just come out and just took the words out of my head.
Yeah, man. So what you done to everyone, man?
Greetings.
What you done to everyone?
I don't know. I've stopped saying anything unless I'm asked. I just sit there and listen until people want to, you know, test me out. I stopped talking. Yeah, I just sit and listen and just put my comments in there. So I'm keeping quiet. I don't upset people and they, you know, all run off. So I just sit there. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, man. Shit, man. Hopefully we get some of the people that are on the opposing or opposite side to have that discussion, man.
Yeah.
Like I say, like, well, the discussion might be had, and then things might be, terms and conditions may be met, and it may be like a different sort of you know what I mean?
Yes, I mean you were firing some heavy questions. I like the way you was questioning last night. It's brilliant. You know.
Yeah, because
so I have to work. I have to work. I have to think. I have to work. I have the answer, but just having the answer in my head is no good. I've got to find a way to explain it to you so it's tight. And I like your position. I like the way you held your position. That's the best way. And so I have to do the work to justify what I'm on about. But you see, that person, I've forgotten his name. He just got it. What's that guy's name? He just got it. Then he disappeared.
Zero Primo.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to listen to him to hear, you know, but he got it. And I went mad. I was trying to make some tea, and I just ran back to the computer. I just had to shout out, "Yes, you got it, man!" You know, I couldn't keep away from the computer, man. As soon as I was just listening to the guy, it's the way he put it. I said, "Yes, that's another one."
He's got a YouTube channel as well, you know.
Yeah.
He's got a YouTube channel when he don't do live streams. He does do videos. He does political videos about stuff to do with the Middle East and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I'm just sticking to your channel because and just wait to see what, you know, who arrives. But I'm not the kind of guy to go around lots of different channels. I just stay with one channel until they kick me out, or, you know, it changes. Or the quality of conversation I can't take, then I just leave, or I'll leave or get kicked out, one of the two. But I just stay in one place.
Yeah, man. So, the question of the day, yeah?
Yeah.
Question of the day. Let me read it out. Yeah?
Go on then.
Why is it okay for others to ask black people to condemn stuff around the world?
Because black people, whilst they're seen to be at the bottom, in some strange way. Wait a minute, I think you might have heard this quote. I don't know who said it. Maybe somebody can help. But somebody says the world will be saved. It didn't say it the way I'm saying it now, but they roughly said that if the world's to be saved, it's going to be saved by black people. I can't remember who said that was the gist of what they were saying.
Yeah.
Somebody, yeah. It's black people who are the ones who are going to fix the whole thing. Yeah, I can't remember who said it. It's somebody important.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that though? That black people are going to fix every issue in the world? We're having quite a bit of issue of sorting out black issues right now.
Yes. But once black people sort themselves out, it'll sort everybody else. Everybody else will sort themselves out. For some strange, the whole world will turn upside down. Seems quite obvious. The whole world sees that black people are at the bottom, and they're fed.
Uncle Ty. Remember, Sorry? Uncle Ty used to come park. Uncle Ty.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Is that what he used to say? Yeah. So that's the roots. Yes. Yeah. So that's the answer to the question I would give. That's the answer to the question, because somehow I think black people seem to be the epitome. Justice for black people is justice for the world.
So what about this today? Would you listen to where Witness was on today? Yeah.
I was listening to him. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was in a Discord group.
That's right. I heard that. Yes, I was listening.
A couple of white supremacists. Yeah. So
yeah.
He made a suggestion about the people that live in food deserts clubbing together to start shops which sell fruit and groceries in the area.
Yes.
And they started to, the white supremacists in the group started to flip their lists.
Right.
Like, what do you think about that? Why is it such an issue for black people to be self-sufficient? Why would a white supremacist in England be so upset about
black people trying to feed themselves?
Black people in America providing fruit and vegetables in their community. Why would that be?
Right. Okay. Because yes. So the answer to that, I think was highlighted earlier on. I think it was a Jat with enormous pat or something. They were like taking the making fun of me, saying that I'm, giving the impression that I'm mentally. Quite a few people think, well, I am officially I am mentally ill. That's the official. So they're perfectly correct. They're perfectly correct. So I've been diagnosed as delusional. So they're perfectly in line with what the 4 white doctors said when they sectioned me. And and it is correct from a racial perspective. How can a black man be sane in a white world or in a white supremacist world? So to go back to your work, what you were saying, the reason, like what Witness was saying, is that for black people to organize themselves to get fresh food, right? That relates to what Jack with the enormous pat was saying about the less than 1% chance of setting up a bank. Because if black people can successfully organize to get fresh food, right, they know it's not going to stop there. The white supremacists know it's not going to stop there. Next thing, they'll be organizing to do this and organizing to do that, and it's going to expand. So they don't even want to organize just to eat. They prefer the black people to accept aid, to accept,
Yeah.
They can't. Yeah, black people and organization is not allowed. Blatant. Not even sweets. They don't like it. If you're organizing to distribute sweets, they'll be watching how you're organizing to distribute those sweets, and they still won't like it. They won't like it, even sweets or rubbish. They still have to keep an eye because it may, once the organization is effective, it may start moving on to other things that might be productive. If you're organizing sweets successfully, then you'll be able to organize drinks successfully. Then you'll be able to organize money successfully. Once you got that core infrastructure. So they prefer, just like they're doing to Africa, take aid. We will provide for you. You just sit there. That's my answer to what you're saying. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, so you say that basically that it's more of it's more. Why would it be more of an issue for a white supremacist in England for black Americans in America to be organized or self-sufficient business-wise? Why would that be an issue?
Because they know it will spread. Success in one corner in America is gonna spread like wildfire. That's why part of the reason why I'm saying the successful organization of a black reparations bank, right? It will be worldwide within a very short space of time. So the answer to your question, white people in England will be upset about black people organizing something in America, because then they know that they're going to influence the black people here. And once it's good, once something's good, it will fly through the black community like fire, like faster than fire. Actually, it'll be like.
Wouldn't you say that the best way to get towards, say, having the black bank as a final step, so sort of sorting out tribal organizations, like, so. Alright, so I was speaking with Witness one time, yeah, and we was trying to speak about what's the best route to get out of oppression or whatever, yeah. And
yeah.
Sort of come to an agreement on small tribes concentrated on singular things, isn't it? Like, so like being a specialist in each little situation. So there might be, so in Nigeria there's all the different tribes, and then each different tribe of Nigerians specializing in a different set of skills
Yeah,
that goes that contains to the Nigerian economy,
correct.
and that can be exported. So then the
Yeah,
same thing with Ghana and all the others, and then the same thing with all the Caribbean islands, and
yeah.
the same thing with the diaspora in whatever countries
Other
they're in.
places. Yes. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better to start with being masters of a skill that you can, where you can, you know what I'm saying, that you've got something that you can provide, or you can take to any place, rather than having the black bank, the reparations bank thing first of all, where there's people that may not have no skills, there's no organisation. So what's the money? How the money's going to work? There's no trust in the strength of the black bank. There's no like protection on how, you know what I'm saying, like how we're going to protect the bank or the money or the land, whatever like that. So, don't you feel like we need to organise all those steps before you get to the black bank?
Right. So that is no, I don't. It's wrong. It doesn't work, and it's been failing for over 1,000 years. That approach. It's the most popular approach, and most people, it sounds the best. So the approach that you described sounds really good. It sounds and it's very popular. Most people will agree with you, or would agree with that approach. That everybody should just get on and do what they can in their own little corner, and then once they're built to a certain level, then they all come together. No, I'm in complete opposition to that. My model, or the model that I've been discussing with a few people, that's been developed with a few people. I didn't do it all myself. It's discussing with people that over the years on this very same topic. So is 3 steps. 1, identity clarification before anything, even if you've got no skills or nothing. Step 1 is to clarify identity, who you are and who you are in relation to other people. Step 2, once you've clarified your identity, you can go into step 2, which is to organize effectively. You cannot have effective organization without clarification of identity. So identity first, 2, organization, and then 3 is the bank. Because what a good the ultimate organization is a bank. A good organization looks like a bank. So if you're organized, you can then operate like a bank, tight. So it's 1, 2, 3: identity, organize, bank. So that's a strange model.
Jack's got a question for you. Yeah, what is the purpose of a black bank? A bank is a business. It needs to make money.
Right. Beautiful. What is the purpose of a black bank?
Owned by the black community, the lending criteria will be less fanciful. Would be any less fanciful. So yeah, what is the purpose of the black bank?
Good. I'll answer that. Yeah. The purpose of a black bank is that a bank represents a vessel that holds power. Power without control is chaos. You just blow yourself up. The people blow themselves up. And that's what keeps happening. A bank is not just about money. There's different types of banks. The bank basically represents organization the ultimate organization that is the ultimate control of power. Power without control leads to chaos.
So the bank is about power, yeah?
Yes, it's about the control and direction of power. That is the fundamental reason for a bank.
So what power will the reparations bank have that the British Army won't have?
Okay, so you're looking at banks versus people with guns, tanks, and knives and whatever. So we're looking at it as a principle. Yeah, we're looking at principles. Banks versus armies. Right. We're not going to say black or white yet. We're just look at those two. Banks versus armies. So some people think that an army is obviously stronger than the bank because they've got the guns, and the bank, what have they got? Just paperwork. So the most popular view is that the people with the weapons, they would join the people with the weapons. I'm saying no. The banks are more powerful. Maybe in a more simpler world.
In
Continue.
this situation, in this scenario, the reparations bank has no army, or that funds no army, but the British bank.
Yeah.
The British bank is funding the British army. So that's what I'm trying to say in it. Like, so the British bank can send for the British army to do whatever it needs to do, wipe out everything or whatever. Go and retrieve all our assets. We need all our assets back.
Yeah. Right. Good. Right. I'm saying in response to what you just said, it's not the British bank funding the British army or the British government. Just like it's not the Bank of England. The Bank of England is not English. So if there was an English army, it should be the Bank of England would be English people. Just like you'd expect the American, the Federal Reserve in America to be full of Americans and people who share American values.
America's a bit of a different case, isn't it? Yeah. So.
Yeah, but okay. So let's stick with Britain. So just that the Bank of England is actually the bank in England. If it was the Bank of England, it would be an English bank with English people in there, who then fund the English army, because the bank would share the value. Hold it, would share the bank would be sharing the same value as the English people because it's an English bank. Does that make sense? Yeah. So the concept of this idea of this British bank is funding the British army. No, it doesn't work like that. Logically, it should, but it doesn't.
Let me ask you, how is the British army funded? Who funds the British army?
The British army is funded, I believe, I suspect, I should say, is funded directly or indirectly by private interests, private banking interests, who use the British people and the British army to do what they feel needs to be done. And that refers back to your original question. Because the question is armies versus banks. Which is stronger? Because soldiers need to be paid. And they need food and they need provisions. So if the money runs out, the army's finished. If the army is in the middle of a war and they're more skilled, they've got better weapons, and they're winning the war, if the funding is pulled, they lose the war, even if they're better fighters.
Yeah, I'm saying that. But who funds the British Army though? Where does the British Army get their budget from? From the British government, yeah.
Yeah. So who funds the British government?
So you're saying that the taxpayers, everyone that pays their taxes, plus the lobbying groups. Well, what else? What other assets do the British government? How did the British government earn their money to fund the British government then? How is that money earned?
Right. So
because obviously the taxpayers, we know about taxpayers, and then
right.
the utilities that the British government may provide for finances that get returns on finances or whatever.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. So to try and simplify it this way, you see, if you have the National Health Service, or just like the army or the civil service, in theory, they should be financed by the nation and people that have national values. In theory, it would appear that way. But if you have a private corporation that is dealing with so if you have private corporations and private financial entities working together with public or the national financial entities, then there can be a conflict of interest, because the public entity is what you expect, that what the people are working and paying their tax to, and you expect that the people that work and pay their taxes, they expect that tax money will be used for their benefit. That's quite simple, quite basic. You're working, you're paying your tax, and it should that money should be spent to those who are voting and paying taxes. What's the problem there? But when you have a private entity coming into public space, that private entity might not have national values. It could have shareholders that are not of the nation. So therefore, so that private entity, financial entity, will be in conflict with the public entity. So in simple terms, certain decisions will be made about how the taxpayers' money is being used. That if the taxpayer knew about it, which a lot of them do, and they complain about it, it's the only reason why their tax contributions and their votes would become distorted, because their tax contributions and their votes kind of symbolize what they believe would be best for them as a people of the nation. But if you have private entities controlling your tax, how your tax is spent, and influencing what's been done with it, they might not have the same values as the nation. So there's a conflict of interest there between the private world and the public world.
But the question is, yeah, are the British Army, are they funded by the British taxpayer only, or are they funded by the British taxpayer plus other sources?
Other sources. I'm going to make that statement, and then I'll listen to see if anybody would want to challenge me on that.
Yeah, what's I want to challenge. I want to know what the other sources are.
Yeah, private equity, private banking, private shareholders who may not be British and who may not share British values.
So that British, so the British military is a private, is a PLC, publicly licensed company, or private?
No, because it's I don't think you might have been listening. I think I was talking to Banksy yesterday, and I was talking about feral entities. Do you know what I mean by feral? Feral. You know what feral
I heard
is?
a little bit of it when you were saying that they change from one to the other. So
Yeah. So feral, a feral animal, a feral cat is semi-domesticated. Yeah, or it may have been a house cat, but then as a result of the disaster, it no longer has any food coming from, the owners have died or whatever. So the cat has to go and fend for itself, and then it may become, its wild instincts will come back. So the cat will be half domesticated and half wild. It could be or it could be the other way, like a fox, a wild fox. And people might want to leave food out for the fox. And the wild fox gets used to coming to collect food from from somebody's garden. And as a result of the quality of the food, the wild fox treats those people, perceives those people differently than everybody else. So it becomes kind of more friendly towards those people who are feeding it. So feral, it means half wild, half domesticated. So the British Army is there, but if it's being financed, if it's being financed by and is working for the benefits of the nation only, then it's a national institution with national values and national principles. So it's the army of the British people. But if they start taking out certain contracts or part contracts with private wealthy entities who might because I think, I can't remember, somebody was saying that, yeah, well, if an army, whilst they're not at war, they need to keep themselves, active, training and drilling and so on. But sometimes private interests might come and hire mercenaries, and so they try and do a kind of deal with the army to get them to go off on a private enterprise. So they're British trained, but then all that skill is being used by outside entities for other projects. So that's what I mean by it becomes feral. It's half domesticated, it's half national, but it's half private or wild. Does that make sense? Or should I try and put it another way?
Yeah. So why I was going down that road, of who's paying for the army what it's paid for, was trying to see whether the army and the bank, sort of like the Bank of England, or so the Bank of England, is like obviously onshore or whatever, but the offshore companies that the City of London lets do their bits and pieces.
Yeah.
Like obviously that's where that if your banking's gonna be able to produce something like that, I don't know if like that may work better for the reparations bank or whatever, but because what we were just saying there's no connection between the Bank of England and the British Army funding. It's like the taxpayers. It's like seems like it's coming from the taxpayers, and then other investors that are investing, or arms manufacturers or whatever that have got investments tied up in these people being able to use their top grade weapons or whatever, and
correct, yeah,
and all them sort of things there. So obviously that people put their money at the end of they made their business deals into the bank accounts or whatever, into the bank or stuff like that, but how is that how does that now mean that the Bank of England is funding the British Army?
Well, it's the same principle as in, you may have an MP, it's a civil servant, you voted that MP in, and when they get to the House of Commons, they're supposed to represent the people that voted them in. That's supposed to be democracy. But when it gets to that level, we don't know what underhand, if there's any underhand dealings that may cause, or bullying that may cause the MP not to become feral. So it's an MP or a soldier or a civil servant that you knew to be representing your best interests. You've always known this person as a soldier, or you've always known this MP, or you've always known this policeman. You know that person, but when they move up into the higher echelons of society, they might turn feral. They might become two-faced. So they might not be the same person that you remember, or that you voted for, or that you expected to fight for you. I'm saying at that level, people turn feral because they're in two minds. They're in what should I do what the voters voted me in for? Should I do what the taxpayers have paid me to do? Or how can I do that at the same time as getting this larger sum of money from people who have not been voted? They're private corporations or private banks or private institutions, and they want me to do certain things. Or I think that you mentioned lobby groups. See, so then that person's becomes two-faced. What can they do? So that's the
point
I
I'm
mean,
making, that how
Sorry.
you get the point that I'm making between how I can't see the link between the bank having control of the army, because like what you was just describing there was more like seems like you're saying the politicians or the people that like the lords in the background, whoever like have got a bit more power than the bankers now, then, innit? Because they're able to they're the link between the generals, the bankers, the retailers, the so and so's, the this, that, and the others, the
In
City
the
of London
army.
people,
Yeah.
yeah, to the people in the middle, like the politicians or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So let me just put it this way. Let's stick with your army. What you're talking about, the army. For example, the British nation might produce certain battle equipment. Yes. So it's made in Britain. It's the British Army, and the battle equipment, the guns, the tanks, are all made in Britain, right? Good.
No, but yeah.
No. I want to stay there because let's
Put that,
start
yeah,
there.
okay,
Let's
all right.
start
They're
there.
all made in Britain, yeah.
Of
All right,
course,
yeah.
right. So in the best case scenario, it's obvious if you're looking after yourself, you should be able to be self-sufficient. Correct? You should be able to feed yourself, secure yourself, manufacture for yourself. So it should be a national army with national tools, national weapons. It's that's the nation. The nation is powerful because it's self-sufficient. It has everything. They're using their own tanks. They're using their own army. Yes, it's all their own. That's the basic. Right. So what happens then if some strange financiers come out and say, look, we've been putting some money into the development of certain weapons, let's say tanks, and our tanks are better than yours. Now, rather than you spend money to make your own tanks, why don't you use these tanks? They're not made in Britain, and we can make better tanks at a cheaper price than you can. And I think it would be in your interest to use our tanks because they're better and cheaper. And we will sell you these tanks or these weapons at a cheaper price if you promise to do certain other things for us. That might not be in the national interest, but we're saying it will be in the national interest overall, in that you're getting hold of these tanks, which are better than your tanks. So
Okay,
can you see how does that make sense? Can you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
people that can make better weapons than the British Army can make can trade with Britain, either legally or illicitly, to give them to sell them weapons or whatever as well.
Right.
But don't Britain have UK has quite a few weapons manufacturers though.
Yes. But I'm just saying I'm not saying whether they do or not. I've already made that point clear. Britain as national values and makes its own national thing to protect itself. But if they start moving their manufacturing somewhere else or accepting stuff from other people from who are outside the nation, then you're moving into a feral situation, and things start getting complicated and dangerous. That's why I keep using the word feral. Sorry? Huh?
See, so they've got contracts with arms dealers from other nations that are making federal deals, we'll say then,
Yeah.
where it benefits England to have the weapons, but they may call on England to do other stuff, which
Exactly. That's right.
yeah,
Gangster
but
business.
but even that then, yeah. So who, how does that link back to the bankers then? Because now that's
Good.
the
Hold that
weapons
point there. Beautiful. Hold that there.
manufacturing.
Hold it there. So
But also
so
listen, yeah. I'm gonna need to get my stuff out of my van, yeah, because I need to.
okay.
I'm at work as well, innit? Yeah.
All
So
right. Yeah.
like in a sec, I'm gonna need to jump off. We have to go
Yeah.
down a
Okay.
bit of a monologue.
There.
Yeah,
And we can come back later on.
and I'll come back once I've
Yeah.
done this job.
Yeah. No problem. No problem.
But I'm gonna be
Yeah.
listening to what you're saying until I go into this job. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
So don't forget, I'm trying to keep consistent from the very beginning of the conversation, because remember the issue was about power and banks, which is stronger. And so this whole conversation we're having is about this balance between, is it the army? Is the army stronger than the banks, or is the banks stronger than the army? Or is banking stronger than military, or is the military stronger than banking? That's the whole point of this discussion. We're going in different ways around it,
But
but that's the
I've
bottom
also got
question.
a third thing to add into that. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's getting complicated,
Yeah,
man.
no. I got a third thing to add into that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like because it seems like there's a missing link between this. There's got to be something that's holding the links together, innit? Like because the bank does the banking side, the army
Yes.
does the army side,
Yes.
but they go to the who facilitates the trade between them two.
Well,
So is there like a third external power that controls the trade between the two? Because this is what I'm trying to say. Because I don't understand how the banks have so much power than the military, or the military has so much power than the bank, or whichever.
right. Yeah. So it's the bank will send representatives. The bank has departments that specialize in military issues. It's just a department, it's a wing, it's an arm, or it's a finger of the central bank. They have divisions. They have divisions that may specialize in East African cocoa. And so they send out their men or women who specialize in East African whatever. They have another department that specializes maybe in the Americas. They have another department that specializes in aerial stuff, aircraft and stuff, and shipping. They have a department that specializes in military affairs. The bank, that's what a bank does. It has lots and loads of departments that specialize in military affairs. So the military, they specialize in being a good military, being organized, being tight, and fighting. That's what they do. They're fighters. But the fighters need to eat. So then there comes the logistics. So the fighters need to eat. And, where's the source of their food? Where's it coming from? Is it coming by ship? Is it coming by plane? Are they growing it? Are they growing it on the army barracks? Where's the food coming from? So, because they're not, the army's there to fight. It's not there to grow food. They're fighters, but they need to eat. Whilst a bank can have a department that specializes in arms trading and weapons training, and they could have another department that specializes in agricultural affairs. and trading and food. You see, they're not just there to specialize in fighting. So a bank has wider. Its intelligence is wider afield. So to answer the question, is there somebody in between the military and the banks? No, the banks the only people in the between are the negotiators who come to sit around the table. The bank will send out its specialists, and the army, the military, will sit around the table with those specialists, and then they're discussing strategies.
Alright, big
Oh,
up
you
man
still
like
here?
God of Jacob. Listen, I'm in the hallway waiting for a customer to come down.
What's
innit?
going
So
on? What's
I've
going
got to
on?
jump off, man. I'll be back up in a sec though, man. So yeah, this is your sort of convo though, man. You'll be able to help us out with a bit.
Oh yes, he knows.
Like,
That's right. He's the man in the field now.
yeah.
So you might drop some right hooks on me now.
Nah, I'm not. I didn't come up here to drop no hooks, but you presented a plan. You have a plan that you're putting forth for critique, and like I said, in the chats, I always said I enjoy or I appreciate your vision, and just the fact that you have one and willing to put one out there is beautiful. Thinking man
Thank
is
you.
is and it take courage to come up with something and put it out there and offer it up for critique.
Yes.
But,
yes. But
yeah,
then it's beautiful to have people like you who know a bit more about that military, because I think it's very good what Valley was saying. Really, well, the issue of the military versus the banks. Which side is stronger? So it'd be nice to have your insight to sit. What do you think?
I would have to say, because I'm not really in the banking business, and I've spent most of my life on the military side. So
right, beautiful.
It's when I hear your plan, I'll be like, man, in theory it sounds good, but again, you have to offer some critique at times.
Yes.
And to establish anything, you're going to have to die for it first, and we leave that aspect out of there, right? So
okay.
You want to establish this thing, but you're asking people who hold all the cards to negotiate, and I don't see how they are going to be willing to play ball when they hold all the cards. So in lieu of that, you would have to form some type of force to establish that which you are trying to set up. And guess what? Some people may die. That's the first thing you need to tell them. Look, we going to war, and half of you guys ain't coming back.
Wow.
That's the reality of some stuff. You ain't coming back. Half of you people that's standing here right now will not make it back. And you still want to go build our bank. And then you'll see how many people who are actually with your plan.
Right. Okay. I got
and
that
after
point.
you say that, you might have two people standing there.
Right. It's true.
Yes, sometimes you got to tell them the hard truth.
Right.
You, or more than half of you, will not come back. Now let's go get this bank, and it'll be you and two other people probably standing right there. So I just don't see the establishment. You talking post battle, post war, post going through it. Where you have some leverage. But at that point, right now, if we're doing stuff, realistically, since we're operating with no leverage, you got to go get leverage. And I just want to see what part of your plan shows us getting leverage.
Good, beautiful. Okay, so now, right. So let's deal with that now. So we've got the military man now. So I guess you're certainly more than familiar with the art of war. Yes. the book Sun Tzu, The Art of War. You've heard of that, yes?
I have, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So the reason I raised that would you agree, as a military man, that the highest and most efficient military can win without fighting? That
Kenny, without
losses of
fighting.
men, win without fighting. So like in the Art of War, they say if you got your if your side is basically arranged and your intelligence is of sufficient standard, the opposing army in the ultimate scenario, they just will surrender.
I would agree, because there are different forms of warfare. You get what I'm saying?
Right, that's right.
Different forms. You have cyber warfare. You have various types of warfare.
Yes.
Right.
So that's the point I'm making. I'm saying it's true what you're saying. I mean, it's good what you're saying. That's you can say, well, look, 50% of you might not come back. I can accept that probability, but you could. There's also the possibility that a good general, the better the general is, and the supreme general or commander, according to his skill, reduces the number of losses on his side to the point where it can actually become zero.
I would tell you right then and there that general wouldn't be hired, because you're there to persecute a cause or a campaign, and you would never hear. I mean, in reality, he would hope that there's, a low level of casualties.
Correct.
But the expectation is there. He can't produce that, and he wouldn't tell his men or the people he command under him that I'm trying not to get a lot of y'all killed. He'll never say that because he can't promise that.
Right. So he wouldn't say it, but that would be his intention. Even though he might not say that, his intention would be to be so excellent in his planning that he wouldn't have to lose any soldiers, and that he can use them for the next project. He's not happy to lose even one of his soldiers.
No. His intention is to win, and body count is not his. Like I said, he would hope that loss of life would be at a minimum.
Right.
But if it exceeds that going in, he still have to persecute that campaign that he's in. So the loss of life, they care about equipment more than life. I'm gonna just tell you that right off the jump.
Wow. Care about more equipment than. Whoa! Please explain how that comes about. That's a bit of a shock.
All right. They care about the fighter jet more than the fighter pilot. Just to use that example, and that's the mindset. They always say, "Save the ship," or "Save the." What about me? Save the ship. And that's just the way this industry works, because you got recruits coming in every day. You are a next. They give you a grade, they give you a good funeral, and bury you with all the medals. But there's the guy who graduates Friday, and he's going to take your place.
Right. I understand. Right.
But that fighter jet they need right away. That $18 to $20 million plane and all this. So it's equipment first and then life.
How much did it cost to train? Yeah. So that $20 million tank or plane or whatever, that $20 million is paid for that piece of equipment. And for the gist I'm getting from you is that the actual soldier or the pilot is expendable because there's more coming in.
There's a grad group right behind him.
Right. Yes. So I understand what you're saying. So that means I would assume then, from what you're saying, that the training of that pilot is no way as expensive as one of those planes
Man, they
or
value,
tanks?
and I shouldn't have used the pilot because they value him kind of expensive too, because the money that
That's
goes.
what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking at. So how much, that plane could be 20 million, 30 million. How much does it cost to train a pilot?
It costs.
Is it 20 million?
No, not that much.
Oh, right. Okay. So it's cheaper then. Okay.
It's
Right. I
cheaper,
understand.
but the reason I said I should have used another one because you could easily kind of come back and say it costs a lot, which it does. If you in certain programs within these militaries, your training is gonna cost a little bit more than I would say
Average.
a general enlistee or whatever. So it
Yeah.
depends on what program you're in. But just to get back to the point, man, I'm just saying, like again, how do where's the leverage? I mean, the violent leverage. We need violent leverage first before we go to a roundtable environment.
Okay.
Because if I
What
hold
was
all
the
the
point there?
cards, I'm not negotiating with you at all.
Okay. Right. Good. Okay. That's beautiful. So, to illustrate that, I was trying to, give me a moment. I'm just going to go to have a drink and go to the toilet and come back.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah. Like I said again, I love the brother's vision. He's a thinker, but has he thought it all the way through? You get what I'm saying? Again, if I have everything at play and it's to my benefit, then I don't need to really do good business for you, especially if it doesn't make sense. If it's not good business, then why would I even entertain you? That's all I'm saying. And I'm not American G.I. Joe type of guy, but sometimes when you enter these conversations, a little practicality and being real about some shit has got to enter into these discussions. And like I said, if I got everything, including the shit I stole from you, and you can't do a goddamn thing about it to get it back, then why should I give it back? And that's the same conversation over here when the folks over here, we rallying behind this thing called reparations on this side. They don't have to give it, and there is no real expectation of us ever receiving it. Not in my lifetime, I should say, because we have no leverage. And that's why they can keep stalling you and doing this and doing that, because you have no real leverage. You have no violent leverage, meaning you have no force to sit on them. So what we're doing is we're keeping hope alive, like Jesse Jackson would say. We're having a dreaming, like MLK.
Right. You raise a brilliant point. I think this is where it gets technical, and I'm going to try and go through it. So, yes, muscle is needed. Yes, and you make it very clear. Wealth without muscle backing cannot be sustained. So if we look at two scenarios, look at a scenario. You have a group of a bank in a nation, and then that nation has its army, it has its military, and that's its muscle. So, but to the people that are running the nation, they, whatever they say, when they sit around the table, they know the army is behind them, right? And they know that they have enough money to pay for the training and the feeding of that military. And if they run out of money, they cannot feed the army or pay the army, and then that army will turn against them. I think history has shown that. So they go up against another nation that also has an army, and also they have their own banks as well. And then so the bankers meet, or the money men meet before the army meets. Would you all always. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Right. The money men meet around a table, and if things don't go well around that table, then the heavy boys come out. Then the call is made, and then the muscle comes in. So therefore, whoever when those banking people meet around the table, they have to watch their mouth and watch what they say and watch what they sign and watch what they're reading very, very, very carefully, because if it goes wrong there, then it's going to be blood and all kinds of things start flying all over the place.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Go on then.
This. If I can help you out, or if I can add to it, I would have phase planning in your tactic. Because remember, we have nothing. We're offering nothing. I would come up with a plan of how we turn the elite against each other, or get them in conflict, or divide them in half. If you can divide the movers and shakers, then that will be a start. Because once you get them thinking about it, you know what I'm saying, without even going to a bank, you pitch the proposal to the elite and start working those who make the decisions, those who are empowered. Because if you play to a man's psyche, or play to a man's heart, or attempt to play to his morality, you have a better chance of seeing this thing through. So
Excellent.
you cause divide and conquer within the power structure.
Excellent.
And then pitch it that way before we even get into a bank stage.
Right. Whoa! Excellent, excellent. That's right, and that lines up with some of the ancient sayings that they say that the wars are won in the temple before they are won on the battlefield. So the temple is double. It actually means the temple as in the spiritual realm, or the temple as in your head, because your head, there's a part of your head that's called the temple. So they say the wars are won in the temple before they reach the battlefield.
That's why I call it a thinking man's game. You a thinker, but I think if you think back to how we divide the power structure, because we ain't got a missile or nothing. So how do I pit him against him?
Beautiful, beautiful. Right. So let me answer. So the answer is, because somebody was asking the same thing yesterday. They were firing the same question, but at a different angle. And this is the answer I gave. And I'll give the answer to you. And then it'll be interesting to hear what your feedback is on this answer.
Brother, I got to take this off the air because I got to go do something. I forgot I had a phone call to make. Okay. But I will be listening in the back. But I'm coming back on because I do enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, okay. So shall I continue?
Yeah, continue. I got to go.
Okay. So the question is, what leverage, so those who might not know about leverage, so let's see. How do you spell that? Leverage. There we go, lever. Leverage. Yeah, so what leverage, the question is, what leverage would a black bank have? What leverage would a black bank have that would make the powers that be believe that they're worth talking to, or that they're worth listening to? What leverage? Black banking and leverage. So you can look up lever, like you have a lever. So I want to see if I can find the definition for financial leverage as I try to answer this question. Financial leverage. Right. Leverage. What is the leverage? Black bank. So let's look at leverage. Financial leverage, which is also known as, let's see. Yeah, financial, I'm just did a search on financial leverage. So the question is about leverage and black banking. How much leverage would a black corporations bank be able to generate? Bank and leverage. So here's a quote. I just looked up financial leverage. So financial leverage, which is also known as leverage of trading on equity, refers to the use of debt to acquire additional assets. The use of financial leverage to control a greater amount of assets by borrowing money will cause the return on the owner's cash investment to be amplified. So let's see that in another context. In finance, leverage, referred to as gearing in the United Kingdom and Australia, is any technique involving the use of debt or borrowed funds rather than fresh equity in the purchase of an asset, with the expectation that the after-tax profit to equity holders from the transaction will exceed the borrowing cost, frequently set in several multiples. Hence, the provenance of the word from the effect of a lever in physics, a simple machine that amplifies the application of a comparatively small input force into a correspondingly greater output force. Normally, the lender or finance provider will set a limit on how much risk it is prepared to take and will set a limit on how much leverage it will permit and would require the acquired asset to be provided as collateral security for the loan. For example, as a residential property, the finance provider may lend up to say 80% on the property's market value. For a commercial property, it may be 70%, while on shares, it may lend up to say 60% or none at all in certain volatile shares. So basically, leverage enables gains to be multiplied. On the other hand, losses also are multiplied, and there is a risk of leveraging result in a loss if financing costs exceed the income from the asset or the value of the asset fails. So leverage is works like a lever, but in the world of finance. So I'm saying that there's money which would be equivalent to the physical lever. You can see the lever and you may be able to work it. But currency, the rules of leverage and levers still apply, But money and commodities you can see, but currency, which is more important, is which holds the value of money, is invisible. So you have visible levers in the realm of money, and you have invisible levers in the realm of currency and value, which you cannot see. So therefore the levers, you would not be able to see them. So that's why people think that you're talking conspiracy theory, or you're mad, or your imagination is running wild, or you're talking nonsense, because they cannot see what you're talking about. Just like they can't see currency, they can't see value. You can't see it. You can only see the gold. You can only see the actual money, but the value of the money and the gold, if a piece of gold increases in value, or money increases in value, it doesn't get bigger, does it? It stays the same size. But the value could double, triple, be 3 times more, or it could get 3 times less. But the money is not shrinking and getting fatter with the valuations. So I'm just driving home the point. So some people may accept, some people may not, that there are physical, visible levers, and there are also invisible levers of currency and value, but they're still levers. So looking up leverage in finance, leverage also applies to physics. Finance, physics. There's a parallel there. So the principle of a lever in physics has application in the invisible world of finance. Does anybody want to challenge that? Okay, so now I am saying that blackness, because it's a black reparations bank, blackness springs. So blackness is a kind of invisible value currency force. If you're following what I'm saying in relation to what I've just said about leverage. Yeah. Blackness or spirit is an invisible value currency or force or lever. Then there's black people, or people, yes, black people classified as black. They are and were used as a physical commodity or asset or trading unit. So the physical side are the people classified as black. You can see them. But blackness, you cannot see. Blackness is a currency. It's a value. It's a force in the invisible realm, which is in contrast but related to the physical realm. So just to repeat, the physical realm could be a piece of a note of money, a piece of paper, or a contract, something you can see, or it could be a piece of gold, it could be people, it can be diamonds, it can be art, it can be sculptures. These are things in the physical realm. And then you have things in the invisible realm, and the invisible realm, I am saying, is more powerful, because that is the realm of value. That's the realm where value is measured and can affect what happens to that physical thing. So basically, just like a piece of money, or even a person, a black person on a ship, on an enslaved ship, a Negro on a ship, certain things could happen where they believe that that enslaved person has a value, and it's in the best interest to feed that person and keep them below deck. But certain things could happen where in the realm of value, in the invisible realm of value, where all of a sudden they believe that that black person's value has changed, and they would decide to throw them overboard. So that person is thrown into sea and dies in the sea. So that the life and death chances of that person or individual or unit is governed by perceived value. So just to try and drive that point home, you could have a black person and a white person, and they could both be qualified exactly the same, have both same qualifications, going for the job, and on paper their skill sets are equivalent, but the white person, because they're white, could be perceived as being of more value. And if that is the case, the skill sets, although it's the same as the black person's, are then increased in value. So you could have another example. You could have this is all invisible, because you could see the black person and the white person. You can see their CVs. You can see that they're equal, but yet the realm of value, it cannot be seen. So the white person could get the job, or vice versa, or whatever. Another illustration is, I'd throw the question out there, does a white person holding a case of money, say £1 million or $1 million is in that case, is it the same as a black person holding $1 million in a case? Is it exactly the same equivalent? Some of you may say, yeah, it's $1 million in the case. They both got same case, and they both got $1 million in their cases. But I suspect that a white person's $1 million is more valuable than a black person's $1 million, just because of the person who's actually holding the case and the potential of what they can do. So it may sound like I'm talking nonsense and it's hard to explain, but on face value, it's just 2 cases of $1 million. But the potential is different, and that difference lies in the realm of currency, the invisible realm. Physically, it's just 2 cases with $1 million. But invisibly, there are financial. The leverage is different because of race. I suspect race can play a part in the potential of those 2 people. So going back to the beginning, we were talking about leverage. What would be the leverage of a black bank? So we talked about levers. So now I'm going to move on, and we're going to look at bank runs. What is a bank run? Right. Or a run on a bank. I'm raising this topic about bank runs runs on a bank because I'm proposing that I suspect that the power or the leverage of a black reparations bank is within this zone. The leverage is to do with bank runs or run on a bank. The Black Reparations Bank, I'm trying to get the words right. The leverage of a Black Reparations Bank is in the realm of the bank run or the run on the bank. So that's what I'm about now to talk about bank runs and runs on banks. And hopefully we'll see what a Black Reparations Bank, what leverage a Black Reparations Bank would have in such a scenario. So, excuse me. From reading from Wikipedia, a bank run. What is a bank run? A bank run, also known as a run on a bank, occurs when many clients withdraw their money from a bank because they believe the bank may cease to function in the near future. In other words, it is when, in a fractional reserve banking system, where banks normally only keep a small proportion of their assets as cash, numerous customers withdraw cash from deposit accounts with a financial institution at the same time because they believe that the financial institution is or might become insolvent. They keep the cash or transfer it into other assets, such as government bonds, precious metals, or gemstones. When they transfer funds to another institution, it may be characterized as capital flight. As a bank run progresses, it generates its own momentum. As more people withdraw cash, the likelihood of default increases, triggering further withdrawals. This can destabilize the bank to the point where it runs out of cash and thus faces sudden bankruptcy. To combat a bank run, a bank may limit how much cash each customer may withdraw, suspend withdrawals, or altogether promptly acquire more cash from other banks or from the central bank besides other measures. So I just want to read that again, but emphasizing on certain words so that hopefully you kind of catch the gist. A bank run, also known as a run on the bank, occurs when many clients withdraw their money from a bank because they believe the bank may cease to function in the near future. A bank run, also known as a run on the bank, occurs when clients withdraw their money from a bank because they believe the bank may cease to function in the near future. In other words, it is when in a fractional reserve banking system, where banks normally only keep a small proportion of their assets as cash, numerous customers withdraw cash from deposit accounts with a financial institution at the same time because they believe that the financial institution is or might become insolvent. They keep the cash or transfer it into other assets such as government bonds, precious metals, or gemstones. When they transfer funds to another institution, it may be characterized as capital flight. As a bank run progresses, it generates its own momentum. As more people withdraw cash, the likelihood of default increases, triggering further withdrawals. This can destabilize the bank and to the point where it runs out of cash and thus faces sudden bankruptcy. To combat, emphasis combat. To combat a bank run or fight against a bank run, a bank may limit how much cash each customer may withdraw. Or it may suspend withdrawals altogether. In other words, you can't take any money out of the bank. They won't let you. You can't get in there. Or they may promptly acquire more cash from other banks or from the central bank besides other measures. I wonder what the other measures are.
Hey, brother. You still there?
Hello. Yes.
Yeah. I just want to interject for 1 second, man. I understand that. I really do understand the whole bank run concept. But when you look at that employee tactic over the years, it's usually done with corporations who have substantial footing, meaning they can force an issue where policy isn't in place. Now, you really have to take the temperature real time when we're talking about black people, right? Mm-hmm. If you take the ground temperature, a bank run for us is not going to do anything because we don't have substantial wealth in these banks anyway. To withdraw, you would have to have cash in there, and collectively, we are not a people group that has invested millions or trillions and billions of dollars in these institutions. So
Beautiful, beautiful point. Please, please, I mean, you're dropping some amazing points here. That is so powerful what you just said there. I know you got more to say, but I just want you to go on to the next one until we deal with what you just said there. Let me try and repeat what you just said to test if I understand correctly what you were saying. What you just said is that, if I try and paraphrase what you said, what I think you said, is that black people don't have much money, and that they don't have much
collectively.
money.
Collectively.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm only talking collectively. With this. Black people. So what you were saying is black people don't have much money as a whole. So therefore, they wouldn't even have much money in these white supremacist institutions. So if these white supremacist institutions were to crash, black people wouldn't lose so much anyway because they don't really have so much to lose. Is that the gist of what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying collectively, most blacks, or I'll speak from this side, we are, a vast majority of us are check to check people. You get what I'm saying? They don't have leftovers to put in this bank. So they check to check driven, and they may have an account, but 9 times out of 10, there's not over $1,000 in them.
Right. Okay. Right. So black people are poor, and they don't have much money in banks. So a bank run in amongst the white supremacist banks wouldn't impact black people that much. Okay.
Right. I'm saying it wouldn't impact it. It wouldn't impact those decision makers to say, okay, let's give them their shit. It'll highlight some shit to them. Okay, they for real. But
yes,
at the end of the day, all right, all you black people, take your collectively, let's say globally, take your fucking 2 billion out.
That's right.
Bye bye.
Good. Bye bye. Okay.
Getting your shit.
Beautiful point. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, we don't need you. We don't need you, black people. You haven't even got much invested in with us anyway. Okay.
Yeah. Collectively, take your 400 billion, and you still ain't getting your shit.
Yeah, exactly. Good. No, that's a smashing point. That's a new one. I haven't had that one come at me, so I've got to think of. I can see the answer. I know the answer, but I'm going to try and think of the best way to put the word together to address that. Right. You're perfectly correct. And it would appear that black people are so poor that the little that they have invested within the magnitude of the current system looks like peanuts. Right. Beautiful. So that little that they have invested is almost like a bank has a whole warehouse full of gold, and then the black people have one, as a collective, have one piece of gold. So it's almost like that one piece of black gold is in the corner somewhere.
What I'm saying is, if you're doing this bank run, if you're looking at this as an organization, as a people, as a huge corporate, if you're trying to do a bank run to compete, man, and pull out to establish your own bank, that's one thing. But if you're pulling out just to say, see, we can take all that money, they don't give a shit. Now, if you pulling it out to create system banks or whatever, individual system banks disconnected, then that's one thing. But just to pull it out to make a point, they don't give a shit because you didn't have enough.
Beautiful. Excellent. I agree. 100% agree with what you just said. But the second point you just slipped in there, that's where it's at. That's the direction I was heading. But I think you sensed it and you went there first. That's where I was going.
Cool.
That's where it's
Yeah.
going. You sensed it. You picked it up. You got the Jedi senses or whatever, or Sith senses. Yes.
Let's pull for a
Yes.
purpose other than just
Yeah.
to prove something. You get what I'm saying? That's
Right.
all I'm saying.
Beautiful. I mean, you made the point. You actually made the point. Yes. So I'm going to expand on that, and I'm going to amplify. I'm going to add leverage to the point you just made. Traditionally and historically, the attitude has been one of just black people saying, well, we're just going to pull out our thing just to make a point. And it's correct in what you're saying. Just to make a point to do what? They end up putting it back in where it was in the first place. It's just to make a point that we can pull it out means nothing. Yes, I agree with you. But the second point you made, if they pull it out to do something, it's a whole different ball game.
Exactly. Now you presented yourself as a competitor. Now they have to talk with you a little bit.
Right. Thank you. So that's, you've answered it. That is the leverage. That is the leverage. That is the lever. Even that one piece of gold compared to the millions of tons that they have, just that one little block of black gold, if that's taken out from their warehouse, and we just quietly take it out, and we take it over to do our own thing, that's a different ball game altogether. Do you have to make any fuss? Do you have to make any noise? Just quietly take out. Yes.
And that's why I think your plan could use a little tweaking, peeking, because for me, as I listen to you, you're talking about a post-successful war type situation, right? This is post-war. We fought the fight, and now you're pitching it to the winners. This is how we get established even further. We done fought the fight. Now here's National's plan. But I want you to walk me back and tell me, how did we get there?
Good.
Because you're talking about that after the fact.
Oh, right. No, it appears that way, but it's not. It's actually the inversion, exact opposite. I am saying, here's the principle. Let me put it this way, and tell me what you think. It's a 3-step thing. First one is clarity. Black people need clarity on identity. For anything, there's no fighting yet. Remember, all this conversation, even the conversation I'm having with you, this is all table talk. Because as we just established earlier on, if things go wrong at the table, then the guns are coming out and blood is going to be shed. So everything I'm talking about is around the table. So step one is clarification of identity for Black people right now. There must be a clarification of who and what Black people are, and then that concentrates the power of Blackness. Clarification of identity. Step two, once identity is clarified, then you can organize effectively. There can be no effective organization without clarification of identification. You must know who the people are in the organization, and they must be able to identify themselves and each other in order for any organization to work effectively. So clarification of identity first, which then will give you opportunity to organize effectively. And then what does effective black organization look like? I am saying, so I'm open for challenges. I am saying the ultimate organization, or the ultimate proof of black clarity on identification, is a bank. That is what. So I'm saying. So I'll say it another way. A bank for reparations is what successful black organization looks like first, even before there's any military or anything. Just that. Even before there's an actual building. So step one, identity clarification. Step two, organization. Step three, successful organization looks like a bank. One, two, three. And I'm saying that the bank actually starts before you actually have the building. The bank actually starts in the temple. The bank actually starts in the way people converse with each other before any physical manifestation can be of any value. Because if you get the building and you don't have the organization and you don't have the identity, that building will not last. You won't be able to hold it. You won't be able to hold it together. So who would want to challenge that? What I've just said. Is that correct or is it not correct? Or can you see any holes in what I've just said? Anybody? So step one, clarification of identification of identity. Black identity has to be clarified and agreed upon. Once that's done, you can move to step two. You can organize effectively, even without a building. And step three is what effective organization looks like. An effective black organization looks like a black bank, first of all. Because a successful black bank can finance any project, any black project. All projects get off the road with money that comes from a bank. Before the bank is involved, it's just thoughts, words, and concepts, and then written down plans. Because once you have the business plan, or whatever plan, that's the plan that goes to a bank. Once your ideas and your plans have become written down and sorted out in the graphs, then you're ready to start to speak to the bank. That's why people always go to the bank with their. That's why the banks always want to see the plan, and then they look at the plan, have meetings about the plan, and decide whether the money should be lent or invested on the project. When the yes, so it's the paperwork that after the paperwork's done, then it's off to the bank with the plan. If you go to the bank without a plan, they're just going to send you away until you make one. In fact, you won't even get in there. Why waste time talking to people who don't have a plan? Banks talk to people with plans. I could be wrong in what I'm saying. I'd be glad if anybody wants to challenge that. I'm saying banks talk to people with plans. If you don't have a plan, what are you doing going to a bank? What's the point? They're not going to talk to you because there's nothing to look at, nothing to read. They can't see your vision. So the vision has to be put down on paper, then it's ready to go to the bank. That's the next step. So to repeat, step 1, clarification of identity. Step 2, organization. Step 3, organization. Effective organization looks like a bank. Effective organization looks like a bank. It does not look like a building. It looks like a bank. And banks can produce buildings. Banks can build buildings, they can buy buildings, they can, physical buildings come after the idea has been accepted by the entity of the bank. And yes, the bank could be just a group of people meeting together, because then they decide, well, what should we do with the resources we have? Shall we just buy some tables and chairs and sit in a park? Or shall we buy a building to meet inside? Or shall we meet on the internet? See, the bank is over and above the physical buildings. It's the people. So a bank is the ultimate vessel for the management of power, management and direction of power. It's a bank is just is a vessel. Because what good is power without control? A bank controls and directs and manages power. Power without a bank is just an explosion and chaos. A bank is an engine. It's an engine that can process and direct power. Just like a river bank. See, a river has banks. The banks direct the river. The river is the current, the currency, the value, the flow. The flow. The direction of the flow is controlled by the banks, just like a riverbank. Riverbanks control the direction in which the current flows. The currency flows are directed by the banks of a river. Currency. So it relates to the court system when they say, "Oh, we're going to charge you." See, then we start talking about electricity and currents and resistance, volts, amps. Volts, amps, current, resistance. What is it now? Resistance, electric circuit, volts, amps. I think that's currency, and the fourth one is power. That's right. Power. So just look at an electric circuit. It relates to the same thing. Currency, power, resistance. So obviously the banks offer resistance to the flow of the current. River banks correspond to resistance. So they offer resistance to a current, a flow of water, and direct it. Have you spoken? I think Veli's asking a question. Have you spoken with any of the black bank owners about the plan? What fees back did they give? I don't think the question. I don't think there's any black banks as yet that are in operation. I looked at you had what's it called? Well, there's been black banks started, but they don't last. They don't last, and the reason you can just look at the history. Look at the history and see why they haven't lasted. So the black banks that you're referring to, I can't remember the names of the two, because I spoke to some people that have accounts in these so-called black banks and asked them, okay, what do you know about the ownership of the banks and so on? And then these people just disappear. They just disappear. So I had to do my own research. And the most popular black banks, they started off black, and then they crashed, and then they were taken over by other entities who have take shares. So they're no longer black. They start off black. They keep the black brand name, so you still think they're black, but they've died inside, so they become zombies. They're zombie banks. So they start off by black people who have a mission. There's certain flaws and mistakes are made, then the bank crashes, and then it's bought by other entities who are not black, and then they keep the brand name, and then you think, oh, it's a black bank, but it's not. It's a zombie. They've already taken. It's no longer under black control. So to answer the question, have I spoken to black bank owners? No, because I don't believe there are any black banks, but I've spoken to people who have money in what they think is a black bank because it started as a black bank. But when you do the research, you find that it's no longer a black bank. So if anybody wants to challenge me on that, here I am. Hello. What's this one? It says, these people are not dumb. If you pull, they will print more, thus devaluing. No. It says, these people are not dumb. I assume this referring to white supremacists. If you pull out, they will print more, thus devastating your currency. Your let's say 1 million is worth 500,000. No, they can only devalue their currency. They can print more of their money, and that's what they're doing now. And they call it, what is it? Quantitative easing. Yes, they're printing money, quantitative easing. And that's what they do. They can print more of their money because it's their money is valued by their currency. No, they will not be printing money for the Black Reparations Bank. The Black Reparations Bank will be printing its own money and have its own currency. So no, they can't devalue that. No. They can devalue because currency is like the waves of the sea. So as the wave is going up in one place, as the currency's values are increasing in one place, they must be devaluing in somewhere else. If a currency is dropping in one place, it must be increasing somewhere else. Just like the waves of the sea, the currents, sea currents. Yes, so there's currents of the river and there's currents of the sea. Yes, so it's a seesaw. So white supremacy versus black identity. If white supremacy loses value, then black identity must increase in value. If black identity decreases in value, then white supremacy must increase in value. So quantitative easing and printing of money is it that they'll print their own money. Let's see what else is going on. Their bank should offer interest-free home loans.
Hello, young man.
Hello, all right, you're back.
Yeah, I've got another job that's close to here, man. So while I've got the time, I'll quickly jump on
Yeah.
and try and add a bit to the stream. Yeah, I've got a link here. Yeah, for some black banks. Yeah, there's 6 black banks in the UK. So I was saying like maybe
Sorry, say that
maybe
again.
there were
6
six
black banks in the UK.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you got the link for them?
Yeah, I'm gonna post a few in the back.
Yeah.
I had a quick look through it. I ain't been able to do no proper research on it or whatever.
Yeah, I'll have a quick look while I'm here. Nobody's. Yeah.
What I was sort of saying was that maybe you want to try and arrange a meeting with one of these sort of people so you can sort of discuss the ideas that you've got and see how they feel, whether it's an idea but they might be able to help you with the idea though. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I understand what you're saying, but no, because it's that their whole foundation. Yeah, I tell you what I'll do. I'm going to look first. I'm going to look first and see who these 6 black banks are, and then if after I looked at them, do some research into them, then I'll decide and then I'll see if they're really black banks or not. Then I'll decide whether they're worth talking to. But other people may go ahead and talk to them. But I'm going to look into the background first, because I doubt they're black banks.
Yeah. Let's go down a bit of a hypothetical route, yeah, because I've not done the research myself. Yeah, that's a fair statement for you to make. Yeah. So, hypothetically, we've done the research.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, we've done the research. Yeah.
Yep.
There's 6 black banks. Yeah. 5 of them are Nigerian, and 1 of them's Ghanaian. Yeah. One of them, they're like the British arms of the Nigerian banking, of some Nigerian banks.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have a look at them.
Arms
of
of Nigerian, and one's a Ghanaian bank. Yeah.
Right.
But, all right. So say we found out that 2 of them have got tied to the system, we'll call it.
Yeah.
And then the other 4 of them, independent. So we say we'll call it then, yeah.
Yeah.
So with the 4 that's independent, would you like try to set up a sort of, or even at least look further into what they're doing? See if you could get a meeting with any of these sort of people, like a financial investor, first of all, to see like if your strategy's got any legs.
Yeah, no, strategy's got
especially legs. You know why? Yeah, but what it is, yeah, it's just because obviously we're speaking from, and these people are speaking from people that are actually in the banking system already, running banks.
Yeah.
So there might be things like you remember you talking about that there might be banking legislation that are out there that we don't know about, but the banking people know about.
Yes.
You know, like so there might be other little cogs and coils, twists and turns.
Yes.
Things to work out, which the bank people that are actually working as bankers at the moment, may be able to bring to you.
Of course, that's right.
They might even, or even they might look at you as the savior. You know what I mean? Like as the Black Jesus. You might be Black Jesus right now. Yeah, with
blood of Jesus
to redemption. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. Yeah, I understand. So yeah, and I think it's good what you're saying, because it's possible that if people from these so-called black banks are with it, they can help to produce a kind of feral bank, because the Black Reparations Bank is going to be a feral bank. It's going to be half in the system, so so all the people that know how to speak, that will be speaking with the system, they may come from these banks that you're mentioning. But the Black Reparations Bank's going to have 1 foot in the public and 1 foot in the private, just like that. It's going to have to be feral, half wild, half domesticated. If it's fully domesticated, it's finished. It will never get anywhere. Yeah. So okay, I'm gonna have a look actually. I'm gonna read of these links. Yeah.
Say,
Shop Black. That's what the link you should. Yeah. Black-owned gun stores. Yeah. Straight out to Europe. Interesting. Black-owned banks in the UK. Oh, I'm gonna have a read of this.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm gonna have a read it. I'm gonna have a read of this. 6 black-owned banks in the UK. Oh yeah, let's have a look.
What I'm saying is, it's interesting. Yeah, it's because especially if you feel like the banking is the only way.
Yep.
But you don't know the full ins and outs of the banking industry.
Mm-hmm.
Like, ain't it sort of going to be beneficial to speak to someone that sort of knows a bit more of the banking?
That's right. Yeah. So so I'd hope that a selection of people from these black-owned banks would come on board with the idea of a Black Reparations Bank. Yeah. So yeah, I'll do some. I'm having a read here. Several members of the Shop Black community in London and surrounding areas have reached out to us asking if we know of any Black-owned banks. So this article was written August the 8th, 2016, 4 years ago. Several members of the Shop Black community, I'm reading from it now. It says several members of the Shop Black community in London are surrounding areas have reached out to us asking if we know of any Black-owned banks in the UK. The short answer, of course we do. However, we strongly advise doing your own research in order to make the best decision with your hard-earned money. Then it's got this straight out of Compton picture. And it says, if you are interested in moving to a Black-owned bank, we assume you are, sorry, let's start again. If you are interested in moving to a Black-owned bank, and we assume you are, we also recommend taking a hard look at the leadership and management teams of the banks you are considering. Yes, that's what I'd agree with that. Continued. As with any other type of business, a Black CEO does not necessarily mean a Black-owned controlled bank. Right. So yeah, just having a Black CEO does not mean it's a Black-owned and controlled bank. Yes, I agree. I'll continue to read. With that being said, here are our lists. Black-owned banks in the UK. Let me write this down. Get my paper out. Right. Black-owned banks in the UK. So, FBN Bank UK. Right. FBN Bank UK is a wholly owned subsidiary of First Bank of Nigeria PLC. With offices in the heart of the City of London, FBN was incorporated as a limited liability company in March 1894 with a head office in Liverpool. They are, quote, London Bank for Nigerians, either resident in the UK or simply visiting. That's the quote. Did you hear that? Here's a quote. This is what the FBN Bank says. Here's a quote. London Bank for Nigerians, either resident in the UK or simply visiting. End of quote. So MD and CEO Dr. Adesola Kazeem Adedanton, FCA. So it's a Nigerian bank for Nigerians. Started in 1894. All right. So that's one. Number two, Guarantee Trust Bank UK Limited. So it's GUARANTY Trust Bank UK Limited. Guarantee Trust Bank Limited is the fully owned subsidiary of Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, one of the leading financial services providers in Nigeria. They have business operations spanning the United Kingdom, West Africa, and East Africa. Managing Director and CEO is Adekunle Adibibi. Okay, so that's another Nigerian bank. Nigerian. Right. Nigerian banks for Nigerians. So let's look at the next one. Ghana International Bank. That's GHIB. So the Ghana International Bank, GHIB, which was incorporated in 1998, took over the London operations of Ghana Commercial Bank, with the latter retaining a 20% ownership of the bank. Ownership is now shared with other Ghanaian state institutions. The central bank is where's the rest of it? The central bank is the major shareholder, 51%, while other stakes are held by the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. Managing Director is CEO Joe Mensah. So this is the third so-called black bank. So Ghana International Bank, GHIB, which was incorporated in 1998, took over the London operations of Ghana Commercial Bank. It took over the London operations of Ghana Commercial Bank, with the latter retaining a 20% ownership of the new bank. See, you have to dig deeper. Ownership is now shared with other Ghanaian state institutions. The Central Bank of Ghana, the major shareholder, of 51%, while other stakes are held by the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. So the managing director is and CEO is Joe Mensa. Okay, so now we go to the fourth allegedly black bank.
After you go through them, do you want to break down who the owners are of each bank?
Yeah. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm doing the research because whoever wrote this article, remember what they said. I think I should repeat this.
Yeah, you got to do your own research.
Yeah. Right. I just want to repeat it again.
Yeah, because they're not a financial advisor. But as you're not a financial advisor, you can't give anyone financial advice, without saying do your own research because they can sue you for it.
Right, but also it goes deeper than that. It says, I'll read the quote again. It goes deeper than that.
It's not all, even if their CEO's black, it doesn't mean it's
yes,
black.
I know. But watch this, fella. Watch this. I'm going to read it again, and then I'm going to hit this point. It says, quote, several members of the shop black community in London and surrounding areas have reached out to us asking if we know of any black-owned banks in the UK. They're blown up already. They say, quote, the short answer, of course we do. They're finished already. You see, it says black-owned banks. Now, a lot of people assume that a Nigerian bank is a black bank. But you see, that's where it goes back to what I was saying earlier about identity. Have they asked those people, those directors, if they're black? They might say, no, we're not black. We're Nigerian and we're members of the Yoruba tribe or whatever, and we do not accept black as an identity. So don't call us black. And this bank is not black. It's a Nigerian bank. How dare you assume that we're black?
Even that though, even if they're saying that, and they're saying they're actual black people, they just say that they're not black. They're still technically black people in it.
No,
they're just taking
yes, they are technically black people, but that is not a black bank. See, that's why I said you got to clarify identity. And what is a Nigerian?
Yeah, but even that, then,
are all
even that,
Nigerians black people? Are all Nigerians black people?
I don't know. Is there any white people born in Nigeria? If there's a white person or a different person born in Nigeria,
excuse me. There are chiefs. There are African chiefs who are white. There's loads of them. African chiefs who are white. So if how can you be a chief? How can you be chief and not African?
All right, but listen to this point, that I was going to make, was that, see that you was talking about the Yoruba Bank or whatever, So they wanted to call it the Yoruba Bank, PLC or whatever, And they just wanted to know it have it known as a Yoruba Bank, or whatever. If it's like that, then that sort of still isn't an issue, in it, because that's
what? Sorry, what did you say?
That's still not an issue. Because,
no, I disagree.
But wait, listen to why I'm saying it's not an issue, because the Yoruba, their name was given to them by the Yoruba, innit? Right?
Yeah.
So it's not, it's their actual identity. So that means they've got a bank in their own identity.
Yes, that's fine. So it's a Yoruba bank or whatever bank. It's not a black bank. Yoruba identity is a subdivision of black identity, but not all Yoruba people will see that way, because there's black Yoruba there's white Yoruba chiefs, African chiefs, I think. Just look up white. Yeah, just look up white African chiefs. Anybody can do some research on that.
But
So
white African chief. Wait, because let's slow it down a little bit.
yeah, go on.
The white African chief. Yeah, that's the whole continent, and we're just talking about the Yoruba for the example. Yeah, that's like one tribe in Nigeria. So if the Yoruba don't have or is not selling chiefdoms like to do business deals like sort of thing, anything like that. Yeah, all the Yoruba are black people, but they identify as Yoruba. Yeah, then why does that now become an issue for them having a Yoruba bank?
If Yoruba people, all Yoruba people, identify as black people, then Yoruba would be Yoruba people will be black people. But I've spoken to lots of Yoruba people, and they do not accept the identity as black of black. They accept Yoruba. Therefore, they can only function as Yoruba people. They're not functioning as black people. They can't function as black people.
I feel like just on that point, yeah, I just feel like you're moving the goalposts just on that one point where the Yoruba people, if they're all the people that are classified as Yoruba, they look like what a black person looks like or whatever, but they don't accept the label black. Yeah, but they're all black people and they've not got any sort of they've not got a Chinese Yoruba chief, they've not got an Indian Yoruba chief or whatever. Yeah, why is it an issue that they don't accept the label black and they want to have do you know what I'm saying that?
Yes, I understand perfectly what you're saying, but that's the point. If you don't choose to identify as black, you cannot function as black, even if you look black.
All right,
can't function.
If so they're choosing not to take the black label and they're not going to function as black, yeah. But they've been able to make a Bank of Yoruba, yeah. They've been able to make get all the evidence that they was looking for that's been committed against the Yorubas by the Arabs and by the British people, yeah, by the Portuguese, everyone, yeah. They've got all their details and everything, yeah, all their evidence, and they're able to mount a claim, yeah, which they're successful with. But they've got their Bank of Yoruba all in place or whatever, and they've got their Yoruba army. Like, what, ain't they cheated the system easier than you've been able to cheat the system?
Because that won't work.
Made up.
Yeah, no, it won't work.
Wait. Why won't it work? Why won't it work?
Yeah, because what will happen is the white supremacists will surround them and just crush them. They're not strong enough. Yoruba people are not strong enough to counter the power of white supremacy as a group by themselves. That is why they have to accept all groups have to accept blackness as an overall. They still keep their own identities, but they have to come under the black banner in order to mount a powerful enough campaign. Otherwise, they'll be surrounded and strangled.
Yeah, but it's that. But I was just making it a hypothetical situation in it. Obviously.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know any Yoruba people that don't classify themselves as black people. Do you know what I mean? I don't know any Yoruba people that don't classify themselves as black people. But I know that when any Yoruba people that I do speak to are proud to know that they're from whichever because obviously the Yoruba is a big thing in it. Like, it's not just a one blanket tribe in it. There's different subgroups of the Yoruba tribes in it. So you might be.
Yeah, I've been through that before. Yeah. So let me do this. Yoruba. Let's do this white.
So what's let me ask this question then. So what's the difference between Africans having a white chief or whatever in their land to Europeans having black CEOs of their banks or whatever? So if you're a black
Exactly.
CEO,
Exactly.
yeah,
Fantastic.
what's
It's the same.
what's different?
Good. It's exactly the same. Because I'll read the article. You're the one who gave me this article. I'll read that again. Look what they said. Look, they said here, several members of the shop black community in London and surrounding areas have reached out to us asking if we know of any black-owned banks in the UK. The short answer, of course we do. However, they said, quote, however, we strongly advise doing your own research also in order to make the best decision with your hard-earned money. If you are interested in moving to a black-owned bank, and we assume you are, we also recommend that taking a hard look at the leadership of the management teams of the banks you are considering. As with any other type of business, a black CEO does not necessarily mean a black owned and controlled bank. See,
Yeah,
that's actually in the title. So
that
answers the
point,
question. That answers the question you just made.
Who's that point? IC3, yeah. So
Sorry?
you remember put just on that point, just pause on that one point, yeah.
Yeah.
The black CEO doesn't necessarily mean that he's got control of the bank, yeah. So
Okay.
It's not necessarily up to him. So the white tribe leader,
yes.
Why he doesn't necessarily have control of anything that goes on, changing rules or whatever in the tribe?
Correct.
Why? So that's what I was trying to say. That. So what?
Hold it. Good. I'm going to answer. So you've brought a beautiful point, and you've made a very good point. So it's not necessarily. So in other words, that is that word necessarily. Necessarily. That's where the risk is. That's the danger. So it's the same thing as saying, see, that necessarily, that word, necessarily. It's just like saying, that person's black, but they might not necessarily, that person may look black, but they might not necessarily have black values. That person over there may look black to you, but if you ask them, are you a black person? They might not necessarily say that they are. See, that word necessarily, that's the danger. That is enough to crash. That is what's been crashing all the black banks' attempts at setting up a black bank all the time.
What black bank do you know that's been set up that is not being successful for what it's caused of being set up for?
Well, let me put this link in the chat so other people can see it.
You put it in the private, and then I'll post it in the thing because it won't come up if you post it.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I thought the point you was making, yeah, is why the Yoruba bank wouldn't be classed as a black bank because they might have had a white chief or whatever.
There you go.
If they're not classing themselves as
if they're not black, they don't class themselves as black, and if they're not a black, they can't function as black. Simple as that. Have to be black first, and then Yoruba, or black first, then Ghanaian, or black first, and then Somali. Not Muslim first, black first. If you want to be black first and then Muslim, fine. You can be, a kind of black Muslim, but black first. If it's Muslim first, then black, no, won't work.
Yeah, but all right, and what about then this then? What if they're a black tribe, yeah, and they say, yeah, they're black, but we want to identify as Yoruba?
What if they're a black tribe?
Mm-hmm.
No. The Yoruba is Yoruba, and then they may decide to accept black as a political identity in order to function within as a division of the Black Reparations Bank. So they can choose to opt in to blackness and share in the benefits of the Black Reparations Bank, or they can just choose to opt out, or to stay out and just do what they're doing as Yorubas, what Yorubas have been doing for quite a while already. And it's nothing new. Yorubas are doing what Yorubas do.
It's the British Empire, the Portuguese, the Spanish, the Dutch, the Germans, the French, the Belgians. They all done their thing separately first of all, and then came together after they started clashing with each other while they was trying to do their own thing. It worked. So why does every black person in the world have to come all together to go to each one of the single white empires to tell them or to make our claims? Like, why does it have to be every single black person has to come underneath the black bank, the thing of the
because the black
bank?
The black bank is centralizes and focuses the power, the collective power, and it will be representatives from the bank that will be negotiating on their behalf.
But each of those countries have their own financial systems, have their own offshore banking systems, have their own tax systems, have their. Do you know what I'm saying? That so
yeah, but they're not black systems. It has to be black to get the power.
Yeah, but wait, they're their own. They've got their own separate rules, their own separate regulations, and then they've agreed with each other what regulations they're gonna share, and figure bobs. So like, but it still, as Britain as its own place, has got its own British stuff that it does as Britain. France as its own place has got its own French stuff that it does as France. It's not all. It's not everything that France does is not for the benefit of Britain.
All the losses that it takes is not a loss for Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. Like, why does it have to be? Why does it have to be every black person has to come underneath the one label of black for the power to be for there to even be power?
Right, because they're challenging white supremacy. Because whiteness is an invisible currency. Whiteness is where the power is. That's where the power and the value is in whiteness. Britishness is whiteness. That's official. All British people are white. That's official. French, Europeanness is considered to be in line with whiteness. It's whiteness. Belgium, all these places that you mentioned, Germany, it's whiteness. So blackness it's only blackness can put whiteness in check, not Yorubaness. So you see the face of whiteness may come as France, it may come as Germany, it may come as Britain. Different representatives of the bank of whiteness. There is no literal bank of whiteness, but because they don't need to say that, they don't need to label a bank like that. but basically they're all representatives of that that value system.
Yeah, but again, if you recognize that the different European nations plus America, Australia, and all them other nations, yeah, although they're all white or whatever, yeah, and they all have a shared whiteness, yeah, they still have their own single
Yeah,
systems as well.
they're departments. Yeah, they're just departments of the same entity. They're departments of that entity. So just like Yoruba could be a department of the Black Bank, or Ghana could be a department of the Black Bank. Nigeria, department of the Black Bank. North America, department of the Black Bank.
Yeah,
Caribbean department. Sorry.
What with with the different departments then, yeah, of the Black Banks then, yeah, and then we've been able to show 6 different banks here from other countries, yeah. What reason or what sway, what benefits would it be, or would you be able to give the actual investors or owners of these banks a reason? Like, why would they want to come under a division of the reparations bank when
Good.
they're already doing their, like, what? Because they're already doing their own thing. They're getting,
Yes.
they've already made further steps than we've made.
Apparently, the answer is for leverage. Leverage. That's why is it God of Jacob was raised that question earlier on about leverage and power. Blackness has more leverage than Nigerianness.
Well, where does that blackness have like more leverage than being Nigerian?
Or Ghanaian, or any of that, because they're just an individual nation. But blackness combines all the powers of black people of the African continent and of the diaspora. So that's more leverage. That's more power.
If we go, all right, if we look at the black community in the UK, yeah, we would say that out of the different communities, yeah, then which in your opinion, which of the different communities that are all they're all under the same group as black people, but they've got the different subsections as Nigerian, Ghanaian, Jamaican, Trinidadian, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's even the Somali community,
Yeah.
the Ethiopian community,
Yeah.
Then there's Zimbabwean community in the UK, yeah. So out of these different communities, yeah, which one of these do you feel like is further forward in being able to become that self-sufficient reparations bank that would actually be able to even mount that sort of a claim, even get close to any of that information or whatever?
None of them. None of them. None of them. None of them.
So even though they're out of that list, yeah, we read out 5 banks that were Nigerian, 1 that was Ghanaian.
Yeah, let me go through the list, and then we come back onto it.
All right, listen, yeah, I need to go and quickly do this job. Yeah, I've got a leaking boiler I need to fix. Yeah,
yeah.
And then
So I'm going through the list. Yeah. Right. We're down to number 4. We haven't reached 6 yet. Right. So number 4 is UBA capital Europe Limited. UBA Capital Europe Limited. So apparently this is a black bank. So let's have a look. UBA Capital Europe Limited is a wholesale investment bank and the London banking subsidiary of UBA PLC. It is also the first sub-Saharan bank to expand into North America. When it opened its New York office in 1984 to offer banking services to Africans in diaspora. Africans in diaspora. The chairman is Tony O. Ulemelu. It's a subsidiary of UBA PLC. Right. Who are UBA? UBA PLC. UBA PLC.
But IC3, if these men have got they've made they've got a international banking, yeah. Just pause it while you're searching that. Yeah, I'm gonna make this statement. Yeah, while you're finding that, yeah, what's to read that? Yeah, because these men have got a bank here, which they started in Nigeria, yeah, which now has branches in the UK and branches in America as well. Yeah, they're having the meetings that we was talking about, reviewing the film on and all that sort of stuff yesterday, and all those sort of things. Like they've got the building and the foundations in place of the stuff that we're talking about. But I don't see how you can say that they're not in a bit more of a further forward step than anyone else at this position.
Right, I know you can't see. My reasoning, of course, and I think that most people agree with you. Yeah, most people agree with you because they always go with what they can see, but they don't understand currency.
Make us understand it. Make us understand. You know why?
Of course, that's what I'm doing.
Make us understand it. Yeah. Yeah. You got to try to make us understand it. Yeah, so we can see what you can see.
And you will see. Don't worry, you will see. So first of all, I'm going step by step. So
but listen, I'm going to be listening. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to be listening. Yeah. You got a lot of homework now, right? You got at least a little hours worth of homework to go through before I have to jump back on. Yeah. And
yeah, that's right. That's right. So it's good.
So I'll rejoin the conversation. Yeah, I threw like a big folder on your desk. Yeah, sort that out. Yeah. We need to know what's going on with this. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we're going to go through that folder first. Yes, and then yeah. So okay. So So I'm looking into UBA Capital.
I'll bid you a good day, and I'll be back after this boiler repair.
All right then. Nice one. Nice one.
Thanks.
So UBA Capital Europe Limited. UBA Capital Europe Limited. UBA Capital Limited. UBA Capital Europe Limited is an wholesale investment bank and the London banking subsidiary of UBA PLC. UBA Bank of Africa. We operate in 20 African countries in the UK and the USA. We have presence in Paris and France. Right. Enjoy banking with us as we are spread across continents. Right. So let's see if we can find out about the UBA group. Right. I'd like to know the history of the bank. UBA, United Bank of Africa. About UBA, the United Bank of Africa, UBA PLC, is a leading pan-African financial service institution with a global footprint. We have a clear purpose to be a role model for African businesses by creating superior value for all stakeholders. Okay, stakeholders. 70 years of uninterrupted banking operations. For more than 7 decades, we have provided superior financial services to small businesses, corporations, governments, institutions, individuals globally. We are present in the United Kingdom and USA and France. Africa's Global Bank. Right. I'm trying to find out. There's lots of information here, but I'm trying to sift through the information and trying to find out the roots of this bank. UBA, United Bank of Africa. Our mission: to be a role model for African businesses by creating superior value for all our stakeholders, abiding by the utmost professional and ethical standards, and by building an enduring institution. Our vision: to be the undisputed leading dominant financial services institution in Africa. Okay, nice vision, interesting mission. A statement from the group managing director, CEO. Okay, rather than read the statement, I'm just trying to find out how this bank was started and who the shareholders are. Leadership. Let's have a look. Leadership, right. So I'm going to click the leadership tab. I can't, I'm just scrolling down a bit further. Oh, history, let's see. History. The UBA has 70 years of providing uninterrupted banking operations dating back to 1949. When the British and the French Bank Limited, BFB, commenced business in Nigeria. Let me start again. The history, right? Reading the history of the United Bank of Africa, right? History. United Bank of Africa has 70 years of providing uninterrupted banking operations dating back to 1949, when the British and French Bank Limited, which is BFB, commenced business in Nigeria. BFB, that's the British and French Bank, was a subsidiary of Banque Nationale de Crédit, BNCI, in Paris, which transformed its London branch into a separate subsidiary called the British and French Bank, with shares held by Banque Nationale de Crédit and two British investment firms, S.G. Warburg and Company and Robert Benson and Company. Let me read that again. Get my head around this. So the United Bank of Africa, UBA, was started has 70 years of providing uninterrupted banking operations dating back to 1949, 1949, when the British and French Bank Limited, BFB, commenced business in Nigeria. Commenced business in Nigeria. Okay, so the British and French Bank Limited started business in Nigeria in around about 1949. BFB was a subsidiary of Banque Nationale de Crédit, sounds like a French bank, which it transformed its London branch into a separate subsidiary called the British and French Bank, with shares held by Banque Nationale de Crédit. So the French had shares in the bank, and 2 British investment firms, which are S.G. Warburg and Company and Robert Benson and Company. And then it's got a button here, read more. So I'd like to read a bit more. Right. Okay. So 1948. So I'm on the page now where we're looking into the history of the United Bank of Africa. It says, learn about our origins, foundations, and beginnings. Wow, now this is the page. Learn about our origins, foundations, and beginnings. 1948 founding. In 1948, the British and French Bank Limited, BFB, commenced business in Nigeria. BFB was a subsidiary of the Banque Nationale de Crédit, BNCI Paris, which transformed its London branch into a separate subsidiary called the British and French Bank, and shares held by Banque Nationale de Crédit and 2 British investment firms, S.G. Warburg and Company and Robert Benson and Company. That's 1948. Then in 1961, it was incorporated. So incorporation, it says. Following Nigerians' independence from Britain, UBA, that's the United Bank of Africa, was incorporated on the 23rd of February 1961 to take over the business of BFB, which is the British and French Bank Limited. UBA, which is the United Bank of Africa, eventually listed its shares on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Okay. The Nigerian, let me write that down. Nigerian Stock Exchange. Okay, I'd like to know a bit more about the Nigerian Stock Exchange and who controls that. Right, then you go to 1970. It says here, 1970, IPO. UBA, that's United Bank of Africa, eventually listed its shares on the Nigerian Stock Exchange in 1970 and became the first Nigerian bank to subsequently undertake an initial public offering. Okay. The first Nigerian bank, 1970, it became the first Nigerian bank to subsequently undertake an initial public offering. 1970, okay. 1990 to 2006. Mergers. Today, United Bank of Africa emerged from the merger of the dynamic and fast-growing Standard Trust Bank Incorporated in 1990 and United Bank of Africa, one of the biggest and oldest banks in Nigeria. The merger was consummated on August the 1st, 2005, and one of the biggest mergers done on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the NSC. Following that merger, UBA, that's United Bank of Africa, went ahead to acquire Continental Trust Bank in the same year, further expanding the United Bank of Africa brand. So United Bank of Africa also subsequently acquired Trade Bank in 2006, which was under liquidation by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Right. So who's Standard Trust Bank? Who is the Standard Trust Bank? Standard Trust Bank. Standard Trust Bank. Who's the Standard Trust Bank? Standard Trust Bank, Nigeria. Standard Trust Bank. Right, let's check what Bloomberg.com has to say. Standard Trust Bank PLC. Oh, God, what's all this stuff? Let's see. Standard Trust Bank. Right, let's see what Wikipedia has to say about United Bank of Africa, because it mentions the Standard Trust Bank. So the reason I've left this United Bank of Africa website is because it's talking about the Standard Trust Bank. It mentions the Standard Trust Bank, but it doesn't give any details. So I'm looking elsewhere to find out about the United Trust Bank before I go back to the United Bank of Africa website. So I'm here on Wikipedia. I'm looking for Standard Trust Bank. Well, this is interesting. Offshore subsidiaries. So the United Bank of Africa, New York, is regulated by the Office of the Controller of the Currency, is a member of the United States Federal Reserve System. Its balance sheet is in excess of US dollars 1 billion. So it's so this bank, the United Bank of Africa, is the United States, United Kingdom, France, Africa. Right, but who is it? Merged with this Standard Trust Bank. I can't find out who these people were. Standard. Let me double check. Standard Trust Bank. So who are this? Who is the Standard Trust Bank? Standard Trust Bank. Ah. So it says history. United Bank for Africa has been operating in Africa since 1949, referred to then as the British and French Bank Limited, BFB. It took over the assets and liabilities. Ooh, wait. Wait, start again. So the United Bank for Africa has been operating in Africa since 1949, referred to then as the British and French Bank Limited, the BFB. It took over the assets and liabilities of the British and French Bank and was incorporated as a limited liability company on the 23rd of February 1961 under the Compliance Ordinance Cap 37 1922. What does it mean, the Compliance Ordinance? See, it was taken over under the Compliance Ordinance Cap of 1922. It's under that, but I don't know what the Compliance Ordinance Cap is. But whatever it is, the United Bank for Africa is under it, not over it, not with it, not by it, under it. So I don't know what it means, but I know it's under it. In 2005, quote, in 2005, it completed one of the biggest mergers in the history of Nigeria's capital markets with the business combination with Standard Trust Bank, STB PLC. From then, it continued to expand to Ghana, Benin Republic, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Chad, Cameroon, Kenya, Gabon, Tanzania, Zambia, Uganda, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Mozambique, Senegal, Congo, Democratic Republic, Congo, Brazzaville, and Mali, followed by its pioneer initial public offer in the Nigerian banking industry in 1970. The United Bank for Africa got listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, where it is publicly traded under the symbol UBA, and it is the first Nigerian headquartered bank to launch global depository receipts, which are unlisted. Right. So we still don't know who this Standard Trust Bank is. We don't know what it means to be under the Compliance Ordinance Cap 37 1922. So I suppose I'll have to look that up. Compliance Ordinance Cap 37 1932. What does it mean to be under that? Let's see. Under Cap Ordinance 37 1922. Cap 37 Limited Partnerships Ordinance. Cap 37, right, let's click this. So this website is e-legislation government Hong Kong. Is it Hong Kong? Government HK. What's that? So partnerships. So Cap 37 Limited Partnerships Ordinance. So it's under this. So what I don't know what Cap 37 Limited Partnerships Ordinance is, but the United Bank for Africa is under it. So let's find out what this is. Let's click on it. Jesus. It's all Chinese stuff here. Bilingual code. I don't know. What is this? To establish limited partnerships. Short title. This ordinance may be cited as the Limited Partnerships Ordinance. Interpretation. In this ordinance, unless the context otherwise requires, firm, it's got Chinese writing, firm name Chinese writing, business Chinese writing, have same meanings as the partnership ordinance. General partner means as any partner who is not limited, who is not a limited partner defined by this ordinance. Register of companies means the officer appointed for the registration of companies. But why have they got this Chinese writing? It's making me feel that it's under the Hong Kong. Oh, whoa. Application. This ordinance shall apply to partnerships carrying on business in Hong Kong. I had a feeling it's something to do with the Hong Kong Shanghai Bank. So, but it might not be the Hong Kong Shanghai Bank, but it's something to do with Hong Kong. It says here, the ordinance shall apply to partnerships carrying on business in Hong Kong. So I don't know what's going on here, but I hope some specialists come in here and say what's going on. Put me straight, because I don't understand what's going on, and it just looks, all I'm seeing is a load of Chinese writing mixed with English writing, and I'm told that the United Bank for Africa is under this. It's under this Hong Kong thing. So I'll leave it there because I'm exhausted in terms of my knowledge. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just looking at this stuff, and all I can see is lots of Chinese stuff. I don't know what Chinese stuff has got to do with Africa. I don't know. Somebody will have to come and explain, put me straight on that. So yes, so yeah, so British and French. The British are involved, the French are involved, and they had assets and liabilities. What is a liability actually? Assets, yes, but let's look into this liabilities. So this bank, the African bank, took on the liabilities. What does it mean when it says took on the liabilities? Liabilities. Right, so the state of being legally responsible for something. So this African bank is now legally responsible for whatever the French and the British were doing when they took over the bank from the British and the French partners. They took the assets, and they also took the liability. So they're liable for whatever the French and the British were up to before they took over. So I think I'll leave that there, and somebody who's more skilled in this can go a bit further. But it's all sounding very dodgy to me, but it might sound perfectly okay to you. So 2000 to 2008, British public offering and I'll put British there. Sorry, 2007 to 2008, British public offering and further acquisitions. United Bank of Africa had another successful combined public offering rights issue in 2007 and made further banking acquisitions to three liquidated banks, namely City Express Bank, Metropolitan Bank, and African Express Bank. The bank also acquired Afrin Invest UK, rebranding it UBA Capital UK. The quest to build a strong domestic and African brand intensified in 2008 when the UBA, or United Bank of Africa, made further acquisitions of two liquidated banks, Gulf Bank and Liberty Bank. Gulf Bank and Liberty Bank. 2008 to present, establishment of subsidiaries. UBA has been intensifying its African footprint with the establishment of UBA Cameroon, UBA Cote d'Ivoire, UBA Uganda, UBA Sierra Leone, UBA Liberia, as well as the acquisition of 51% interest in Banque Internationale de Burkina Faso, which was the largest bank in the country with 40% market share. Currently, UBA has 20 African subsidiaries. Well, that's as much as I can dig and find out at the moment. So the United Bank for Africa Limited. That is supposed to be a so-called black bank. Okay, let's do the next one. Zenith Bank UK Limited. Zenith Bank UK Limited. Zenith Bank UK Limited is a member of the Nigerian-based Zenith Bank Group. In March 2007, Zenith Bank was licensed by the Financial Services Authority, the FSA, of the United Kingdom to establish Zenith Bank UK Limited. Zenith Bank PLC also has subsidiaries and representative offices in West Africa, South Africa, and the People's Republic of China. Chairman and co-founder is Jim Ovia. Okay. So that's supposed to be a black bank as well. It says the Zenith Bank was licensed by the Financial Services Authority of the United Kingdom. So I wonder how race relations are in that organization. I wonder. Okay, let's do the last of the 6, which is Union Bank UK PLC. So this is supposed to be a black bank as well. Union Bank UK PLC is a subsidiary of the Union Bank of Nigeria PLC, one of the oldest banks in West Africa. They have been operating in London since 1983. Firstly, as the London branch of their parent bank, and since October 2004 as an independent incorporated UK bank. The chief executive officer is Emeka Imuwa. It's a subsidiary of the United Bank of Nigeria PLC. The United Bank of Nigeria. Right, so let's look up the United Bank of Nigeria PLC. Let's see what we can find out about them. United Bank of Nigeria. Did it say it was the oldest? Let me go back. One of the oldest banks, okay. So, the United Bank of Nigeria. Founded in 1917. Headquarters 336 Marina, Lagos Island. Right, let's just zoom to history. The bank's history can be traced to 1830. So let's read. The bank's history can be traced to 1836, when London bankers and British merchants obtained a royal charter from William IV to conduct banking business in the Caribbean. These group of investors then formed Colonial Bank. Following an act of Parliament empowering the bank to open more branches beyond the Caribbean. Colonial Bank began operations in Nigeria in 1917. Operations started with banking centers in Lagos, Jos, and Port Harcourt. Further centers were opened in financially important areas. And in 1918, the bank opened additional centers in Ebute Metta, Onitsha, Ibadan, Kano, and Zaria, and then added another branch of Burutu in 1921. During this time, Colonial's banking activities also covered other cities in British West Africa, including Accra and Freetown. And in 1920,
to you, National.
hello. Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
I felt like you're really interested in this banking stuff, and God of Jacob made a suggestion, and I think it was a good one. I think he said if you could create like a PowerPoint of like 10 slides and like really condense this and like simplify it so that people could stay engaged but actually learn about the banking system. You seem pretty knowledgeable of that, and I think I'm sure Veli would give you a platform to kind of make that presentation to us. But just listening to you do the research in the moment is not as entertaining.
Yeah,
Since this
of
is a
course. Yeah,
show.
that's right. It's going to be dry, this
Yeah,
stuff. That's
it
right.
was.
Banking is dry, man. But
Yeah.
that's
It
where the
was kind
power
of.
is. It's not
But
exciting.
so I jumped on. I was thinking of what kind of questions I could ask you. Um um and then Harbor Freight too. But then Why So Religious made a comment in the chat. Well, I mean, even if he was joking, it's it was still a good suggestion. Where's his comment? He made a comment, and he did mention the USA and Europe. So I said, well, let me ask you. He says this is a weird show considering that Black people in the USA and Europe are trying to force white people to kneel and apologize for whiteness. I'm curious to see what your thoughts on that is. Do you agree with him? Do you think that?
No, um, no, no.
No,
I'm not.
no.
I'm not interested in getting white people to kneel and apologize. The bank.
What do you? What do you? What do
If
you?
you go to a bank and start kneeling and
What is your
apologizing, they just
interest?
say get out the bank, get out of the bank. Banks, that kind of stuff, that kind of rhetoric. Is just not application. It's not in. It doesn't fit in the banking context.
So
These people.
what is your perspective pertaining to dealing or interacting with white people in Europe? Like, how should Black people be focusing on interacting with white people in Europe?
But right, that's a good question. How should Black people be focusing on how to interact with white people in Europe? Is that the question?
Yes, and if you choose to throw in the U.S., that's fine. But if you want to keep it local, that's also fine.
Okay. This is how Black people should be interacting with white people and other people throughout the world or even locally. They should be interacting through a bank, through a Black reparations bank. That's the most efficient way to communicate. Just to communicate under the disciplines set by a Black bank. So over the years, you have different Black groups who are trying to raise money from other Black people. Say, why don't you just give £1 a month, or why don't you do this, and why don't you do that? And then you've got other Black groups that are trying to interact with government agencies and say, we deserve this, we're taxpayers, give us our fair share as taxpayers. So we've got Haas saying, yes, Black people must do for self, just work and then pay your money to us, and £1 a month, and we can do something organized for Black people. And the other
And
group is saying,
what about personal
hold it, let me finish. I'm
interaction?
answering the question, and then the next question. Yeah, so because as I speak, other things are going to pop up in your mind, but I just want to deal with that first question. That's why I repeated it. And then secondly, you've got the other group of people trying to get stuff from the government. So there's Black people trying to pull stuff down from government institutions, and there's Black people trying to pull money up from the Black community who are, suffering already. Right. So when they're trying to pull money down from government and institutions and all the other organizations, you have lots of different Black groups all asking for the same resources. Yes, so they're not united. You have just lots of different Black groups asking for a little bit of the pie. They're all making what's the word, applications for grants and for money, but they're all separate. So one's asking for money for children, one's asking money for schools, one's asking money for health, one's asking money for dance, one's asking money for music.
You see something wrong with that?
Yes, it won't work. Some will go. It won't work. There's no power in that. And then you got that on the underside, they're beating down on their own Black people, asking them to contribute so much money a month or whatever out of the little that they have. So I'm saying, in answer to your question, the best way to communicate is through a bank. So all those little black organizations calling themselves all kinds of things, they're not all calling themselves black. You know, some are calling themselves African, some are calling themselves Nubian, some are calling themselves Somali, they all got different names, but different, which gives them different identities, and they're all asking individually,
But
or trying to
I think
communicate
like
individually. Well, no, listen carefully. I'm just going to finish off now.
I'm just
So
making a comment.
yeah. But whilst you're talking, you won't be listening to what I'm saying, and then you're going to miss part of what I'm saying.
So
Then I'll have to
can,
repeat it.
can we
Yeah.
try to make our responses a little bit shorter so it won't seem like, like
Yes.
it
Yeah.
could
I'm
be
doing my
really more of
best.
an exchange between us, like back and
Yes, I'm
forth?
I'm doing my best. We ask a question,
Okay.
but the question is not. It's quick to ask the question, but to answer it is longer and harder to try and make it clear. So interacting with the white community should be done through a black bank. That is the actual answer. And I'm trying to say to you why that's going to be more effective. Because I've got a feeling the next question will be why do that? Is that it pulls together and unites all these small groups into one, and then it should be representatives from the black bank who sit and negotiate for resources for these small groups. That's it.
I don't know, man. You're really skilled at this, like making answers so long that I'm like, what was my question? But
But
I
write
do
it down
know
before you ask.
I
I
really
got.
don't even remember what the question was. But
Shall I remind
my
you?
no. I have because
No, before
I'm
you go into the next question, I want the first question answered satisfactorily. If you don't remember what the question was, I'll remind you what the question was. And then maybe, would you like to be reminded of what the question was you
sure
asked?
sure. Oh my God.
Yeah, the question that you asked was how should black people interact basically with white people? What's the best
Okay.
way? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Right.
And
And then
and
do you understand
and
my answer?
I have a question. What I was missing from your answer was more so my question was more so on a personal level, right? So if you like, do you think that we should live among them, like physically, like in proximity? Do you think on a day-to-day basis we should go to school with them? We should work with them? Like I think I was kind of I mean I wasn't as clear. Let me put it that way. I wasn't as clear and explicit in some what I was asking. Especially with the current climate that we have now in the US, and we have the support globally, it does heighten that, is this a response of us like being so integrated? So I'm just curious to see what your thoughts on that is.
Right. So it's not a question. It's just a general thoughts based on what my thoughts based on what the things you just said. There's no specific question. You just like me to speak uh,
No,
about.
a question is what are your thoughts? You didn't hear that part?
Okay.
On what
So my thoughts
your thoughts
on.
about what like a response. Do you have a response to what I said? What are your
Yes.
thoughts on it? And I said, do you, that was a question. Do
Yep.
you think that it's good or that we should do? I did ask questions.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
see, you're
know.
questioning now. You see, if you ask, you see,
I don't know
this,
what you
I'm getting
heard.
lost. I'm getting lost. You see, same way that seem to be speaking too long, and then you start to forget your question. When you ask the question to me, the question is so long that I'm having
I gave
difficulty.
examples or just directions. So because when I was vague and said, what do you think, how do you think we should conduct ourselves with white people, that was very vague and you went to banking. So I'm
Yes,
saying so then I was more specific, and I so specific, like I gave examples of areas that I'm curious as to what your opinion is. So I gave an examples like, do you think we should live in close proximity to them? Do you think that our children should go to school? I gave examples, and I want to know what your stance is on those examples. That's a question.
My stance is it depends.
What depends?
Because you're talking about the proximity. Proximity is basically how near black people are to white people. So should they be 2 feet away? Should they be 20 meters away? Should they be 100 miles away? So what is the best proximity to white people for black people? Yes. So the word is proximity, and so then it becomes a matter of depends on what the situation is. If you're going to sit down with white people to discuss come to a deal on something, the proximity might be closer, where you have to meet and sit around a table. If you just want, you don't want to see any. If you decide you don't want to see white people, and you don't want your children to see them, then you might decide to live in a gated community and find some ways of getting your supplies to that gated community. So that you can avoid proximity to white people as best as you can, to be delivered by black delivery companies or something. So so that's why I said it depends, because it's a question about proximity that you're asking. How near should black people be to white people in schools, or how near should black people be to white people in housing and whatever? So it's proximity is the word.
Yeah, when you mention like sitting down at the table to have discussions about things, that's not necessarily being integrated into a person's community. So that's basically like having a meeting. Like, I mean, even there's certain black people that I go to work with or see in school, but we didn't live in the same community. So I was more so speaking about like your residence, like where you reside. Like, so should we have established black communities, um more homogeneous, like very heavily dense? Like, should we make a more concerted effort to do that? Do you see good in the integration and mixing? I'm just trying to just understand like what your stance is. That's all.
Yes. So the issue there is proximity, integration, and segregation. So how segregated should the segregated be, and how integrated should the integrated be? And then how does that relate to proximity? So it's those three words there. And I'm saying it depends, and I'm saying that the best answer to those problems would be through a black bank, because the black bank would be a pool of the community's wisdom and power, and they would best be able to advise and invest and advise in projects that would increase or decrease integration or segregation as it is best for as the black community sees best. So the bank would answer those kind of questions, because the bank would be investing in schools, and they would work with community representatives to decide where would be the best place to build a school and how that school should be run, and so on. And then issues of proximity, integration, and segregation would be discussed with the bank.
Okay. So it sounds like for you, the bank becomes like a government and makes decisions for the community.
Is it? Are you asking a question, or you just
I said
making a statement?
I'm saying that's what it sounds like you're saying to me. like the bank is more like a government and makes a governing body and makes decisions for the community.
No, with the community. So the bank is like a source, is like a vessel that's holding power. It has the concentrated power of the community. Then the community directs the bank, because the bank is there to hold power. And then the community, talking to members of the community that are running the bank, together they will decide what is best.
Okay, so would there be a separate power, like a board or something that would make decisions or before going to the bank for the resources to execute the decisions? Because
Yes.
wouldn't that would be a separate entity, not an aspect of the bank. It would be a separate entity that would be the one brainstorming, coming up with plans, strategies.
Correct.
And then, okay.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. The chat is going crazy right now.
Well, that's good. I hope it's a good chat.
Someone says that you're making great points. Desert Rose says that you're making great points. Oh, someone says you've been talking for 75 hours with no break. Then there's a disagreement between Why So Religious and Malik. And Veli wants him to jump on and talk about how bad white people are having it, because they are not able to be proud to be white, because they have to bow down to all the blacks. Because
I'm not interested in that bit. Maybe you might want to talk to somebody else about that.
Interested in what bit? I don't
about white people bowing down to about white people bowing down to black people. Yeah, I'm just not going there. I'm just dealing with the practical function. Yes. Oh, somebody. I think here's a good point. I think God of Jacob. He said, "This board, would you be on it?" I don't know if he's referring to me or not. And I think somebody raised that question the other day. You know, what's my individual or personal attachment to this? So I'd just like to repeat that the bank.
I didn't say that's what you and Veli was talking about. I said that's what you and Malik. Malik's name is Ola. That's Malik.
Okay. So what they're saying?
Calm down, Why So Religious. He said yes, you. God of Jacob said yeah. He's talking about you.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So yes. So for example, I'm trying to present this idea, but it doesn't guarantee that I'll be given a position in the reparations bank. You know, people might say, well, very nice the idea, but thank you very much for your contribution. We'll take it from here now. And I'm quite happy to accept that, because the institution itself is the priority for me. So I have to try and impress the black community enough to give me a position, maybe in the marketing department or in the archive research department. You know, I'll still be trying to get a job in the Black Reparations Bank. because the board will decide. The board will decide, you know, the way forward. Does that make sense? Does that answer that, address that point?
Mm-hmm. So I have a question. You seem very like passionate about the atrocities that Black people experience as a result of the transatlantic slave trade, and very focused on you know, what reparations would look like, and how Black people could advance themselves upon receiving reparations to kind of do a lot of repairing of the community. And for some reason, um it's like this underlying like thing that you align yourself with racist white supremacists. How is that true, or how or when you do that, is it like to gain intel, you know, just like you pretend to be down with them, or like I'm just very direct. So instead of me just hearing hearsay and pasa and you know running along with it and just calling you some white supremacist, you know, fake person, I'll just ask you like what's up with that?
Right. Good. The first thing to be understood,
Mhm.
there's a difference between white supremacists
Mhm.
and white nationalists. Two different things. So people just mix them all together, and then they just throw them at me, and they just get themselves confused. But I know exactly where I'm standing. So I'm a Black nationalist. So
Mhm.
therefore, I'm going to get on with white nationalists and Asian nationalists and other nationalists. I can talk to other nationalists.
Okay.
Yes? So I
When
don't
you
have a
talk,
problem with nationalists, but white supremacists is a different thing from a white nationalist.
so
Very
do you
different.
have any disagreements with white nationalists though? Like especially when they are blaming you for things going on in their country, like they're like literally blaming you. How do you deal with that part?
Right. Well, the issue of the difference between a white supremacist and a white nationalist, you know, see, white supremacists are doing the things, but you might not be able to tell the difference. You can't tell the difference between a white supremacist and a white nationalist.
Well, for you would agree that for some people those are like intertwined.
Exactly. That's
Okay,
right, and they are in a way. That's right.
right.
But
So like it that's why on the outside looking in, it looks like, well, if I met 10 white nationalists who also were white supremacists, and then you meet another one, number 11, it would make sense for you to at least, you know, assume that they may be a white supremacist. And I mean, if they're not, then you're surprised. And
no,
it's
you're
like, oh,
correct.
wow.
Yeah, you're correct. That's right, and I agree with Neely Fuller. So even that number 11, that they're all suspect. They're all suspect because they all come under whiteness, you know. So they're all suspect white supremacists. So each white nationalist, there may be white nationalists that are not white supremacists, but I can't tell who they are. So I can only suspect, to use what Neely Fuller, you know,
Mm-hmm. Suspect.
suspect them
Mm-hmm.
to be white supremacists, and then I just have to deal with them cautiously
So
because
how
I
do you,
can't
when you say
accuse them. I
get
can't accuse
on,
them. Sorry.
but when you say get on, so how do you get on with them? This is what I don't understand.
Get on. What is it? What would you think by get on?
I
What do you
mean,
mean?
get so I'm
Get on.
really so I'm I'm not in the UK, right? So
Hmm.
I'm learning that get on means that you like them. That's what I'm learning as y'all way of speaking, right? Like, yo,
Okay, I
yeah,
understand. I
he and I
understand.
get on. I like him.
Right, right,
So
right.
I'm
Okay,
just
good,
I'm just
good.
using what I learned how to use the word. I don't know if I'm incorrect.
Okay. Well, you have your understanding. So I don't really say I get on with. Um, I can work with um, people that have I work with white that have nationalist values, whether they're white or Asian, whatever, because I'm a black nationalist. So I'm black and they're white, so we're different. But
So
they're
you,
nationalists and I'm a
hmm
nationalist. So we can talk and
hmm
we can sit around the table and talk on nationalism and on the best, we can talk on that level. And then they may say, well, as white nationalists, we think we need this, and we're gonna we this is what we want. And then we can say, well, as black nationalists, well, we need this, and this is what we want. And then when they've made their state, when they've put their cards on the table as white nationalists, this is how what they want. And then the black nationalists put their cards on the table and say, well, this is what they're gonna get, and so on. Then when each side looks at the table, I mean, this stuff has gone before. You all know it already. You know what Marcus Garvey was doing. Didn't Marcus Garvey go to speak to the the white the white nationalists? I think there was lots of groups way before me, um, of black representatives going to speak to white people, and so for some reason, even Martin Luther King. Am I correct? See, so somebody must. I know there's specialists out there, so I don't want to say too much because start saying I'm talking rubbish. But I'm of the impression, so somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I am of the impression that there have been black nationalists before me have not thought it a waste of time to speak to white nationalists
and
because they perceive a common enemy. Am I wrong in saying that, or am I right?
I'm learning because
Yeah,
when you said you can work with them, that's what you said.
yeah.
I'm trying to understand what is it that you're working on. Um, yeah, I'm trying to understand. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, what would
Working
you
on
be
solving the
working?
problem, common problem. Working on solving the
So,
problem, common problem against nationalists.
so you and a white nationalist have a common
Yes,
enemy.
yes.
Who's
Ye-
that enemy?
Uh, the globalist banking oligarchy.
Okay, okay, that's their enemy as well.
Yes.
So they don't benefit from that system, that current system.
No. They were used and they were benefiting um, from it a lot more, obviously a lot more than what black people were. But let me illustrate it in this way. Um, that global banking oligarchy used the people that they decided to classify as white as mercenaries to subdue the darkies. And now that the mercenaries have done the job and the darkies are more or less subdued, new systems, the banking oligarchy is now introducing new systems.
Are
And
darkies different than black people?
when I say darkies, I mean that means black people, Asian, anybody who's non-white.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, darkies is a rough, word that covers all non-whites, mainly
Oh,
black
okay.
people. Yeah. So yeah, so that we know it's just not just about black people. Um, even though the focus here is black people. Yes, so they have a globalist viewpoint, and so just like the black people there seems to be talk about about police brutality, and then a lot of people are expending a lot of energy fighting the police. Yes, and some are dying and so on. So they're expending energy fighting the police. But the people who are the real problem are the people that are paying the police and giving the police direction. And you might not see them, but they're behind the scenes. So in the same way as black people are suffering the so-called police brutality, and then they're fighting the police, and there's a tension between the police and black people, the same model is scaled up on the world level, where they used the white people as the police of the world, as mercenaries to go around bringing in their order of the world that they want to see. Just like, and on a smaller scale, just like they might use the police to bring in a local to manage a local situation, how they want it managed. And so there'll be tension between the police and the people, just like there'll be tension between people classified as white and the darkies.
So you feel like, so you guys spend time talking about how the system is oppressing them, and then you talk about how the system is oppressing you.
That's right. So once you have a common ground as nationalists, a lot of information that I have learned and I've found out has come from the nationalists, because they're fighting their angle, and then they know certain things that I would never have found out just because I'm not white. And if you talk to them correctly, right, then you find out about a lot of things that about how the black community is being impacted. So once you get past the emotional stuff and you start talking serious and detailed, you can learn a lot from other people about the whole system and how the world is working, because the different people have different perspectives on the same situations. So if it always starts off emotional, but if you got to stay with it and then get past the emotion, and then you start getting to the real information. It's like, I remember I was demonstrating. I was doing a display in Wood Green, it's a part of London, and I had all these codes, just like you can see on the logo, all these codes. I had them displayed out I made a big kind of matte display that could lay on the ground. I just blew it up really big with all the details, and then listened to people, let people see it. Let people see it and come and ask me, "What's this? What are these codes? What's those?" And then start discussions that way. I did the same thing in Speaker's Corner. So basically, just laid out the information, and then encourage people to give their views, what they thought about black people, Asian people, what they thought about the system, what was their understanding of the system. And so it generated lots of interesting discussion. So that's why I did it. But I remember, well, I just want to I'm just giving you that to show you an experience that I think you might find interesting. One of my experiences. So why I did that, I was there in Wood Green, and then this white guy, older white guy, he looked at my stuff, and then he looked at me and he said, "Ah, nigger," and then he walked off. And so I didn't react, because I'm in the public space, and some people come to like my stuff, some people don't like it. So I just assume, okay, if you don't like me and he doesn't like what I'm trying to discuss here. So he just shouted out, he didn't shout, it's a nigger, and just walked off. And I thought, oh, well, that's, so back on with the daily issues. And then about an hour later, the same guy comes past and goes, "Ah, you nigger!" again. And they walked away. Okay, well, that's just the way it goes. But I'm not going to get emotional charged or whatever. I'm focused on what I'm doing. And then a bit later on, the guy still comes back. You nigger! What's wrong with this guy, man? About a third time. I thought, well, this guy's obviously got issues. But about the fourth time he came back, and because I didn't react, he started telling me some information. I couldn't believe it. I would never. He started giving me some because so what he was trying to do, for the impression I got, and the way I experienced it, and it's happened more than once, is that they just want to see if I'm going to get triggered. This testing, they're trying to test your character to see if they can trigger you, before, and it's like a test, and just try and get the measure of you. It can be negative. People try and get the measure of you, or they can be positive. But it's just people. It's like Neely Fuller. You just got to just do what you're doing, and once they see that you can't be triggered, then they realize, wait a minute, you this person must be on something else. Then they start, then you get the next phase. They start asking. They kind of see you and whatever you're doing differently, because you're not responding as most people. You're not being triggered. You're not being triggered.
What type of information did he give you? Was it something to help the Black community?
Well, that's the reason why I'm here talking about black banking, because it's as a result of some of the information I've got from him and lots of other people who had the similar approach through the years, that you start to build up a view of what's going on, what's really going on, and then you start to formulate strategies based on information you're getting from different sources, from the Black community, having discussions about banking. That's why I keep pushing banking, because after all these years and going to all these meetings and going to all these conferences and all these stuff, and hearing the same thing, I just thought, no, there's got to be another way. And you just keep going over the same information and re-examining it until you start to boil things down to their core elements, to the core essence of the power of power. And I said, and that relates to the points you made earlier.
Got called a racist ethno-nationalist who wants segregation. Oh, sorry. I said I just got called a racist ethno-nationalist who wants segregation.
There you go. So how are you going to respond to that then? What's the answer?
I just laughed. I said I just laughed.
Okay, so that's it. So that's the emotional phase, and then but then after that emotional phase, now what is your view on that?
I mean, that's a person's opinion. They don't have any evidence of it, so it's really no reason for me to to go
So
into that.
okay, so you don't believe in segregation then, and you're not an ethno nationalist.
No, I do believe in segregation, but I don't think I'm an ethno nationalist.
Okay, and do you believe? So you're
I mean,
against integration?
I only believe in segregation because I grew up very segregated. So it's just the only like reality that kind of makes sense for me, you know? Like
Right.
I grew up in a integrated, segregated environment, you know, so I had access to communities that were also very homogeneous. You know, if I got
Oh,
on a
right.
bus,
Okay. So,
if I
so
got
what
on
do
a
you mean?
bus and was on a bus for 15, 20 minutes, I could be in an entirely like Oriental or Asian community. If I got on a bus and I drove and I was on a bus for another 30 minutes, I can be in an Italian community, or I can
Right.
go into a Hasidic Jewish community. And
Yeah.
I happen to grow up in a Black community. So, and I mean, when how many years later when I go back, yeah, I mean, there are some few sprinkle of white people that now live in the Black community. Um, at one point, I had an apartment in the Jewish community, but I couldn't even have a town meeting of 5 or 10 Black people on my street. Like it was very evident that I was living in their community. You know,
Hold it.
on
Hold it. Hold it. Hold it.
Saturday,
Hold it. Hold it.
all
Hold
the
it.
stores were closed.
Yeah, you
You
hold it. I
know,
don't understand. I just want a clarification on what you're saying.
Mhm.
So you from what from what you're saying, you it sounds to me as if you're living amongst black people, but living in Jewish properties. Is that correct?
No, no. Oh well, I was living in because I lived in an apartment building. Yes, so
Okay, hold that point there.
an
Hold
apartment
that point there.
building.
Okay, hold that point there.
But
Let's
no,
think
no.
about
Let
that.
me
Think about
hold
that.
on,
Go on then.
hold
Go
on,
on then.
because like that's just my one street that I lived
Yes,
on, right? But
yes.
when I'm saying my community have loads of Black homeowners, people who were nurses and engineers from from foreign, because my community was also probably 80% foreign born um Black people and about 20% Black Americans, right? In my particular neighborhood. And people, you know, live with extended family members. They rented out their basements, they rented out rooms. I mean, making it happen financially for themselves. A lot of Black people own brownstones in Brooklyn, New York. It's not always a Jewish person owning those properties. I'm not saying that. I would say the larger apartment buildings, yes. That I wouldn't deny that those are owned um primarily by Jewish people. There's
Okay,
remnants that they actually lived in the buildings before they rented it out because they
okay,
left some of their religious regalia on the exterior, like the door frames. So it's evidence that they actually lived there before, you know, at one point in time before it became a Black neighborhood.
okay, okay. So, in your opinion, would if there's a neighborhood where black people are living in Jewish living and doing business in Jewish um, owned properties, even though the Jewish people might not live there, are those black people integrated with the Jewish people or segregated from the Jewish people, in your opinion?
Integrated, and I would say that they are segregated from them. I mean, we don't I didn't have any Jewish neighbors. I didn't have any when Jewish going to school with me, or at the doctor's office, at the dentist, at the eyeglasses place, at the discount store, the pharmacy, anything in the community. Um, so it's like when I moved to Maryland and I got an apartment, I don't know the ethnicity of the person who owned the apartment complex, right? I just got an apartment.
Okay, so so in theory, if the black community are living and doing business in Jewish-controlled and owned buildings, and even if they don't see a Jewish person often, but the property that they're working and living in is owned by Jews, as far as you're concerned, they're segregated. Is that correct? The black community are segregated. Are they? Is that correct?
All of the communities are segregated. That's my bigger statement. So it's not just the black community. It's not like the black people are saying, "Hey, we're not living with you guys." I'm saying that like they don't have a Chinatown in London.
No.
Like,
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there.
I'm just saying that so in Chinatown, those buildings are probably owned by Jewish people as well. So it's not just the black people, paying rent to Jewish people. In New York, it is known that Jewish people own most of the real estate. So that means if you're Irish, you're probably paying your rent to a Jewish person. That means if you're German, you're probably paying your rent to a Jewish person. So you're asking me the same question in multiple different ways, expecting a different answer. I've already answered that black people are paying their rent to Jewish people. However, the community, they're not integrated in any other way. Is that a more explicit answer? So
they're
that we
not
can
integrated. Hold it. They're not integrated in any
because you're insinuating
way.
that they are integrated. I already said that they weren't. I said that, and then you asked me the same question again.
Right.
So I'm receiving that.
I'm trying to get confirmation that I understand it. Right. So I am saying, tell me if I'm correct or not. I am saying that from what I understand you to be saying is that you believe that if black people are living in an area that is owned by Jewish people, they are segregated.
I answered that already. Stop getting clarity on the clarification.
Am I correct in saying yes or no? Are they segregated?
You're getting clarification on the clarification of the clarity on the clarification.
Right. So I'm saying yes. So okay.
So move on.
Right. Okay. So you're right. So you're saying black people are segregated, even though. So let's move it on into.
You disagree?
Banking.
Do you disagree?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah. There we go.
No, but I wanted it clear because when I disagree, I like to make things clear. Since I'm setting myself up.
Yeah, but you like beat a dead horse sometimes, and I mean that's just
Well, if it's necessary, sometimes I have to do that because sometimes people can't give a yes or no answer. Just like myself, sometimes things you can't say yes or no.
But if you disagreed like 4 minutes ago, you could have just said, "Oh, really? Well, I disagree," and then we could just talk about why you disagree. It's not that hard.
No, I didn't. I got confused because I started talking about Chinatown, all these kind of things. I just want to stick to that point and then move on to another point.
Well,
see, any additional information, any additional information into the circuit, it just causes confusion, even though it may appear to be different. I know you didn't mean to. I know you didn't mean to, but that's just the way I communicate. So I suppose we're learning to communicate with each other. So when I'm talking about black issues, then I don't want to hear about the Chinese issue unless we're talking about, I'll get confused if you do that. You can do it if you want to, but it just means that I'll have to come back around again because I'll lose it. So moving on. When it comes to banking, I am saying that if a black community is banking with another community that might be hostile to the black community, yes, that kind of integration is destructive to the black community, because going into a bank that is not owned or controlled by people that are black and share black cultural values is a form of integration that is not healthy. So what do you think of that statement?
I feel like in order to completely respond to my position, I need to clarify a statement, clarify a term that I used, because I kept using the term community, right? And I don't know why I did that. I had actually stopped using the term community, because for me, a community is more along the lines of having that financial uh, grounding, right? Being able to like own all of the properties in your community, being able to have businesses, thriving businesses in your community, and so forth. And so what I was describing was actually neighborhoods, and I think a neighborhood is different than a community. So
Correct.
I grew up in a black neighborhood,
Right.
um, and I and me growing up in a black neighborhood, it's my reality was still very segregated, right? So when I was able to, just like there's in America, there are white people who have never physically seen a black person outside of television. There's still there's still areas, counties or districts or provinces or whatever, that they just do not, they're very segregated. They do not interact with a black person on a day-to-day basis. They learn about black people from the media. My first time like having a white teacher, I was like already a teenager, and it was very very different. It's like a white lady or a white man, it's like. And then when I got to high school, um it was very evident that you're like, we call it code switching. you know, you're going into their environment for 5 or 6 hours out of the day, and then you go back into Blackland, and they go back into
White
Little
land.
Ireland, or they go back into Little Russia, or whatever their background is.
Yeah. Good.
So it just
So,
feels it's not coming from a place of hatred, of wanting to segregate. Um, it's just coming from a place of comfort.
okay. So I think it's very good how you raised that that clarification. It's very
Hmm.
beautiful, very powerful. The difference between a neighborhood and a community, that is brilliant, actually. That is brilliant. That is something that people you see, because the mere fact that you could make that mistake, or if it really is a mistake, you see,
No,
that's
I
a good
misspoke. I
discussion.
misspoke.
It's a good discussion. Is there a difference between a neighborhood and a community?
Yes, and I want us to have strong communities. I want that is like, if I could, if just put like my purpose or my goal in like a sentence, like I want us to have strong communities, and that's a lot of work. There's so many, like, what did you call them? Departments? So many departments involved in establishing strong communities. So much work in breaking down some of these different divisions that we have, or maybe even utilizing the different divisions, but
Utilizing good, yes.
utilizing the divisions.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right. Effectively.
yeah,
That's
because
right. That's
like
right.
I don't mind
Like an
the
army.
Nation of Islam being as militant as they are, or the Hebrew Israelites. Like we need them. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like you could have your Howard Shah. I'm happy you got him. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, yeah.
I we that to me that's like so minor. You know, like
Hmm.
we could have the little Moorish side of town, and then the Nubian side of town, and but because I still look at all of them as my brothers and sisters. It don't matter.
Right, right, right. Okay. So, a lot of people, um, they get the concept of a community and neighborhood mixed up, and
Hmm.
I think, po- and as you said, you know, you on second thoughts you realize there's a massive difference between a neighborhood and a community. But when we were young and you're growing up, if you're living in a black neighborhood, then it you kind of feel like that's a community because that's what you see, but it's
Hmm.
not necessarily the case. Because the concept of a community is a far deeper thing. And I'm saying the difference between a neighborhood and a community is a bank, whether big or small, because the bank is what is the vessel, is the vessel that
And I
holds the
think,
power, that holds a community together.
oh my goodness, I think the fact that you speak on this bank as a alternative to the what is it called, like the nonprofit structure, right? People getting um what is it called?
Partner, the partner
Part
system.
No, not the partner. Is that what it would be an alternative to? I thought it would be an alternative to like people getting grants through like not what we call it here in the U.S. is getting becoming a nonprofit organization, getting a 501(c)(3) status um as a business, and then you're eligible to get tax exemptions on like almost anything, pretty much like
Yeah, yeah,
um.
I understand that. Yeah,
So
but
you're saying that the bank would
that's
be an
not a bank.
alternative to that, right? Is that what
Yes,
you're?
that's right. That's right.
Oh,
And that the
okay.
bank and the black bank is actually um, a development of the partner system. The partner system is a basic bank. It's a black bank. It's a community bank. As long as the partner system is circle is amongst black people or people that share the same culture, same identity. You understand? Same black identity. Then that is the core or the fundamentals of a bank, because it's the control, it's under the control and in the trust of that circle of friends or colleagues and so on.
Why
So
did
it doesn't
Goofy?
mean
Why did Goofy just say in the chat, her milkshake brings all the Tommy haters to the yard? Oh my goodness.
that's
So
an
so
interesting angle.
so there's
Yeah.
someone in the chat that has an issue with me me showing camaraderie with Hebrew Israelites, Nation of Islam, and the Moorish nation. Says that they were built on a lie, and that I am advocating for them to be our foundations. I was not advocating for them to be our foundations, but what I am advocating is that as the Black community, or as the Black collective, let's I'm trying to police my vocabulary here. As the Black collective, what unity would look like for us, I think it is unrealistic to God of Jacob's father was a Hebrew Israelite. He is not any relinquishing his belief system. The Bible is his foundation. So in order for me to unite with my brother, I have to respect that. And I'm not going to let that be an obstacle for us to do anything, to establish anything at all. And if the Orthodox Moor, he believes he has a Moorish lineage, that's his ancestry. The Quran is the book that he believes in. I'm not going to allow that to be an obstacle either. And if I get down with my African spirituality and they don't allow that to be a barrier, that's to me way better than me saying, if you don't have the right, whatever the right belief system is, then you can't be a part of anything, any kind of building. We're not going to get anywhere if
Correct. And we
we
haven't
we're
got
not going to get
anywhere.
anywhere if we
Yes.
keep on with that type of mentality that you have
Correct.
to have the right. Like, that's foolishness.
Yes. Correct. I agree with you. So that is why the Black Reparations Bank is black first, and then you have different departments covering different specialities. So we can work with the
Is there a
Moorish
goddess
science.
department? Is there a goddess department? I'm joking.
Well, you can set that up. You can set that up. you can set that up. Don't worry. That's that. Is there one? It's up to you. You make it. So they can be Moorish as long as they're black first. They can be the Hebrew Israelite as long as they're black first. They can be Nation of Islam as long as they're black first. They can be Muslim as long as they're black first. Race first. And I'm not the come on. Am I saying anything new that you guys have not heard of before? Race first. Race first results in a black reparations bank. And then you can have your Muslims,
Black
sisters,
Reparations Bank
different
is
fraternity, yeah, whatever you want, whatever that. They're just departments of the one bank.
But I'm confused on how you said it's to replace the partner, because from my understanding, like we called it a susu, but it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
My understanding of how a susu works is you contribute to it, and then you get a payout at a later date, right?
Yeah.
Is that how this bank works? Because I was
No.
thinking
It's the fact that it's self-regulated. It's regulated by the people who are in the susu. So just like the bank, Black Reparations Bank will be regulated by the people who are part of the community. So just like the partner system, the SUSA system, it's regulated. You don't go and register your partner with the bank or with the government, do you?
No.
Right. So in the same way, in a similar way, I should say. So the Black Reparations Bank will be similar, but it's similar, but it's only similar because it's feral. It means it's half wild and half domesticated. You know what feral means? Feral.
No, never heard of that word.
Yeah, you could look it up just now on your computer. Feral, Feral, is half like an animal that's half wild and half domesticated.
So Goofy 99, that's what I hope that he takes. I hope that he takes my well, not mine. Look at me trying to take credit. I hope he takes Gotta Jacob's suggestion, because just know, because that he would put together a presentation on this reparations bank, and so that way it won't be so many different questions. He wouldn't be taking questions from the panel and questions from the chat and kind of giving it to us in bits and pieces and just kind of lay it out. Because yeah, I think that all ideas of forward mobility should be presented and entertained at this point in order for forward advancement. I don't think,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So,
but
here's a
we
link.
got to know what the whole
I've written it down already,
SER.
actually, quite a few years ago. The basics is here, so I'll put the link in the private chat, and then you can distribute it from there.
Oh, you
It's
well,
already
I don't
written
have
down. Yes.
I don't
Yeah.
have
Can you
I'm
see
not a
it?
mod. I'm not a mod I'm not a mod on this.
All right. Yeah.
chat.
Well, Veli could put the
Yeah,
link out
Veli.
in the chat if he wants to. But there it is. It's https / blackjunction.com black banking. So it's is a place called blackjunction.com. So if you go to blackjunction.com and go to black banking, that's it. It's there. This is kind of a simpler version than what I'm saying, because the things I'm saying now are responses to the questions, and I've developed it a lot further on, because I have to do the work. When people ask me
got my
tough
phone
questions,
hot.
when people asking me questions, it's making my mind think, and then I have to move on to
Okay,
more
you said
sophisticated.
black.
Blackjunction.com blackjunction.com / black banking. Black banking.
Okay.
Black
I'm not gonna
banking.
try to do it while I'm on here because it might kick me out of StreamYard.
Yeah.
StreamYard is temperamental.
Yeah.
So that
if anybody wants to see the written concept, just go to blackjunction.com, and then it's black banking. Black banking at Black Junction. Because that's, that fits quite nicely, actually. A junction is a place where all the roads come together. Black Junction. Yeah, all the roads are coming together, where all the highways crosses, and that becomes a town.
I used to love to go to this place called the Junction in Brooklyn.
Right.
It's like they had like all the stores there, and like all the teenagers will be hanging out, and you get all your food and
to
the Junction spot.
That's right. So black banking at blackjunction.com. So Goofy99 asked, who pays into the bank? The first thing to get clear is not black people.
Okay.
And so who does pay into the bank? So let me write down what the answer is. It's not a black savings bank. The Black Bank for Reparations, or the Black Reparations Bank, is not a black savings bank. It is a bank designed and set up to process reparation claims for the black community. Solely, that's all what it does. That is its purpose. And the black community can decide what to do with the resources and the wealth as it starts coming in. And it's not trying to get a lump sum payment for reparations, because a lump sum payment for reparations is basically a gagging order. They can say, well, you see, we paid you so much trillion. We paid you black people so much trillion to settle this reparations issue. So now shut up and don't talk about slavery again to us, because we paid you your reparations. Don't come back begging for more. Yeah, so it's not one of those. It's not along those lines whatsoever. It's not, it's not begging. It's processing claims. So the first claim for the Black Reparations Bank, the first successful claim may be only $300. Fine. So don't get all emotional and say $300, $300 for all these years of slavery. Just relax. That's just the first claim. It's the first successful claim. So claims keep coming in. The next claim might be for 500,000 euros. The next claim might be for $3 million. The next claim might be for 500 million pounds. The next claim might be a successful claim for a stack of documents from the archives, from Barclays Bank archive. The next claim might be a successful.
What's up, Lady Divine?
Sorry?
No, I was just saying a piece to the sis, Lady Divine.
All right, okay.
Why you ain't jumping on, Lady Divine? We talking about Black neighborhoods. We got to at least establish some neighborhoods before we can get to the community.
No, I disagree. A Black functioning neighborhood. No, there's a Black neighborhood cannot function without a bank of some scale. It cannot be. It cannot function. All it will be is Black people huddled together, all suffering together, and all confused together.
So, what do you propose, like for day-to-day banking? Because obviously, the reparations bank is not the same. You said it's not like a savings and checking account and all that kind of stuff. So, what do you recommend people do with their money for day-to-day banking?
Oh, well, that's a different department. I'm just focused on the bank. There'll be community organizations, and the community organizations might choose to make a decision for the community or neighborhood as a result of a meeting with representatives of the bank. And they might decide what to do from day to day, the best immediate thing to do. Because the bank is the bank might not be a building. First of all, the bank is just is just people getting together with the intent of setting up that bank. That's where the bank starts. The bank starts in the mind, then it starts in the words, then it starts in things that are written, and then it moves on.
Okay, I got you. So basically, like a council.
That's right.
Then
then they might decide whether to buy themselves some new shoes, or buy the community shoes, or whether to buy a bank building.
Got you. Yeah, I mean, well, these banks, the councils or boards or whatever, adjectives of them, they need to like get popping, man. So they need to get popping. They need to like get established.
It started already. The mere fact that we're sitting here discussing online the concept, you see, that's the next stage, isn't it? It's got to be tested. The concept's got to be the idea's got to be tested, and it's tested, by being put out to the community. So that's why I'm saying it now, and then everybody hears some bits and pieces, and they shoot up and say, oh, "That's great." They can see the ideas. Others are saying, "Oh, that's stupid. That's an idea. That can't work." So they're saying it can't work because Black people are too stupid to do anything like that, or they're saying it can't work because the white people won't allow it. You won't be allowed. Won't be allowed. So they're waiting to be allowed to do stuff. No. You see, so there's positives and negatives. That's okay, but I like the battle because I know that they're going. It's going to win in the end. It's going to win in the end. But they got to disintegrate.
Yeah.
And the strong will survive. I'm going to be the last one standing. I won't say last man standing, because we're going to be the last one standing. Those who believe in the Black Reparations Bank, when those people have burnt themselves out rioting, run out of bricks, run out of voice, when the Black Bank Reparations Bank we will be the last ones standing, and then they'll be set that then they'll realize it's time.
Here's a question in the chat for you. It says they wonder if IC3 listens to Dr. Boyce Watkins. He's a Black economist and set up his own school for Black entrepreneurs and investors. He's a great asset to the African American community.
Yes, I'm familiar with him. Yes, and what he does. Not an expert in detail, but I know he's got like a panther in his logo, hasn't he? He's got a cat jumping, I think.
I don't even know what his logo.
Boyce.
I'm subscribed to his
Watkins. Yeah. I know. I know of him. And then there's
his YouTube channel.
I know. I know of him.
He puts out good content.
Yeah, so he's doing well, but he's not on this level. This Black Reparations Banks is on a different. There is no model. There's nothing else to compare with it. It's off key, completely off key of anything that's gone before. It's new. That's why it's going to succeed, because there's no model to take it down.
Well, see, the thing about it is, like, I support all of the reparations movements, right? Wherever the people are petitioning throughout the diaspora.
Yeah.
But I do like a lot of like self-imposed reparations, any sort of anything, that I could just utilize like my American citizenship for, that can help me later on. Like I definitely can't put all of my eggs into that reparations basket. Like it's
exactly. You don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to do anything. It's not. See, that's what's messing a lot of people's Black people's heads up. They can't understand of a Black bank that's not asking them for money. they just can't get their head around it. They're so used to being asked for the little bit of money that they have.
I mean, but did someone say that they were did someone get approved for reparations?
Sorry?
Did someone get approved for reparations to make you feel as if this is going to be manifested at some point in the near future?
Did somebody get a pool?
Did any of the, regions, any country or something like that, jurisdiction, were they
approve? Are you saying?
You don't you apply for it? They apply, or maybe
apply for what? Apply for what? Oh, have they tried to apply for
petition? I'm sorry, they petitioning. I said apply, petition. I used the wrong word. I just corrected myself.
Oh right. Oh right.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, they may have. I don't know. That people are doing all kinds of stuff.
That's the reason why I asked the question about day-to-day banking, because yes, while I think the direction has to be parallel, like simultaneously, while you're having discussions about this reparations bank, if you're feeling as if the people are somehow
doing something
detrimental by going to Citibank or Chase Manhattan Bank, or using Bank
No,
of
no, no.
America.
They got to survive in whatever way they can while this is building. So that's why it's a feral, FERAL. It's half in. It's got 1 foot in the system, and it's got 1 foot out. It's half wild and it's half domesticated. So
Okay.
because I could be the example of the wild one, perhaps, in that I've been they section me. I'm officially classified as delusional. Officially classified as insane. So I'm out there. People can laugh at me and say I'm mad, but yeah, I'm mad. So I'm the mad one. I'm the wild one. So, but I'm speaking now to the civilized. So I'm the insane side of the black community, and I'm now speaking to the sane. So but we're having a conversation, aren't we?
So
So it's a combination of the two at
so
this moment.
so God of Jacob says that Ados doesn't expect reparations anytime soon. He said that
We'll get it faster.
the
We'll get
fight
it faster.
it's a fight and galvanization of a people group. So
Correct. Yeah.
Lady Divine is Lady Divine is in the backstage, Belly.
Yes. So so God of Jacob's point's interesting, but this Black Reparations Bank, or Black Bank for Reparations, is going to be faster than all of them. All reparate. I'm making all these statements now, and I say, well, come on, let's see what you got. I'm saying that the Black Bank for Reparations, or the Black Reparations Bank, is going to be faster and set up before all those other reparations organizations achieve anything. I am saying that the Black Reparations Bank, the Black Bank for Reparations, is the fastest and forwards in reparations, and this concept is way ahead of anything that is out there at the moment.
By you saying that, aren't you saying that the black that that people are gonna get reparations? Don't you need to get reparations in order to have the bank, or no?
No, it doesn't work that way. You see, that's what people are trying to do. That's why they're screaming and fighting and jumping in and out of the court case, trying to get together to try and get some lump sum payment that should settle the case. No, it's not going to work that way. It works at the same time. The bank is the reparations bank gets stronger and stronger day by day. And then it still starts to get stronger and stronger as each claim comes in, and those claims might be coming in for the next 500 years, because some banks have been going for 500 years. So it comes in claim by claim, big claim, small claim. It doesn't matter. Comes in, and then the community and the bank will decide what is the best way to spend that claim. And the claims come into two divisions. Basically, there'll be tradable black racial assets. That's one side. So as the claim comes in, the material coming in will be split into claimable, tradable black reparations assets and untradable. The untradable racial assets are the ones that assets that will not be sold. They'll be used for education, for setting up schools, or for history or museums and stuff like that. They are not sold, cannot be sold. Those assets coming in, those black racial assets in that division cannot be sold on. But there'll be another division of tradable assets. So one claim might yield $2 million, 300 euro, one piece of gold, 6 diamonds, 8 documents. that could be the result of a particular claim, right? And maybe a piece of art. So that's what came in. That's just come into the bank, and it's being processed. It comes into the bank. It's being processed. The artwork might be selected to go into the untradable division. So in other words, we're going to keep that art. We're going to put it in a black museum, and we're going to use it for educational purposes. Whilst the diamonds or the gold or the euro and the dollars that came in as a successful result of a successful claim, that wealth may be used to buy and pay other people, maybe some white people, to bring in more evidence. Because a white person say, "I've heard about this black reparations bank, and I heard that you guys are paying well for evidence that leads to successful claims for reparations." And they might say, "Yeah, well, I've got something."
National brother, I'm here. Big up yourself. Much love.
Big up, yeah.
Black power, you're done now. Brother Ada, you there? I just want to make sure I can hear him.
Okay. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just gonna get something to eat. I'm starving. I'm gonna get some tea.
Don't go yet, because I got a quick question for you before you go.
And I'm dying to go to the toilet as well. I'll be back. I'm dying to go to the toilet and I'm starving. So I've been sat here. So I'll be back. Yeah.
Cool. Is this how Veli's treating his panel members? Veli, we're gonna see the backside next. Yeah, you're next.
Yeah. Okay. Catch you all a bit later. Huh?
And I just wanted to quickly, when you come back, I've got some questions for you, because after our talks over the last couple of days, it piques my interest in it, and once I get my fingers or my teeth stuck into something, I want to look into it.
That's right. You will dig down. Okay. Go on. Ask a quick question. I'll see if I can answer it, or I have to come back. Go on. Ask the question.
What it was, I was looking into obviously reparations and how certain things are paid in the government and how they work things out.
Yeah.
And it brought me over to the Aborigines, and I went to start looking at Australia. And I found that they actually won a claim. I think it's in 2016.
Okay.
Yes, and they won a claim under, what was it again? 1 second. So it was under these foundings. They won a claim. Hold on. Oh, shite, now my internet wants to mess up. Yeah, so here it is. So they lost, the Aboriginal Australia have won a groundbreaking case that paves the way of billions of dollars of compensation. And the claim for colonial loss of land, as well as loss of spiritual connection.
Yes, I'm still listening. I've got to go to the toilet, but I'm listening.
No problem. Okay. They also won for the next generation, the loss of the next generations of Aboriginals, and I think it was damages awarded of spiritual and cultural harm. They also won under the grounds of, and I think they won for that. The spiritual and the cultural harm was, they won 1.3 million for that. They won 2.53 million, I think, in damages to the Nawari. I can't pronounce these words, so sorry. The Nawarial and the Nigrial. I don't even know. Anyway, that's the two tribes, I guess, of Aboriginals. They won something separate. What else was there? They also won. They won quite a few things, and they got compensated. Hold on. So the court reduced the original compensation from 3.3 million in 2016. Federal court awarded, which included the economical loss amount calculated to be 80% of the freehold value of the land. The NT government appealed for 50% of the land's value, and court agreed to this. However, the ruling on the spiritual loss is what makes the case such a win for the Aboriginals. So my thing is this: if they can win under these little grants, remember, they're not even talking about all the other things they can claim under. I do believe that you've got a good idea, and there is a high chance of winning if it's done in the correct way and in the right way. Because the Aboriginals were basically nearly wiped out. I think what's the other people? The Tasmanians, they were completely gone, wiped out. I know the Native Indians in America, they won as well under something, but they for some reason their money got swindled. I think there was a lot of white people claiming to be descendants of Native Americans, and they actually got a lot of that money, and a lot of casinos and shit were built out in America. So I know there's a lot of cases that have been won and have been awarded, but there's a lot of swindling going on, a lot of people jumping on the bandwagon and claiming to be of that descent of people when they're actually not. So my question to you is, how do we prevent that within the Black community? People all jumping on the bandwagon, everybody wants to be Black all of a sudden when there's money involved. That would be my question.
Yes, the answer is step one, clarify Black identity. Once Black identity is clarified, step two, effectively organized. Then effective organization looks like a Black reparations bank. I'll be back.
Big up, big up. Ultra, just make sure I can hear you, bro. You there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh God, that voice. Yeah, we hear it. Bloody heck.
Go on. All right, do you remember the mirror? Cool.
Oh,
Say
you know,
nothing.
let me shut up. I'm shutting
Yeah,
up.
say nothing. What have I missed, man? I've been busy all fucking day, man. Well,
I
go on.
fell asleep most of the day. I'm not gonna lie, it mash up, yeah. It caught up on me. Oh, so I've missed a lot today.
What's the topic?
I don't know. I walked in hairy and melanated and IC3 talking about, reparations, so I jumped on that. But I don't know what the actual topic is, to be fair.
Yeah, do you know what's funny? Just a quick point on the numbers that you mentioned about the Aboriginals and the fact that they got to pay out. I think if you calculate the damage that's been done to Africans and Africa, the nations that are involved, I think because of the sheer sum that's owed, they don't want to pay it, and therefore will rubbish the reparations movement, not talk about it, keep it out of mainstream media, like by any means necessary. Because also, like by paying out for something, not only is your finances going to be dented exponentially, but also, right, you're admitting guilt. It's an admission of guilt. And for a lot of people, I mean, in fact, just take YouTube streets. How many people are on these YouTube streets and can't admit that they're wrong? Rather than admit they're wrong, they'll fucking double down in insanity and madness just for the sheer fact that they don't want to appear to be wrong. It's absolutely mental.
I agree, Ultra, and I believe that, and I've always said that, and I believe that is the main reason, from my point of view. This is not actual fact or anything, but from my vision and how I view things, looking over the years, I do believe that's from my point of view. I believe that is the reason why we're never going to receive reparations, or they never will admit to the atrocities done to the Africans across diaspora ever. Because they know when they calculate up this money, there is no amount of figure in this world they can come up with to compensate for our losses, the things we've been through.
It's a mad thing.
It's mad.
They can't do it. If you listen, if they were able to calculate a sum for Aborigines, yeah, then that means there's some kind of measure that can be used for Black people, and the problem is the minute they decide Blackie is worth this and worth that and yeah, it's gonna be a problem for them, because think about it, like just fucking the Portuguese, the British, the French, just those three nations, the Portuguese, the British, the French, them motherfuckers, yeah. In fact, listen, don't be fooled. Britain
the
is
Caribbean
broke.
done them one time.
Listen, Britain is already broke.
That's right.
Britain is already broke.
So if anyone thinks they're getting money off Britain, wake up. Portugal broke. If you think you're getting any money off these pussios, wake up. Fucking listen. Hear what I'm saying? If the cat like look, the Dutch, all of these motherfuckers, if you think you're getting anything from them, the Italians, bruh, listen, you know what I'm saying? For me, if you think about if somebody was able to get that Aborigine study and then calculate how many people were affected, what their compensation was, and for what, you'd be able to break down per person what they believe each person is worth. Now, King Leopold, that Dutch pussyo, is responsible for himself just 10 million and more or more. 10 million or more. Just
Mad.
that one pussyo,
Mad.
right? Ah! Listen,
That's mad.
if you think, listen, anyone looking at compensation is having a laugh. That's all I'm saying. They're having a laugh.
There's no trillions, there's no billions. We've gone beyond. I don't even know what's the biggest amount out there. I don't even know what the highest kind of. What's the wording for the highest? We'll be beyond
There's
even
trillions.
that
I would say
category.
trillions. I would say trillions,
Even beyond
trillions,
that
trillions,
category.
trillions.
Think about it.
Yes,
Look
it's
how
mad.
long it took them to even pay off the slave masters for having to free their slaves. That only done in 2017. So they would never finish
No,
paying
but
us.
you see, listen to the fuckery, yeah? Listen to the fuckery. Listen to the fuckery. They compensated the slave owners and not the slaves. Now, if you don't understand what that means, then you're a cunt. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they compensated the slave owners. Yeah? And I think to myself, well, all right, what does that even? Oh shit! Hold on, sorry. I'm fucking talking. I'm not concentrating on the road.
Something else. I'll help out your brother, man. He's confused. Help him out.
Yeah,
Help.
sorry. I was driving. Sorry. Yeah, fucking. Yeah. Just listen. If you think about the sheer number of the people involved, think about the people involved. Think about the numbers, and then as soon as you realize that the numbers involved, the sheer numbers, you're gonna get, you'll realize that, and these nations that I mentioned, the European nations specifically, if you think there's some wonderful and great nations, no, they're fucking broke. They're broke. They're broke as fuck. Yeah. The only people
Hold
that
on,
might,
you see what Brother Ralph is writing in the chat?
I
I
can't
think
see. I'm driving.
I,
Sorry, babe.
I'll read it for you. He's just said, I think he's got a different perspective. He's saying the UK isn't broke in debt; it's all made up. Quantitative easing is quantitative easing is how they can print out the trillions to pay back. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
but
what.
no. But that's a misconception.
Oh,
Printing money devalues it.
right.
If you print money, it devalues the fucking money. Oh wait, I need to reverse into this spot. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, just printing money don't
Ralph,
mean
can you
shit.
come on, brother, so you can because I want to hear. I know it's opposing view, but I want to hear it just so I understand it. 'Cause I'm not sure what quantitative means, to be honest, and I'm not sure if I'm reading his message right. Can you jump on?
Yeah. I'll come back a bit later. Yeah. I'm gonna get someone to eat, and so I'll see you all a bit later.
Wait.
We
National
need you.
racialism.
Where you going?
National racialism. Are you the guy that dresses like M Bison at the park?
Sorry.
Are you the guy that dresses like M Bison?
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to figure out exactly who you were, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's IC3." I'm like, "Who the fuck is IC3?" And then I was like, "Oh, no." And I was like, "Wait a minute, the guy that dresses like the bison." I was like, "Okay, cool. Can I just ask what the what the inspiration is for your choice of attire, please?
Uh, it just represents authority and power, really, because
Oh,
yeah, that's all. That's all, and it's just slightly twisted so that it just generates people asking questions, and then we get into discussions like we're having now
okay.
on the issue of race. Yeah, because I'm trying to make people think about the relationship between race and racism and power and authority.
Okay.
And the
All of
bottom
that
line is
all of
it,
these things are perception.
yeah, that's right, and that's right. And so your a person's individual view of themselves, of their own identity, they might want to say, "Oh, I'm calling myself an Pan African, or I'm calling myself a Moorish, or whatever." Uh, you can call yourself what you like, but the state sees you in a certain way. The state sees you from a particular specific angle, and you're identified as such, whether you like it or not.
Uncle, just before you leave, Uncle, yeah, you've
Yeah.
heard of quantitative easing, haven't you?
Oh yeah, we spoke about that earlier on today. Yeah, that's right. So
But
Oh, I missed it. Sorry.
you know exactly what it is, isn't it?
As well, bro, man.
yeah, roughly, to be exact, of their tricks. Yeah, but basically, it's basically if they have, say there was one piece of gold, and then they're printing one note for that one piece of gold, and then they're sending that voucher. They can keep. Oh, where was we earlier? Oh yeah, yes. If you look at what do you call it? Run on a bank. That's it. So earlier on, before you all came on, we were discussing bank runs, and if you discuss, if you look at the Wikipedia definition of a bank run, you'll understand the roots of quantitative easing and what it is. But it's basically was it ultra? I think it was right. Just printing like that actually devalues it.
Well, I don't know. I had a different understanding of quantitative easing. I was because I don't know if you heard of Jill Stein in the Green Party. Maybe I've got what she said wrong, but the idea is that with quantitative easing is the fact that whatever debt you have, yeah, the government can just wipe it away like that and pretend it doesn't exist.
Oh no, that happens, but it depends on who you're in debt to, renegade. You can't just like if it's a citizen and they owe $7,000 and they're on benefits and can't afford to pay it, there are
wipe it out. It's easier.
Yeah, there's legislation in place that will allow the person to write off said debt. The problem is if the government borrows money from an entity, that entity was going to tell the government with a straight face, here's the money, but if I don't get it back, you're fucked. Sorry.
That's right. That's right.
Well,
I'm gonna leave it. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back later.
And also as well, if the government just can't print money, bro. Like you can't just print money to get out of debt. If you print money like out of your ass, it devalues your currency.
Well, that's something I need to check up again, innit? Because what I understood was, you can print the money and pretend like the debt doesn't exist and whatnot and everything, and like even the printing process and whatnot doesn't really cost anything. So it's just.
Wait.
Yeah.
So you're saying, print the money as if you got it from the debtor and then wipe the debt away.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Wait, I don't know.
I think they've been doing that when it comes, because a lot of people feel that money is backed on things like
no, it
gold.
isn't. It's not backed on anything. It used to be.
Yeah.
It used to be. Now it's just worthless paper. And just give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe
Then, Ralph, gold or money? Would you say?
What, gold or money?
Yeah. If we used to
Neither.
put a value on things, would
There's
you
no.
would rather gold?
I don't value anything. I don't think
Okay.
any of them are worth anything.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's just the person that gives it the value. But yeah, I don't know. Like from what I understood, um, yeah, yeah. From what I understood, that it was it's the idea is that it was like I think they were talking about one time the conversation of school university fees came up, and the question was asked to Jill Stein how they were going to get rid of university fees because she keeps promising everyone that universities would be wiped out. And she said, well, the same way they got rid of the 2009 crash, the debt during that, you know, they just pretended it wasn't there. They just control alt delete. But I could be wrong in it. This has been a while, and that's what I understood from it anyway. But even when I went back to watch certain videos, I was like, still a bit confused by what I've watched in it. But yeah, that's what understood to be how the economy, not even how the economy, but how the shadow governments and these shadow groups work. Yeah, interesting.
That really is then, because then that means that there's a deviant way of getting out of any that's old when you check it.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to when the idea of debt in the first place, you know, a lot of people don't know this, but the currency that we currently have is not equal to the amount of debt which the government is in. And this is because literally what the bank does is they say that they're going to lend you $1, but we're going to put on that dollar interest, and that interest is what you have to also pay back with that dollar that we've given out to you. So let's say, for instance, the bank prints out like £1 or something like that, or gives you £1 in it, and it says that with that pound you're going to give us an interest of 0.1. Maybe that's equivalent to 1 penny. So you have to pay the bank back £1 or 1 penny. But if you look at it, like in the first place, like how would you be able to pay back that 1 penny if that 1 penny never existed in circulation in the first place? So like this is this type of loopholes these banks use to continue to control people.
That makes sense. Was like, if you think about it, back in the day, we used to have half a pence and stuff in the UK. So now there's no longer such things as half a penny or whatever. So if you still had that debt outstanding, then that's going to obviously get written out because there's no such thing as a half a penny no more. So that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's I mean, I could be wrong, but like there've been, like, I don't like, the history is there. Like I said, I watched a video, and this was based on the Zeitgeist movement. So they had all this information there. They have a lot of this information, but they didn't put about the whole quantitative easing thing. I remember the quantitative easing thing coming into conversation when Jill Stein was running. But even as recently as the other day when the NHS was having debt, I heard that debt got wiped away. So from my understanding, I thought when they said that the debt was wiped away was just pretending that the debt doesn't exist. But then again, Ultra could be right where he's saying that they said that debt they just printed out more money to cover that debt, and basically they've just put themselves in even more. That doesn't even make sense. Actually, I don't know, but yeah, I thought from what I understood is quantitative easing is just another way of pretending there's no money there in the first place.
Yeah, there's a lot of I think the chat's going mad right now, Ralph. Yeah, so we
jump
on. I understand a lot of the stuff he types, and he normally types to the wrong person. So jump on why you're religious, and
why so religious is he's already told me he's white, right wing. I think he says
Oh,
he's a Republican. Yeah, he's a Republican supporter. So
that explains
yeah,
why he types a lot of that stuff in the chat.
yeah.
Because like, what is
A
this
lot
issue?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. A lot of people don't know, but he told me personally. Yeah, I'm a Republican, so I'm against a lot of like he has. That's the way a lot of his views come from. So yeah.
Right. Henry Corbyn wrote, bank tellers loan your hard-earned tax money back to your government and charge interest on it. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that's what he wrote. And then God of
No.
Jacob, the problem is that, and not to be demeaning, you have a lot of folks who have never handled high capital and conduct and teach backs.
Who said that?
That was from God of Jacob. He wrote that. Oh, Atticus wrote Republican is not right wing. Big up my brother Atticus now in the chat, the one that normally keeps me in check. Big up.
What the Republican Party in America is not right wing.
Yeah, apparently it's not right wing. But the communists.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. I mean, this is historically known. Like, I mean, not even historically, but this is well known today that Republicans are right wing. I don't know what type of media outlet you're watching that's telling you that they're left wing, or some type of different. Like, what are you talking about? Does that mean you support Trump then? Because Trump is a Republican. What are you talking about? Come on, man.
My brother Atticus still, he keeps me in check still. Normally he'd be like, calm down, don't get agitated.
Atticus,
Atticus keeps me in check.
He's my uncle, right? He comes at me so like he comes at me way too. I'll just be laughing at his comments anyway. I don't even take man seriously.
I love him. Like I love him. He keep us in check still, so I have to listen still.
Yeah, you can't. I say I can't call myself a libertarian socialist, which is an anarchist communist. Yeah, he'll be like, yeah, Raf's a commie, but he says he's an anarchist. So how are we? Are we different if you're calling yourself an anarchist without the communists, but I'm calling myself an anarchist with the communists? Like, how are we different? I don't get it. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, God of Jacob writes, Trump is a Republican. He's a lifelong Trump ran as a Republican, as a lifelong Democrat. See, I'm not really good with politics, so none of that means much to me.
I was into politics at one point, so I used to support the Green Party at before I started, coming off politics. Because I was just looking at them and thinking, you're all fighting, but really the system needs to calm down if we want to have any change. So yeah, I don't know.
To us now, though, it's people like myself who is not into politics, don't really know anything about politics, and admits it. It's quite damaging for us now, because like what we see happening now with all this rioting, all this stuff, we don't really understand politics on that level. Like, we understand the basics, but because we don't understand, we can't really get the gist of what is really going on. So when we see all these groups attacking each other, to us it's just like a bunch of people there.
Yeah, I could tell you what's going on. I used to be very much into it, so I can tell you exactly what group is which and which group is that. You get me?
I feel like this Antifa we're hearing about, I don't know who they are, but I understand that they're from...
So Antifa is supposed to be people like me. They are anarchist communists, but for them, they are very... there are people in Antifa, like... It's like Black Lives Matter. You've got people who are in Black Lives Matter, but they have many different... or even better example, there are people in who are calling themselves Pan-Africanists, but they have different ideologies. Some are, Shakara's version, some are or African People's Revolutionary Party, African People's Socialist Party. They have Al-Qibalan revivalist movement. Yeah, different groups are under it. So when it comes to Antifa, there's so many different people in Antifa. Like, some of them are not even proper like anarchists. Some of them are just liberals. They just want to fight racist people. That's mostly what they're set up for.
Okay.
Yeah. But
and then I'll tell you that Trump side of the fence, what they come under, did he come on the right? He's on the right, right?
He's on the right, yeah, of course, 100%. He's right. The people that are saying he's a Democrat is because they want to push him So they saying that he's not racist enough. That's what they're trying to tell you. He's not racist enough. That's what they're trying to say.
Because he's not an actual Hitler going out there and actually
Yeah,
doing stuff right now. Then
yeah,
he's not far right enough yet. He's
yeah.
not
That's what they're saying.
more far right than that, according
Yeah,
to Ralph.
yeah.
Much
That's it.
more far
That's it.
right than that.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's it. You got it right. You hit the
Okay.
nail on the head.
Okay.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. So yeah, with Antifa, the obviously you have infiltration. So a lot of people in there with their own agendas. You know, some people can join Antifa. It's like anonymous. You got people who hack on the internet, and some of them they hack. I think there's even been beefs amongst people who are anonymous, where some of them are saying that, well, you're not really real anonymous because you're hacking just because you're angry at certain people, or you're hacking to there's not really a centralized core understanding of what they're actually about. But original Antifas were just to fight people on who are racist, which to some degree I don't really agree with. I try to be, if someone disagrees with you ideologically, there's no point trying to fight them. Just work on building up yourself and building up people into the idea, debating them maybe. But if you have to defend yourself, yeah, I have no issue with that. But just going around looking for people who are right wing or like just to fight them is not the one, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh, this is mind-boggling. I'm not even gonna lie. This is why I don't figure out with politics. It's so much to learn. My brain start hurting me, and I'm just like, I can't deal. I can't deal.
That's a lot of people. Like when it comes to different issues, I think even Raj has said this before. Imagine Raj has even said this before. But when it comes to certain issues, because Waisari just mentioned something right now about the families and whatnot and everything. When it comes to issues of pertaining to like the family and different issues, depending politically, you can always vary on different issues. And so let's say I'm for black people, so I'm a national. People describe me as a nationalist, and that would be a right wing understanding. So that would be someone like, certain groups on the right. You will hear about the KKK. You will hear about ethno nationalists and all these other groups out there who have their form of nationalism pertaining to race in it. But when it comes to maybe issues on racism, I would describe myself that issue can fall under a left wing understanding. So something like, oh, we want to be more equal, or we just want to be treated better, or whatever. You understand? In that understanding, that would be a left wing issue. So it's very, very hard to put a finger on certain. Yeah.
So we could address Whites and Religious. Whites and Religious, I'm going to tell you this one last time. I told you about 5 times and you just don't get it. The person speaking yesterday about families and children and abortions, that was not Lady Divine. Like, take a minute, let it sink in. That was not Lady Divine. That was melanated goddess. Can you let it sink in? This is the last time I'm going to say
he's not. There's no point trying to because he did the same thing to me the other day when he said I tried to control the show in it, and I was telling him that I wasn't trying to control the show. There are people that come on online, try to pum bomb the show. So before we even let them pum bomb the show, we have to put the screen up to show that. And then then obviously when Vedi's done that, that's a signal for Vedi to tell me that to ask the person who's just come on to speak in it. They don't speak, then obviously you know that they're just coming there to troll.
Troll, exactly. And I'm trying to tell this guy, it's simple. If you're going to just understand, like, just get used to voices. Stop hearing what you want to hear. That was not Lady Divine spoke on reparations for the last couple of days. I haven't even been speaking about and condemning certain stuff that's going on within the community, my own community. That was not Lady Divine. Sorry. Yeah, that was Melody Goddess. He gets it now. He understands. That wasn't my voice. Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to actually start sharpening my tools and actually looking into politics more, because it looks like this has become a very much political affair going on. The anarchy and the rioting and all of that's all that boiling down to I can see the basics of what's going on. I can see, the whole protesting being infiltrated. I can see all of that. But what I don't understand is what the political war is about, because I'm not into politics, and that's where I fall.
Well, that's the thing. Like, the reason why it's important is because it's to understand. It's just like understanding how money works in it. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't understand how the economic system works, then that's why you're not gonna. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be. You can't be trying to make money without understanding how money works. You understand? So, yeah, when it comes to politics, you have to understand that. When it comes to, like, for instance, anarchy, if I give you a brief down of anarchy is understood widely to be some type of disorder. You know what I mean? There's no law, it's lawlessness or whatnot and everything. But historically, the idea of anarchy actually comes from the French Revolution, I believe. And basically, it was the fact that during that French Revolution, when they were killing off the monarchs and all that, the people in Europe were describing that as anarchy, like disorder, chaos, and whatnot, and everything. And then obviously that wasn't the case, because what they were arguing was that they didn't want any form of hierarchy that was like a dictatorship. They wanted a form of hierarchy that was able to, it wasn't just. It was able to change every thought, like almost like a democracy that we have today. That's how France. If you look at France today, you have a president, and that's the person that that's the type. That's what they were describing back then as a form of anarchy in it, because they were looking for something without the monarch or whatever. But
they had the French at that point. I mean, they don't have the royalists of French anymore. Gone.
Yeah. So. That's where this idea comes from, and basically over the centuries, a lot of people developed the idea of anarchy, and you get people like a lot of anarchist movements like Bakunin, Kropotkin, and obviously all these people, they have their own different understandings. Like the understanding is very similar, but when they go into what their philosophies and what they were arguing for and whatnot, that's where you get slight differences in terms of. So you've got some people who call themselves anarcho-communist, anarcho-primitive, anarcho-green. The list goes on. There's so many different groups anyway. But yeah, and those are generally supposed to be left-wing. It was having a less government, less state. That would be your government. Having a less corporation control is more of a left-wing idea. When you want to have a more of a government or even a state. Not a state. State is government. When you want to have more state, or you want to have more what you call corporations controlling things, dictating people, and whatnot, and everything. That's more right wing.
Wow. So doesn't that not compromise the people then? Because if you want to, say if the people don't want it, and then the government imposes a right wing agenda or a right wing government, and the people of that, I guess, country or area or whatever don't want it, then this is where the problem comes in, then, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's why the question is, when you talk about what you call a shadow government, me and a nationalist racialism were talking about yesterday. We went into he said that what's confusing me about this nationalist shadow government is that it doesn't seem like they are distinct from the corporations, the governmental system, or the banks. And I literally gave him an example of a guy who falls into all three of those categories, or not even just all three, but at least two of those categories anyway. I don't know if he has any relation to banking, but he's called Dick Cheney. Now, if you know about Dick Cheney was the CEO of Halliburton. Halliburton is an oil company, and when he became the vice president during President George Bush's time, George Bush Jr. I'm talking about, by the way. So when he was there, it's the irony is that as soon as George Bush came into power in 2001, 2 years later you have the invasion of Iraq, and then after that destabilization of Iraq, now you see that the oil fields get taken over, and that the oil supplies of Halliburton, or the oil profits of Halliburton, start to go up.
Yo, Raph, what gone?
Yeah, what are you telling me, bro?
Yeah, sorry, bro. I had to make a phone call. His wife's birthday tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie. June is an expensive month, man. It was my daughter's birthday on the 3rd. Like, June is expensive, man. And the baby's due any minute as well. This is mad.
Oh, you done yourself in there. I have no sympathy.
Mad.
You,
So, I was trying to find the apple pie now, and then we're done. Yeah, listen, did you look up printing money reduces its value, or I missed the whole conversation?
I didn't really like. I kind of agreed that maybe that your point could be valid. Like, but I don't know. I need to look into it again. But from what I understood, that when you talk about printing of money, the idea is that if money has no value in the first place, like you can, like, it doesn't matter. You can print as much as you want, and it doesn't really, it doesn't
do
really,
anything.
Yeah,
that's right.
So that's why I said that they could print off so much money that it won't fuck up the economy, because all they can do is just say, yeah, like, we control the stats and figures. We can just say it doesn't exist.
Well, in more important news, I can't find apple pies. Oh wait, I'm in the dessert aisle now.
Yeah.
Okay, I found apple pie. No problem.
Wait, what
you know it? It's the only fucking dessert that's not on sale.
James, did you ask me a question? Sorry, James Jones, did you ask me a question?
Yeah, ask James Jones where the blood clot he's been. Tell James Jones, yeah, he don't get to ask questions around here on the G block until he brings his ass.
Okay.
Till he brings his ass on the show. You tell him that. In fact, furthermore, James Jones, you're done at it.
No, he's talking
When's the
about
last
rights
time he was
religion.
on G block?
He was talking to rights and religions. He doesn't need to.
I don't care who he's talking to. In fact, James Jones, your privileges are revoked.
He only comes in when he needs to fuck up religion, right?
Oh, all right. Do you know what? Let me say no more. Let me retract my previous statement, because I just remembered. You have to know yourself certain times. When it's time to fuck up religion, I know we're going to see James Jones. So let me fall back.
Wait, Brian, I wasn't talking to you, bro. What did I say?
Let me fall back.
Yeah, Brian, I wasn't talking to you. I don't know where I got confused. I didn't mention you, bro. Yeah.
Oh boy. Angry.
Oh
God, this bloody East London's back. He's still mad that Jupiter wasn't listening to him when he's trying to warn her. When he was trying to warn Jupiter about Irish, you're still pissed, isn't it? You're back over here. Go back to your right wing squad, man. Why are you over here? Like, East London.
Who's that?
He's one of Jupiter's followers, isn't it? But he's still mad that he's trying to warn Jupiter about Irish, and Jupiter was ignoring him and telling him.
Who's Irish? Who's Irish, and why is he warning her about her or him?
He's just a mix-up, innit? He's just trying to get Jupiter to not like Irish anymore. So talking about, she's dope.
Oh,
like,
so what? Wait, hold on. This person you're talking about, is it a dude?
Yeah, Irish flag.
Yeah.
Wait, the person you're talking about, is he a dude?
He's an idiot. I don't know who the fuck it is, but he's
making people not want to talk to and not like X, Y, and Z like a fucking high schooler, a female high schooler at that. Oh wow.
I don't know what's wrong with people, bro.
No one cares. Bye.
Is that what we're doing at high schoolers? Yeah. Fucking hell. Certain man need to grow up.
Wait, what?
Man needs to grow up.
Yeah, he attacks everybody in the chat, but he likes to go for women the most. So get over yourself, man. Go and get some pom pom and fix yourself, man.
No,
Bye.
there's a whole set of man out here that ain't ever seen the pin pum. Come on.
Well,
We found this out. There's a
Hold on.
whole squadron of man that ain't ever seen one.
I seen Anifa's name, so according to her name, it's becoming a problem out here. What's going on?
Wait, what's the problem? No, listen, there's a whole squadron of man that ain't ever seen a pum pum. And the ones that have, it's driving them mad. Like, it's driving them, like, mad. They're getting crazy because they can't handle the thing.
Yeah.
Listen, man.
We're talking about that. Where is our King of Gold? Like, I'm getting worried now. It's 2 days.
Listen, hopefully, he's offline, licking his wounds, yeah, and trying to reflect on why his behavior is a idiot thing.
Oh God, where's Okingo? We need to make sure he's okay. Public service announcement. PS out for Okingo. Just need to check. Oh, you just check in, Okingo.
There's 2 of these, yeah.
You're okay. Check in, please. Oh God. Where is Okingo?
No, Okingo's fine. Yeah, he just
Man said,
yeah, just take time.
I said he's gonna chef man up. I swear. I didn't even know. Did you hear that? I can go said he was gonna chef man up. You know.
What do you mean?
He said he was gonna chef Belly up, fam.
What do you mean?
He said he was gonna poke him up.
Is that difficult?
Yeah, Rago out now. He's pissed.
Yeah, he went mad the other day. He was like, "Yeah, if I see you, I'm gonna chef you up." I was like, "Right."
He's going on now.
So he was gonna bore him up and that. Love, it's mad. That's okay. It's on the net. It's the internet as well, fam. You get me? Like, do you know what's mad though? When am I talking this talk on the internet, fam? Like, they need to just chill out, fam. You get me? Like,
wait, do you know what the funniest thing is, right? Do you know what the talking point at this whole thing is?
Yeah.
Why is he angry? Right?
You can't explain.
I think if we discuss that, it's an entire show. It's an entire show if we discuss the reason he's actually angry. Is he angry at the Vienna? Is he angry at Belly?
He's actually angry at himself. If I'm being honest, from what I can see, I'm not even a part of none of these convos. But what I can see is that I think he's a bit angry at himself, not expressing himself a little bit better.
Yeah.
Everybody else is
Lady Divine. But listen to what I'm saying. If that was the case, why has he then come back and talking about he wants to murder man?
Because it happened over here. His self-expression happened here.
No. But listen to what I'm saying. Like, listen. If you feel dumb for chatting shit, online, why would you then come back and talk more shit online?
Because that's the point. Like, he was trying to blame everyone else. He was trying to blame everyone else apart from himself. That's what narcissists do.
All of this £5? Yeah. All right. Cool.
But I think, Veli, why would you? Not Veli, sorry, Ultra. Why would one think it's okay to kind of, and maybe he wasn't actually saying this, but the way it was like he was saying it's okay to do FGM as long as the aesthetics of the pom pom look good afterwards. Like,
can I get 2 bags, please?
Because he didn't know what it was. And this is what I tell people about being a contrarian. You can have an opposing view, but at least understand and be able to break down why that person's alternative view doesn't make sense, innit? It's like when man then argue about gravity and say gravity is wrong and whatnot.
No, let me get 3.
I'm not even invested in those type of arguments, so I'm not even trying to, like, for me, you can say that I'm a follower because I don't even know properly what gravity is to be able to. But a lot of these men, they don't even know it properly themselves. They're just saying, how can something keep you down, and how comes certain particles like helium float? You see a balloon float, so therefore gravity doesn't exist. And so I'm just looking at them like, bruv, listen, like, go and actually understand it properly before you start deciphering. God, this that. I'm sure if a scientist,
Renegade, you're highlighting the problem, right? You've got like the problem. I'm just going to keep it all the way real. A King of Gold has just got batteries in his back. The reason why he was unable to express himself properly is because he was using arguments that other people he likes has used.
Yeah.
Like and imagine he was seeking refuge, right, in the comments with man like Nonce Kalas. Like, just think about
That's
like,
a
just,
nonsense.
no, this is what I'm saying. If you're having to seek refuge in mandem that won't call that child marriage, like for me, I'll tell you the truth. Let me be real. I watched over that G Block show, and I put some timestamps in the comments here. This dude starts just calling people racist, and I'm just like, huh? And then, as a non-Muslim, he's calling people Islamophobe. I'm like, huh? Hold on a second. And then he's like, oh, these people are racist. You don't even know who they are. I was just like, dude, I've heard these arguments before, and they're not from you. Like, it's not from you, lad. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you dealing with?
That's a mad. I can't believe that actual topical conversation is still ongoing. Like a week
No,
later, and
but you know what? It's a mad statement, man. It's the
yeah,
maddest
well,
thing. When it's like,
yeah.
I want to give Nin the benefit of the doubt, because if it was Mandem on road, yeah, and this topic was being said, yeah, like, believe me, he will burn that out. He will burn that out. Cause no one's on road is gonna let him get away
No,
with saying that.
blood. No, you're not giving him a fucking get out clause like that. I asked him specifically, bro. I even said to him, listen to me. This ain't about Islam. I said that. I said, this ain't about Islam. I said to him, forget everything that you think you know. Forget everything that you think may or may not have happened in the past. I'm asking you about today.
Ultra, they're not going to be able to, Ultra, they're not going to be able to do it because of the fact that they have a specific cultures that practice it, and it's Muslim culture. So they're not going to, regardless of whether
no, it ain't Muslim culture, but Muslims do it. It ain't Muslim culture. It ain't Islamic or Muslim cultures, but Muslims do it.
Well, Ultra's left in it.
Fell off. Yeah, I think he'll be back. But I understand what he's saying. He's not putting it down to being Muslim, but it is profoundly happening within Islamic households because of the culture, is what he's trying to say. Yeah, I get it.
Wait, what? How can you separate all of them?
No, because what he's saying is like it's not written in stone in Islamic law or whatever that it has to be done in it. But predominantly the people that are practicing this come from cultures that happen to be Muslims at the same time. So I get what he's saying. So he's not putting it onto Muslims. He's saying the cultures of the people that practice FGM tend to be Muslims.
No, we were talking about the child marriage. We weren't talking about the FGM. The child marriage. If you're talking about FGM, it's very like if you I think Analyze Dinner put out a video just an hour ago on ex-Muslims of Somalia. They were talking about it, and they said that it's prominent in all the teachings of the hadiths. So there's not one school of thought in Sunni Islam that disagrees with it. But when it comes to child marriage now, child bride. Obviously, if you're talking from a Quranic understanding, there is nothing in the Quran that tells you that. But when it comes to the hadiths now, you hear that everyone will go that the best person that's almost as close to the creator is Allah, and it's Muhammad, and Veli Ultra's backstage.
Yeah.
So they'll say that Muhammad is the next to him, and that Muhammad, we have to follow Muhammad, and that's why they got their beards long. That's why they got their certain.
That Muhammad had a beard, so that's why they wear long.
The coal, and then that's the argument as well. Even in Nigeria as well. When I remember, I don't know why I couldn't find the video, but I remember watching a particular video where it wasn't just one guy arguing this, but there was several Muslim senators in Nigeria that were arguing, my prophet practiced this, so I don't see why we can't practice marrying of little girls.
But then we do see this even in today. Like if we look into today's world, and there's a lot of young females, teenagers that are in youth detention centers and youth programs, and they have a lot of youth support workers because a lot of them are running away from home because they're forced into marriages that they don't want with elder men. We see this happening in the 21st century in 2020. Now, whether they happen to be of a particular religion or not, the statistic says it all. I don't need to say nothing about that. But this culture is still practice of young women being married off against their will to older men. That still happens. So I find it very surprising that we're even arguing the case that this is going on when we can go into any youth hostel and see the amount of young girls that are living in there, fleeing from their families and being forced into marriages they don't want to be a part of, and because it's part of their way of
but
life.
Lady Divine,
Yeah.
what we're doing right now is talking sense, right? And think about it. It's always man them advocating for this fuckery. That's what I tell the truth. I'm not gonna lie to you. I rarely get vexed on these hangout streets, yeah. But he pissed me off to the point where if we was on road, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I heard that.
Could you imagine if this man? Could you imagine if this man was saying this shit in jail?
Yeah, mad things.
Like, bro, you
No,
know,
of course, you wouldn't say that. He wouldn't say that in jail. But he said he went in jail. He told me he went in
This
jail.
is the thing. This is the thing. Banksy was like, I will draw a picture of you as a child and I will masturbate all over it. The internet went fucking up.
Yeah.
Everyone was, oh, Banksy's a nut. And I'm not going to lie to you.
This one's a not. Everyone's a not. Yeah.
I cannot co-sign the fuckery. I cannot. Yeah. But this dude is saying, I'm not done in that child.
You understand what Banksy meant when he said it like that, you know?
Yeah, the thing is, this is the thing. The truth of the matter is, I do understand what he was saying. The problem is, I still can't co-sign it.
No, of course I can't. Yeah,
it's outright.
I can't co-sign it. But I understand the actual point he was trying to make. I do get it. But like I said, cannot co-sign it. So here's the thing: this motherfucker is talking about, I can't ban out child marriage because it's other people's culture. He's a predator. Do you understand that? So that means depending on where he is, or depending on the geographical location of this heinous crime towards children, it can get a pass with him. Think about that. I'm asking, where is the fucking outrage? Where is it? That's why I tell you the truth. Nonce Calance, he exposed certain things for me that I needed to know.
But it weren't just him, you know. Like when Zubaydah came on, Zubaydah was still saying the same thing. It's other people's culture. I ain't gonna speak on it. I can't condemn other people's cultures, the West, and like Zubaydah was saying the same thing. So it wasn't just men, you know. There was
but remember, it was Free Brain Cells as well. Free Brain Cells was like, I said to him, do you ban out child marriage? He said, and I quote, yes. He said emphatically, yes. And I said, wait, no matter where in the world, what if it's somebody's culture? They're like, nah, I won't ban it out if it's their culture. Who am I? I was like, you're done out here. You're done. You're done out here. You're done. Like, how can I take these people seriously? It doesn't matter what they say to me going forward. If this is okay with you, then you're fucked up. Like, and even when I asked him, would he do it? He didn't say to me no because it's wrong to fucking have relations with children. What he did say was, I'm already in a relationship. I was like, rah. And I'm being honest, I can't get over it. I can't. I'm just like, wait a minute.
I did call him up because I did say to him the other, like when he came in saying that, he was like, what his argument tried to say was, what is a child and whatnot and everything. But
what is a fucking child?
But then I asked him, I said to, do you remember during the whole witch hunt for James Jones, when they were trying to say he was grooming little kids to go out to crunch, or he had no issues with kids going out to he was one of the people.
Do you remember the outrage when Jones tried to intellectualize his position, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying, where's the fucking outrage for this dude? Where's the outrage for these people?
No, but even obviously there's going to be a bias in it, because they're coming from a certain group of people. But the point is that he was one of the people online saying that he argues for it. He even said, he told his whole story. It's on tape. He said he was in prison. he came out and he was hearing the man then was advocating that, and he had to look at his man's differently. He was like, yo, why are you doing them type of things there? Like, you know, these are little children, fam. You can't be send them out to conch to go do that. They're like 15. He was talking about 15-year-olds and whatnot, their kids and whatnot and everything. But suddenly, when it comes to child marriage,
all of a sudden, he's not sure what a child is.
What is
and
a child?
then hear the fuckery.
Mm.
You're an Islamophobe. What about da 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 and all this stupid fuckery? I was just like, do you know what the funny thing is? Every time like certain people speak, it lets me know what the score actually is out here. Because I'm sorry, like you can't talk to me about fucking slicing a girl's vagina or marrying a child. If you're a big man, what the fuck you doing with child? You're supposed to tell the child, go home and read a fucking story. Go home and put on Thomas the Tank Engine. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mad. Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
What that I'm from what I'm understanding, it's just a case of there's a big selective outrage going on.
Yeah.
So it's okay to be mad and fuming about, you know, country line borders and all kind of things like that. But if you go and say anything against child marriages, whatever, which kind of they have to kind of co-sign because I guess the Prophet did it, so it's okay to do that. Then now you can't be mad. Now you're an open enemy.
That's it.
It depends who you speak to. If you speak to a bag of Shias, they're gonna tell you, nah, Aisha was 18, 21, rare, tear.
Right.
So it all depends on who the fuck you're talking to.
Yeah, but even ultra, there are some Sunni. There's some Sunnis that actually agreed that she's 21. Like you can show Sunnis like.
No, that's what I just said. I said it depends on who you speak to.
This is when I have to pick up odds because you know odds went up there and let them know. Listen, yo, I'm not co-signing no child marriage, nothing around here. Like I'm a real Muslim. He told them straight, I'm a real Muslim. Me not co-sign them fuckery. Like and they all went flipped out on odds. They flipped out on him. They went mad. When I saw that clip, I think it's on Jacko Radio's channel. I saw that clip. I was like, yo, they really flipped out on odds. They started to ban him out. And I'm saying, well, if they're gonna ban him out and he's a Muslim, we definitely don't stand a chance. And we're not Muslims. We stand no chance out here. We're done out here. So yeah, he tried it and he's a Muslim and they tried to ban him out. So wow, what can I say? The hypocrisy is real. What can I say? Go on, Ulch.
Yeah, for me, it's just like, hang on a second. This dude is advocating for child marriage. This dude was up in chats like, oh, you're sending kids to conch, rare. Right? Okay, all right. Like to be honest with you, and it hurts me to say this, I agree with him. Them things there shouldn't be going in. It happens for a variety of reasons, but shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't be advocating it for it in any way, shape, or form. And it hurts me. It burns me to my soulless body. Yeah, that I have to say I agree with Nin Kalas or Nons Kalas. Yeah, I agree with him on that. But when child marriage is put to him, all of a sudden he turns into a fucking moron, and all of a sudden he forgets what a child is, and won't burn out the practice depending on the geographical location of the child. He's a fucking predator.
I mean, yeah, I was disappointed when guys I called it out on him. I said, but I remember a few weeks back you was the first one coming into the chat to say, oh, what James is talking about is wrong, and Reto and certain man need to be exposed for what they're talking about. And now you're saying that you don't know what a child is. And now and even when I'm here telling you said this, you're saying, no, I would never jumped on to say that. I never said that the other week. And this was during Ramadan.
Bro, this is do you understand the type of people we're dealing with? What I'll tell you the truth, what I've realized, and it's my own fault, is you can't expect like logic and sense and reason from a pussy, from a predator, from a nasty man. Like imagine I don't know what's going on in his head, but he has to jump through so many hoops because he should go to a police station and tell them that he doesn't think child marriage is wrong, depending on the geographical location of the child. I would like to see what happens. Go and tell the authorities that you feel this way. And I'm telling you, you're going on a fucking sex offenders register. In fact, you need to. You're nasty. Like, listen to what I'm saying, right? I ain't gonna pretend that every culture is the best and all this shit, right? but we have to call out fuckery where we see it, because
Yeah.
otherwise we're complicit.
Yeah.
And not even complicit. This dude's not even complicit. This guy won't even bun it out.
Yeah. I mean, it was like I did say like,
Madness.
I think Jedi did his research, which was good in it. Cause he didn't just come in like King Gold did and say, "Oh, that's tough." But
Bro,
yeah,
listen,
I did say
leave the
that.
goldfish. Leave the goldfish
Yeah,
out of it, man.
but yeah, obviously, I don't really want to talk about this topic anyway. Because it's all
Yeah.
it's all
Leave the goldfish out of it.
it's all personal, man. You get me? Like
No, but it ain't bro. It ain't personal. It ain't personal. He came on the G block and put this shit out there in the ether. He put it on the G block, and then he doubled down in it. And let me ask you the question: where's the outrage? Do you know why there's no outrage? Do you know why there's no outrage? Because 9eth is an Islamophobe. That's why there's no outrage.
Hold on. Let me
Imagine that.
What I'm not here for is to
Fucking
shut it down.
morons.
Want to shut us down out here, yeah? We talk about what we want, and no one don't dictate to us what we can and can't speak about. If I feel a way and I talk about it, I talk about it, deal with it. That's your issue, not mine. What you're not going to do is tell me what I can and can't talk about, how I should talk about it, and what pleases your fucking ears. Fuck out of here. You ain't got no dictatorship over here. We fought for your fucking rights to have freedom of speech in this damn country. Just know your place. Know your damn place.
I can't lie. I just can't lie. The one thing that sickens me is that you got man just chilling with him. Like you got man chilling with him. Like if Jimmy Savile got his nastiness got exposed there, and then like it's all out there, like him admitting how he feels about children, and then like you see like somebody chilling with Jimmy Savile, chilling with him after his nastiness has been exposed. What do you say about the people that are chilling with him? Because it doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't matter what redeeming qualities you have. You've proven that you need to be on a sex offenders register. You have to be. Well, not have to be, but this is the thing. I need to find out if there's precedence for this kind of thing, because like, what is it that you have to do to go on a sex offenders register? Like, what do you have to do? What do you have to say? Because he wasn't joking. If he was like, even I don't know. Was he joking? He wasn't even joking. Was he joking? He weren't joking. Oh shit! Someone got stopped, boy. Ooh, in a mask by police with no mask. Fucking hell.
You're funny, man. You're funny too. Anyway, yeah. I mean, it's just.
And then, bro, he's still chilling in the comments, and people are all cordial with him. I'm like, hang on a second. This guy's not banning out child marriage. This guy's fucking making all the excuses under the sun for FGM. What is happening?
But you know why though? Because Veli was telling this as well the other day, and he's like, you know what? Yeah, you've heard all of it on the net before. This isn't the first time you're hearing someone defend child bride. Like, I'm sure.
No, it is. It was the first time I'd spoken.
We've
to
had
somebody.
We must have
it's
had
the first time I had spoken to somebody. This is new to me.
I mean, yeah. I if that's new to you, that's fine, isn't it? But like, it's this is the internet, isn't it? You're never gonna meet this brat ever, probably. London is small. I mean, you could end up bumping into each other, but like, you're probably never gonna meet him. So it's not really that deep to be like, yeah, this guy said this, and I don't like it, like, you know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't bother, because at the end of the day, these people are not going to come out on road and say it. So that's why I said that. And then you're just talking on the net. You're attaching the feelings of your prophet to that. So just leave that. Listen, like, you know what I mean? Like, I know if I chat to you on road, you will never ever say that. But so let's not go there, innit? Like, it's cool, innit? Even M-Stats and all these, man. Even M-Stats was trying to defend it as well. Before Veli stopped this whole conversation. So at the end of the day, well, you just gotta live your life, innit? I mean, it's not that deep. So these men will not do it. If they ever do get caught doing it, we know how to deal with these type of people.
Oh, look, they're triggered in the chat, Ralph. I'm not even gonna lie, they're triggered. I find it hilarious.
I said there was
child marriage practice in Islam. There are people that practice child marriage and are Muslim. It's very well documented. So to say there isn't, it's just being disingenuous. But even then, there are cultures outside of Islam that do practice it. So yeah, I mean, yeah, those cultures, we ban them out too. You understand? It's not like we're inconsistent with. It's just the fact that we are amongst Muslims who tend to say that yeah, it's okay for people to have relationships with children as long as they're married, especially. So that's why we go rare. This is Muslims saying it, so Islam must be promoting this thing. But there are cultures outside Islam that do practice it. I'll tell you that, and we disagree with them. Well, I disagree with them anyway.
But they don't hear that. You know, they don't hear that part when you said that. All they heard is the Islam part. They don't hear nothing else you say. It's like they have selective hearing. They hear the bit they want to hear.
Yeah, there's emotional attachment still. Being emotional. That's what we were talking about the other day about being logical and being emotional in an argument or in a debate. And there would be people who kept saying, I don't know why. I don't know why Freddie came out and said so emotion was you have to have some type of emotion. But for me, I feel like emotion makes you lose an argument. As soon as you turn emotional, you lose the argument. And that's what all the religion, all not the religious, all the historical our historical black leaders weren't. They weren't emotional when they were delivering their speeches, delivering whatever they were talking about. They was always logical with their thing. Like you can see it from that they didn't need to show this guy's the devil and all this in their face to make them understand that this isn't what they're doing and their actions was wrong. You could watch Malcolm X interviews, you can watch Fred Hampton interviews, you can watch even Martin Luther King interviews. You understand they were very, very logical people. You have to you can't have an emotional movement, otherwise people who are acting off emotions, like I was saying earlier when you talk about groups like Antifa, like what's going to happen now? And all these other groups that are also out there marching, they're only marching. They're not going to do like a revolution is not marching. Like what they're doing, it's not going to bring about any change. So there's no point trying to, get emotional and, do silly stuff in it. Yeah.
It's mad.
I hear you, Raf. But you have to understand, we all handle new experiences differently, innit?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and for me, speaking to someone who was advocating for that shit, and I was giving him a fucking way out. I was trying to give him a way out. The way I was wording my shit, I was like, dude, like, I'm not talking about a million years ago.
I said to you, even it's not just him. Zubida came on and this was when Zubida and Banksy were on and they were talking. And you remember Zubida and Banksy were going back at each other, talking about link each other up.
I put it to her myself. I put it to her myself.
Yeah, she said
I put it to her myself.
Ban it out.
What did Beda actually say? I never heard none of that. What did she actually say?
She said something about how we always attacking other people's cultures or something like that, and she didn't even want to address the question. She started trying to change the question. So yeah, she obviously it wasn't just her. It wasn't just
jump on and help me understand what it was that they said that pissed you off. Like, I know she normally listens. She might not always be talking. So if you're listening to Beda, jump on and try to explain it.
But even then, like,
it doesn't matter. I spoke to her about it. I remember she was saying, I can't remember what she was saying, but when I put it to her the same day on another show, she was like, listen, I was just raging. I wanted Banksy's throat, and I didn't want to get sidetracked by any other fucking questions and the rest. I was like, all right, fair enough.
So why didn't she? So what did she say then?
I can't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, so that already tells you something. That if you don't remember her saying she buns it out, then that means that she didn't.
Yeah, I don't. If I'm honest, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure she did. I'm sure she did bun it out. I'm sure she did. I just can't remember.
Well, that's the thing.
Categorically.
Did you count? Because even Nim, yeah, when he was coming on saying it, he said that in the UK, a child is 40 less than
less than 16 or less than 18. And so, yeah, if they're less than 18 in the UK, it's wrong. So he was trying to go down that pathway, but he wasn't going to ban out other cultures that do it, because he said other cultures, example of a child is different from the UK's understanding. I think even Zabila, like, I don't know, like the video is not too far back. I can't remember when. This was last week, and if you go back, you'll see like Zabila was also going down that route too, the same way Stacks was, other people was. But that's the point. Like, none of them are going to do it, but it's just the fact that when it relates to Islam and the Prophet, then obviously it's going to be a touchy subject. So you can't really just have those arguments with people and say, yeah.
No, but bro, listen, my argument with Nicholas
I
has
hear
nothing
that,
to do with Islam.
Ultra,
Had nothing to do with
Ultra,
Islam.
it doesn't matter, because the cultures that you're talking about that do it, most of them are Muslim. You can say, oh, what's it called? It's not Islam that practices it. It's a Hindu people practicing it. Do you ban it out? Are you? He's probably not going to say anything. He's probably going to say that's their culture at home. I have to say that as well. It doesn't matter. He's still going to attach it, because in the back of his mind, he's still going to put it to Islam. So it's pointless. Like, I know really and truly this man will not practice it. Cause no way it ends. You will hear a man say, yeah, what's it called? If a man is, if a certain culture practices that, we know they're not gonna. It's a dead off there. It's a right off there. But if it comes to yeah, online now, like with the way you're interacting and whatnot, of course they're gonna try and intellectualize it the way they can. They're not gonna. He's gonna say, I didn't say that it was okay. I just said that it's just their culture. That's what he's gonna tell you.
So he's going to try and reason his way out of it.
But the answer to that is wrong. Child marriage is all over the world. Well, I don't know about all over the world, because my part of the world, that is not something we condone and doesn't happen. So I don't know about that. Like, allow it.
And not even that. Listen to what I'm saying. If it happens in your country of origin, you're still supposed to ban it out, because it's wrong. It doesn't matter.
But the thing is, I don't see no child marriages in no damn St. Lucia. There ain't no damn there ain't no child marriages going on in no Jamaica. So don't be putting that on the rest of the world. Like, allow it. That's not a part of my culture. Don't put that on us. Allow it.
In some African spiritualist cultures in Africa, there are some people that try to engage in that, but they already tell you that, listen, their practices, they ban it out. So you understand, like, people, you know, it's not right, man. Not right. But even then, we were talking about politics and why it's easy to why people should study politics. But I wanted to talk about God of Jacob. God of Jacob says that every time we're on the stream, we're always talking about American politics or America and whatnot and everything.
Wait, isn't that current political affairs?
I mean,
I hear that. That's a silly comment to make. God of Jacob, don't let me have to smoke you today, Hebrew. Don't let me get
God of Jacob. God of Jacob, listen.
I'd head Hebrew in
just shut your mouth and come over to Team Atheism already, yeah? Because I've had enough of you.
No, but the reason why we have to look at American politics the same way we and kind of like put it all to politics here as well and in other places in Europe is because when you go back to slavery times, and people like Terry and Shakara could even Veli a little bit could like bring it all together and show you that when you're talking about these countries, America and Britain, they were very much influential, and they were very much non-distinguishable. Like everything America did, the UK would do, and everything the UK did, America would do. So it's not like to say that what's it called? We're talking about American politics all the time. It's because they're not different from each other. So yeah, I mean, you can jump on God of Jacob.
God of Jacob don't want no smoke. He ain't coming nowhere. Go and sit down I read your doctrine and chill. Don't come over here with that foolishness, God of Jacob. You already know I am the Hebrew. I am the Hebrew. What's the word? What's
Hebrew
that word?
Slayer.
That
Slayer.
man, the Superman. What's it? The kryptonite Hebrew. Don't play.
Oh shit!
I am the kryptonite Hebrew. Like
It's fucking cold out there.
I leave James to handle the Muslims and I handle the Hebrews. I ain't got time for the Muslims, but I got all
Alright, listen.
for the
God of Jacob ain't a Hebrew. He's secretly an atheist. Secretly. Secretly. I'm telling you. Yeah. So basically, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like atheism is the solution to the majority of our problems.
There are. I mean, I mentioned to God of Jacob yesterday about certain British heroes that Black British people can look up to. You know, you have Michael X. You have I think it's Obi or Obi Ogbuna or something it is. You have a few others as well. I think I know Claudia Jones, who was the first person to start so-called carnival, Nottingham Carnival. Who else? You even had a Black Panthers party in here in the UK. A lot of people are not aware of that. But there are some, like, we can talk about these type of people, but the reason why we relate it to America, because it's all the same thing. When you talk about America and UK politics, they're the same thing, you know, like when you go into the IMF.
Yeah, they're very much intertwined, God of Jacob, is what Raf is saying.
Yeah, you can't. So yeah, you can't just you can't just really say that that we're focusing on one and not focusing on what's going on in the UK. We know we know. I wasn't here in the 90s. I was here in the 90s. I was born in the 90s, but I was young, innit? So yeah, I can't really talk to you about people like the NF. Some people have had the experience with NF. Maybe Lady Divine could talk about NF, or even
What are you trying to say? Lady Divine's old. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was going to say you as well.
I don't know where they get this misconception from. I'm fat.
Yeah,
I'm old.
to be honest with you,
I
the
never
NF was
said you're old.
more my mum's time, right? Because
but hold on.
they were prevalent most when my mum was coming up.
Spring chicken out there.
They were still there. Hold on, hear what I'm saying there. Because they were still there in the 90s, even to the early 2000s. So it's not like they disappeared from, like, the NF was there till the early around 2000. That's when they disappeared, didn't it? So yeah, like these people, like, obviously I didn't I like if you grew up in the 90s in school and whatnot, you would have had certain issues with them when you're walking up or whatever, and they're, especially a lot of them were police officers or whatnot. I've already heard stories anyway, so I don't know in it. So yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys know about this stuff, so you could just tell. A lot of people think, yeah. Yeah. See, M.A. Brown mentioned a few of them. See,
I saw what he put in there. I wish he would come on and elaborate for us. You know,
Dark as Hell, Frank Crinchlow. Yeah, he said Obi Ogbonna.
Claudia Jones.
Yeah, I mentioned Claudia Jones.
Oh.
Claudia Jones. Who else?
Yeah, sorry, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I was saying, I was born in '83, innit? So I never really, when I was coming up, I never really got that NF stuff. That was kind of fizzling out when I was coming through. You know what I mean?
Swear down.
Yeah. And I'm from the community I'm from. Like, the only white people that were around were the people that were also just as socially deprived as I was. So, yeah. So there was none of the fuckery. Yeah.
Well, I know someone I was speaking to. He's around your age. He was about. He's around 35. This was 2 years ago, so he might be 37 now. He was telling me that NF was very. He said that he used to encounter NF a lot. Yeah.
And he grew up in Clapham.
But do you know where?
Huh?
I suppose the area makes all the difference where you grow
Yeah.
up. You get
He grew up in Clapham,
because
so.
if he
So what about when places like Oldham and then places like Jupiter? I didn't
yeah,
know
see
until
that's the thing. If
that
he's up
that
there in Sutton
up in
and
Oldham.
Carshalton and Mitcham
Yeah,
and them
Mitcham.
sides,
Yeah, they were.
yeah, see that if
They
he's
were
up there, then I
yeah.
can see it happening. Like, but I grew up in Homer, in Hackney, yeah, and there was yeah, there's no NF. We had other problems.
In North,
Yeah,
we never
no,
had
I'm
no
from deep east.
that. What
We
we
had
did,
other problems.
hold on,
Yeah,
what we did, my parents, when they first, like the first, being here before we were born, my parents did mention to me that in Ladbroke Grove, those ends, there was a lot of teddy boys and shit running back in the day, but they had to bun them out and riot and fight for to get them out, and then they bun them out and they disappeared. And then I think it was later on when I got older and I became a teenager, and then I'm hearing about Stephen Lawrence, Stephen and Oldham. That's when it dawned on me, oh shit, this shit's still going on. Like, this is madness. Like, what's going on? What's this party and all these things about? And then I'm hearing
Yeah.
about, and I think now it's come up again. Now Jupiter,
Really?
I didn't know. Yeah,
Really?
Fairly, Emma's in the back, Fairly. Can you let him on? So it was news to me up until the other day. I think about 2 weeks ago, I think Jupiter spoke on her channel, and I was over there actually, and she mentioned that she's from Oldham, those ends, so she kind of like knows a bit more about the Stephen Lawrence, whatever. And I was like, rah, that explains it. I didn't know before. I had known history of her, knowing about the being from that area, knowing what it's like, knowing the people from the area, a lot of the cover-ups that took place and that. So, and that's interesting because when you go over, like, I know it's not the norm to go over there, but I had to go over there. I had to literally listen to what she's got to say about her point of view and what happened and the cover-ups, and a lot of the people in the community knew what was going on, knew what happened with the Stephen Lawrence, knew a lot of the stuff that the I guess the publicity, the newspapers and the tabloids weren't putting out. A lot of the cover-ups, everybody knew, apparently. Everyone knew everything, but nobody was speaking out about it. Nobody was talking about it. So it's interesting. I suggest a lot of you,
Oh,
even
wait,
if
so she said that they need the whole story.
Huh?
She said they need the whole story of Stephen Lawrence.
She's from the area. She grew up there. She literally grew up there, which explains a lot of her views from before anyway, because I know her views have kind of changed. Well, apparently they've changed now, but her views from before, and now it makes more sense to me because I had no clue she was from Oldham and those areas. I didn't realize that she knew, she grew up there. This is her lifestyle, which I guess your what they say, your environment shapes your views, right? So it explains a lot. Whereas I'm from Northwest, innit? I'm hood chick. I'm a bridge gal. It is what I don't have that. That's a different lifestyle where I come from. So obviously that shapes my views. I'm surrounded by a lot of my own people.
Are you talking about Oxbridge or
Oldham? Is like where's Oldham exactly?
You said you're a bridge girl, so I was thinking, are you Oxbridge?
Yeah, Bridge, North Wheezy, man, Northwest, Harlesden, Stonebridge, Church Road. The way they.
Stonebridge, that's it, Stonebridge. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah. Okay,
so my views are blatantly formed and made up by my community, my people. I grew up around a lot of my people, I grew up a lot of Rastas, Christians, Africans, Jamaicans, West Indians. That's my view compared to hers. When she grew up, a lot of, I guess, what you call them, NF and all that stuff, is two different worlds. We come from two complete different worlds. Hence why we will always clash in debates, but I can still hear her out. We'll always clash. We'll never, ever agree. But I can still sit down and listen to her and hear her out and understand and try to see it or try to understand it from her world. Her world's not my world. Do you understand? So I'm just like, okay, now it makes sense what she's and how she speaks and the things that come out of her mouth before anyway. Now it all kind of, I had no clue she was from Oldham. I had no idea.
Witness is saying it's Eltham, not Oldham.
Is it Eltham? I don't know. Witness, sorry, I'm there's not my ends. I'm sorry, I'm just fucking it all up. So Etham, not Oldham. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so that explains. Jump on Witness because you can probably, get at least the geography right. So I'm fucking it all up. I'm fucking it all up.
Well, I don't think I mean, I did try to speak to her one time about what is her issues with issues with people of
minorities coming into the country. So yeah, she said that it was to do with mismanaging the welfare system, which I kind of tried to explain to her that when you talk about this welfare system, you know that it's not that easy for immigrants to get their hand on. And she was like, no, it's true. It's not true. I know people, you know what I mean? It's kind of like a bias was confirmed because a few people told her, yeah, there are lawyers that are confirming that they can get welfare through this and whatnot and everything, even though a lot of these loopholes have been changed. So yeah.
I hear that, yeah. But have you not noticed that I noticed her talking when I've gone over to her channel in the last week or so to go and listen to what she has to say? I've noticed a lot of her talking points are changing now. If Jupiter's listening, jump on by all means, because I notice a lot has changed, and I want to know where's this change. I'm dying to ask her.
Elton or Elton? How do you say it?
I don't know. Elton.
I say Elton.
Elton. Say that's what I say. Elton. Yeah.
It's Elton.
All the same
Where's
thing.
Stephen
Man.
Lawrence
Same
from?
thing.
What area did he come from and grew up in?
From who?
Stephen Lawrence.
What area did he grow up in?
Yeah, up there.
Thamesmead, them areas.
Oh, and listen. Tell M.A. Brown to get off the panel, please.
No, leave my M.A. Brown as long as he's.
Tell M.A. I don't even want to talk to him. Let me tell you why I don't want to talk to M.A. Brown. Yeah, the man doxed himself. Like, yesterday, man just doxed himself. I'm like, fuck's sake, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's not talk about it again before, you know what I mean?
Wait, hold on a second. I just told you to get off the panel. Are we still doing it, man?
Little chocolate body, little chocolate.
I can't believe, bro. I was screaming at you, like screaming. Bruh, man gave me his fucking personal email. I'm done with you. I'm done with you.
It was my volume was down in it, like, so I couldn't even hear it. Yeah.
Right, do you know what? I'll tell you the truth, yeah, because I'm in a good mood, yeah. I'm gonna let you stay. Yeah.
I appreciate that, bro. You know.
You should. I'm in a charitable mood today, Carl.
Yeah. So
Can someone give us some history and some facts on what happened in Elton, what the area's like, why the people are the way they are there? Does anyone know? Because I'm not familiar with those ends.
No, I don't know nothing about Elton.
What Thames is just dominantly racist.
Okay.
That's it.
That's all you need to know. Charlton, Thamesmead, Eltham, they hated black people. You went there, you were in trouble, mate.
Is it like Surrey, Staines, and them places there?
Worse, because remember, Oldham. Even if you go into the history of football, you will know that what do you call it? Oldham were always warring with any other football team.
Hold on, we said Eltham or Oldham? I'm confused.
Eltham, not Eltham, no. Millwall, sorry, what am I talking about? Millwall, because that's their team, innit?
Yeah.
Millwall will fight any damn black. They will cuss, they will throw bananas, they'll do the whole shebang. That's where the National Front are. That's their base.
I'm just looking to see where they are. Greenwich and Lewisham, so they're all past that way.
Okay. Yeah, going past that way. So you got just after Lewisham.
Yeah.
So all them areas there, Charlton, going up at them ends. But Thamesmead Estate is where the headache was before black people started moving into that area.
I mean,
that's near where I got married, man. Fuck it up.
I mean, I remember Jedi did tell a story about how he used to have a lot of fights with people from around those guys, not too far from Peckham, isn't it?
Peckham, because you remember you had what we called New Cross.
Yeah, New Cross. Yeah,
because that's where New Cross going upwards was where the ghetto boys were.
Yeah,
that was black orientated. Then you've got like New Cross going up towards Plumstead, which Plumstead used to be kind of a national front, but it's kind of turned into mini Nigeria.
Right. Yeah, there was a lot of. I know that. Yeah. I also got one auntie that used to tell me a story about
because she used to say, I think she used to live around Kennington or
Well,
or whatever. She said, yeah, there was a lot of.
Because if you go back into history, you understand that the first riots was in Notting Hill, was a racial riot.
Yeah. That's what started Carnival.
That's right. Kelso Cochrane murdered on
outside
the pub near, I can't remember the name of the road.
Goulburn.
It's on the corner of Goulburn Road and I'm trying to think of the other road. Opposite Trellick Tower.
They got black right outside the pub or the corner near Trellick Towers.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So yeah, that kicked off. It was so Latimer at the time, Latimer Road, where Grenfell happened, that was full of a lot of NFs.
And that was the time of Darkest Power. The time of Darkest Power and all them lot started to stand up for that.
Yeah.
And that's what they did the Mango 9.
Yeah, I want to play some stuff on the Mangrove 9.
Yeah, if you go on Black Ice, we've got the whole thing on there.
I was gonna show some one-to-one interviews.
But you have to make sure. Yeah. Sorry to.
I was gonna show some one-to-one interviews, Terry, from Ishmael, innit?
Yeah.
There's a whole interview with Ishmael on Continent of Everything's channel.
Bro, we've got interviews with Darkest How, with all of them, man, on Ishmael's.
I've got some old archives with Darkest Power.
Yeah.
From back in the days, because remember they were for what's it called, the committee in Lambert Grove, what's it called again, that they've changed it up? Not Simba.
What you said?
What's the place, the meeting place in Grove? Oh gosh.
What, the Mangrove, isn't it?
No, the hall, the community centre that turned into a venue.
Tabernacle,
yeah. Because Tabernacle used to be the meeting point for everybody to meet up.
Yeah. But yeah, if Veli's about, there's like probably over 100 interviews that fill everyone in on the Black Liberation movements at the time, like personal interviews with all of the main players and shit. So.
Yeah. Because I did a kind of like an information base on quite a few of them, because there was many of them.
Play what you've got, Terry, still. And because to be honest, Ishmael's things, like, he's got so much stuff, it should be like a series, really. Like one afternoon, not enough. You get me?
Because a lot of people don't realise in the times of what's them that kind of indirectly brought them together as well was Michael X.
Yeah, Michael X is a polarizing character, bro. He's a polarizing character. He did a lot for... So Michael X was originally an enforcer for the Rachman Empire. Peter Rachman used to be the demon landlord of Notting Hill, they called him, innit?
Yeah.
So, you know, my grandma and my mum lived in Rachman tenements back in the 60s.
Wow.
So he would rent out, he would acquire and rent out dilapidated buildings in the area, being that it was bombed out. The whole area was pretty much bombed out after the war. So he would acquire these blocks that were really undesirable. And as soon as the immigrant population, I mean, there was already Irish in the area anyway, but the immigrant population started to come over and started to devalue the area even more than it was already devalued. He capitalized on this by, charging relatively extortionate rates for rents for very, very small abodes, innit? And fit all 10 families into one yard and all this kind of madness and whatever. But to be fair, like you will find a lot of the Windrush generation that were thankful for the fact that Rachman was actually doing this fuckery, because they would have had nowhere to live. So it's like a double-edged sword.
But that's why Portobello was split into two.
Not Portobello, but yeah.
The actual road where you had one side, you had all the bankers, and then the other side, you had all where all the black people were.
Yeah, you can still see
all the property.
You can still see the split in a way, because it's more obvious on Ladbroke Grove. But like Portobello, you can see that a little bit as well. So after Rachman, the funny thing about that is Rachman became inspiration for a lot of black homeowners to invest in properties and do the same thing. So there was actually, Ghanaian and Nigerian and all different types of homeowners who were renting out their thing as well. So it was a means to an end at the end of the day for the immigrant populations of the Caribbean and whatnot.
That's why.
Yeah, Michael X.
When you look at All Saints Road, All Saints Road has totally and absolutely changed.
Nah, All Saints Road is a joke thing, fam. I've got a clip literally ready to show you what All Saints Road was like in the 70s.
Yeah. When what's his name? Frank.
Yeah, when he got released.
Frank, what's his name? When he had his
Frank Cricklow.
Yeah, when he had his restaurant.
Yeah. So when he was released after the Mangrove 9 arrest and trial, and he was released, there's footage of him coming home, innit?
Yeah. The ones that represented themselves in court.
Yeah, they smashed it, man. I was gonna say, because I was talking about Michael X. So the reason I say is polarizing, aside from being an enforcer, he was a black radical of sorts, definitely. Started a black house, I think, on Holloway Road. Started another house that became the home for the London Free School, who were also involved in the first ever carnival. It wasn't called Notting Hill Carnival at the time.
No, it was that woman that did I keep forgetting her name. She did
Claudia Jones.
She did like the road street parties.
Claudia Jones, that's what you're talking about.
No, Claudia Jones came way after. That's why there's a massive dispute to saying that she's one of the first founders. There's many that were there before her.
Yeah, so we'll have to research that and pull up them names there.
Yeah, she did because she was like I think she was like a South American kind of thing, but she started to do street parties, and from then there was a few others, but it's just that Claudia Jones gave it a little bit of exposure. Then you had what's his name that came up straight after at the same time that made it commercial. I've forgotten his name. There's three of them.
Leslie Palmer.
Yeah, Leslie Palmer. That's it. Leslie Palmer. Because they're all Trinis.
Leslie's a funny guy, man. So it's funny because I live in where I live now. I live in a yard that belongs to a carnival pioneer.
Yeah.
I won't tell you his name because then you'll know where I live. Even though I probably outed myself yesterday, but whatever.
You're really giving it away. Because once you say Harrow Road, you know my brain already ticks.
yeah. You can come true anytime, Terry. You know that anyway.
Because remember, I used to live as well in Dollis Hill.
Yeah, Northwest.
So I used to make my way down, and then I used to be hang around with a lot of the mans them in Moser, like Woody.
Woody, yeah. I know Woody.
Yeah, so that's the type of Woody, Sutty, and them lot. Me.
Yeah, that's fine. You're my sister's generation.
The capital.
You're my older sister's generation, man. That's you. I know you.
I was the young one that they used to fling in through the letterbox. I was the youth, but you know what it is, because of my size, everyone thought I was older.
Yeah. Did you go get your haircut? Did you ever get your haircut on the Harrow Road?
I used to go Kensal Rise. Kensal Rise.
Okay.
But them man they used to hold all them barber shops on the ransom to pay rent. If I tell you some stories with Sutty, I'll tell you the boy, it was scary. As a youth, I don't know how I got myself in them situations.
Do you know a guy called I'm trying to think now, Gaspar or Brian? No, Gaspar will probably be more like Gaspar. He grew up in Zart as well.
Yeah, because you remember you had because I work with him now. Moss.
I don't know Moss.
Specialist Moss. He makes a lot. He makes music, but who else was there?
Stephen Graham said he used to be around Zart, innit?
Yeah, and then you had African George.
I heard African George. I don't know who African George is, bro.
Because he was the brother to a guy called Savage.
Blood clot. Hearing all these names, you lot, yeah, it's a mad thing, fam.
Yeah, there's some big names in that place. But then that's the times of the craziness of the Harrow Road, all the way from Stonebridge to Church Road, from Church Road to Kensal, from Kensal to Mozart, from Mozart to Kilburn.
Lady D was all up in there, mate. Trust me.
Right, all that, it was crazy. It was like, and then when you had this, you know, where you got that little river, the riverside thing that going to Labrador Grove. So the people from Labrador Grove will call the Mozart boys Mexicans.
What was it? My mum was telling me about the cowboys and Indians, innit?
Yeah.
So yeah, the man them on
the road. It was at one stage it was peak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just had to be the 18 bus. You had to hide on that 18 bus. Yeah, because that would take you from one end to the other.
Trust me. Remember, there's a story my mum used to tell me about my granduncle.
Yeah.
Who's like obviously a man them in it back in the day. And one time he was so we at the time my family was living on Amberley Road, which is like if you're going up the Harrow Road the other way, just you get past before you get to like Royal Oak Station. So
where the boxing club is. It's
Oak Club, yeah, before that.
Club. Yeah, because one of my good friends, which I kind of call my brother, his uncle owned that.
See, how long did he own it for? Because I might have known him still. Because I used to.
I keep forgetting his name. Oh gosh, I'll remember his name in a minute. But yeah, he was there for a long time because even what's his name used to play football down them ways.
John Barnes, isn't it?
John Barnes, yeah.
Yeah. Fucking John Barnes, mate.
That's why Audley used to get the stick.
Why? Well, I know why, but like, what do you mean?
Because everyone knew him, and then he turned boxer.
Yeah, he was crap. Anyway,
that was the shocking part because he was a bouncer, and the next minute he turned boxer. I said, "What the hell?"
You know what, Terry? I actually watched that fight, the David Haye Audley fight the other day again for some reason, bro.
I knew it from even when he couldn't even complete his fights in the Olympics. He was struggling in the Olympics, and they still wanted to make him notorious. And then when I see BBC give him £1 million to go professional, I said, "Oh my God, they're looking to kill him." The new Black Hope. Oh, I just felt, nah, you know, murderers.
Where was he from? Was he from Wembley?
Yeah.
Or was he
he's Carol Mozart, but yeah, it was kind of Mozart-ish.
Really?
Yeah, but he moved out.
Maybe
them times that before Woody passed away. Yeah, that was their whole clique. There was enough of them because I used to hang out with a lot with Woody's cousin.
Okay, you probably know my sisters, you know, bro. Real talk, you must know my sisters.
Might do,
yeah.
Because I don't know if you know Maddox, the Maddox family.
Maddox family.
Arlo Maddox.
Nah, Shakara's missus probably knows these. Shakara's missus knows everybody, bro. Trust me.
I'll tell you who else. Maddox. Oh gosh, there is. And then the Tysons. Do you know the Tyson family around that area?
No.
Called Tracy Tyson. Oh, but yeah, there's quite a lot of back then, boy. It was crazy. That was the Wild Wild West, that Harrow Road.
That's it, man.
They wrote a book on Sutty.
Who wrote it?
It was that the books of what do you call it? Gangs in the UK. Because he had his death was horrific. Remember, his car got sprayed up in the middle of Ladbroke Grove.
I'm looking for this book. Do you know who the book's written by?
I'll have to find out who it's by. It's to do with Gangs of London. If you put Gangs of London, I'll tell you now. Hold on, let me just check.
Yeah, Lady D, you still there? Or are you gone?
I'm here listening to these masculine voices, just, feeling myself over here. Allow it.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Lady D used to hide in Stonebridge. She was protected. The good thing about Stonebridge, the good thing they knocked down the flyovers.
No, why? Oh, why? Why did you say the good thing?
What?
Oh, man,
Them flyovers, you know how much man get where?
That's what I mean. It's a landmark. You can't take away the one escape route we had. Allow it.
What?
Bring it
I was running from one end to the other. They were tight. It's the same thing with Mozart. Mozart had them little small flyovers.
Yeah.
You just cross from one block to the other. It was mad times, though. It was mad times. I'm telling you. And it's when the madness began. Because I don't know if you remember, what's his name? Oh God, my man from Tottenham. That came when he came to the Harrow Road. He just caused mayhem.
Terry, if you think about the amount of riots we've witnessed, I've witnessed in my own lifetime. I remember I'm relatively young compared to the amount of riots that's happening in my end. You get me? Like, just the amount of riots I see even to this day. Like, over the one weekend we've had this weekend here, the 1 week, I've literally known about 6 shootings and 3 stabbings this 1 week. And today's only what's today? Friday, Saturday? I'm lost. Saturday.
And you know, the funny thing is that comes under all because of the elders, you know.
Yeah. 100.
Exactly.
From when all them elders were beefing from St. Raph's to Stonebridge, from Stonebridge to Church Road, they just found any excuse, and it was even back then. Barbershops were getting popped up. You could go to a barbershop or any Caribbean shop.
But you know the thing, Terry. Like, you see, Grove Harrow Road, yeah. That split was there when the Windrush arrived, yeah. Because I was chatting to someone about it a little while ago. So the Wild West, they used to call it, innit? So the Cowboys and Indians was there before black people even got there. So there was a bit of co-option. There's a bit of co-opting into that thing at the time, because logically it don't make no bloody sense. Like, I grew up in Brunel Estate, innit? So I'm like halfway between the two. You get me? Like, and really geographically, it doesn't make any sense, because it's only really the river that separates the two ends, you know. It's only the canal that separates the two ends. It's like, it's just dumb. You get me? You could have youths from Grove who are parring with youths from Latimer, even though Grove is Latimer essentially, but like someone could be living on the other side of Latimer Road, all the way by Scrubs Lane, yeah. They could be like parring with them, man, and that's about a good kilometer away. So you could live on Ladbroke Grove itself, and your brethren lives at the end of Latimer by Scrubs Lane, and they could be brethren, right? But you could be from Goulburn Road and literally just over a bridge. The bridge is not even 20 meters long, yeah. And there could be a brer on the other side, and you and him are beefing just because.
What was the barbershop on the Harrow Road? What was the barbershop on the Harrow Road then?
Or the old one?
There was the barbershop on the Harrow Road.
There was a few. There was
Silver the bridge. There was the one exactly on the Harrow Road before you cross over.
Hold on, wait. Which part? Near the Hackney Steps or further up?
That wasn't SNS or something like that.
Yeah, SNS. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where them lot would, some of them man, they were taxing the man's money. You know?
What I find weird now, yeah, you see them houses there. Like if you look at Grove itself, back in the day, it was nothing. Try going to buy a house, you look in millions now to buy in Grove. Look at them ends now. You try to go and invest in a property in Grove. Try to just buy a property in Notting Hill. Try to get a property. You're looking bare millionaires live.
Blood, go try buy somewhere in Roundwood, fam. Like,
try Kensal Rise. Just try KG. Try Kensal Rise. You can't afford to live there. Bare billionaires.
Try and buy a house in Queen's Park.
Forget that. Game over.
I don't know how. You know what makes me laugh is I don't know how they got to live in that area when they're surrounded by pure ghetto.
Now, bro, listen, yeah. You know there was a shooting last year on Bravington Road. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember. It was like the end of summer. There was a shooting.
I think I might have. Was that Nines shooting?
Was it who?
Nines, the rapper.
No. It was actually a white guy that got shot.
Oh.
There was a shooting towards the end of the year, yeah, or just after summer last year, and like we used to live on Portland Road, innit? So we was like a road away, and bruv, like the amount of I'm not being funny, but the amount of Mundele white people that stroll around, bruv, like nothing's going in, fam. Nothing's going in for them people there. Nothing. You get me? And it's just the youth them that are like scrambling around. You get me? You know, looking one eye over their shoulder or eyes at the back of their head and all that. The white people, then they're going drinking, they're having their roof parties and whatever. Nothing's happening to them, bro, at all. I live right around the corner from innit? I was on the corner of Marlborough Road and Dart Street and Portland Road, innit?
Okay.
Right on the corner there.
I don't know if you remember a guy called Vino.
Vino, nah.
He's one of the guys that got thrown off the balcony in South Kilburn. Because you know the South Kilburn estate.
Yeah.
That from there, you imagine that. Then you got on the other side you got Mozart. Then on the other side you're heading towards Roundwood, Harlesden.
Yeah, it's peak out there, bro.
They were clashing too regularly, man. And if you're in the middle of that crossfire, they didn't give a damn.
Unless you're a bad girl like me, you walk where you walk.
It's not even about badness. You can be walking innocently, you know. You need to know, walking innocently, and it just ricochets. Look at them girls that got ricocheted in the chicken shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That was so sad.
But even what do you call it? Even flipping Mozart. Like what was it? Like maybe 5 years ago when the shotgun thing. You know when right on the corner there.
Yeah, like even the barber shop in on Kensal Green near the bridge.
Oh, by the Portuguese. They
were coming for when it happened in two different occasions. There was a time of the Lambie thing, and then there was a time of this youth called Babs, and it was madness. They couldn't get them targets, but they end up getting people that would just imagine that you just go in there and get a haircut.
Don't make me laugh. That's not.
That's what I said. I said to myself, you know what? I'm out of here. I ain't staying too long. You don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, I used to go SNS, but I used to go a little old Trini man on Portland Road. You know the one I'm talking about?
Portland Road.
Little old Trini man. You know, so on Portland you've got the fishmongers on the corner. Hold on, wait. I'm losing my bearings now, you know.
I done lost my bearings a long time. I know the
Portland Road is where you got in the corner. You got the old Ghanaian man with the green grocer in it, and the black greengrocer.
Remind me where Portland Road is. I've got brain block.
So you got Ashmore Road first. No, you got Fernhead Road. Then you got Ashmore Road. Then you got Portland Road. Then you got Bravington, where
all off the Harrow Road. That's all like leading off. Like,
Oh, you're talking on Portland Road. You're talking about in the area of
on the Harrow Road.
Yeah, it's off the Harrow Road, Terry. It's all off the you just the turn-offs. So they're all
Yeah.
back to back. I'm just trying to remember.
You're talking about there, not far from the Kentucky.
Well, the new Kentucky.
Further up, Terry, further up. It's up. Go up.
Now, yeah, you're way down. You're all the way down the other end.
All the way up.
Not there. What do you call it?
Oh, gosh. You know where Kenrick's pub is, bro? The Irish pub on the corner.
Think of 7-Eleven at sides, Terry. That end.
Yeah, 7-Eleven. The old school 7-Eleven.
Yeah. So you carry on walking. First road is Ashmore Road. Next road,
and the one that goes to Domino's Pizza. That road.
What?
From South Kilburn.
Nah. You're on the other side.
No, Terry, you're on the. You know what, Terry? Think of. Okay, look what I think of. You see where the 7-Eleven is?
Yeah.
All right. So if you got
up the Lavender Grove side, or you talking about the Lavender Grove side, or you talking about the
before you get to the Westbourne Park Bridge, before like that between 7-Eleven and Westbourne Park, is it the Westbourne Park station?
There used to be a club there.
Between there, somewhere along that. I know it's along that part, but I don't know.
And the Madhouse.
Don't really Ross, the Queen gone.
Nah, you know, Terry, you know where SNS used to be, yeah?
Yeah.
Go backwards now. So you're not going towards the junction of Labrador Grove and Kensal Rise. You're going the other way. And it's just
you're going towards Maida Vale.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to talk. So you walk further down, you get to the way down the crossing where the 7-Eleven is.
Exactly.
And then the road splits into two.
Yeah, but you're not going down there. It's before there on the Harrow Road. All them side roads. You know the roads that lead to
the avenues.
Yeah, after the avenue. So you got First Avenue, then you got First Avenue, then you got Bravington Road, then you've got Portland Road.
Yeah.
So you got Ashmore Road, then you got Portland Road. Yeah, so Portland Road. I'm saying all of this just to tell you where I used to get my haircut, you know. I used to get my haircut on.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. I think that Portland Road's the same road where we keep our house parties every carnival year.
That's it, bro.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the one. I know what we're talking about now.
We just bun out the thing and we just light up and get waved. You get me? Everybody come and get waved. Don't know if the represent North Wheezy up in this bitch.
Yeah, that's oh gosh, what's his name? What's his name lives on that road? One of the Whalers' sons. Oh gosh, what's his name? He's dark skin. Oh man, he's really, really dark. You probably know him.
I probably know his face still. You get me?
Oh man, he used to be a little wilding. Oh gosh, forgotten his name now. But yeah, I know what you're talking about now, because everyone will cock on that road because you had the little park not far from there.
Yeah. Just between Ashmore Road and Portland Road, that little park there.
Yeah. Because that's where a girl called Princess, one of Bob Marley's son. Yeah, he used to live near there.
You know how many princesses there are in the ends, bro?
But there's only one princess that is half sister and brother to Bob Marley's son.
Okay. You see there's a little community center there. So that's why have I forgotten the name of the estate now? Flipping
the notorious community center is always Granville.
Have you seen Granville recently, like since it got redone?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, it's serious, man. Like it's.
Yeah, have you seen the other? Remember that old center that used to be called? What did it used to be called back? Oh shit! Have you seen it now? The new sports center.
Yeah. Mobley.
Oh, I had to go and get me a free pass over there. I had to do a little scam still. I'm not gonna front, but I got my free pass and I'm hitting that gym in it. Like I'm taking in that sauna. Like yo,
you know what, Lady D? I actually won a year's free membership there when I went to Queen's Park Community Festival. Yeah?
I'm not gonna lie. See that? You see, I think she's Italian. The girl on the front desk, she's the one. Let me tell you, she gave us some free passes. Yeah, I'm not gonna front. I'm taking a full advantage when it comes to that sauna. You see, that sauna's lit. That sauna's lit. That swimming pool's lit. It's nice in there.
Have you seen the rain outside, by the way? Have you seen the rain outside?
The thunder. Can you hear the thunder?
Did you hear the thunder?
I can hear it. It's rocking out there. It's rocking out there right now.
Yeah, man.
Just the other day, it was beaming hot, and I had to have every window in the house open. I couldn't take the heat; it's stifling. And then today, it's pissing it down, and it's thunder and beatings. Like, what's going? England, man, fix up, man. Like, allow it. Allow it.
Oh shit. Yeah, man. Northwest. My nan and my uncles and aunties and that. So they all grew up Old Oak Common, so North Acton. And then my dad bought his first place on, I always forget the name of the bloody road, you know. By the Jubilee Clock anyway, right by the Jubilee Clock. After the Jubilee Clock near Wilson Junction Station. And then he moved to Neasden. Yeah, he moved to North Circular. And he bought a chip shop. He bought a chip shop. Where's one of the worst places you could think of in Northwest to buy and open a shop?
The worst place.
It's Estate, period.
Where's the second worst place? Where's the second worst place?
Kill Estate.
Oh, okay. Where's the third?
Control Estate, all the fucking estates, period. St. Ralph's Estate, all the estates. Don't be buying
Northwest full stop.
He opened a chip shop in St. Ralph's Estate.
Oh my gosh.
St. Ralph's is
even the worst.
St. Ralph's
that's dead.
That is gangster.
It's pointless.
Fam, he opened a shop. I remember like the whole month when he was opening it. Yeah, I'd go there, help out. I was about like 8 or 9 years old, maybe 10. And I used to go there sometime. I'd be like, yeah, please get an arcade machine. And he got some dead like Wild West machine. And I was like, that's good enough, innit? And then I just remember one day, yeah, and I hadn't ever really seen my dad switch or get real Super Vex ever, yeah. These youths used to come in, they're probably about maybe 19, 20, yeah. I remember I'm little, innit? So one day, the same dickhead youths were coming in, causing trouble and that. And my dad, like, I just looked over and he was like, yeah, all right. And he reached down and he pulled out the rustiest shetty, bruv, for these man, fam. I was stunned, bro. My dad is a very softly spoken guy. He's just likable, innit? But he pulled out the shetty, and I'm like, right, this is going downhill rapidly, fam. And maybe within about a month, the shop was closed, man. But it could, in theory, it could have worked, but yeah, not in St. Ralph's, man. Not in St. Ralph's.
St. Ralph's, St. Ralph's was a funny place kind of thing, you know.
But I'm not gonna lie, you see the Rasta community, very heavy.
Is there actually a state called Raphael's Estate?
Yeah.
Yeah, St.
You know,
Ralph's.
it's near IKEA. It's right opposite IKEA in Northwest.
It's where they've got the COVID posted up right now. How you gonna have a COVID fucking testing center right in front of an estate? Like, let me know how to work.
Right.
That's the only estate that I know that is kind of you can't. It's very hard to escape because unless you want to get run over by the motorway.
Okay, but I'll tell you what I love about St. Ralph's. You see, when it comes to when the white people want to research Rastafari and Rastafari culture and what where do they go? Where do they typically head to? When you've watched all documentaries over the years, especially on Channel 4, if you want to watch they all head to St. Raphael's Estate. We're prominently, a lot of my family members are there. We're heavily dominant when it comes to the Rastafarian community in St. Ralph's.
It was private. That's how it was.
That's what I'm saying, and we're close knit in that sense. So therefore, it's like, if you want to know about the black culture and black history and things that we do, things like when they wanted to do research on why do we do things like the 9 nights and why do we celebrate the life instead of mourn death and stuff like that, and they all come to St. Raphael's and they all document it and put it on their Channel 4 and all that, but they don't give us credit. Like, they never give the hood credit, and I don't understand that.
Have you got
know about us, but you don't want to give us credit for wanting to know about us? Like, what's that about?
Yo, Divine, have you got any Dawkins or Bailey in your
You
family?
don't know I'm the Dawkins. You have to
No!
Here we go. Here we go. Here we
Oh.
go.
I'm not gonna lie, my family's way too big though. Way. I so
No, I
many.
know, I know. You're
So
related to
many.
my, you're related to my sisters
I
then,
will
more than
say what the
likely.
hell I want to say up on this bitch because ain't no one can touch me. heavily protected.
You're probably related to my sisters then, sis.
You see what I'm saying? So
I bet your sister knows Dorrit and them lot.
Terry, you don't know. Terry, you know me anyway, so you have to ask me. Ask Emma, innit? You already know me, so you're good.
Yeah, because Dorrit, and that's because my good friend was Georgina, innit? And Dorrit was, we used to call her the woman of death because she was Sati's baby mother.
No, that's liberties.
But it's mad because I know one thing from St. Raph's. If you wanted to catch a St. Raph's man slipping, you can't catch him in the estate. You have to catch him outside. Crazy times, boy.
Who remembers when Bridge Park first came on the scene? Who remembers that? Bridge Park.
Oh.
The community. Who remembers? And this is why I have to rate my brethren Ashley. When I see him out there campaigning to keep the park open, the Bridge Park open, I have to rate them, man. I'm not even gonna lie. Like the foundations of the history of the foundations of itself. When you think about black bus drivers and what they had to sacrifice and the Ponzi schemes and all that stuff they went into invest to put now it's millions of pounds. And you see Brent now trying to fight for it. Brent Council's trying to fight their heart. They know that's a moneymaker. And we are clutching at our last straw.
Yeah, because you don't know that they're just trying to build a train station going right to Wembley.
Yeah, and it's heavily connected towards Wembley Stadium. They want it so they can keep the tourism and bring in the white yuppies to come in and take over. And we're like, hell to the no. We know what our
Why do you think they've been demolishing Bridge so much?
Right. And they're taking all these people from all out of the area and trying to put them in. Now they all want to come and represent Bridge. Bitches, you ain't Bridge. We are original. We are Bridge. You young people, you ain't no Bridge.
A lot of the man that moved out.
They allow it, man. They're not Bridge. They come and representing Bridge. Like, you ain't representing my community. You allow it. Come out of here.
But that's like what's it called? What's the name? Disappeared now. Church Road.
Oh God. Oh man, Church Road's a peak.
When I see that first it was underground, next minute that disappeared. Then next minute they disgrade the whole estate. Now I don't even know where Church Road is.
Nah, you can't mistake Church Road, man. It's still Church Road is still, it's still, you get me?
Nah, but then if you remember it properly, you understand when you mentioned Church Road, you mentioned the underground. That's gone. Where you used to go in the underground, yeah? It was pitch dark. And there used to be a youth club in there. And this time now you're walking to the youth club and all you can hear is voices. You used to be paranoid to go into, you just don't know who's coming from behind. But
no, Terry, it's the back routes that they don't know about. If they don't know about the alley routes then and the little alley, I remember if you think about London way back, like before my time, so like in the 1930s and 40s, they'd have these little Baker tunnels in it. And what people don't understand, right? What people don't understand, if you come to the hood, there's a lot of these Baker tunnels that are still accessible. So if you don't know these back alleys and how to get from one end to another, get from one estate to another through these little Baker tunnels, you're not from my ends, period. You can't represent my ends, period. Like, come out. If you don't know these little secret passages that can get you from 1 minute, you can be in Alric Avenue, Craven Park, and just through one tunnel, you can be in Church Road. Like, allow it. You can't chat to me. You can't chat to me. You're not from my ends. Come out of here.
Even like Brentfield Road coming from that side, fam. You get me?
You know what's funny as well? I'm listening
mad
to you
though,
guys
and
talk,
I'm actually quite happy that
and I'm
there's
thinking to myself, hang on, how
that's
comes
still around.
what
If you don't
breeds
know
this
about
whole
it,
thing
who's in the
about
know and who don't
like
know
you
don't
can't
know.
come to my
But there is
ends?
little,
Like, where did that
little
stem from?
How are you not chatting at the same time and can't?
Yeah. Wait, who's
sorry,
talking?
go on then, Ralph.
No, it wasn't. No, it was Ultra talking, but I don't know.
I
Ultra.
can't hear Ultra. That's the problem.
Wait, who's
I can't hear
talking?
him. Sorry, let me come back.
Lady Divine's talking.
Oh shit! Sorry, go on.
Yeah,
you
so
can't hear
Belly wants to jump out. Oh, she's coming back. Yeah, Belly, if you're there on standby, wait, Lady Van's trying to come back in still. But yeah,
Yeah, I was saying, like, I was listening to you guys talk, and I was thinking, like, what bred the whole you can't come to my area type thing.
When the first gangs began.
Like I said about Grove and Harrow Road, yeah, that thing was there before. It was probably even the flipping Teddy Boys that started that, fam. It's probably different in different ends, yeah, but in my ends, that's what sparked it.
But most of them, where it was like when it comes to black gangs, it was more of bigger territories. It only got smaller afterwards because you have the times of the North Peckham, because it was more like estates. Like you have.
But do you know, Terry? Do you know what it is? No, because Terry, what I'm saying is essentially all the Caribbeans. I can't tell you about the Africans, but all the Caribbeans came here together, and I'm thinking, like, they came together, and then like 2 or 3 generations later, we can't go to each other's estate. Like, that's mad. Like, I'm trying to
say to you, and that's what I'm trying to say to you. The States. This is why when you used to go to Aldeas, it was peak. Because Aldeas is where all of them will come together in their drones, and then it was war.
Yeah, but I'm saying where does this mentality stem from? And the reason why I'm asking is because I was at my dad's the other day, and he was telling me like the word I used the word shubs, yeah, like to refer to a party, and he's like, yeah, that word stems from shubeen.
Yeah,
which was basically a house party where it was really crowded.
A house party, a clubhouse. Like you used to party.
Yeah. So, but and Dad was saying it didn't matter. It didn't matter who you were, where you from. See from Blackie, just meet up. It's vibes. Yeah, and then I was like, rah, that sounds like the type of utopian society that I would like to live in. And then I'm thinking, so wait a minute, from my dad to me, what has happened?
The drug,
the film called Warriors.
It's the drug game, fam.
Warriors.
The drug game, fam.
Not even that. Warriors. Don't you remember the film called Warriors?
Warriors, yeah, I remember that.
Warriors come out and play.
Yeah.
Then you had this when you had the North Peckham boys, you had the Ghetto Boys, you had the Untouchables, you had the 28.
The 28s, yeah.
Yeah,
them are the two that I used to remember when I used to go to school in Victoria. And all them boys used to come outside my school and move to man. And that 28s and Untouchables, bro.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, M.A. Brown. But I'm assuming you're like early to mid 30s, right?
You're the same age as me, man. You know that already. I don't know why you're trying.
Yeah, but I'm trying not to bait you out. Fuck's sake, bro. Come play the game. Play the game, right? I'm thinking when, like, I remember in later high school, like year 10 is when I started noticing boys turning up. Yeah, like from other schools and rare. But I'm thinking, like, from primary school to year 7, 8, and 9, that I didn't feel that, but it became very obvious to me that, like, for some reason there's manufactured rivalries. I'm trying to decipher or discern where the fuck this mentality came from and how it's crept up.
From that film Warriors, and that's when people started to go do it from what estate you was from. You had an estate. Your estate was notorious.
But then again,
and then if you beat another side, then people start to talk about you.
So
yeah, but do we not understand how pathetic that sounds?
Of course, it is pathetic. But it's like when Jamaica took their name from the Western films. Josie Wells and all them kind of names.
This is the reason why. This is the reason why when we have conversations about, like yesterday we did a scattered mind, and we talked about the influence upon the diaspora. This is where, like, I'm sure, like most people on the Hangouts here, most black people on the Hangouts, like they'll quote a movie or quote a line from a tune or whatever, and we don't really understand the significance and the influence upon the subconscious. You get me?
Yes.
We don't understand
Exactly.
it. And so when we're trying to now decode and decipher, okay, why is it that we're like this and we're like that? A man like Terry will come along and give you something like, whoa, the Warriors came along in 1978 or 79 or 82 or whatever it was, and that was a spark. And we know what youths are like, but they'll take something from a film and they will make it their flipping their character. You get me? That's what young people do.
But
I believe that.
But you know what? Yeah, because if you go back to Jamaica, 'cause I know someone he was telling me about the whole gang thing in Jamaica. I think Terry said there was families and whatnot and everything. So like that was also an influential thing. Like you're from that side, don't come around these sides. You understand? So you can understand when kids are seeing that, they're gonna look at it and copy it, but they're gonna put it to a mind of you like, oh, I'm from this estate, you're from that estate, so let's not.
But that's what I'm saying is before it was originally family. So if you knew a family was big, you hang around with that family and you was kind of protected. But the major gang thing that started from estates. That means anybody could join, and that started wiping out families.
You know what's funny, Terry? Like I won't lie to you. Like obviously, growing up, I didn't really. I was never really involved in on roads. Yeah, so I never really got it. I could see that there were guys that they were saying things that I thought, why are you saying that? Why don't you sort of just go home and read a book or use the internet or play Sega Mega Drive? Instead, you're talking like I didn't get it, right? And it's like now I'm thinking
a taste of money.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I won't lie to you. Growing up, we was brassic, Terry. But I used to do. You see, like how you'll see me on every fucking panel on the internet. That's how I am in people's estates. Like I never understood that I was in danger.
No, but you see, at the same time, you got to remember. At the same time, back then, even though you had certain places, you had what we call the neutral guys. There was guys that would travel anywhere in London. I used to be like that. I could go anywhere in London and I would never get touched.
No, it's not even that, Terry. Let's be honest. It's not even that. Let's be honest with it. If you come from a large family, i.e. myself, and you've got a family you've got a family member or family or different sets of family in different estates, different areas, you are easily protected just like that. So you can't tell me I can't go to this estate. I can't. What do you mean? Are people them out here? What do you mean? You can't tell me because I'm from this estate, I now can't come in. Are you stupid? Do you know who you're talking to?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say to you. But you get some people that are just natural travelers. They'll jump on the bus and they'll go to one end and make brethrens, and then they'll go to the other end and make brethren.
Like we used to get a child travel card for £2 and just hit the road.
It's the ones that started to be stupid are the ones that never really travelled.
See, that's the thing, Terry. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I said, for me, right, I was like my boy. Like I've been running with him for nearly 30 years now. Yeah, like we would just go any and everywhere, and it wasn't. I never once felt like we better not be here.
Yeah,
I've never felt that. I've never felt it, and I'll tell you the truth. I'm assuming that I'm one of these neutral guys because I would go to any estate, like, and it was never like, oh, what's he doing here? No, that happened once, but that was in a house party, and I was careless. But like in it, like I would never go somewhere and think, "Rah, we shouldn't be here," or like I'm thinking to myself now, I was in mortal peril, like, but I never felt it, and I'm thinking, like, I've never ever felt a need to protect the estate that I live on, that my mum and dad paid rent for. Like, I don't need to protect my mum's flat.
But, yeah,
like,
but you see the territory.
I'm playing 40 and run outs, and
yeah, but the
I'm
territory,
at the time,
the territory, But
Get
Ultra,
me?
the season of territories is when the actual drugs game kicked in, because it was these are my customers, and you can't touch my customers. That's when the territory started to enforce itself. I remember even when we go to certain estates, you drove your car into North Peckham Estate. I guarantee by the time you come out, you'll find your car on bricks.
Fucking hell.
I'm not gonna lie, there's only one estate that I'm not really happy about. You know, the one estate that I don't like going to. What's that North London estate, man? Shit.
Broadwater Farm.
Yeah, man, when Jedi's and them man, they made me do that walk through there, I was like, oh shit. Why have you got this bridge girl rolling up in this bitch? Why am I here?
That's funny.
That's a mad estate. That's a country in a country, boy.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, but Terry, what breeds that kind of mentality? Is it drug? Is it just drugs, or is it learned behavior, or what? Like,
for me, I can tell you what it was for me. You see the history of that estate, the police, what we saw on the news. It's not necessarily that I've had any beef or anything with the estate, but you see, just watching from back when I was a youth, you get me, from when I was a child in primary school, and I'm seeing the history of that estate with the beefing and the warring and the way it just looked mad and the place just burning down and all sorts. I'm like, yo, I thought our estate was ghetto, but this makes it look mad. And the fact that it's like prison cell blocks. Like, I'm used to high rise, innit? I'm used to blocks. I'm born and bred into that shit. But this is some next type of concrete jungle that I just didn't see. I just don't understand.
But you know the funniest thing.
Go on, Terry.
No, I was just gonna say the funniest thing is though, there's one estate that didn't breed any form of gang, and it's an estate in Finsbury Park called Handover Estate, and that estate had a police
behind
station.
the market. Is that the estate, the little estate behind the market?
Yeah, and it has an ambulance station, it has a fire brigade, everything, and it never breeded.
No, Terry, that's not true. There is another estate that in Hackney that didn't ever produce any gangs, but
which one was that one?
It was my estate, but I don't really want to bait it out. But
you're lying. No,
I swear, no. Do you know? I'm gonna put it in the back chat. I'll put it in the back chat.
Lower Clapton, Holly Street. I'm sure it was close by.
Hold on, no. Look, it's in the back chat. Hold on.
And all of them used to go to the Shabeens in Dalston, Kingsland.
No, it weren't even that. It weren't even that far. Hold on a sec.
Bro, they must have gangs. Are you lying, bro? Bro, come on, man. You got people today saying that.
Ultra, they said Murder Mile, though.
Now, Ultra might be telling the truth of his estate, but I guarantee you there was an estate next door that was doing things. Because Holly Street was notorious.
No, Terry, listen. It's in the back chat, yeah. Just put that into.
I'll tell you that. I'll tell you straight away.
If you watch a drill,
Hamilton.
Bro, I was saying not to bait it out. Don't bait it out.
Okay, no,
don't bait it out. But basically, that's the estate. That's the estate I grew up in.
Where does the Money Lover crew come from?
The what?
Money Lover crew.
I don't know who that is, boy.
You're completely oblivious, brother.
Terry,
I don't know who that is.
Terry, you got a fan in the chat, and she keeps asking me about Yardies. Why, I don't know. But what did you say about Yardies?
That's a construction by the British. There was nothing like a Yardies gang.
No, but I want to know. No, what did he say though? Why is his fan banging on about Terry and the Yardies?
We're playing down the fact that the Yardies, you know, they were talking about the Yardies and how they were controlling all the drug game and whatnot. They were saying that that we're playing it down like as if the gangs and Yardies weren't involved and whatnot and everything, and there was organized crime. Like amongst
Yeah,
black.
but there's always been organised crime in England anyway.
So why don't Macy Cartel, whatever the hell you want to call yourself, yeah? Why don't you worry about yourself about the mafia? Why are you so invested about the Yardies? Go and worry about the mafia. Go worry about the cartels over there. Go worry about the Italian gangs, the Irish gangs. Like, why are you invested in the Yardies? Yardies ain't troubling you. Yardies are fighting for their own fucking plight. Why are you worried about them?
But that's the thing. The Yardies didn't really exist. Cause I know people that were so-called involved in the whole North.
But the Yardie thing came afterwards because before that, as I said to you, from the times of the Turks and all them times of Teddy Boys, even the what's it called? Before the Yardies came, it was just about when the 28 started. They came late.
I bet if I was to ask her what is a Yardie, she wouldn't even be able to explain to me what a Yardie is. Explain to me, mate, what is a Yardie? Explain to me, the Jamaican, what a fucking Yardie is, innit? Let me know, please.
Also, as well, do you know what's funny? I remember as well, growing up, my mum had next to her book on sociology and psychology, those thick books, no pictures. There was a book called Yardie. And I was like,
yeah, do you remember the book Yardie?
Yeah, no, my mum had it on the shelf and I picked it up one day and I read it. And it was like, what is this?
That was the time of
It's
baby
like, yeah,
boy.
blah, blah, blah. And then, but when I say Yardie to my dad, he's offended. He's like, listen, I'm not no Yardie. I'm a Jamaican man.
Jamaica. So I want her to explain to us what the Rasa Yardie is.
You know what though? Maybe last year I was on a live here, or I don't know where we were, and there was someone in the chat who was literally thinking that Yardie means Jamaican.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, was it you then? No, maybe it was you.
I don't think it was me. No. But I
think it might have been you still.
The phrase is obviously synonymous with Jamaicans. But if you speak to a Jamaican, specifically someone born between 1940 and 1960,
yeah, she said. I see the response. I think she said, "Lady Divine, aka Lady Sugarcoat, the Yardies raise the violence levels, you idiot. Who are the fucking Yardies? Number one, and what violence levels do they raise? And where do they raise these? Like, answer my questions, innit? Like, stop going around corner, my girl. Come direct to me, innit? You can't play me like you've been the man them. I want to know, who are the Yardies? Why did they raise these violent levels? And what makes them outdo any other group? What makes them outdo the Italians? What makes them outdo the flipping Irish? What makes them outdo the British? Let me know who are the Yardies and what cartels and where's the profits in what they're doing? Let me know. Please show for every one Yardie you can show me. I can show you one British.
Who was the head of the Yardies? Because like that's what I want to ask. Because when you talk about organized crime families, we all know we can go to certain crime families in Manchester, go to certain crime families here in London and
Liverpool.
You know what I mean? But man's talking about Yardies, and really and truly, it was created by the government to call a bunch of people who were doing crime because they were black. Like I don't get it, man. Like, come on, man. Like, just stop.
She might as well just say gangs or what's it called? What's other names they got for us? They call us gang members. They call us what's the other word that they got for us, man? Thugs. She might as well just say thugs. Fucking Yardies. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. No one ain't falling for that.
Hey, Riggs. The last 2 days. Yeah, the last 2 days, you've made comments that have had me in stitches, and I can't remember what they were, man. I know one of them
couldn't have been that funny.
No, bro.
Shut up, man. You might as well claim from the people from the grave.
Yeah. That was today's one. That was a joke. That was yesterday. That was yesterday, isn't it?
Yesterday, it was yesterday.
Go get money from the graveyard and ask for your money.
Who wants to address this comment? James SC, come on, James, I'm waiting for you. He wrote, 97% of those arrested were white, while 85% who died in police custody were white. So white people are slightly more likely to die in police custody in the UK than black people. Now, I don't know where his comment came from, but who wants to respond to that?
Where are you seeing this? Because I can't see this shit.
Oh, it's in the
Comment
chat.
section. Live. Click on the live comments. Sick.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I don't know why he thought to write that, but is anyone want to respond to that? I don't know where that
Nah.
came from. Or... No one went talking about white people dying or nothing, but it came out of nowhere. So who wants to address it?
That's what I said. Let him have it.
Let him have it. Yeah, man, you can have that.
We're not even talking about that.
Yeah, you can have that.
But yeah, even because even I can even say even in Northwest, because the main guys that came out of Jamaica that were notorious in like Northwest and West was Yardy Ron.
So what does Yardy actually mean? Like, why is it so? Cause I know some Jamaicans aren't happy with the word, but I don't know what's wrong with the car. Obviously, you hear man say back in our yard or in our yard.
Back home, innit?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry guys, I did an injustice. I missed a comment, so he told me to read the comment above, which was this is his comment above. www.bbc.co.uk
You don't need to
/news.
read all of that.
Well, I have to read what he wrote in it. You need to read the comment above. It says /5289036.
Wow.
I'm taking the piss. Oh, okay. So he said 163 people have died in police custody last 10 years. 9% of those arrested were black, but only 8% died in police custody on the other hand. Okay, I get that, James, but what was the point of that comment? Because nobody was talking about police custody deaths. Or like, I'm just trying to understand where your comment came from, innit? Like, can you help us understand it? You took me like left, and we were on right. I just don't understand where that the random comments will come from, James, and we weren't.
Let's go into it because he's saying 10 in 10 years, 9% were arrested were black. So that's what? Okay, so I don't know how many people were arrested, but 9% of those arrested were black. James, how many people were arrested? So what is the number? What is that 9%? How many is that?
Do you know what, James? Do you know what you have to do with when it comes to stats and figures and whatnot? What you need to do is you need to understand that when they're talking about, okay, look, yeah, maybe white people might be arrested more and might be dying in custody when you overall calculate the number of arrests and people dying in custody. But when you calculate off those few black people who were arrested and died in custody, that might be where they're saying that.
Okay, you know what? You know how we squeeze the demographics.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say how many people died in London? How many black people died in London, and how many white people died in London?
Yeah.
And then you will see the shift.
Yeah.
Because his stats is coming from a UK perspective.
Mm.
Of course, the population of the UK population is of white people are more. So of course, there's going to be a difference. But let's just look at London alone.
Yeah, have you got any London statistics, James SC? Any London statistics?
Oh, right. So hold on, brothers. This is what he said. So he said, I was mentioning it because I know there are people protesting today in London about this issue. Okay, but James, that's the problem. Just because people are in London protesting against that doesn't mean that's what we're talking about. So when you come randomly and you just throw these things into the equation that we're not speaking about, not even thinking about, not even talking about, it looks weird. Like you're just trying to direct the conversation. And that's fine. You're free to do so because like Veli has an open panel where anyone could come and speak and say their piece. I just wanted to know where your comments came from because out of the blue you just dropped it and nobody was even talking on that subject. And we can go into that. We have no problem addressing that. So you're saying, so what your point is, I guessing from your comments is that, white people are dying more in custody and more arrests are hold on. White people are 85. police custody are white. So 85% of people of 90% who have died in police custody are white. Cool. If you want to go with that statistics, fine. So white people are slightly more likely to die in police custody in the UK than black people. Okay, fine. But this is a white country. So the numbers should be higher for white. When the numbers are actually outstanding and more predominantly more towards black, and the number of the population of black people here are slightly lower, now we're going to have a problem.
No,
Because now it looks...
no. Sis, 1 second. So
Yeah.
he's intelligent enough to know that already, right?
Right, and that's my point. But I'm just saying that...
No. But
throw
listen.
it in.
Listen. Because that argument is for stupid people. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're talking at people who wouldn't know any better. James MC knows better. But what Terry is saying is more significant, which is, okay, if he's already looked into the figures and if he's already offset the population of the lesser population of black people, if he's already offset that against the figures, and he's already done what you're about to say, what he needs to do, however, is go to London, yeah, and assess what the figures are for London, because what would happen is outside of London, where there might have been a disproportionate amount of arrests for black people in London, outside of London, those figures will now balance out because there's just more white people, right? So if we just address London itself,
right, I'm with you. I get your point. So okay, so James, let's narrow it down. We're talking about London, where it's more multicultural than any other. There's other parts of the UK, like you said, the UK, that are predominantly white only. The percentage of black people are very, very much minuscule. So therefore, they probably have 1%, if you're lucky.
Don't say that.
Or 0% in certain
Esra's out
areas.
there still.
Right. So let's stick to London and let's look at the numbers there. Let's get to the statistics there. And let's see how the black people outnumber the white people, considering we're only, 13% of the country? Let us know how that works then, James. Please try to justify that one. And Alora, I'm tired of your bitch ass, You're everywhere, you little fucking EDL bitch. I'm tired of you. Go away. Go and find a KKK channel to watch. Like, why are you here? I'm fucking sick of you. No, it's okay, James. I don't mind. James, it's not even a beef, I don't mind commenting on it. I just wanted to know where it just came from, because out of the blue, you just threw that in, and it just kind of threw me off. So I don't mind discussing it. I have no problems.
But he said the reason why. He said it's because people are out there protesting, but we weren't talking about that. We don't really care.
We talked about that yesterday, and the day before. Yeah.
He said,
but I don't mind talking about it. I have no problems. Like, we can talk about it. I've already addressed my people.
Can I interrupt if it's okay, just to put a point out? Yeah, somebody sent me a video and it just made me realize I really agreed with it. I just want to put it to you guys because maybe you can give a spin on it. That might make me open my mind a bit more. Somebody said they sent a video as a Facebook video, and on the video he said the guy was in his van and he said something like, right, COVID been murdering blacks and ethnic minorities, right, disproportionately apparently, and then George Floyd dies and you guys are out there protesting, up in arms, right? So that means you have to stop killing each other, or it's an idiot thing. It's like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I thought, well, yeah, like you can't be out there protesting, and I'm talking about specifically like gang members, like, because essentially, like, gang warfare all but stopped during the COVID, like in its peak, when everyone stopped caring. Dominic Cummings hashtag. If you're gonna go out now and resume business as usual and start killing each other, then why are you rioting? Why are you protesting?
That's Kate Hopkins that said that, but
no, it's a black dude.
Okay. Yeah, well, Kate Hopkins asked a similar question in it, like asking why is it that black people, when they kill each other in terms of gang warfare, no one comes out and protests, but when it comes to something like a white police officer killing a black person, then it's up in arms and everyone needs to protect Black lives and Black Lives Matter. yeah, we do see that that's an issue in the community. Obviously, like you just said, it stems from usually from historically from our fathers, our forefathers, you know, beef and whatnot and everything, and this is what's yeah, like obviously like this is what we're trying to get to understanding. How is it that um we are still, some of us gangs are beefing off from things that are
Raf. Sorry to interrupt, bro. Veli, M.A. Brown's in the back.
yeah, I was trying
M.A.
to send
Brown's in the back.
I'm trying to send
Veli.
I'm trying to send him
M.A.
a
Brown in the back.
I was trying to send thing a message still, but
Okay. Also, Raf, the
yeah.
video I saw, it's in the back chat. It's a it's a Facebook link.
That's no problem.
With the whole riot thing going on. I made my position very clear yesterday and the day before, and I'll make it clear again today because I still stand on my square. My thing is, if we're not doing this to the betterment of our people and we're not doing it for the betterment cause of our people, then there's no point us out there. There's no point us out there rioting here in the UK when it's not going to help the plights of our brothers and sisters in the United States. You understand? If we are not helping to help their cause, if we're not doing what we're doing to help their cause, then we're talking about oppression that happens both only in Americas. So Americas, yes, they have far worse oppression. They have far worse things going on out there. I get it. No one ain't disputing that. I don't think I've had anybody on this panel disputing that there is a difference between the UK and the Americas. My problem is we can relate. We have systematic racism going on here. We have a lot of things happening here that we can actually align ourselves with our counterparts overseas in Americas, and we can say we see the problem, we see the struggle. Okay, it may not be on the same level, it may not be on. I even saw Jupiter uploaded a video and I went and I watched it, and she's talking about she doesn't understand why the people in the UK are worried about what's going on in America when we have our own problems here in the UK. Well, I understand it because I'm black. So that's the reason why you're not going to understand it, Jupiter, because you're a non-black person, so you're never going to understand it. Nor do I expect you to understand it. I'm not going to force it upon you to make you understand. That's not for me to do. My thing is I can relate because I do understand it being a black woman in the UK. My thing is it's just not on the same levels as what's going on in the Americas. Now, I understand going out there on the streets and marching. I understand, being in unison with our brothers and sisters across the seas. I understand fighting for the rights of black people worldwide. Fuck it, worldwide. I understand it, but what I don't understand is the madness that we're going in. Because right now, I'm just seeing us going into martial law. I'm actually seeing this, and I'm saying if we don't get a grip and understand that we've been infiltrated yet again. We've been infiltrated by Black Lives Matter. We've been infiltrated by Antifa. We've been infiltrated by whoever the other groups are, the subgroups are.
Yeah.
Then we've got a problem, and we need to understand it. So it's not a case of me being biased.
You know what,
I'm very
Lady
much.
Divine, would it be okay if I challenge something you said?
Go on.
You know how you said systemic racism or systemic racism, yeah?
Yeah.
I think for me this is part of the problem.
Go on.
Like I feel like when people say systemic racism, for me all I hear is vapor. Because the reason why let me just clarify what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Is what institution is it exactly we're talking about? And because like
right,
no, because even the answer M.A. Brown just gave me sounded like vapor. Like
all right, let me tell you why I said let me explain.
Yeah, no. It's not about what you're saying, because if I'm honest with you, Lady Divine, I actually agree with you. Don't get it twisted for a second.
No,
but
I just want to.
I'm saying when we're saying systemic racism, I'm like, people, no, we can't just use. For me, it's starting to feel lazy.
All right. Let me break it down then.
Yeah.
Let me break it down to clarify my position and to make it a bit more clearer. So when I say systemic racism, when I talk about things like, our children are entering into institutions, i.e. schools and stuff, and they're at a higher level above their peers. By the time they get to junior high school, going into secondary school, they are below average. That tells me that something's fucked up in the educational system where our children are being dumbed down and they're not getting the same treatment they're not getting the same, I guess, education as their peers, and hence why they're failing in these institutions. When I talk about when you get into a job and you can't get no further than a position of a supervisor, or you're lucky if you find every one in 10 black men happen to make it to manager. That's systemic racism. When you get to a part when you can only go to a certain position within a job, and after that you can't go no further than that. That's systemic racism. When you get to a place where you are stopped and searching, your numbers outnumber all other races on the planet. That's systemic. Like, these are examples of systemic racism that goes on that I can relate with my American counterparts with. So when I say that, it's a broad blanket. I understand your point and I get it, but it comes under many titles and barriers under that wide blanket. So I guess, yeah.
But you know what? I wouldn't necessarily say. I mean, although that because you can get different groups of white groups that will also be discriminated when they apply for a job. So you get Polish people and whatnot and everything. So I think there is also, we need to go into what historically happened and what the prison and policing was set up for.
Right.
So yeah.
Veli,
national racialism is backstage.
Oh no.
Terry, why are you gonna hate on my brother, NA? Like he's like myself. Why are you hating, bruh? Why are you hating?
I said, "Oh no!" It was like a pantomime. Oh no, as well. That was a joke. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Like, but I want to ask NA Brand, is there anything I said that you might not, or anyone on the panel actually? You don't have to agree with me. That's the wickedest part.
No,
like,
I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was saying that when you give that example of applying for jobs, like that could be applied to any other group as well, isn't it?
True. I get that. I'm not going to take away that other groups don't face the same injustices too, whether it's Asians or whoever. I'm never going to take that away. But you see, my struggle, this is the problem I have. I'm not applying our blanket to any other group. My blanket's for my people. So I'm only speaking on my people on our behalf. Yeah.
Let's use, because you can Google institutional racism and you can get like 100 definitions that will do the job of explaining. It's quite well known now. It's a vast area of academic study. Just Wikipedia alone will tell you this. Institutional racism, also known as systemic racism, is a form of racism expressed in the practice of social and political institutions. So it's saying it's expressed in the practice, not just in the legislation or in theory. It's actually something that is practiced in social and political institutions. It's reflected in the disparities regarding, so just as Divine was saying, in the disparities regarding.
Hey, M.A. Brown, you're cutting out, B. Yo.
Oh, Ralph, I heard him. Did you not hear him, bro?
Or is it me that's cutting out?
Yeah, it must be you, because I heard him. He's talking about systemic racism and.
Fuck, I can't hear him. I can't hear him now. Is he talking now?
Try go in and come back. I'll holler at Veli to let you back in. Try refreshing.
No, Raf, it's not you, bro. He cut out. His signal dropped.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean.
Brian, are you there, brother? Can you hear us?
My internet's on point. 5G.
Oh, shut up, man. You're 5G. You come with your damn foolishness.
I'm joking.
No, I got a question quickly. I got a question in the chat, and let me just be very clear. Yeah. He said, Lady Divine, my people are getting that same treatment by Black South African government. Will you also ban them out? No, I won't. And I'll tell you why. I made my position very clear. And for my people, my struggle, and even when I say my people, that doesn't even include every Black person. Some of my people go and get left. I've made that very clear. Enough of my people are going to have to get left behind because they're just not on what I'm on. So when I speak, I'm not speaking for nobody outside of my people. And even some of my people have to get left behind. So I'm very, very, very straight to the point with how I speak. I speak for me and mine only, because we don't have no friends. We don't have no allies. We don't have no allegiance to nobody. It's us and us alone.
So when I say you have to have an allegiance, I would say that you can have a.
No, but we don't at the moment. We don't. Everybody's against us at the moment. We don't have one. So therefore, until I fix my own, I am not looking at outside of my group for nobody else.
That's fair enough.
And it sounds very selfish, but I'm very honest in what I say. So I don't say nothing that I don't believe in or I don't stand by.
Charity begins at home. Yeah, I understand.
I start with my own, and then once I fix fixed my own and cleaned in-house, then and only then would I look outside of my own. So I'm just being, that's my honest answer, LB. I don't know how you take it, but that is my honest answer. No, I'm not speaking about anything else outside of my own right now.
Uncle, national racialism, Uncle.
Good. Yeah. Good. So it's good evening now, isn't it? Yes. Good evening, all. And thank you for the welcome, Mr. Eggs.
No. Yeah. So what do you think about the word systemic racism or institutional?
Listen, wait. Before you get into that, are you guys getting thunder and lightning where you are?
Not yet. I know that.
I am ultra. I've been getting it for about an hour now. I am.
Yeah, that's mad. I just heard the biggest fucking thunderclap.
Yeah, me too.
Wake
up call.
It hasn't come south yet, but they said it's coming. My auntie was telling me this morning that there's a storm coming. So, yeah, she said that she's trying to get my auntie come around to make some bread. So she's trying to get it all done. And then,
do you know, Catwoman said there's a storm coming as well.
Yeah, they said there's a storm. Yeah.
All right, bigger auntie anyway. Big up all the fucking weather forecasters.
I know a lot of them don't like what I'm saying, but they want me to plead to their ears, and I'm not here to do that. Like, I'm not here to mollycoddle and make everybody else feel comfortable in their position. I'm for me and mine. I stand by my red, black, and the green. I stand by, I'm a Garveyite, and it's me and my people first.
Really?
That means Africans worldwide, and even if some of my Africans have to get bun out too, and I'm here for that too. So let's just be clear. If I'm about Africa first, innit? My people first. Period.
But you know, there's a bag of people that I forget left behind the car. The amount of zombies, it's just.
I believe zombies can be saved. It's not going to be easy because zombie is raising of the dead, isn't it? So I think maybe some zombies can be brought back to life or de-zombified.
Yo. Did you not even hear anything I read, or did it just get booted out straight away?
We didn't even hear you. Start again, please, brother MA.
We didn't hear a word, bro. Your signal dropped, and the most I didn't want to hear it, man.
I was reading like I had a whole stadium audience, bro. Let me try again. All right. So, institutional racism. So, yeah, you're gonna find many examples of this concept being defined.
Your thing's doing it again. You gotta move somewhere better, brother. See, it's done it again. Yo, man, if you can hear me, you gotta come back again or move somewhere better, car. Your internet's doing the most right now. Unless let me see if I can get it up and now read it as well. Institutionalized racism. Institutional racism, also known as systemic racism. Yeah, MA. Yo. Everyone's on mute.
Can't hear him around. I can't hear him. I don't know what's
going on. It's gone. I should put a message in the back chat, car. He would probably be able to see it there. But yeah. I said 5G block. Very funny, fam. Yeah. 5G.
Big up the reanimator in the chat. Every time I see his name, I just get excited. I'm not gonna lie.
it brings terror to certain people, though.
I'm not gonna lie. He put some fear in me still. I'm not gonna front.
Why? You have to watch what you say now.
You don't know what's coming, innit? Like, it's expect the unexpected. When I see his name, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, what parts has he heard, and what shit is he gonna clip next? Like, I don't know, innit? The unexpected.
You know what it is, yeah. Certain people have to realize that if you say something that makes you look a certain way, like you're not happy with it or whatnot and everything, sometimes you just have to hold your hands up and say, yeah, you know what, I was wrong.
But you see, that's why I try to be very. I'd be honest. Like my honesty is not always my best policy, innit? So therefore, my honesty will be offensive to everybody else. So if I say, yeah, I'm about my people, my plight, my struggle, our struggles first,
And that's not an issue, yeah.
that'll be offensive to everybody else, but it's not offensive to me. I'm putting us first. Like everybody else puts their group first. So why is it a crime when I put our group first? When I say Africans and Africans first, I don't understand why the outrage. Because everybody else is okay with putting their group first, whether it's the Chinese, whether it's the Asians, the Indians, whether it's the whites. But when black people do it, now it's an issue. Like, you're not going to ever get me to apologize for putting my people first. I said what I said, and I said what I said with chest. I stand by it, innit?
100%. That's it. That's it, man. You got a lot. And this is why this is what Veli wanted. You know, he wanted opposing views on here. He didn't want just people, you know, oh, let's have someone who has the same view, and we just, you know, keep sounding like an echo chamber. You understand? So it's good when you come on here and you say your view. If someone has a disagreement with it, they can come and challenge it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. It's good.
Yeah. But let me read out what M.A. Brown was trying to say anyway. So the definition of institutionalized racism, which is also known as systemic racism, is a form of racism expressed in the practice of social and political institutions. It is reflected in disparity regarding wealth, income, criminal justice, employment, housing and healthcare, political power, and education, among other factors. The term institutionalized racism was first coined and first used in 1967 by Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, and Charles V. Hamilton in The Black Power Politics of Liberation. So Carmichael and Hamilton wrote that whilst individual racism is often identifiable because of its overt nature, institutionalized racism is less perceptible because of its less overt and far more subtle nature. Institutionalized racism originates in operation of established and respected forces in the society and thus receives far less public condemnation than individual racism. They they further go on to give examples, but I feel like that's an understanding that everyone has right now. So what do you think about that definition?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think Stokely Carmichael, those guys, you know, were doing a great job.
Okay.
You know, because it's beautiful when they give something a name, it starts to begin to be exposed. You see, why did it take some black people to come up with the term institutional racism? You know, they're feeling it, they're experiencing it, and then they manage to put a name on it, and then from then on, you know, the game, the whole game goes up a level. But
I think sorry, Uncle, I didn't want to cut you there, but there was some more that M.A. Brown's telling me to read further down. So he said that he read up to. Let me just clarify where he read up to. I think he said he read out everything up to the end of the McPherson report. Okay, so let me go back to it. Okay, so he says, so this is after Stokely Carmichael and Charles V. Hamilton. They gave an example of this in the book also that they read in it. So they said, when white terrorists bomb a black church and kill five black children, that is an act of individual racism, widely deployed by most segments of the society. But when it is in the same city, Birmingham, Alabama, 500 black babies die each year because of the lack of poor or proper food. Shelter, medical facilities, and thousands more are destroyed and maimed physically, emotionally, and intellectually because of the conditions of poverty and discrimination in the Black community. That is a function of institutional racism. When a Black family moves into a home in white neighborhoods and is stoned, burned, or rooted out, they are victims of overt attack of individual racism, which most people will condemn. But it is institutional racism that keeps Black people locked in dilapidated slum tenements, subject to the daily prey of exploitative slumlords, merchants, loan sharks, and discriminatory real estate agents. The society either pretends it does not know of this latter situation, or it is a fact incapable of doing anything meaningful about it.
Yo, Raf, let me read the rest of it. So
Okay.
I just wanted to point out a few things there.
Okay.
So, like we were saying earlier, like I was saying earlier on about the demon landlord, the demon slum landlord of Notting Hill, yeah, Peter Ruckman, when he was talking about Michael X. This is the reason why I was speaking about the polarizing of someone like Michael X in terms of him being a Black radical, and then also like a scummy slum landlord enforcer. But anyway, yeah. So that next part, so that is really highlighting the difference between the individual acts of racism that we see on a fairly consistent basis, say in the US and here, where you've got George Floyd, the individual act of racism of killing George Floyd sparks this level of protest, but it does not affect change within the institutions themselves. However, here's an example of an attempt to alter the institutional racist systemic paradigms within, say, the British police force. So the next bit, it speaks about institutional racism as defined by Sir William Macpherson of the Macpherson Report, which was in response to the killing of Stephen Lawrence. That report was released in 1999. It says, the collective failure of an organization to provide an appropriate and professional service to people because of their color, culture, or ethnic origin. It can be seen or detected in processes, attitudes, and behavior which amount to discrimination through prejudice, ignorance, thoughtlessness, and racist stereotyping which disadvantage minority ethnic people, right? So institutional racism can be found in various systems and work streams within a particular organization or institution. So in colleges, you might see examples in education can obviously be the marginalization of Black youth, period. Yeah, where you've seen maybe that picture from a few years ago of 3 Black kids, I think, who were reprimanded for some reason. Yeah, for some reason. And in the photo, you can see that all of the other kids are in the foreground and they've been given cake and stuff, or they've been treated nicely. And the only 3 Black kids in that scenario are in the background on punishment, right? Now what we can understand from that is that institutional racism is seeded by the individual racist perspectives and actions of those who work in that institution and write their legislation and teach the kids, right? So institutional racism is definitely a derivative of the individual perspectives, but those individual perspectives come from institutions in the first place. You understand? So the institution of the American, the state, for example, filters down into the prison industrial complex, filters down into the education system, filters down into the police force, filters down into systems of credit and whatnot, and not only perpetuates those systems, but it actually miseducates those who may have gone into the system that includes black people and people of maybe Latin heritage or whatever, it actually miseducates them into racist ideologies to uphold the system. And sometimes, sometimes you might even find, like I said, black people who unknowingly are supporting the racist hegemony within those institutions. So you won't know until you meet another black. I was just chatting a little while ago to my wife about a sister and I used to work with. I used to work with her in a special school just around the corner from where I live. And I remember being in there, and I worked there for maybe 2 months. And then one day, and I didn't realize that this was like I thought, okay, there's these black people working here with a majority white staff faculty, and they've just accepted Wagwan, because I kept seeing stuff, and I'm like, right, this is mad. And then one day we was in we happened to all be in the same room alone, and it all came out. Yeah, all of the racist practices that they've had to endure, all of the fights that they've been unable to win thus far.
Cut out again.
Yeah, listen, M.A. Brown, the Most High doesn't wanna hear your garbage anymore, M.A. Brown.
Can you hear me?
That's how
Yeah?
it goes, fam. Yeah, we can now.
Yeah, you're back now. Yeah, say that again.
Yeah, no, I was saying there was we're talking about one individual black person who was upholding a lot of the racist, and this often happens because obviously we live in a dog eat dog society. Obviously people got to pay bills, and they're not really looking further than tomorrow, and then certainly not looking, they're not extending their family beyond the walls of their home. You get me? Whereas we could look at ourselves as one big family and protect one another when we're in these institutions, we don't. We tend not to. We tend to look after number one. And thankfully, there are some areas of industry and whatnot that do have black, what do you call it? Black, what's the word I'm looking for? Unions, right? Some of them are actually unofficially formed. Yeah, so there's I think there's it's not a black union of teachers, but it's a group that operate as a union. But they need to actually,
Unison, is it?
No, they're not. But I'm saying black, like black only.
Oh right, okay.
So there are groups that do exist within the teaching industry, but the struggle is that when you're a minority in a white-run institution, so it could be the police, for example, right? And we know that there's loads of black people that have joined the police and joined the army and whatnot. It's very difficult to make a change unless you're going to go well against the system that you're working for, right?
Yeah,
and that can be dangerous, especially back in the day. If you
could be dangerous, it is very dangerous.
100 is dangerous. It was even worse. It was even worse when there were less black people in these institutions. You couldn't say shit. You might even die. Like in the army, I'm pretty sure that there are stories of black soldiers just getting murked on the sly, and then you never hear about them again. And maybe they tell the family, "Oh, yeah, he died in Vietnam, or he died."
That's right. Exactly. Yeah, definitely.
You get me? So there's for anyone that wants to understand what institutional racism is, there is so much information, so much. Those who don't care about institutional racism, I don't expect them to go and look for it. You get me? But those that are interested to understand it, yeah, there's enough stuff out there, man. Get me?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, man. So yeah, Ultra, is that? Would you be able to kind of explain that yourself next time you have a conversation? You think? Because I know you knew about it.
Say it again, bro. Say it again, brother. Sorry, my wife was talking to me. What do you want me to know?
I was saying, I know you already understand or have an understanding of institutional racism, but would you be able to explain it even better next time you have a conversation?
Probably not. And because if I'm honest with you, M.A. Brown, sometimes I like to play dumb.
Mm.
And the reason, if I'm honest with you, I actually gave some of the game away earlier when I said to Lady Divine, when people say systemic racism, to me, it's becoming lazy. And it's starting to sound like a meaningless soundbite and an empty platitude. And I feel like rather than get complacent with something that is so important, I think sometimes we need to remind ourselves of exactly what we're talking about, what we're doing, and where we're going.
Correct.
Right? Because I just like it's like when people just fling out racist or Islamophobe or for me it's just like when I hear these words, like if the context is right, of course, fine, no problem. But sometimes it just feels like, yeah.
Oh,
do you see what I'm saying? So I feel like certain times we have to just be mindful of the words we use.
100%.
Yeah. So
You're
I'm honest.
you're 100% right, bro. And you know what? One of the consequences of not doing that is that sometimes words lose their meaning and the meaning changes.
Exactly so.
Yes. That's right.
Yeah, Riggs.
Yeah. So would you say some aspects of Black Lives Matter is institutionally racist?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say that institutionally racist. I'm not sure I would use that term. Actually, no. But I would say that Black Lives Matter in some ways you may be able to find evidence that they are upholding of institutional racism in some shapes or forms.
Correct. Yes, that's right. So the question would be, who is funding Black Lives Matter, and how are their race relations within that financing company? Not Black Lives Matter, but the organization that is financing them.
So, are we talking about? So, obviously we've all heard the name George Soros by now, I suppose.
Yes.
But there are others, right?
Yeah, but George Soros he's just an individual, and we can't say he's just an individual, but he may be using his power and his wealth to set up other organizations,
right?
And then those organizations, or one of them, might be sponsoring Black Lives Matter. So it would be interesting to know what the principles are of that organization that is sponsoring Black Lives Matter and why they chose to sponsor Black Lives Matter. And what is their internal organization like?
Yeah, but then when I'm saying that, have we looked at what actual governs the Black Lives Matter itself as an organization?
That's another thing, right? So those two inquiries will be handy to actually peel back the veil of this thing.
That's right. You have to dig. That's right.
Yeah, because you don't know what is the system that is using to actually make itself have able to do what it's doing.
Exactly. Yes. And what are the principles it holds? What's its value system? What's its cultural values? What are the corporation's ethics? So all those questions, rather than aiming it at Black Lives Matter, aim it at the people that are sponsoring Black Lives Matter, which obviously they're the ones that will be sitting in meetings with Black Lives Matter and saying, what are you doing with our money? Are you doing what we told you to do? Or are you doing what we expected you to do? That's we're not sponsoring you and then for nothing.
Do they actually announce that it's a non-profitable business?
I don't know. We can look it up. It might just be like a limited company firm or whatever you call it. That's funny. For the record, George Soros's organization is called the Open Society Foundations. It was launched 27 years ago. The key people are or have been George Soros, Patrick Gaspard, who's the president, Soros is the chairman, and Alexander Soros, global board deputy chair. They've got different chapters of this thing all over the world, right? All over the world. They've got Open Society Initiative for West Africa. Did you know that, Terry?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's also known as the OSIWA, so OSIWA. That's what they call themselves, the Open Society Initiative for West Africa. I don't know much about these lots, so I'm going to do some research on it while we're online.
What they do is the old system of using charity.
Go on, Terry, say some more.
I said, yeah, in using charity to dig into countries.
Yeah.
This is how they get deals done, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Because when you have a charity that is able to move vast into many countries, it's the best way to launder money.
Yep, that's the best way to get in behind those things obstructing you from. Hold on.
Because they'll get a big sum from nowhere, and then you think to yourself, right, why would George Soros give Black Lives Matter that amount of money, but then where is he getting that money from? That money trail can be a long trail.
I'm just looking at some stuff. Bear with me. How do we look up company information, but companies that are abroad? Because I know Companies House, we can find out a lot of stuff here.
You'll have to go into the international stuff. But then you just look at it as in what the company is and how its foundation of what makes it a company and who are they registered to. It should come up who the company is registered to. Where is it registered? So get George Soros' company and say what country.
No, not George Soros. The Black Lives Matter I'm looking at the moment.
Oh, Black Lives Matter be registered to a corporation in America. So it's
that's what I'm saying.
So you have to find out where they registered Black Lives Matter.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, their mission statement's mad. I read it like the day before yesterday. It's nuts, man.
Yeah. But you see, it's just these are just smoke screens.
If Black Lives Matter was a charity, they would publicize that they're a charity in their literature.
Yeah. So, but they won't make the reason why they won't be a charity is because of how they're making profits, which will break charity rules.
Yeah.
But George Soros can be the charity behind it, so they were able to use George Soros' company as a charity.
So
like,
brothers, I'm back. Veli, can you let in Veli? Yeah, Ultra's in the back. Can you let him on? Sorry to interrupt, Terry.
So Black Lives, let me just quickly check. Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, their website is very
fake.
Yeah, bro. Like, there's stuff in there, but like in terms of like,
and then you got to remember how its corporation works, because it'll be different from a Black Lives Matter that's in the UK compared to the Black Lives Matter that's in the States.
Okay, let me read this out quickly. So it says Black Lives Matter Global Foundation. So that's what we need to look for. Incorporated. Yeah, Black Lives Matter Global Foundation Incorporated. That's what we're looking for. So it operates the Black Lives Matter website, which provides the service.
When you actually think about it, 3 women to create a genius thing like this, to make it so much money, there has to be influences around it.
I believe that. Like, because I understand one of the 3 women was the one that coined the term. I can see how that particular.
But you know the funniest thing is, before the term was completely turned, there was a few of them. There was a few other members that disappeared.
Let me see.
Disappeared.
Because it was, remember, from when it first started, some people passed away.
You can't find nothing on this company, you know.
Because
so how open is that open society? You can't find nothing. So what's going on?
The open society thing you can find, innit? But
what they've done,
Black Lives Matter.
What they've done is that it made it start from the hashtag, not when it actually began. Because before you can have a hashtag, you must have done something.
The thing is, what a lot of people need to understand about Black Lives Matter is that it's not just one. Like, there are a lot of people that are involved in it. There's people that are for women's movement. There are people who are for anarchists. I know anarchists that are part of it. There are people who are for all kinds of LGBT. Like, there's a lot of group of people in it on it. So
but I'm trying to say to you, if you look at it carefully, right, the movement started in February 2012. The hashtag started in 2013.
Oh, okay. Okay, interesting.
So between that year, some people seem to have been chopped off the list. And it ends up being three women.
Blood, I seriously can't find no information on this company, fam.
What company?
Black Lives Matter as an organization. They're a foundation, they're incorporated, but I can't find nothing on them. If anyone knows how to find information on, like, hold on, because I know obviously, like I said, company's house is easy, but is it the equivalent US? Was there a US equivalent of company's house?
The way I understood Black Lives Matter was just anyone could be in it, so it wasn't like a company.
Yeah, but bro, they're receiving money and they're incorporated. Like, how they have to be an organ? They have to have a bank account for a start.
Someone needs to.
Oh, did you mention the word bank?
Hold on, wait. Nigeria, United States of America.
If you know what, yeah, I'm gonna pass around this information to my friend and question Black Lives Matter and their intentions in it. Car, obviously that needs to be known in it. If they have a bank, a corporation, or whatever that they are using to fund their team, then like send me the information in the back chat so I can ask certain people in it.
My bro, I've heard that they've received to date about 100.
Michael Brown.
Hold on 1 second. I've heard
Brown,
to date. Yeah. I've heard to date that they've received upwards of $144 million. That's what I've heard.
100 and what?
144 million. That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the three women, the main three women are millionaires already. Definitely. And if you look at their net worth, you see how much money they've got.
Yeah.
As I said, there's two guys that were two guys that have disappeared.
Those three women, are they black or white?
They're black.
See the value of a black face. The corporate value of a black face.
Money laundering, that's what it is. If they're getting that money's going towards certain people. They're using it to fund certain rich people's businesses.
Of course. It's just like pop stars. It's just like the music industry. It's the same model. The same model. You get the singers and the dancers and put them up front of the camera. But you don't know what contracts what things they had to suffer with their contracts. And if they make too much noise about their contracts, the next thing they're dead, and they say, "Oh, we regret so and so's died, and his catalog's worth so and so and so and so."
Like you got the one of the founders, Alicia. Where's she come from? Is an American civil rights. She's from Oakland, California. Domestic worker rights, blah 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 blah. I think that's the one. If that's the lesbian one.
What's her name? Erica Garner.
Yeah, Garcia or something like that.
Erica Garner. I can see here. It says key people: Sean King, D. Ray Mckesson,
they put
Janetta Elsie,
and she's a feminist.
Tef Poe and Erica Garner. So Erica Garner is black. Tef Poe is an American rapper, musician.
Are you sure?
I'm just reading what it's got here on Wikipedia. It
It's got
says key people, Sean King. But his picture.
No, you look at the founders, founders of
Sean King.
Oh, the founders, right? Oh, right. Oh, yes, that's right.
It's three of them. There was more than three before, but now there's only three. If you click on them,
right.
All three black women.
Right. I can see now. I can see.
And one of them, as I said to you, who's the feminist, the first one, feminist, Wire, Rolling Stones Post. Huh? Hold on, let me see. She's an edit. She does editorial and writing and has been published by Guardian, The Nation, The Rolling Stones,
Huffington Post.
Yeah, and what's it called? Is it Truth Out? So she's like she's written for a lot of these big newspapers, which when you find the big newspapers she's worked for, even though she's a civil rights.
So-called civil rights activist.
Co-founder and movement and blah blah blah, activist. Let's see her foundation, her history.
Okay, but see these people
are prepared. Have you gone to it where it says personal life and education?
Was it Alicia Garcia you're talking about?
Yeah, Alicia Garcia was born in July 14th. Garcia grew up in Oakland in a mixed-race household with a Jew father.
Who's this? Who?
Oh dear. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no.
That's Alicia.
Here we go.
The Jews writing it. Garcia graduated in 2002. This is why she got into the newspapers anyway. From the University of California with a degree in sociology. Let me see. This is her personal education. So let me see her life story. That's what I want to know. Additional work. South Francisco. So she's definitely on the wayward side, the LGBTQ. We're finished. She's got both channels. There's no powerful man than a gay Jew.
Well.
You know, I can't. You know what? Like the company's directory, yeah. I went to. I think it's the state.
You know who would be good? Who would be good to find out that would be Melanated Goddess.
She'd have to. There might be a way for her to do it for free. But I don't know if they've got that over there in the States like we have here. You know, because I tried to
try not to open up their doors too easy.
Yeah,
you'll probably have to come from their side of things. Oh my gosh!
Because they're expecting people to go dig in. They expect people to dig into the details. So they've got them all prepared. It's all prepared from way back. And says, if they start looking into your CV and where you're from, make sure they find this and they find that. But make sure that they don't find this and they don't find that.
Presented with a Sydney Peace Prize in 2017. All the way in Sydney. Interesting. Let me see the other two women. That one, that's a Jew background. What's this one? This one looked like lesbian as well. What's her name?
Patrice
Collars of prison abolition. I want to see your foundation, love. Activist, artist, and playwright.
She identifies as a queer activist.
Yeah.
That's how she chooses to identify. Not a black
quickly,
activist.
just quickly, can I just put something to the panel? Like, whether you think COVID is real or not, what are you guys' thought on all this protesting and rioting with no social distancing?
I think it. To me, I think it. Because I'm looking at the smart city tracer program situation with the COVID in it, and I'm like, boy, like either one or two things are gonna happen, or probably both. Either bare people are gonna get it and gonna get traced and are gonna get, like, you get me, sanctioned in some way. They travel, or you have to get the vaccine to travel and all that kind of stuff. It's like either. In fact, that's it. That's what I see happening. I just see that. Yeah, it's very convenient.
Can I just piggyback off that, please?
Yeah.
Because the reason why I just wanted one answer to go out first is because I can't help but feel that it's mainly black people out there. I mean, there's obviously other races and other people out there, but it's mainly black people out there protesting. And I feel like if anyone's gonna get COVID and bring it home, it's the black people. And I'm thinking, bruh.
The temperature's dropped.
Like, the temperature's dropped, which means COVID can thrive if it's real.
Yes.
For those of you who don't think it's real. And the majority of the people out there are black and ethnic minorities. Right? So now I'm thinking, well, hang on a second. If COVID is real, none of you cunts have got masks on. If 3 people have COVID, even if they're asymptomatic, you're gonna take that home.
They could have spread it anyway because they could be carriers.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, for me, I don't know how I feel about all of this, to be honest with you. I really don't.
Anyway, that was their choice. We told them to go and do Black Lives Matter when they were in quarantine.
You know what I'm saying? Terry, you make me laugh, man. You make me laugh.
It's true. Oh well. You could have protested from your home, but you won't protest outside with a collective. And you knew, even on the imagine this, on the Black Lives Matter flyer, it says to you to bring your masks, to bring everything that you're supposed to bring, and you still ignored it. So if that happens, oh well, that's your punishment, isn't it?
Yeah, because I can't help but feel like this narrative about black and ethnic minorities being hardest hit by this COVID thing. But obviously, I'm just not sure where we are with this thing. I need to verify whether or not that's true. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that it is. Yeah, no, it's not that I'm worried about. No, I have to worry about it. The reason why is because obviously I can't afford to get sick with a pregnant wife and that. blah blah blah. But that's besides the point. But what I'm saying is, if we pretend that this thing is real and we are being hit hardest, when I look into what's going on right now, the reason why I brought it up is because I just got a Sky News alert and it's kicking off down there, isn't it? Like, I can't remember the black guy's name, the Tory candidate for London Mayor. He literally just said, "Listen, like, if you're not social distancing, then you're taking the risk. Like, you're taking the risk. Like, so all I heard when he said that was, when we get the second wave, we told you to social distance. Even though we eased lockdown, we told you to social distance. So if the second wave hits, boy, Kalas, we're free from this." And it's just like, these motherfuckers are playing
We
chess.
can wash our hands.
Yeah, we're free, we're absolved from all blame, because even though we lifted the lockdown, we expected you to exercise caution and social distance. You didn't.
Yes.
Instead, you went rioting and
Yes.
protesting without
Yeah.
social distancing. So if and when there's a second wave, we're
Yes.
free from blame.
That's right.
This is insane. And I'm thinking to myself, people, like, no matter how you feel about COVID, whether you think it's real or not, like, just think about that. Even if it's not real, the Tory government now has an excuse to just wash their hands of blame.
That's right.
It's just madness. It's just mad. And you gave it to them. You gave it to them. If you went out, anyone that has died, and apparently from COVID, the Tory government is now absolved.
That's right.
Because they told you social distance. Look, we had our boy break the law. You know, he had to go to a castle with his family in a car to test his eyesight. But that doesn't matter because we told you to social distance. And if there's a second wave, you can go fuck yourself. We told you stay home.
Yeah. They're good. They're
I don't
good
know.
players, chess players. They're good chess
That's right.
players.
But this
They
is
make
the
a
thing.
move.
If people can't play chess,
Yeah.
people literally don't know how to play chess. They do not know how to play chess. And I won't lie to you, I've only recently started to teach myself on this app, which is really good.
Right. Okay. Good.
Yo, Ultra, I want to play you, man. I want to play you.
No, I'm no good. All I know is in chess, it's always the pawns that go first. Now, Magneto taught me that from one of the X-Men movies. Right? Now, the thing is, if you understand the levels of that statement, and think about right now who's out there on that front line. It's the pawns.
That's right. That's right.
Like, whilst the queen is fully protected. But there's no strategy that you can come up with to checkmate that fucking piece. None.
But the pawn can creep up on you and become a queen.
That's right.
No.
Or a
Trust
king.
me. Listen, the pawns are mindless drones.
Yeah, but
mindless
they can creep up on you. Don't underestimate them, because they will infiltrate you and become a queen and destroy you.
That's right. If you don't keep an eye on them, you're gonna keep an eye on the pawns, or else. Yes.
That's why. When what's his name, Magneto said, when he says you got to take all the pawns out. If you don't take them out, I'm telling you, one will creep through.
That's right. I've lost a few games like that.
Yeah, I need to learn how to play chess.
I've
Man,
lost a few games like that, man.
This whole strategy thing is mad, because from what I'm reading, like, once each player's made like 2 moves, apparently there's like 30,000 strategies. Like, I'm like, huh? Like, it's hurting my brain. I don't know if you know, right? But like, I found out recently my IQ is actually quite low. It's between 90 and 120. I won't tell you which number exactly, but I'm gonna tell you it's somewhere. It's somewhere in there. It's somewhere in there.
Yeah, MA.
Yeah.
It's mad.
Yeah, but have you noticed, right? The 3 women are they're rife in media.
Yeah.
And they've all worked for big media companies.
That wouldn't surprise me, boy. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
what I think is that they've met up with the true people that were the activists, and then what they've said is infiltrate it, and then you have to get rid of them. You have to find a way of getting rid of them, because these women, their foundation is you know, even this last one, her parents are Nigerian immigrants. That's easy to blackmail.
And we don't know what information, personal information, these blackmailing information they might have on these people, on these black women.
Yeah.
You know, there could be a lynching rope not far behind them.
Because
it's actually swinging above them.
Her parents, because her parents because they're illegal immigrants, they might be on the run.
Exactly. So it's all kinds of stuff. Guaranteed that there's stuff going on in the background just to make sure that these black females don't get out of hand.
Because she's prominent in the immigration system.
Yeah.
Black Alliance for Just Immigrants.
Yeah. We don't know. They would never put out the information.
And
but I'm telling you, those black women, those 3 black women, I suspect that they have something on them.
And
keep them in check?
Did they go on the march?
I don't know. I don't really follow Black Lives Matter.
They're just getting donations upon donations. Trying to find something here. Because, as far as I'm concerned, these women are in the political game. But they don't explain how it started.
I'd like it for them to be in the political game, but I suspect that they're being played and not playing. Something that's been around for 6 years to make so much money. Many charities have tried and failed. To make, or were they given?
No, they'll say that they made something. They were given as well as they were making. Because let me go into their website, because I know that they must have merchandise to create donations. News about, that's what I want to know about them.
Oh, the merchandise. Oh yes, that'll be interesting. Oh yes, there is. Shop, Black Lives Matter shop. Let's go to the shop. There you are. They have the t-shirts.
They're working with Fubu. That makes sense why LL Cool J would promote them in that way. Because I was seeing him wear a Black Lives Matter top, and I was wondering how come he's wearing a black. And then he started talking. He tried to make it like a freestyle tune. They're milking people, man. Get free merchandise. Don't have to do no work.
And you see the color theme: black, white, and yellow. Shem, Ham, Japheth, and Shem.
How to subscribe? Watch.
You're speaking a foreign language to me, National. I only deal with African and Africa only, and the people of the Africa diaspora. I don't understand all this other gobbledygook.
Yes, but here's this. Let me throw this. Let me throw this at you. Or throw this to you. Here's the ball. I'm going to make the statement, and the statement is that black people, whether they know it or not, whether they accept it or not, are cursed. They're being cursed under the curse of Ham. So it's a common belief shared amongst the Abrahamic faiths, and it goes a long way. And then as soon as I say that, they're going to look into say, oh no, that's not in the Quran. No, that's not in the Hadith. No. No.
See this concept of this cursing that's come. How many of us, like within the Africans and the African diaspora, actually subscribe to that we are cursed people, and what we're going through right now is basically an effect of what happened way back then with our ancestors? How much of us actually subscribe to that? Let's be honest. Like on
very few. Very few.
There we
go. Few. I've hardly any. I've hardly met anybody. In fact, I've never met anybody who has subscribed to that blatantly. But they don't understand. They don't understand the nature of a curse. They don't know what the nature of a curse or a blessing. You see, a curse, you can be cursed, and you don't have to believe in it or not. You don't even have to know. And let me give you a simple example of a curse. There could be a company or a group of people about to do something, or a project or an organization, and you're the only black person who applies to join that organization. And all they need is the word from the senior management to say, if the senior management says, keep an eye on that one coming in, that black person may not know that that's been said about them before they joined the organization. Keep an eye, but everybody else knows. So strange things will happen to that black person. They won't understand what's going on. They won't understand why. Why didn't I get promotion with Sarah? I've been here working longer than Sarah. And I even trained Sarah, but how come she got promoted above me? So it's the same thing. That glass ceiling. The glass ceiling operates like a curse. That's what a glass ceiling is. And it doesn't matter if you know about it or not. That they can whisper. Just like a bit like gossiping, where whispers are going on behind your back. But those whispers have power.
And I think that's the problem we have within the community. Like with all these Abrahamic faiths and who subscribes to what and what, that right there is a division itself amongst our people, and hence why we have a lot of the problems we have today. Like we don't all come from one school of thought. We don't all come from one way of thinking or one subscribed religion. So therefore, we've already got problems within ourselves. And then we have to come outside of ourselves and then face other problems that are faced towards us as a whole.
Correct.
It's conflict. It's a whole lot of confliction and confusion and arms house going on. And until we address one by one, we're going to continue in this cycle. We've got so many battles coming from so many directions. We don't even know which way we're fighting at this point or who we're fighting.
That's
it's
right.
Mad. Help us to try get to a solution, National, if you can.
LA. Yeah, they raised 400,000 in 3 days.
Yeah, I just saw that.
This
Yeah,
is
I
just
just,
UK.
I know. I just saw that. I just saw it.
Fuck me.
Yep. I'm trying to track them down at the
Boy,
moment.
Nigeria and Dominica, you're no rude, you know, and on the backside manners. Nigeria and Dominica sit down one side, you know. Oh,
Just leave them. Let's
tired of
them.
you.
But when we ask people to donate to build a school, when we ask people to build to donate to build a school, we can't even get 10% of that.
Exactly. I put a post up this afternoon earlier on. I asked a question. Has anyone ever heard anyone from Black Lives Matter name drop or mention a Pan-African organization? Zero.
And this is from crowdfunding, you know. Wow. Almost $500,000.
Yep.
So hold on, where's this money going to? Sorry, I have to cut in there. Where's that money going to? What's the money going to?
I'll tell you where it's going. It's going to. Hold on, let me just find it again.
If it ain't to black reparations, then I don't want to fucking hear it, innit? So let me know if it's black reparations.
That's right.
Think about it. When it's a charity,
that's the attitude, Lady Divine. That's the attitude.
It's like when you donate to cancer research, where does it go to?
Exactly.
Yeah, but this is even worse though.
I know.
Black Lives. Wait, let me tell you why. Black Lives Matter UK. They don't even have a website. They're not an organization. All they have is a fucking Gmail account. ukblacklives@gmail.com. That's their email address.
There you go.
They're not even an organization.
Exactly.
And when they hit critical mass,
do you see what's going on, brothers, on the panel? Do you see what's going on? We've got these people running around with our names in their mouth, talking about Black Lives Matter, Black this, Black that. But
exactly.
none of this fundraising, crowdfunding, whatever the frick they got going on, is actually benefiting or to the betterment of Black people. But yet they run with the title Black. If I see any one of you Negroes out here running around with no Black Lives Matter, I'm coming for all of you, innit? One by one. I would personally
target of the campaign 500,000. That's their target, which will go towards its UK Black Lives Matter. That's their target.
And then they'll get a nice posh building.
And they'll give a little donation to the COVID.
Hold on, you know what? Good question, actually. This is a good question for national racialism. Yeah, I want to know. You see this Black Lives Matter. Is it possible we can take them to court for using our identity, our plight, our problems, and benefiting off it? Can we do that?
Yes.
Oh, wicked.
Yes, but you have to set up. Sorry to say, you have to clarify Black identity first. Step one. Then once Black identity is clarified, then it can be. The next step is a successful organization. Black organizations cannot function and cannot last long and be effective without identity clarification. So identity clarification first, organization second, and a bank is the ultimate organization. So a good organization looks like a Black bank. Good organization looks like a Black bank. And then from that Black bank, which has many departments, there'll be a department who specialize in the dealing with the use of Blackness. There'll be a group of people there as part of Black Reparations Bank, and then they'll be going after anybody who's trying to use so-called political Blackness.
Right. You know what? We need to address the chat. We got to forget the chat's listening. And you know what? Jade the Barber wrote in the chat that you lot are late. I've been saying this I've been saying this shit from day, man, for fuck's sakes. Okay, so Jay, this is the problem. I don't really always focus on the chat, and unless you're a speaker, I'm not really hearing what's been said, to be honest, in the chats, because I just think a lot of trolls are in
Lady
there.
Divine.
But if
Jay
you've
the
been saying
Barber
this,
is
brother,
from
I'm not gonna lie, I've not personally seen you say this.
Wait,
but if
you
you have,
can't
I'll
hear
give
me,
you credit
can
where
you?
credit's due. The fact of the matter is,
Lady Divine, you can't hear me, can you?
on. Us as a group of people,
Obviously not.
that we've created, we understand money and
Lady
benefit.
Divine.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, Ultra was trying to speak, but he was trying to ask you something.
Oh,
but
I didn't hear him. Sorry. Ultra, say something. Let me make sure I can hear him.
Yeah. Hello.
No, I can't. Let me come back in. Let me come back.
All right. Yeah. No. Listen, I was just about to say Jay the Barber is from Brum, and he's got the most disgusting accent in England. So we don't listen to him.
But how do you know he's from Brum?
I don't. I'm just guessing.
Yo, people, them. I'm on the Black Lives Matter Facebook page, yeah, and they put this about 9 hours ago. All forms of oppression are interrelated. You cannot be for Black lives if you do not emphatically support the cause for Black queer lives, Black trans lives, the lives of Black women, and so on. We are deeply saddened to hear that at one of the recent
LGBTing by stealth.
You what?
They're trying to bring in the LGBT by stealth.
That's their manifesto, though, bro. If you go onto their website, you'll see that that's what they say.
No, I'm done. They're done out here. They're done out here.
And listen. They said, we are deeply saddened to hear that at one of the recent Black Lives Matter marches, a Black gay man was verbally attacked. Well, sorry, that's funny. Verbally... Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. Was verbally attacked. We write this statement in firm solidarity with him and with every other marginalized Black person that may ever feel on the fringes of our community. It's mad, fam.
Sorry, Ultra, I can hear you now, brother. I'm sorry I spoke over you. I didn't hear you.
Culture's been infiltrated. We're done out here.
You're done out here. I ain't done nowhere. I'm with Jay the Barber, innit? We've been infiltrated and we want our money. We want our reparations, bitch. I ain't done that.
I told you, the worst Jew you can have is a gay Jew.
This is what I'm saying. I don't understand how every minute the LGBT struggle is trying to siphon off the Black struggle. It don't make sense to me. They're different things.
But the founders are gay.
Right.
Yeah, but they have the right to, because the Black people...
I get it, right? But, like, the Ku Klux Klan, they're also human beings. Black, like, Afro-Caribbeans are also human beings. So
everybody's human beings.
We have to fight together for the sake. No. Like, that cause is that cause. This cause is this cause, and that cause is that cause. So it's like, well, hang on a second. No.
Just goes back to the old school times of civil rights against women's rights. They've just changed it up.
Yeah, that's right. So if you don't want to accept Black identity and accept the power of it, then others will use it for whatever they want to use it.
So can we not just split the script on them and call and just identify ourselves all, no matter where we're born, where we are as Africans? That would be more easier.
Doesn't stop.
No. Because not everybody wants to be identified as. Because even people from the Caribbean, like to say they're from the Caribbean, they don't like to associate with Africa.
Yeah, they've been.
No, that's not true. That's not true, man. For as long as I can
grew up
remember,
hearing that, man.
Rastas
I've
have
grown
been
up
screaming Africa. Rastas have been screaming Africa since the day I can remember putting together thoughts.
Yes, right.
The emblems, the dress, in the lyrics.
Of course,
Rastas.
But they were getting beaten up in at first, weren't they?
Yeah, they got persecuted. I can't lie.
That's right.
And obviously, me coming from a Rastafarian background, you can understand why I think the way I think and say what I say. I'm African before I'm anything. Yes, I'm Caribbean. I'm a proud Caribbean, but I'm never going to be non-African. I'm never going to be anti-African, ever. That is me and who I am.
But here's the thing. Go on, sorry.
No, I was going to say that a lot of our brothers and sisters don't you think it's right for us to go back to the Caribbean and educate them? You are African. We have to educate them.
Marcus Garvey was done that already. He's saying race first. And then who was it after came after? Was it Tony Martin? Am I correct, Tony Martin? Race first. So he's just saying what Marcus Garvey was saying, and what other people were saying before. But the idea of race first, not a lot of African people accept that. They'll say, Yoruba first or Ghana first or whatever. But race first is a different concept.
Sorry, brothers. I'll read up my king's question because he when he talks, I have to listen, innit? So Atticus now writes, agreed, Lady Divine, and then we can further break it down, i.e. Jamaican, Bayesian, South African, and then go deeper. Further. Why can't Jamaicans be other tribes of Africa? Okay, so what would you not say? Why can't Jamaicans be other tribes of Africa? What would your answer?
When you go to Jamaica, you're gonna say I'm from Kingston. Why can't I be my tribe in Kingston?
Right, that's
Or
right.
another
That's right.
tribe. Or you go to another.
Right, but brother, Ralph, when you look at it, when you go to Jamaica, if you look at even the different parishes of Jamaica, they are typically Spanish named. Let's be honest.
Spanish town.
Yeah, so why would we want to take up an identity that's outside of ourselves when we are blatant Africans? Why would we do that?
Hold on. Wait. I was reading something. What are we chatting about?
Right, so you say if we're going to take up, say for instance, we want to identify ourselves as Jamaicans, I would want to say, no, we are St. Elizabeth. No, we are St. Thomas. No, we are Kingston. No, we are or if you want to narrow it even down even further, we are Maaba Leon. We are this Leon. We are that. That's droppingness when we can easily call ourselves African because that's who we are. We are African descendants.
Who's complaining about us calling ourselves African? Who's complaining?
No, what it was, the question in the chat. No, let me just reread the question in the chat so you get it, MA. So the question in the chat was, agreed, Lady Divine, and then we can further break it down, i.e. Jamaica. So he's agreeing with us being identifying ourselves as Africa is what Atticus is saying, yeah? We are Africans first, yeah? He goes, once we all come under that one banner that we are African before we're anything, then and only then can we then further break it down and then identify ourselves as Jamaican, Bayesian, South African, and so on. Yeah.
What is an African though?
He goes on to ask, why can't Jamaican, be another tribe out of Africa?
Jamaicans are essentially a tribe out of Africa. What's I don't understand.
I'm trying to work out how are we a tribe outside of Africa?
No, not outside of not a tribe outside of Africa, an African tribe.
Okay, so we're Africans, but we are Jamaican Africans, in other words, yeah?
Yeah.
No. What he means is
I'm confused. Help me.
Jamaican,
I'm saying
the Jamaican sect,
I don't know what he
the
means.
Jamaican chapter of Africa.
Yeah, I don't know what he means, but that's what I mean. You get me? You're allowed to call yourself Jamaican, but you're a Jamaican African, isn't it?
African identity is not strong enough.
See, right there's a problem. Right there, MA is the problem. Because I would never brothers, so hear me out. I will never identify ever. You will never get me in this world to identify myself as Jamaican African. I am African before I'm anything else. So I'm African Caribbean. I can be African American. I can be African British, but I'm always going to be African first.
So everybody can be African American. That's easy. All you have to do is just come to America and get a citizenship. That's it.
Yeah, but the African identity is not strong enough without black.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, because there are the Arabs up north, and then you have the whites in the south.
That's right.
Yeah. So we need to say black
African identity is not powerful
no,
enough.
wait. Here's
I agree.
Here's a stronger title.
Before you go off, how do you register a company in the US?
What do you mean?
If you wanted to find out if Black Lives Matter was registered in the US, how would you find out?
I thought Black Lives Matter would be more of a like an advocacy group. So they would have to be what's the term? I think the Hebrew Israelites are. It's like a tax exempt thing. God, I forget the name of it. See, give me a minute. Let me look it up real quick. It's an acronym. It's an acronym real quick. Yeah, it's something that lets them be tax exempt. I don't think Black Lives Matter is unless you mean like an organization. You can just become an organization. You can just become an organization.
But it's sneaky that it's a tag name, so they'll have a copyright of a name, but it's really a business.
I think it's like C4. Oh my God, forgive me. It's something that allows the person to be tax exempt. Yeah, an organization it's like they're able to get tax exempt. I can't forget the name of it.
Like the church.
Yeah, like the church. Yeah. Oh my God.
Once I see something,
Yes, thank you. I see some. Thank you. Yeah, because Tazar, I saw this video of Tazariak talking about the Israelites and the Nation of Islam, right? God, it's like IC3. No, not IC3. Fuck.
No.
IO.
Exempt.
Man. Let me get
exempt. Let's see. Yeah, tax exemption. Tax exemption in America.
It's like 105 E3 or something like that, or 510 EC or 50 C3. I don't know. Fuck. Or CE C3. I don't know, bro. Damn it. It's like fuck, man. Fuck my life. Yeah, give me a minute. I'm looking it up. Let me look it up.
American tax exemption.
Yo, Brad.
Yeah.
The reason we're asking is because we're trying to track down the company information for Black Lives Matter.
Oh, Black Lives Matter is just 5.
Yo, you still there?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Actually, big up to the chat. Melanated said 501c3. 501c3. So yeah,
that means it's kind of, it's not a company, but it is a company.
Yeah, it just means it's tax exempt. But they'll get audited. They'll get audited if they reach a certain amount.
When they raise a certain amount of money, like over here, they've raised 400,000.
No, but hold on. That's Black Lives Matter UK. They haven't.
Yeah, I know. So what I'm trying to say is, I know it's the Black Lives Matter UK, but then when they raise,
Terry, one sec. A reason why I'm saying that is because Black Lives Matter UK is not is not incorporated. So they could be, as far as we're concerned, whoever they are, those activists or whatever, they are literally raising money for themselves. Like that money may not be filtering to Black Lives Matter in the US.
That's what I'm trying to say. So they will transfer that to the States.
No, I'm saying they might not. That might not even be on the cards.
So who gets the money?
They have the money. It's like me and you, Terry, starting up Black Lives Matter, flipping Harrow Road or whatever, yeah?
Yeah.
And the money comes, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say to you. That money, that's from a GoFundMe, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So that GoFundMe, whoever's account is attached to that is who's going to cash the check.
Right, and I'm saying I don't believe, because you know what? Black Lives Matter have chapters, right? I went to their website and they say they've got loads of chapters and they all seem to be officially in the United States. They don't have official chapters outside of the United States. So like this group that call themselves Black Lives Matter UK, maybe they're incorporating, maybe they're in the process of doing it, but right now, the money that they're getting is not directly linked to Black Lives Matter.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you. Because it's a GoFundMe, yeah, they can still say Black Lives Matter UK, because you can buy a web page or you could buy a slogan in the UK and be from somewhere else. This is what a lot of these Asian companies are doing now. So they'll put the UK at the end. But the real truth is that you put your bank account to that GoFundMe, and the GoFundMe pays it directly to the account that you've put there. Even though it's got Black Lives Matter UK.
Yeah.
So Brad, are you saying, so I missed a little bit. So the 501c3 is a charity.
It's like it's like if you're not a product making company, like let's say you're like, for example, the Nation of Islam doesn't really have they're not incorporated to having like a product, like, so they don't have to pay taxes. So because they if an organization relies on donations, You know, if donations are a major portion of it, then it's like the government's way of saying like, all right, we won't tax you because most of your income is, you know, based by like donations.
Major portion. How much of it has to be? What percentage of it has to be donations?
Oh, that I don't know. The way I would see it is if like I would say well over 50%.
But with the same, by the same token, where can we find information on them? Because if they're
well, it depends on the, because then again, like getting on that, it's not like a certification. It depends on how you because when you file for like a 501c3, you get audited based on like all your assets and everything like that. And if let's say 1 year you're pulling in like, let's say $5,000 in donations, but the next year you're pulling in like 500,000, then they just audit you based on like making sure that like you aren't like selling stuff on the side. You know what I mean? Like it's still like a charitable. Because that's how I've seen.
But they're selling T-shirts, and the name of wait. Look, the name of the organization is called Black Lives Matter Global Foundation Inc. Incorporated.
Oh wow, I didn't know they were incorporated. So wait, there's a global Black Lives Matter is incorporated? I didn't know that.
It's on their website. If you go to the privacy policy on their website, it says privacy policy of Black Lives Matter Global Foundation Inc.
Yeah, but MA, what I was going to say is, it's funny enough when you look at the T-shirts. Who makes the T-shirts?
Who's making them?
FUBU.
Oh yeah, you said yeah.
Well, indirectly, they're not selling no products because what they will say is that you buying, you're donating.
Yeah, kind of how like when the churches do their thing when they like say if you donate $50. Yeah, okay, I see. Because I've seen them like sell a product that is worth $50. They say if you donate $50, you get the product for free. So yeah, I think it's just a lot of language. God, IC3 is always back to language, huh? Jesus.
What's he saying?
That's right. It's always back to language. Got to be sharp.
Yeah.
You're in a war. And you military guys know.
Sorry to interrupt. I heard my brother Terry talking about FUBU. So Terry, FUBU stands for us, by us. Yeah. Who is the for us and who is the by us?
Black
who
people.
is those group of people?
That's LL Cool J and them lot.
Is it? So then Black Lives Matter is back to black people then, yeah? So when is this money coming to our reparations?
It's not. I think the money is primarily for the advancement of like the political
activism, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more like that, like being able to rent spaces, being able to hold talks and events and things like that.
And able to pay the founders big wages.
Yeah. Because like the thing is the one thing about these advocacy groups is that they can like diversify like overnight. So it's like, okay, we're gonna talk about black people today, we're gonna talk about gay people tomorrow. You know. So that's
Yeah, and every time they say they're going for a talk, they'll say, yeah, well, my fee to go up there because I'm a top celebrity right now, that I've worked for many newspapers and magazines. You know, I'll be worth, every call out will be about 500,000.
Yeah, the whole thing stinks. The whole thing stinks, man. Like, there's a part of me that wants to be in support of the thing, but like, just because it's black people, innit? But like, yeah, there's too much. There's way.
Bro, this is the thing, M.A. Brown. You're right.
One sec, Ultra. One sec. There's just way too much fucking red flags, fam. Like
what? Because it's not like you have to donate money. All you have to do is just go out.
They've been okay. So if you are a I don't know what these women were, they're activists or they're critical analysts or whatever the fuck they were, right?
They're more advocates. Yeah. See, the thing is, we have to separate what an advocate versus an activist is.
No, that's fine. But the point I'm trying to make is whatever it is they are, yeah. If they have not aligned themselves, they're like one of them is 36 years old. She's only a year younger than me. It's not going to take you 36 years to align yourself with the real Pan-African black struggle if that's what you're on, right? There's no links whatsoever with the Pan-African movement across the world. There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's no mention of it.
True.
There's no mention, you know what I mean? There's nothing there, fam.
But I think it's because it's
even
more
one of
tied.
you know,
I think it's, but
Brad,
it has
sorry,
to do with. Yeah, go ahead, man.
you know, because one of them, who was a Jehovah's Witness, is now following the IFA system.
That's right. I saw her on MSNBC last night. I mean, a couple of days ago. Excuse me, not last night. But the thing is, they're an advocacy group. An activist, like, okay, so if you look at the ADOS group that's being formed versus the Cobra actually takes cases to court trying to get reparations on a state by state level, where ADOS just brings attention to the need for reparations and the disparity in the Black community. So you can't really compare one to the other when they both kind of doing their job in their own field. You understand what I'm saying? Like, one is job is to bring attention,
There's
and
a
the others
there's a co-option occurring, bro. Seriously.
with what?
Black Lives Matter. Have you seen their mission statement? Yeah.
Not their. The way I see it, because
I've never seen it.
The way it was advertised when it first came out, there was no central okay, there was no real central mission. It was more like, okay, if there was a police brutality in one area, they marched in that city, and that was it. And then it was like it died down, and then it went to another city. You know. Hello.
Veli, just quickly, Veli, Ziriab's in the thing. You can have my space because my mic can't test his, so there's no point even having a conversation with him.
Yeah.
But if you want to have Ziriab on, you can swap me out.
I need to buy a new mic as well. Still,
nah, I ain't got time to be trying to shout over Ziriab's mic, so allow it. He can have my space, innit? He can have my space. It's all good.
Ziriab's gonna come in here. You know, if you guys paid your jizya, we would have no issues. Let me stop. God. I'm in a happy mood today, bro.
Ziriab's gonna come on and spit some flames, no doubt.
Yes.
Yeah, there's two. The red flags are many. Like someone asked me the other day. Yeah. Oh, what should we do? Sorry. What? He asked me my opinion on starting an organization. Yeah. And this person's quite young. Yeah. And I said, why would you think about starting an organization before you've explored the organizations that already exist? Right?
Yeah.
The ones that have been doing work since the 1970s and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right? Now, all I can see from Black Lives Matter, I don't see no affiliations with anybody else that's doing works in the Pan-African community. I don't see anything. There's no mention of it. There's not even in a conversation, an interview, nothing. It tells me what they're aligned with is closer to being a state actor. And I'm not saying that that's deliberately what the intention is, but it's aligned far closer to being a state actor, a state apparatus, than it is to being a Pan-African Black Power organization. That's what it looks like.
But that's the thing. But we have to understand that, Ma, what you see. I mean, I would say you're a Pan-Africanist, so your viewpoint would be. I mean, you're talking about people who are just trying to make life better for them in their current, where they currently live. So the overall picture of Pan-Africanism wouldn't probably fit that purview where it's like, yeah, we can unify as Africans, but if people keep dying on the streets here in the diaspora, there probably won't be a diaspora. You know what I mean? Because it's not, I mean, to what you could bring, what I feel like you could bring is a unifying factor to the Black Lives Matter versus Pan-Africanism thing is, I mean, well, because there is a versus to me. I do see it. There's kind of a competition because I've seen a lot of people say, you don't see African Muslims out there. And now they're showing around this Kenyan lady who's down by the what?
Well, Brad, one of them's Nigerian. One of them deals with immigration.
Oh, so there is. Thank you. There is. I knew there was, because I hear the way they make it sound. They make it sound like this is like two ADOS sisters started this thing, and it's just African Americans versus the federal government again.
Not
One
of them is Nigerian, and her parents are immigrants.
That's good. See, that's what I'm talking about. I like that. Yeah, because I'm seeing one thing. I've been looking at how this march has been how this recent march has been going on right now, and it does beg the question of a repatriation. Because Bob Johnson yesterday, excuse me, did a video, and this is the guy who did BET, Essence, Ebony Magazine, Jet Magazine. He's advocating that we get $14 trillion for and that's this is gonna be funny. but $14 trillion for reparations to the Black community in America. And
Stop it. The guy is riding the coattails of ADOS without shouting out ADOS.
yeah, but
Your
ADOS
mic is
is just simply bringing attention to it.
mashup.
I know that's crazy that his mic is not clear. Usually his mic is like,
you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Let me put the spanner in the works.
Mm-hmm.
One of the other ladies is mixed race, half Black American and half Jew.
I don't trust it now. I don't know. I don't trust it anymore now. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable now. I don't feel comfortable. Now it feels
Hey, my mic any better?
It just sounds like an echo. Yeah.
I'm gonna come back in.
Huh? Oh, okay.
We'll come back in.
I don't feel comfortable with it.
Exactly. When I started to dig in, it's just things are not making sense.
In the words of Elron, you know that the Jew has planned.
And you know what? They all come from media.
Yeah, see, that's what else I find very, 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 very uncomfortable.
And and then another thing is from the beginning when it started, before they made the hashtag, it was a movement group. So all of a sudden, there's only 3 women left. When they first started, it was more than 3.
Yeah. And then the big names were trying to like turn into like a LGBT thing. Right? We're gonna be more trans life, queer life related. So yeah, I don't see that's the one thing I feel like we need to examine that. Why is it that Black actors, Black comedians, people who don't have like a successful career in Hollywood, how come they get to just now become an advocate overnight? And didn't Malcolm X literally talk about that? That like they send their because I was looking at last night this on Cuomo. He had D.L. Hughley on there. And no disrespect, but I'm just trying to figure out why the fuck do people think we want to hear from a comedian about our issues?
Because
like, what does a comedian have to say?
They are the vehicle through which people are indoctrinated. So the powers that be are always happy to have. You ain't gonna have like Black Lives Matter. You're not gonna bring out fucking. You get me some like hard like Shakara. They're not gonna bring out Shakara.
Yeah, they could get more Reggie. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Nah, man, Reggie's too much.
Reggie's too overboard. Huh? They need somebody central. Yeah.
No, they'll get someone like Rob.
Yeah, who would they get from G Block? Who frequents the G Block? That
James Jones, 1,000,000,000%. James fucking Jones. James would be the spokesman galore.
He would. It's true. James.
He would have all kinds of books. Why be Black when you could just be British? You know.
Don't make me laugh. James Jones, Black Lives Matter. James Jones, boy. BLM James.
Yeah.
Unless they want to be a bit crazy, they'll take King Brass.
But it also irritates me because now they're doing a town hall about racism, and it's like Oprah. They're bringing Oprah. Like, why is Oprah involved? Like, she was a talk show host.
Should I give you the same answer? You want the same answer
again? Of course. I'm asking again. It's just I'm more rhetorical. But it's really frustrating that like that's the like that's how good they think we are. Is that like we have to like the biggest news was the NFL said the NFL commissioner said it was wrong to ignore the players' protests. And the way I see it, the NFL only did it because majority of the people watching were Trump supporters. Now it's like majority of people, it's like, is this for like because you feel it's wrong, or do you feel that it's
a trending subject? So
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah,
like is it just trending? Like
it would be
trending. That's right.
it would be bad business sense to go against that trend. Like that's stupid, isn't it?
That would destroy
Did
the
you see Ti calling Atlanta Wakanda?
Whoa, what? That's, you know what? That's like a double layered fucking joke thing, fam. Because normally when someone says Wakanda, I'm like, don't call it Wakanda, blah blah blah. But they're calling Atlanta Wakanda because it's, you know, mad thing, fam. I don't even know what to say about
Yeah,
that.
so when people were kicking off in Atlanta and on the streets, like I think this was last week, he jumped on a press conference and was like, "Oh no, this is safe. Don't basically don't match it up here. This is Wakanda. This is safe."
Yo, you got crazy out here, you know. Like on Scattered's show yesterday, I was just saying, like when I look out, not look out the window, like theoretically, metaphorically look out the window, I'm like, it's actual chaos. Like actually people that are walking 10 steps forward, 2 steps back, turning left, doing a circle, like, and they're being pulled left, right, and center. It's actually a madness.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a release. It's a pressure valve. You feel me? Like you need to after all this lockdown, yeah, you need to have people be able to express themselves. And so it's like what you find with all of these protests. It happens, yeah, like you know, in cycles almost, and it somehow always coincides with elections, but also coincides with a period of pent up frustration and anger, innit? So I think it's funny how. And you know, tribal societies made a special place for these kind of for these expressions and to get the energy out. You know, like in I don't know, a ritual around a fire in that camp.
Correct. Yes, I think so. Yeah.
But it's all
exactly. So what?
Media control.
What I'm saying is, from the state point of view, it's much better to release, to slowly release that pressure that's been built up, yeah, and squash it out before there's actually time for reflection, organization, mobilization, and all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Direct it. Not squash it.
Yeah.
Direct it.
So you know,
exactly,
the way I see it, this is just another thing. IC3, big up to you for the whole language conversation. Certain words have never been said on major media networks before. I have never heard the term white guy, white male, white people used so much on a major platform like this before. Like, and I mean, like, coming from white people, not just like, I'm not saying that like, oh, we're all forgiven, let's move forward as a people, but no, it's like weird to hear. It's weird to hear police sheriffs and police chiefs and individuals like I think it was the FBI director, and you see DOD, and you see these various people talk about that. Oh, white nationalist groups, white supremacist groups are doing. White nationalists and white supremacist groups are doing this. That are the major reasons why. Like they're able to divide Antifa, saying that Black Lives Matter is over here, Antifa's over here, but we see that white anarchists and white nationalist groups and white supremacist groups are causing this trouble. Like they're not blaming it on, like they usually would have just equated, because that's what they do with Baltimore. They equated like people rioting in Baltimore. They just said it was just black people doing it. Same thing in Ferguson. It was just black people doing it. But now you see so many like recordings and so many videos of just straight up white people doing it, and they're just like straight up saying white people are responsible for this. White people, like I've never heard this type of language. I don't know. Maybe it's just because this is an election year, and they're trying to like facilitate the black vote for the Democratic Party. But then even in that, you have prominent black members, or excuse me, well-known black members of the community coming out like to have Charlemagne the God on national television tell black people to go out and buy a gun. This is the guy that said he would suck Tekashi 6ix9ine's dick, telling people to go buy a gun.
Yo, it's even worse than that, because that's bad enough. You got man George W. Bush, coming out in some type of I didn't even read the fucking article, yeah, or the quote, but people are like this. I've seen people on social media being like, yeah, not like even George Bush is on our side, and fam, like the whole. I actually want to know what you lot thought of the Boyega thing, and break it down. My position, have you not seen it, bro? Like John Boyega came out to a protest or whatever. Like,
oh yeah, I saw Anthony Johnson too. Yeah.
And Like my position is like he like it was a great performance first and foremost. Yeah, it was a great.
Thank you. It was a performance. Thank you.
Performance.
Because he's an actor. He did all the crying.
That's right.
I've seen him do the
rehearsals.
I've seen him do the shout and cry before, where he says something, he goes and he looks down. I think it was in Star Wars.
Wait, M.A., I'm about to put you on blast real quick though. Are we saying the same thing? Can we put the same criteria? Because you said the word performance. Can we put that same criteria for Sarah Garvey, Leo Muhammad? Because these are both former actors too.
Wait. Don't throw Leo, brother.
No, Leo literally was an actor. He literally was an actor, bro. And so was Sarah.
He was one of our heroes, man. He's one of our comedy heroes, fam.
But bro, he was an actor though. He had to pretend. And that's what I'm saying. I'm putting him under that same thing.
To be fair, Brad, his delivery is not emotional. He might as well be acting, but he's delivering serious things. You get me? He's not like
you can't compare the two. You can't compare the two. I mean, the Leo Muhammad was making wholesome family programs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not like he's trying to emote. You know, when he's speaking, Leo Muhammad, he's not like he's trying to tug on your heartstrings and shit like fucking Boyega.
Yeah, if you see Leo Muhammad as an actor, he's different from when he's an activist.
Okay, no. See, I was only putting I was putting you on blast to see your perception. I wasn't trying to make a claim.
Because he's a comedian. You got to remember, if he was comical about it, then I'll say he's acting.
And also, some of the content was political in certain aspects. I think
that's right. The one when the white guy said, "Where are you from? We are the indigenous." I saw that skit. Yeah, I saw that skit. He did put a lot of the Nation of Islam in his
and
stuff
even
too,
at the time, like I've got older brethren who were up in the mix with Leo, like in Brixton, all these places, watching him move into Man on Road, and like when he was in the realm of coin, he was greased. You get me?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, the boy
even the realm of coin, you know what I mean, as a name for a show.
Mm-hmm. And some of the comedy content there as well. You had Felix Dexter, who was always pushing boundaries as well himself. You get me? A few of them, a lot of their skits were political anyway. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
So the point that Brad made about the acting thing is true to a point. Of course, the kind of content of the acting is different for those two people or characters. But yeah, on Wave, I think I share a lot of what you were saying there, Emmy. I think it was a performance at the end of the day, and you know, and I think it's a controversial point. But if you're speaking from an experience that you're disconnected from the experience, yeah. I'm not too sure about all of this spokespeople business. You see what I'm saying? I don't think.
Say that again.
I don't think that these organizations or these movements require spokespeople like that.
Say that again. You're really muffled, Zuriad. I couldn't understand what you were saying. You're really muffled.
Yeah,
but
man.
It's funny how it comes out though.
Different. Yeah.
But it's funny how it comes out because there could be a possibility that Black Lives Matter said, you know what, we'll give you a check if you can scream for us.
Yeah, because Anthony Johnson's show looked weird. He was literally reading off of a script, like legit reading off of a script. And I'm not trying to talk about y'all boxer who's never went against anybody real, but
I knew you was gonna throw that, but he's your brother though.
Yeah,
yo, stick to the point. Stick to the point. Go on, bro.
I like how Mr. Riggs always brings it back to family and he makes you feel guilty. But no, he was literally reading off a script. And I mean, personally for me, I don't believe we should be relying on our actors and our athletes to, like, just because you're a famous boxer, you have to be Ali. You know what I mean? Like, Ali was conditioned and like literally made up his mind to do that. And I just feel like we as today, because Ali existed, we'll look at Mayweather and like, hey, why aren't you out here doing this? And it's like, this dude, like Ali could walk down the street without security. You know, he could jog through the hood without security. You know, Mayweather can't do that. You know what I mean? Like,
I want to stay on Boyega. I really want to stay on Boyega.
And you got to actually look at what who's organizing this event. And the people that are organizing the event are not going to put anybody that's radical.
Yeah.
Like they knew he was coming. You get me? They knew he was coming. It's not like he was in the crowd and they're like, yo, there's John. Or John was like, yo, can I come up at They knew someone in the organization knew he was coming. I'm not saying that I think that Like, I believe it was scripted, but I don't know. I don't believe it was scripted. I think he wrote it.
But he was chosen.
He thought about what he was going to say before he said it. Basically, maybe at home, maybe with his publicist, maybe. But not all of it was scripted. Some of it was off the cuff, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, but even with that, he was chosen. They would have said to him, "You know what? We need you to come out and speak your mind."
Yeah, maybe.
And then he would have said, "You know,
Yeah, like when he got. No, go on, finish. My bad.
Now go on, Zuriel.
Yeah, when he got interrupted. You see when he got interrupted, yeah, that's when it went off script, so to speak, and he improvised by crying and crying and screaming.
Oh my God! Oh dear.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe I think. I mean, I get the idea. Like, I understand the power of having the guy that like played the only black guy in the universe in a movie. You know what I mean? I get it. I get the idea behind it, but it's just more irritating to the fact that it's like, yo, we can see that this is BS. Why are you putting this in front of us? You know what I mean? Like,
so why don't?
Because I'm being paid.
Bad, but why not being bad? Why don't they call Akala to come out?
Akala's in his house reading and writing, blood. He lives down the road.
What I'm saying is, why wouldn't Black Lives Matter call out someone like Akala?
How do you know that they're not in conversation?
I always thought Akala was always more of like an educator. I always saw him more as an educator than a radical. Like an educator, you know, obviously, because I mean, I saw his thing at Oxford when he proved that the ancient Egyptians were black. Like,
all right, Brad, let me tell you something. So Akala comes out, yeah. He comes out. He came out for Grenfell. He came out for Mark Duggan. He comes out, yeah. So there's no qualms about man stepping true in it. I feel like at the moment, I expect him to say something, but I don't think he's going to be public. Like, it's not going to be in public. It's going to be through a media channel or whatever. Like, he's become increasingly that kind of guy. You get me?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. But MA, but if you're focusing on your narrative, it ain't going to work for them. You got to remember what their narrative is.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the coexistence, kumbaya.
So an actor is kind of he can be passionate, but he's going to be clueless because he's not as knowledgeable as someone like Akala. They don't want a person that's knowledgeable.
No.
Yes, that's right.
I think Akala would actually fit the agenda very well.
No, it won't.
No, he wouldn't. I don't think so.
He would say things that will go against their ideologies.
No, he wouldn't. I'll tell you why. There's no Akala is not going to not speak up for LGBTQ and stuff like that. He's not going to do that. He might not mention it, but he's not going to go against it. That's not Akala. You get me?
Yeah, but Akala will speak up for Black Power.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Nah, he won't. I'll tell you why. No. When Akala's talking for
mentioning Garvey, that's LGBT don't want to know about Garvey.
Akala doesn't talk about Garvey. What do you mean? Listen, when Akala's talking to white people, he doesn't say that shit. He doesn't say that shit. Show me a clip of him talking about that shit.
Wow.
What I'm saying is, this is Black Lives Matter. This is black people there. So of course, he's going to integrate more than when he's in university.
Just remember, the content of Akala's discourse or his contribution during the Corbyn campaigns. Have a look through all of that and tell me where's the Black Power conversation?
No, I'm trying to say to you, I get that, but in forms of blackness and black people, because as I said, in the marches, even though there's white people there, there's going to be a lot of black people. It would make him encouraged. They ain't going to take the risk. They won't take that risk. There's a possibility where my guy that's come out, he doesn't have no history.
Oh yeah, of course. He's a puppet.
So it's best to get someone like a celebrity, like in someone like, as I said to you, that's more naive. I'd rather get a black footballer or a black actor or a black boxer because they're clueless.
No, 100%. I agree with you. I contend with.
But you see, true say the new wave of like, I don't know, wokeness and all of that is centered around this kind of buzzword of intersectionality. So the reality is in terms of moving forward, yeah, like people on this panel, like Mr. Riggs, like the elders and that, like you guys are the last of a dying breed. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, and obviously there is some in like the younger generations as well that are trying to keep it authentic, yeah. But for the most part, now, yeah, when we talk about quote unquote injustice, people aren't just thinking about black people no more. Like, the reality is, they'll use black people to say how. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's like standard now. Like even if they're not part of Black Lives Matter, the whole intersectionality conversation is the dominant one.
Yes, that's right.
Because I've heard so many people, like even on Ross's panel, Ross will be talking about racism towards black people, and then it'll just be like this Asian dude that come up and like, but everyone is suffering in the world, and
fuck them,
it's like, well, fuck you, bro. We talking about us right now. You know what I mean? Like, not to say I'm against other people suffering, but it's just I really don't give.
Right now about that shit, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like I really don't give a fuck. Like, bro, like, are you black? Then
but this is where the ADOS conversation comes in, because again, the other day I was listening to Tone talk, and he was basically breaking down how it's always the case where there's an issue in the black community that needs addressing, and then everyone else from like quote unquote people of color are brought in to kind of almost benefit from that issue and the kind of like they're dealing with the issues that black people have brought up. So it's like in Minnesota, you've got a situation where like African descendants of slavery in America were banned from buying property in Minnesota. Like, so what I'm saying is in terms of the systemic angle, is obviously much more predominant when it comes to one particular community, not all immigrant communities or not all people of color, quote unquote. There's very specific issues, like you see.
Yeah, I personally think that we need to see. For me though, when it comes to looking at like the numbers, right, we're only 13% of the country's population. I would only include African immigrants from the continent and from the Caribbean and Afro Latinos, because it would improve the plight better. Like it would improve ourselves politically, because if the problem with ADOS I have is that there's an active group already trying to fight.
Wait. Before you get into the problems, just think about it. What on the point that you raised? Think about it. Those other groups are receiving some beneficial. They are receiving benefits. Like for example, that's the point about Minnesota, where this whole thing is originated. Like for example, the Somali community.
I wasn't talking about Asians or anyone else. I'm only talking about everyone. Like, okay, we use the political term African American, which is American citizens of African descent, and because we have that shared, especially with the Caribbean, that shared, like, we were all part of in this transatlantic slave trade. In this issue, like trying to separate, like I think right now, because that's not what the Japanese did when they got their checks.
But check it, even one second, Brad, even that claim of like Caribbeans bringing them into it, their story in America is relatively recent. So obviously they've got a case to make with the kind of respective island countries or governments. So realistically, it's the British government, because it all goes back to their crown and that.
I agree.
But what I'm saying is, so for example, with the American context, like obviously you can't lump in the Caribbean experience with the African descendants experience.
Well, the reason why I would lump it is because you have the same plight for reparations going on, and because the U.S. and the UK,
but they're making claims from different people.
But that's Syria. Hear me, okay? The reason why is because we all have there's a root person that we both can relate to, okay? That is the UK, obviously. Secondly, the United States did the intercontinental slave trade. So the intercontinental slave trade resulted in the U.S., southern states in the U.S. buying slaves from the Caribbean. You understand? We take that into consideration. We can all, if 100 million of us were to band together and go to the person that originally brought us here, you know what I mean? Like, and then we're able to.
We got to remember, we can't just fixate on the UK. There's more.
The France, Portugal.
You got the Dutch.
So should we attack the EU then?
If you look at America itself, you like, let's use New York as for instance. New York is split into about 4 to 5 different regions, from the United Kingdom to the French to the Dutch and even the Irish. That's why you have places where they will call, you have a road in New York called was it Holland Road, Holland Street?
Yo, I was just asking sis Melanated Goddess, she's in the chat. She said that basically she believes that what do you call it? Black Lives Matter is a great slogan, but it's being used for nefarious ends, basically. Do you not think that Black Lives Matter is a great slogan for what purpose would it be used ideally?
It's an emotional slogan.
Yeah, it's a reactionary.
It works. It works for what it is. So anytime something happens for black people, it rings the bell.
To make it powerful, put IC3 in front of it. IC3 Black Lives Matter.
It's a bell ringer, because anything that happens to any black person right now in any format, the first protocol is Black Lives Matter.
I was looking at the slogan, and the word matter. I've got an older brother, well, not brother, but an older brethren, call him a brother, who's been dissecting what it means to matter. So mattering from a Afro-pessimist perspective. What kind of, I asked this question to Mel, I put it up on my social media. What type of mentality produces a desire to tell somebody else that anything matters to you?
I don't. Wait, say that again, because I think we're probably going to over-intellect.
That's a hard question, Amy. That's a hard.
I was saying, Brad, what type of mentality produces a desire in a person to proclaim that something matters to them?
Good question.
Everyone thinking. I want to answer, Amy, but it's important that everyone.
Yeah, go ahead, IC, because I feel like he's already written down the words.
No, I'm just about to go into it. I'm not saying. I'm just saying it's a good question. I can't answer it yet. I'm just thinking about it.
Okay. Yeah, because I wouldn't even know where to start with that.
Like, if something matters to you, like what matters? So tell me something that matters to you, Brad.
Black women.
Black women. Do you require an audience for that thing to be realized?
No.
Would you be inclined to go and tell anybody else that matters to you?
No.
For a reason.
No. I think I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna presume anything, but I feel like I'm starting to understand what you actually mean. So, but I'm gonna allow you to keep probing until I'm sure. So I'm hypothesizing right now that I understand what you mean, but I don't 100%. So I'm at like a good
excellent question.
43%. I'm starting to probably comprehend, but outside of that, I'm losing it a little bit because it's like I get what you mean though. I get what you mean that like, do we need to do these marches to prove that we matter? If that's close to what you're saying, please tell me.
It's not even the marches. The actual declaration is what seeds these types of marches and that type of
that's right.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. Correct. Brilliant question.
It's an emotional word.
It's a deep question.
Yeah. It's an emotional word that taps into emotional psyche.
Has anyone, when you first heard it, did something not like stir in you that felt a bit wrong?
You're right. Yes, definitely. Definitely. Yes. But I like the way you're breaking it down. This is beautiful. You're breaking it down. Yeah. If something mattered to you, would you feel it necessary to go and tell everybody that it matters to you? What for?
Yeah, because no one else's responsibility to make you matter but yourself. Oh, damn, man, good job, bro.
Yeah, it's a Ziriak. What are you saying, bro?
You know what I was gonna? It's good, man. It's good that needed to happen. My take is nihilism. My answer will be nihilism, however you want to pronounce it. When you think that when you've got a bleak outlook on life, when you've got no respect for life, do you know what I'm saying? yeah, and you're in this nihilistic worldview where you can kill your own brothers and sisters in cold blood, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, then in that scenario, that kind of a statement needs to be made, needs to be said. You get me? To kind of, but the reality is, and that's the challenge with all of this, yeah. The reality is how, and it's always been, it's been the perennial challenge. How is it that the minds of black people can be affected in such a way that it's revolting for young and old to even like entertain the idea that they can kill their own. You see what I'm saying? Like obviously, yeah. Go ahead.
Now I was going to say, you know what? There's a conversation going on between a number of Pan-Africanists on Facebook at the moment, where there's people coming out saying, again, every time someone gets killed and people march and riot and stuff, and we never do it for our own. And it's like that ties in so strangely with what you're saying, because the statement itself is not even able to deal with that issue. You understand?
Yeah. So, like, in other words, we can't really complain about other people killing us if we still. Holy fuck.
No, but that's a given. Like that's a given. But that's not even.
But the reaction to it, because it's weird. I'm not gonna lie. When the first reasonable argument I heard was there was a Black Lives Matter march that happened in Chicago. Okay, and I remember hearing someone say, "Why the fuck are we going to march again?" When the night after the march, 10 people were killed there were 10 shootings that involved black people killing themselves. Now, I personally don't believe it's fair to utilize the criminal element of a community to justify, sanctioned members of the police force killing the innocent part of our community, So I don't believe you can compare the two. I always hate the black on black crime argument. I'm not going to lie. But
I like the way Neely Fuller addresses that. I think that is addressing that very same point. He says, Black Lives Matter to who?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Who? It's a direct. It's like a. How can I put it? It's like a love letter to the white hegemony, almost, and all of their minions.
Oh yes, that's right. Oh yeah, I can see that. Yes, dreadful.
That's the word, man. It's difficult.
Begging for life, begging for your life.
No, I admit, and this is a very important point. I love the way you put that. Yeah, the almost begging white hegemony. Yeah, because that's exactly what it is. And what I'm saying is, what does that speak to then? It speaks to that white hegemony, like white supremacy, however you want to term it, has almost used the kind of discrimination in its society, the prejudice in its society, they've co-opted it. They've used it to their own interest. And what I mean by that is, look, because there's issues in society, what they do then is, like, for example, affirmative action, right? And then or they do something like, for example, addressing quote unquote systemic racism, where they'll have some kind of token scholarship, for example, for like 10 people or one person or 100 people, whatever. What I'm saying is, it's almost like the golden goose, or the goose that lays the golden egg, because every time there's an issue, it can be addressed, and then it's a perpetual cycle. Because imagine now, for example, there was one solution. Imagine there was one solution and everything would be A-OK. Like, what would happen then for the future of race relations?
They would be defunct.
Yeah.
They'd be defunct.
Exactly. And a lot of the peddlers, a lot of the people who make, because that's the thing. Don't think the people that make money from this, they'll be out of a job. Like the amount of, because we've talked about infiltration and all of that. The amount of people who are openly going to these events and opening up GoFundMe pages and all of that stuff is, I mean, it's nothing new. It happened in Ferguson, and now it's happening in where it started off in Minnesota.
Yeah, but this is different though. You can't really. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be real. I gotta be real. Okay, looking at this, this is way different than Ferguson and Freddie Gray and Trayvon Martin. This is completely different because.
But there is a narrative, Brad.
But that's the thing that's different, though, is the narrative. This
No,
isn't just angry black people, though.
No, but
this isn't just like angry black people anymore.
No, but
like,
there's a narrative.
like,
yeah, but there's a narrative that's running all the way back to forget his name now, Brown and fucking Garner and all these. But there's a narrative that's already running through all of this shit. I'm not. You can't separate it from what's come before, right?
Yeah, it's just how it's dealt with now. It's completely new to me. It's just like usually it was just they would have just drugged everything up to like, oh, Black Lives Matter, but we can't be burning down stuff. Black people need to know that they have to be like lawful citizens. That's how they used to portray it all. But now it's like they're blaming white people now. It's like,
but
what is the end goal?
That's steadily been the case, right? If you look at all,
I'm saying, is there something like nefarious? Because black people, you gotta look for like the undertone where like they're shaking their hand, but we're also looking for like the knife behind their back, the knife in their other hand. So it's like, what do you think the nefarious plan is to just expose white people?
Ziriab's already said that there's a co-option happening. As far as I'm concerned, this is how the play is gonna go.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing that so Pan-Africanist organizations and Black Power organizations that have Pan-Africanist agendas maybe don't call themselves that. The one thing that they want above and beyond everything else, even more than reparations, is repatriation, right? They want to leave the fucking West, but they want to leave the West on their terms and not out of pocket, The one thing that, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm going to talk just about the United States for the time being, that they don't want is for everyone to dust. They don't want if they're going to allow black people to go Black Power and we're dusting, we're not coming back. Fuck you. We're taking all of our shit and we're going. The only way they would allow and be happy for that to happen is if the black people then leave with a virus that can actually further their multinational corporate interests, right? So for me, the current so I'm not saying that the corporate interests were being devised and designed alongside Black Lives Matter and its inception. That might be the case, but that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, once Black Lives Matter was formed, and in fact, way before Black Lives Matter, any other pro-Black films or quotes from celebrities or whatever, anything that they could co-opt in order to look at fucking Colin Kaepernick. Nike signed him up straight away.
That's right. Yeah, he did get. He left the NFL,
he lost his contract, but Nike signed him up straight away.
Yeah,
they're not stupid, right? So what I'm saying is, the only way, like this is for me, this is a way. This is a method of further co-opting the Black experience into the corporate game, and primarily to siphon the last remaining kind of value out of Black people. They've already got labor out of them. They've already got culture out of them. You get me? Like the last thing really is to make sure that Africa might become united at some point or whatever, but we want to make sure that we've got our foot in there. I'm not saying that this is a definite plan, but this is how I see it playing out, right? And this is why I see someone like John Boyega going out and making those declarations, whether it was planned or not, forget it, But the fact that he made those declarations and said, I don't know if I'm going to have a job after this. And in my head, I'm like, fuck off. You're going to have more work. And 2 days later, you see in the newspapers, you can Google it. All of these fucking Hollywood agents and whatever are belling him up. They're calling him up because it's aligned. The whole Black Lives Matter movement is aligned with the corporate interests of the state. It's aligned, and you're going to see that play out.
It's trending, yeah.
Say again? Yo, Ziriab.
It's like someone said earlier. It's trending. It's trending, like someone said earlier.
Trending, did you say? Did you say trending?
Yeah. Like someone said.
Yeah, for real, bro. For real. Like the only way to confirm, as far as I'm concerned, that Black Lives Matter are not, whether consciously or unconsciously, aligned with. I'm not saying that they're in cahoots. Aligned with, say, Hollywood and stuff like that is to see whatever moves that they make destroy Hollywood in some way, because that's part of the decolonial agenda, is to remove ourselves from all of these structures. And if they stand up, cool, that's fine, yeah. But if we remove ourselves and they crumble, and we know that they can crumble, then we're going to still proceed to remove ourselves from those structures. What's his name? John Boyega can be a member, and this is the point. John Boyega can be a member of Black Lives Matter if he wants, and still get work in Hollywood. Watch.
Oh, so they're trying to make pro-blackness more like socially acceptable, that they can still use the person. So the person's not much of a sellout then at that point. Like they're still on the dime.
Yeah, they always like, how many black celebrities?
Like another fucking layer to this, man. Oh,
it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Like some of my favorite rappers,
yeah,
like they've been complicit in this shit. Like they haven't left. First of all, they haven't left the States to go and live in Africa, apart from Mos Def for like 10 minutes. Yeah, they're still gonna get the dime off of the back of selling their shit to black people. I'm not disrespecting nobody here when I'm saying it, but this is the reality. They're still gonna make billions of pounds for corporations. You get me? If Boyega was really about it, yeah, he wouldn't have said, I don't know if I'm going to have a career. He would have said, fuck my career. I'm out. But he's not, and I hope that man develops to the point where he does realize that that's the option. That's the option if you're after black liberation as opposed to fucking black comfort of some kind in the States or in the UK or whatever, then he's going to continue doing what he's doing, isn't it? You know?
But you see this point about black comfort, yeah. I think again, this is one of the shifts in thinking that has occurred in the last, I don't know, however many years, whereby now it's not seen as a problem whatsoever to ingratiate yourself within the system to make yours. It's almost seen as like bettering your life in the sense. That's always been around, but in the sense of like, because of the experiences, because of the ancestral experience, because of what we've been through, we deserve this material success. So let's make it for ourselves. And so what I'm saying is the philosophy that underpins that is very much an individualistic one. It's not one that is at odds with the status quo. It's not one that's at odds with the hegemony. In fact, it serves hegemony in that sense.
Exactly. And yeah, the opposite would be the collective consciousness of the people that are moving as one. Reparations, the reparations march is an example of that. Whether it's successful or not, it's still an example of that movement as one body. You get me? Ubuntu and all them things there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I don't pay no mind to like I've seen people like react to this Boyega thing in ways that have surprised me, bro. Real talk. Like I've seen people that I regard as intelligent and on the Pan-African pulse to a certain extent. I've seen them like, and it's the same thing happened when fucking Black Panther came out. You get me? There's like a give take in it. It's like, okay, we don't want to align ourselves with some of the political messages, but overall, it was a great success. And completely and utterly forgetting how much money was made out of the thing. Like it just went over people's heads, fam.
That's right.
Yeah, because I know for me, if I would have saw that, I would have used Marvel as like a test tube and been like, all right, fine, let us come with the movie. Let us come up with something. Because the rights to, wait. No, not anymore. Never mind. Yeah, fuck. Man, it's like there's so many layers to this bullshit. It's when you think you're making a step forward, it's like a billion steps. Oh, my goodness.
You know, and the other point that was raised, I think it was by you, Brad, about white people and the focus on white people in these protests, in a negative sense, yeah? That came off the back of Trump's declaration that it was Antifa thugs who were doing the looting and the stuff. So it's interesting that someone like Trump was able to highlight Antifa, which is a far left radical organization bent on the destruction of society, instead of, just because I mean, this is the thing. I mean, I don't want to make it too much about personality, but anyway, as I say, I think it's noteworthy that Trump took the time to say this is Antifa's fault, basically. Yo, it's Antifa thing. You get me? That's what they're the ones who
Yeah,
are
but
doing
Trump
this
has
kind
been
of.
Trump has been trying for weeks to try to make himself look like he's good for black people. So the thing is that, okay, we're all supposed to be Americans, right? African Americans are still supposed to be Americans, but yet he has, I think it was a T-shirt or a sign he had where it was like MAGA supports Black America. So it's like Make America Great Again, but it's like MAGA's not part of Black America's not part of MAGA. So it's like the fact you have to support, or you could at least said like MAGA is black people are MAGA too or something like that. But the fact that you had to make the distinction between Black America and Make America Great Again, he's just trying. I guess he's just trying to win.
That's such a weird criticism. What's your take on the historic black university thing and the claim and everything that's been around in the news recently? Isn't it?
I'm sorry.
What's your take on that?
Say that again.
What's your take on the historically black colleges, the funding, the support that they've been receiving in there? So
for what?
So recently, Trump made a claim that historic black colleges in the US have to come every year to the White House in order to secure funding, right?
Yeah, that's
to
true.
Put a
That's
shortfall
because black
between
colleges they extort the money. So yeah.
So what? Yeah, no, wait. That's okay. It's okay. One second. The point is that historically, or representatives of these historic HBCUs have to go every year to the White House and basically get funded. Now, what I'm saying is, Trump recently obviously made the point to say that they don't have to do that anymore. They don't have to come every year and ask for funding. We'll just make sure that they get a certain amount every year, so that, you know what I'm saying, they don't have to come to the White House every year, make an event out of it and ask for money. We'll just make sure that they get it anyway. Now, what I'm saying is, it's like, bro, like I say, it's not too much about personalities. It's about 2 points. One, the fact that emphasis wasn't placed on black people or quote unquote thugs. We've all seen the videos. Of these white people mashing things up. So we know who's doing it. I think it's noteworthy that Trump made the point to say it like it was, instead of trying to score political points maybe. But again, it's an election year, so everyone's going to try and get votes. There's no doubt about it.
That's why I'm
the
not
question
taking
is,
stuff
why
seriously.
didn't one sec. The question is, why didn't Obama do the same thing for HBCUs?
Because Obama was trying to secure he was tired of just giving them a blank check. Howard University is in debt to $22 million. But Howard's as a person who's part of the alumni fund, whose parents sit on the board, okay, Howard gets endowments as well as donations over $100 to $300 million a year. How the fuck are you still in debt to $22 million a year? The board of directors get bonuses no one talks about. Okay, the funding of HBCUs. What Betsy DeVos did was only simply secure, like she made it hard for them to just get a blank check from the Department of Education anymore. You have to show up. You have to show that there's proof. So that's why a school like Hampton will forgive all their debts. If you notice, the amount of schools that did come up there were select schools that were almost going to close, like Morris Brown. Hampton was going to close at a time. But now you see them starting to progress their payment plans and things like that. Upgrade their methods. There's HBCUs, there's layer upon layer on why fuckery and bullshit occurs. The reason why no one speaks out about it is because if you are an alumni or an alumni, or if you are an alumni of the school, or if you are part of a Divine Nine fraternity or sorority and you speak out against your HBCU or you come out against it, it's somewhat cultish in the sense that it's like, if you can recognize the fact that the president, at Howard University, I knew 17 people that graduated from Rensselaer, MIT, that went to Harvard, Princeton, Yale, and they had straight A's at Howard. Howard had a merit-based financial system where if you had straight A's, that means I don't know if you guys have a GPA system the way we have, but if you had a 3.5 or above, okay, you didn't have to pay anything but your housing. That means that your tuition went from $67,000 to only $20,000, okay? But when they started to become financial need based, because Howard has because overwhelmingly a lot of students there come from prosperous and very successful black homes, they decided, well, we need to get this money. Okay, so that what Obama was trying to do was he was trying to make it affordable, because that's what state colleges would do. And then also, if you look at his education bill, Obama's education bill made it that black kids wouldn't be reliant solely on HBCUs. So his education bill stated that if state public colleges and universities, if they do not have above 10% minorities in their schools, they would lose money as well. So Obama had, like, you have to understand, a lot of things Obama could not get done. I'm not trying to kick
you see, this is another major criticism of Obama, is that he was going above and beyond to help out all these other communities that he didn't really have time to help out Black Americans. Now, obviously, this isn't.
You're wrong.
One second.
No,
From an ADOS point of view, one second. I'm saying. One second now. You come back in a second. I'm saying, yeah, from an ADOS point of view, that makes sense, because the guy isn't ADOS like that. See what I'm saying? He's obviously, his father's side is Kenyan and his mother's side is American, I believe. So obviously, it's no wonder, innit? So what I'm saying is, like, the whole minorities, I want to hone in on the point you made about minorities, right? Or a quota for minorities in these universities. That doesn't mean Black Americans. What that means is anyone of, any person of color. Minorities, Jews will be included in those minorities.
Yes, but the largest minority group in America are African Americans. Okay, the second largest.
Yeah, no, but that's a side point. That's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
Because the quota doesn't.
Because it.
Brad, does the quota specify? It's a question, and then you can come back in. I'm going to mute up. But does the quota specify an allotted amount for African Americans? And if so,
yes,
what's that amount?
when you see that 300,000 more African American males were in college than they were in prison. Okay, that is exactly what the whole point was. The goal was Obama was trying to make college affordable for the low income of America. If African Americans are in comparative, because America does some comparative statistics, if African Americans are at the lowest in all these different fields, he could not pass any legislation in an all Republican Senate and Congress. You know how long it took him to pass it took him to pass the Affordable Health Care Act? The president.
I'm asking you a very specific question, Brad. I'm asking you about the education bill that you mentioned. Yeah.
Yes.
Obviously, I don't know too much about it. I'm asking you because you might be privy. So I'm asking you that specification or allowance for. You said minorities at the beginning, but you're saying African Americans have a special allotment or a special quota. If that is the case, I'd just like to know what that quota is for African Americans.
Well, no, he said it has to be under 10%. Your minority group had to be under 10%, which allowed the colleges cannot have less than 10% minorities in their school, which allowed a lot of African Americans to attend college at since I think it was 2010, actually. From 2010 onwards, you see that there's a huge number, an increase of college acceptances as well as college graduations for African Americans. It made it possible for African Americans not to be solely dependent on the HBCU. Okay, so it's like there's a huge, a lot of his legislation. I mean, I know every Black person. We've always had this conversation. I can tell you, Black people, we wanted him to be like a Malcolm X. We wanted him the day of his inauguration, the RBG flag come out, they roll out, the bones of Elijah Muhammad and take over. But we knew that the first Black.
No, that wouldn't happen. Yeah.
The first Black anything has to just open the door. He opened the door because that's right. That's why right now the most educated females in amongst women in this country are Black women leading in business. Black women. You see that for a lot of the things like unemployment rates were going down because of the policies. Housing inequalities were going down. There's a lot of stuff Obama did for Black people. He could not publicly come out and say it when you have an all Republican Senate and an all Republican Senate and Congress that would literally remove or create anything to destroy anything that man put in order. Okay, that's why when you see, because that's why I say you cannot compare Obama to Trump. The America Obama inherited from the Bushes versus the America that Trump inherited. Trump inherited an America that had a stable economy. Trump couldn't handle a recession nationwide, as well as a world recession, three wars. Trump can't handle that. The man can barely admit the fact that as of right now, unemployment amongst African Americans went up. You understand? Like, and then the black people, I think it was by 2030, because of automation and things like that, black people are going to suffer even more. All right, we have to understand that, like, Obama's success and victories will always be overshadowed until you look at them now. People right now are talking about everything that man did. Trump went in, and Trump's talking points now is that we have the best economy in the world. People forget the fact that Obama took 8 years worth of damage and got most of it done in 4. You understand? Like, he was able to crush 2 wars that had us only focusing on ISIS, and then even the war we had with ISIS was mainly drone strikes that everyone tries to throw up in his face now. Okay, like, you understand? Like, there's a lot of stuff that man did that I have to, like, personally for me. That's why I say that if you were pro-black, you wanted him to just come out, free every Black Panther. But, you know, towards the end, you know, putting Eric Holder as the attorney general, you know, decriminalizing marijuana on a federal level, allowing so many Black men to get out. You had Black men who were in prison for 10 years for an eighth. That's $35 worth of weed being in prison. There's a lot. I mean, like, bro, there's a lot. And then when it comes to spending at HBCU presidents are able, board of directors, I'm telling you, I am a 13th generation to graduate from Howard University. Okay, I will tell you, the board of directors at any HBCU gets most of that money. Okay, it is like a small, badly ran African country. Okay, like, it is terrible how they're able to get away with some of this stuff. Okay, you have straight A students going off to top tier schools who would come with patents, mind you. Black students who would, like a young girl that came from Kenya, had this folding machine. She was a student at Hampton University. All right, but this is before Hampton's president changed. Okay, and she left and went to another school that gave her a full ride. Okay, so when you look at HBCUs and what Trump is doing, he's actually creating the problem again, where he's not giving that government oversight in how HBCUs are funded. Okay, because they're not in horrible debt. Okay, all right, I'm telling you the truth. Okay, they're not in horrible debt. All right, I'll be real with you. There's no HBCU that's going to be like at the point of like they can't stay open. All right, but there's a lot of stuff that Obama did that no one will be able to give him credit for until they see that, like, after the fact. Okay, because Trump is not at all had any plan for Black America at all, but to win their votes. He simply is taking a page out of the Democrats' book and just pandering to them. That's it.
Yeah, Brad spitting bars, boy. Zeriab, you coming back?
Well, I mean, he's made it about Obama versus Trump, which obviously it wasn't. I asked the question about why is it that Obama didn't give the HBCUs the money so that they would have to come
because
every
he was
year.
trying to control
and he's given his answer.
He was trying to get this. I was literally explaining it to you.
No, you've been talking uninterrupted for the last 5 minutes.
Because he was trying to just simply, they were trying to control their spending. Obama was trying, that's why sequestration was trying to control government spending. That's all.
I heard you the first time. Listen, I don't know if you know, but let me just. Okay, so Brad, you need to calm down, bro. I don't know what your issue is. I don't know if you got a personal issue with me or whatever.
You said answer your question. I just answered your question.
I was repeating your answer so that I could carry on, so you could know that I heard what you said. So yeah, you just jumped the gun there. But yeah, basically your response was just that it's a question of tightening the purse string, so to speak. That's how you framed it. That's fine. However you want to frame it, however the Democratic fundraisers or the kind of modus operandi is for Obama's policies, it's a moot point. It only addresses the reason why. As to whether you agree or disagree for that reason, that's going to be a different kettle of fish, which I wasn't really trying to open up. But it can't be an Obama versus Trump. The same way you're praising up or hailing up Obama and what he's supposedly done, you can also listen to people who might not come from your socioeconomic background who are virulently and very kind of convincingly anti-Obama because of the fact, in their view, Obama did nothing for the African American community and focused more on other minorities and benefited basically not African Americans to in an overwhelming sense. Now we saw that in one of the examples you brought up in the whole stipulation or quota for minorities. The fact is that stipulation, as you clearly kind of went back on, wasn't a specific allotment for African Americans. I'm sure you can explain that away as well. But the point is the quota is for any minority. It's not for African Americans. So that's not really serving African Americans in that sense. There isn't, besides the criminal reform, you didn't really mention any policies that overwhelmingly affected the Black or the African American experience. I would agree the criminal reform, especially for those minor crimes or for those kind of crimes of like possession and whatnot, they should definitely, like, that was good. That was a good policy. You see what I'm saying? And I would agree that was definitely overwhelmingly affected in a positive sense the African American community. But besides that, everything else is going to be, and it is debated. So like I say, there's people who come from, let's say, people who don't come from your socioeconomic background who aren't, like, all of that noise about HBCU is irrelevant to them. So, But on the point, I wanted to maybe kind of shift here in the combo. On the point of criminal reform justice, this is something, it's a stated goal of Black Lives Matter, where in their view, all convictions are kind of, what do you call it, not valid, or, they're invalid. So that ranges from, like, simple possession to violent crime, I would assume. So my question is to the panelists: do you guys agree with that view on criminality or criminal justice reform? So their claim, BLM, is that all prisoners